once again among us. Now, I am your stage host, Blaze, and throughout the weekend, for you all at home, I'm making sure you're gonna be having a good time. And for everyone in the venue at Copper Box Arena in beautiful London, we once again get to crown a champion here today. Are you all ready to have a good time? Yeah! I'm ready to get this tournament started off right, and to do that, I need a little bit of help. Glitter, let's rock.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Everyone here in the stadium, make some noise! Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs. And like Blaze was talking about, we have 40 of the best teams in the world gathered here this weekend to compete for the title of Playoffs 2 champion and lift that coveted trophy above their heads. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I'm very excited to be kicking this weekend off here with you guys and to be joined by the fantastic Spider Tiff and Genome. Tiff, are you ready to be back here and back at it again?
Oh, I am so ready. The atmosphere is already electric, and it is just morning time. And as people trickle in, it is going to get even wilder. But this is where dreams are made of. These players have worked through the entire Split 2 to get here and go for glory.
And Genome, our resident APAC expert, are you excited to see how the region fares today?
Of course I am. I mean, we killed it last time, but you know, it's not just one region, right? We've got 5 here today, and they are all looking to take that trophy. Some have done it before, but some haven't.
That's what we're talking about when we say we've got the action-packed weekend. And before we get into it, while you guys are watching all the teams behind us getting themselves set up, first let's talk about how this tournament works. Here's a quick breakdown of what you guys can expect over the next few days. Our tournament will be broken up into 3 stages. We'll start with the group stage, which will be today and tomorrow, then head into the bracket portion of the competition, and then finally close things out with finals. When we take a look at the group stage, it's a round-robin play style, where all of the groups will face off against each other. We'll then end up going into that bracket portion of the format, where teams will start to get knocked out. Top 10 from our winners bracket will go straight through to finals, while the bottom 10 will drop down to our elimination bracket. There, the teams will then have to battle it out to keep their hopes of making finals alive. The top 10 from the elimination bracket 1 moving on to elimination bracket 2, where it all comes down to there to get our last 10 finals teams. And then, once we make it to finals, it's of course our legendary match point format. A team will have to first hit that 50-point threshold, and then they'll have to win one more time to clinch the whole thing out. And of course, it's not just the trophy or the pride that's on the line. We have a massive prize pool of $1 million on the line, $300,000 going to first place, Genome.
Oh, there's some big numbers up there, all right. That is some big boy bucks on the line here. But not only that, we can also see the breakdown here of the championship points, the points that these teams accrue over Split 1 and Split 2 playoffs that they need to make it to that end of year championship. Because of course we've got $1 million on the line here, but there'll be 2 at least there for the championships. So the top 30 teams that we see go into that, they need to be grabbing those points to make their way to the end of the year.
And that's a very good point, Genome, because if your team happens to fall outside that 30 teams by playoff points in order to qualify, your road to ALGS champs is going to get a little daunting. We have the last chance qualifiers that are on the line at that point, where 10 teams from the different regions will advance on, but there are 9 teams that have already secured themselves a position at the champs already. 3 from North America, 3 from EMEA, 2 from APAC South, and 1 from APAC North, and it's Fnatic.
All right, well, we keep talking about these top 40 teams here this weekend. Let's take a look at who exactly they are, broken down by groups. And we're going to be seeing groups C and D here in just a moment as they go up against each other. So first, let's highlight groups A and B.
Oh, I'm so excited. I look at this alliance immediately standing out. Effect. The man, the myth, the legend has entered the building. And he was giving interviews yesterday, and he was like, I'm just here to one-clip people. Of course, Genome, of course.
I'm sure he's going to do that. Some other people definitely looking to be on that train. Fire Beavers, who didn't get a chance last time in Split 1 playoffs. Finally, we get to see what they're made of here in Split 2. Exit is another team I'm definitely keeping my eye on. These guys are just nuts. They've been playing wild compositions throughout this split. It feels like they've been toying with other people, honestly, and they still came out on top.
I mean, every single one of our groups has some seriously stacked teams in it. We'll take a look at the schedule now so you guys know exactly what to expect out of the day. We'll be kicking the day off with groups C and D at 10 a.m. BST. Then throughout the day, we'll be getting to groups A and B a little bit later on at 2:15 p.m. BST, and then we'll close everything out at 6:30 p.m. with groups A and C. It's going to be a very exciting schedule for today. I know we cannot wait to get into it, but we mentioned it earlier when we saw those groups. We've got groups C and D to kick things off here. So you think we should start talking about who we're going to watch compete?
Look, I think we should. It's about time, right? I'll kick things off, right? I'll go Fnatic immediately. That APAC North team, they won the Split 2 regular season. They also won the regional finals. Now, this isn't the same team that we had saw compete there in Split 1, and I'm really excited, as well as Dreamfire, Complexity, Element 6, kinda. He was an MVP 2 times during the Split 2 regular season. Just a young gun coming in to join the Legend Slayers. And K-Swinny, excited to see what Legend compositions they're going to be pulling out today, because if I remember correctly, Wig over there with his watch party was actually voting on the Legend compositions that they played in group stage, Gino.
Yeah, we saw some fun stuff, Lifeline, you know, plenty of underrated picks, to put it nicely, I guess, coming through. But hey, they made it to the finals lobby, right? So, yeah, doing really well. I mean, you can see lots of other teams here. Dreamfire finally with their full stack. We do have Peter here as well as 3MZ finally to join Roy, who has obviously made some deep runs so far at the lands.
All right, it's evident that there are so many teams that we could talk about here, but let's narrow it down to our individual teams to watch. Tiff, you spoke about him a little bit earlier. You chose Fnatic. Genome, you went with Moist. I chose TSM, but Tiff, I want to hear why you chose Fnatic.
Look, they have caught my eye time and time again. I said it earlier, they had won the Split 2 regular season. They won the regional finals. It was just by 1 point though, because North Eption, they're looking pretty hot as well. But the trio of Yuka, Meltzera, Umi-chan, Lovchi, this is really cool, but like I said, not the same roster that we witnessed in Split 1 playoffs. That was Matsutasu, who was previously in that anchor role for the team. But Umi-chan, the longtime IRL friend of Yuka, this is going to be cool to see how they utilize the camaraderie and bring it to the table. And they were already consistent prior. Maybe it's time they hoist the trophy, Genome.
Well, I'm not saying Matsutasu was a bad player. Obviously, Fnatic did very well last time, but I do believe this is an upgrade, and I'm excited to see how that works for Fnatic. Can they go even further?
Yes.
And all right, look, I'm also going to chat about, of course, Moist. I do. All right, hashtag let's get wet. All right, these guys, they took out the APAC South region. Last time they actually came second, right? They had back-to-back-to-back victories to take down the Split 1 regional finals, but this time they did it all, grabbing, the championship. Well, sorry, not the championship. The regional part of the ALGS for themselves this time. And I honestly think they're looking better than ever. I mean, all three of these guys, absolutely nuts. Pricey and Waltzy, the massive fraggers, the big brain from MT. And I think the thing that's making me believe these guys, their stocks are higher than ever, is honestly the communication, the way they're gelling as a team. If you listen to their comms, all three of them are contributing on a level that I think happens, honestly, with very few teams, even here in the finals.
I mean, obviously fantastic choices so far. I had to pick TSM. It's a squad that needs absolutely no introduction, but also we can't not talk about them when it comes to playoffs champions. All right, obviously Split 1 playoffs champs, and a phenomenal performance with that fight that we have now seen time and time again between them and Ascend. And Ascend was another team that I would have easily picked as well. As we can see Raven chilling in the background there. Full suit.
It's a job today. He's here for business.
I love everything about that, but they were a team that we actually saw struggle a little bit in the first half of Split 2, and then they brought it back. They just thrive under that pressure, and now they have that added pressure trying to go for the back-to-back playoffs champs yet again. I am very excited to see what they bring to the table. How they even just start off the entire weekend. Will they have a slower start, or will they come out of the gate super hot? So excited to see what TSM can do for themselves. But I feel like we've got some great options here across the board. Everyone at home, we'd like to know who you guys are keeping your eyes on as well. Maybe we ask the audience who they're keeping their eyes on as well. Do we have any fandoms already hanging out here with us in the stands? Who are you guys cheering for? Show me those signs. I hear vexed.
I mean, let's get vexed,
All
right?
right.
They're on a redemption arc. They didn't make the finals lobby. They're ready to do it this time around. It's only up from
Here we
here.
go.
We've got Element 6.
MDY White
MD
fans
White.
have come out in droves here this time. There's an entire section of the crowd for those guys. Lots of Entropic fans up there with the flags on the left side too.
Everything. I love this. And this is just day one. The audience is here. Look at those Dreamfire signs.
Damn.
All right, guys, you're bringing the heat just on day number one. But if you at home have other teams that you want to be keeping your eyes on or other squads that you want to be focusing at the same time, well, our award-winning multi-view is here for Split 2 playoffs of the ALGS. You can go to the command center down below on your page right now and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you want to follow so that you can watch ALGS your way. Multi-view, make sure to check it out. On top of that, everybody at home, we have even more stuff available for you here for this event. All right, we have Twitch drops that will be active all 4 days of the Split 2 playoffs, with a chance to get all of those drops during finals, just in case you miss the drops from any of the 3 previous days of play. All you have to do is watch for 60 minutes each day to claim these skins, all right? Got some really cool options here too as we take a look at those, because on day number 1 you'll be able to claim the R99 skin Charbroiled, then the Wraith skin Fiery Fractals, the Hollow Spray Ratting, which might be my favorite, and then the Gun Charm Predator. And like I said, if you're here on Sunday, you'll be able to get that bundle of all of them at once. I mean, we got to talk about the Ratting Hollow Spray.
I mean, it feels, it hits home, right? I play a lot of Apex, and I've seen a lot of ratting happen, so I guess maybe if you want to eliminate a rat, you get that Hollow Spray, you throw it down, assert your dominance a little bit, right?
Or you just grab the Charbroiled skin, you sit in the lava, perfect rat spot, you know, you put the R99, look up, maybe it's a bit of camouflage.
Are you a ratter, Genome?
No,
Okay,
no.
I was just making sure. I just want to make sure.
I will not be labeled.
We'll be watching him, all right, everybody? It's officially time for us to kick us the ALGS Split 2 playoffs, which means it's also time for me to send it up top to 2 of the best in the biz, Rain Day, and for his ALGS LAN debut, Dia.
What is up, London? Everybody in the crowd, I know you've been asked several times, but make some noise here for my man Dia coming through on his very first cast. Man, I am so excited to have you here in the ALGS with us, Dia, in person. Been doing it online for Split 2, but it's different having the long locks, the beautiful locks here with me.
It is. I can't just tie it back, and like when I'm having a bad hair day, it's got to be out there.
You can't hide it in the beanie like you like to do.
Exactly.
My name is Randy, ladies and gentlemen. It's exciting here, usually on the desk where Lauren is doing such a fantastic job alongside Genome and Tiff. But today we kick things off in a big way for the cast. We set the stage for what Split 2 playoffs means before we head into championships to culminate the year. Dia, for you, big themes heading into this as we pan over our players. What stands out the most?
I mean, the format of this year is the biggest difference maker from international competitions past. The fact that we have this group stage where you're really just sorting yourself into brackets gives teams the opportunity where they may not have had it in scrims to really sort out their game plan in a 0 or close to 0 latency environment.
And I think that's going to give, as you see, a lot of time for teams to adjust. But there's less time than you think because we start quickly, and these games set the tone of not only the meta, but what teams are going to do to figure out if they need to make a different plan very soon. Stormpoint as well coming up on your map selection. We're going to get an eye overview over where teams are going to be landing, Dia, but it's a very important start to get some points early and make sure you come into it with some confidence.
And especially when you say set the tone, the fact that we're starting on Stormpoint is really big because it means that those teams that do have stronger game plans, that have had better practice coming into the day, are going to be able to execute on a map that punishes indecision. If you don't know where you're playing on Stormpoint, you are going to die in the open. And so teams that have had the better practice on rotations, that have put in the extra hours, are going to shine in these first 3 games, and they can get off to an explosive start.
Back in the day when Apex was first coming into its own as an esport as well, and I think there's still growing happening in the sport. It's seeing these fans here in person, it's unbelievable. World's Edge was where teams got their comfort. They found themselves on that map. Then they transitioned to Stormpoint. Now it's a little bit of the opposite, where Stormpoint is where we send them out first. And they've got to kind of finesse their way through what can be a very difficult map when you do not get the zone. Whether you're traveling north and you're going up high, or whether you're traveling south, you can see Complexity feeling pretty good there. Monsoon showing us his moves. You should have seen the moves he was putting on yesterday.
Is this how we explain the game plan? Like he's drawing maps in the air, he's singing them a song?
That's actually how you IGL.
Yeah, that's it. It's the rhythm of the game.
Most people don't get it, but there's a lot of hand movements involved as well. No, Monsoon, very musical guy, very sweet guy. He joined us on the desk. Split 1, what a story for him to be back here in Split 2 playing, having earned that spot at LAN.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really big moment for the entire team. I know that Kimchi yesterday, he's their coach, and we were talking about what it's meant to be able to get this squad together and actually show up in a time where it's difficult for Complexity to make their time and find opportunities to scrim against other teams. It was something that we mentioned earlier, but even for them, they have, whether there be scrims or no, set aside time for practice every single day because Kimchi does not want to miss out on the finals. It doesn't want to miss out for the chance at championships that is on the table for Complexity with even a standard performance for them.
Kimchi Lee looking like he hit the gym, did not miss leg day or bicep day as well.
He told me he goes to the gym to get it pumped before he gets on camera. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to refute that one after having seen him on camera here.
Dedicated man.
Right now, Luda and Cody trying to make sure. You see a little KCP, a little Vexed, of course, down below. We mentioned them TSM right next to Start a Fight. Our Latin American representatives and South American representatives. Pulverex as well. FGN doing it with 3. He's done it with less than that, which is surprising in this, but even Optic Gaming as well. Let's take a look at Start a Fight, Dia. This is a team that has a lot to prove here.
They certainly do. I'm very excited to be covering Start a Fight in their first games of the day and of the tournament because South America has a lot to prove in Split 2 playoffs. Split 1, bit of a weaker performance for the region, and it's a region that I think a lot of people typically come in expecting to underperform.
Who has more to prove in your eyes? Obviously, South America trying to get onto the board, kind of make themselves a firm fixture in the top 10 in these major tournaments. But you could equally argue that EMEA has a lot to prove here as well, hosting 3 of our 4 major events and not being able to take that trophy at the end of the day. Do you see that changing here possibly in this event?
Oh, in this event, absolutely. A big thing has just been the ability for players to actually get to the event, and the fact that we have some of the top teams in EMEA actually able to play as a 3-man is big, but I'd postulate, Rande, that they have less to prove and more to actually accomplish, because when looking at the rest of the world, people recognize that EMEA is a monster region to contend with.
A lot of pressure for everyone playing, no doubt about it. Here is where we will see our teams drop a beautiful graphic to give you a eagle-eye view of Storm Point. Dreamfire and Pioneers getting a little shifty at Mill. MDY White, Ganbare Otosan, we saw them as well. Who stands out in terms of the interesting fights? We just mentioned Mill, D. Is that what you have your eyes on?
Absolutely. I mean, Mill is, if you've been around Apex for a while, old and gold as a contest. From the very first moment this was introduced, Mill was a place of contest, and Pioneers and Dreamfire were scrimming things out, trying to get as much practice in for this POI as possible. Dreamfire have already declared they're absolutely not leaving, and it's KCP who actually have a bit of wiggle room in these early matches.
Pulverex and Antenna. I don't know what it is about that place. I do not like playing it myself. Yeah. You see a little bit of the crowd. This crowd deserves your love. If you're watching online, we love you too. Good to see you all, but this is the crew that got here. They woke up at least 8 a.m. and decided to make their way over here, which, you know, for gamers at times, that can be a hard thing to do.
It can, especially with the jet lag. I mean, we got a lot of folks coming out, and yes, Dreamfire, they've been dealing with a lot of it as well, but finally having made it to LAN with a full squad. Our desk touched on it. This is a team that I'm very excited to see play finally together. We've seen pieces of them at international events, but now we actually get to find out what is Dreamfire like on the international stage when they're actually all here.
A lot of fun moments talking to Restia FPS, who actually is our representative from Taiwan and covering the APAC region as a whole as a watch party. He was given some great information on Dreamfire and what they mean. Also, Roy's journey here.
Oh, yeah.
From the hearts to the hearts of the fans. He has made it such a special time, and that's why front row, you see the Dreamfire fans, but with MZ, as he was jokingly saying, #1 predator of holding his knockdown shield, as well as PETA. They've got not only a lot of talent, but finally a chance to do it here. As you can see, a little bit of a salute to the fans who are in the front row. Dreamfire trying to play with that fire today. Let's take a step back, though, for those just joining us, watching, catching up with the ALGS as well. This is what some people kind of considered maybe that start to the group of death. Obviously, you've got repeat winners multiple times over these last few seasons in TSM. You've got Ascend, who were that close to split one playoffs in this building.
One fight away.
Dia, one fight away, one gravity lift away from maybe coming out a champion. You've got FaZe on the rise for the first time in a while with a whole new resurgence of Snipe Down. You've got Vexed having a lot to prove. KCP starting to cook with the addition of Zane, who made his really star-studded debut here, getting that 3-kill that shocked the world. Dia, this is really a tournament that is almost up for grabs for anybody.
It very much is, and the adaptation that we typically see going into LAN is exacerbated coming into this one because of the recent changes that we've seen with, of course, the introduction of new legends like Ballistic, but with even the changes into legend balance as a whole, I think a lot of teams have started to take a step back, or some of them doubling down on things like Seer, where Valkyrie has very much faded out of a lot of people's view.
Yeah, and that's partially the evac towers, right? We're gonna talk about that, the new item added into the ALGS. Many of our longtime viewers know all about the intricacies of each patch, but a lot of people catch up in between the big events. And so there is a new ability that you can use as an item that essentially gives you that late game rotation, but it couples itself with a threat. It takes about 1,200 or so damage before that can be destroyed. And it can be destroyed quickly, so you can't count on it in those late game circles. How do teams play around that? You had just seen Optic Gaming right there. Skittle Cake's one of the best in the business of knowing those in-game zones. You can expect them to use that item, but also just position themselves well. They are a threat as well in this tournament.
One of the biggest things about evac towers is that it's a lot of teams actually willing to experiment with Loba a little bit more in order to be able to get more evac towers, rotate even faster. And we've seen that sort of tumble itself into more teams willing to try Newcastle, because once you try Loba, you're like, wow, this support legend stuff is actually really awesome. Being able to go away, craft a banner, especially in a game where you are dealing with variants, like a Battle Royale as we are here in Apex.
It's one of those things where I'm on one side of the fence on that, which is I feel like when the class system revamped Apex in Season 15, the supports kind of got the worst end of the stick. I think there was maybe some skirmisher lackluster, but those characters are good in general. And I think the supports, they didn't find a way to put them into the hierarchy of the top performing class specs, unlike some of the ring consoles and some of the survey beacons that traditionally matter for seeing the in-game zone. Now I feel like supports are in a better position. They got that recent buff, being able to craft the banners anywhere and having the ability to do that. Dia, is it one of those passives that because you have to have something go wrong to use it, is always going to be less than some of the others, or do you now think it's viable and should be picked?
I think alone it's definitely a problem, or perhaps one that does feel like a lose less pick rather than a win more pick. The fact that they can also get you additional meds, however, serves to supplement that, much like being able to have a lifeline and just drop you meds anywhere, right? Makes her feel a little bit better. The fact that you can get into the late game, or even if you're rotating early to zone with a little bit more meds, makes these support characters not only able to pick you up if something does go wrong, but prevent things from going wrong in the first place.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that you have the extended loop bins
for blue
the
bins,
support.
folks.
The blue bins, they do matter. Get those shield batteries, those med kits, they come in handy. Especially in a lobby with those three that you just saw on camera. TSM, Reps, Imperial Hal, and Verholst.
And LG, now LG Chivas. It's a big brand.
Absolutely massive. As a football, soccer fan, player myself, Chivas joining the ranks of LG. Super exciting to see them. Castillo as the coach, Jaguares, Diazul, Yanya. We know they're threatening, Dia. My question is, I'm not sure they've had the capabilities of doing it at LAN when it's mattered most. My challenge for them is show us what you've got, what your potential is every game and every bracket this tournament. And if so, I think LG is definitely a team that can do damage.
I've got a gift for you, Rende. LG are contesting on Storm Point.
Okay.
So if they're going to start cooking, they're going to start cooking from minute 0 as they're dropping right next to Noctem.
Listen, we know the person who's cooking. He mentioned it every time I interviewed him, every time he lost an early engagement. I joke, but it's true. Nasky is always the one cooking when it comes to Apex Legends. We don't know if it's good.
Yeah, but now he's got a Dream Fire, so a little bit of heat.
Yeah, he might have burned it last time. Jokingly as well, as we like to go back and forth with Nasky. But this time, it's a new team. They've given up on the idea of Max Strafey being able to join them here in London. what a trooper, what an amazing player, and just spirit of this team. But right now, picking up Zane, who in many ways, to me, I don't know about you, was one of the, if not the emerging star from Split 1 playoffs. That bodes well for the chances of KCP making a deep run in this Split 2.
I'm expecting them to. As you said, Zane's pickup is really big, and coming back to it, Nasky has been traditionally one of the great IGLs of the esport. So with his ability to hopefully be able to predict zones, get them some game plans, I didn't catch it. What on earth is Complexity doing?
Well, you see MDY White here as well. Look at the support.
What is the little brain that we've got here? I don't...
It's just great to see it. In person, it's a totally different feeling. As we pan to some of the characters getting ready for the game, we appreciate your patience, but sometimes there's opportunity where you least expect it. Moments like this, where you might be waiting for the game, I get a lot of information just by looking at the players, because you can tell the different approaches. TSM, been there, done that. Sitting silently, a little smile, they know the camera's on them. Some teams feels like they don't even know a camera's in the building. They're busy doing something else. Complexity, laughing, joshing. MDY White, sitting there, patient.
It's a big day for MDY White as well. For first-time LAN appearances, right?
Yeah.
And that camera is going to be something that can get you really nervous, and I'm expecting it to for anyone that has shown up the first day.
Belly?
Clearly unfazed, though. Some confidence.
So is he hungry, or did he eat already? That's
I think
what
he
I'm trying
ate.
to figure
I think
out.
he ate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we know that there's going to be a food conversation. We don't know which way it'll lean. Another team that you see in the top left corner right there, Riddle Order, coming in with one of maybe Japan's biggest streamers in Yukio. They're looking to crash kind of the APAC North meta that has been Fnatic, dominating in their performances again and again and again. They aren't playing here, so it's a nice clear chance to avoid the #1 seed in APAC North and maybe stand out a little bit more now with Riddle Order coming to play in this LAN.
Yeah, they do, I will say, have a lot to go through on Stormpoint, because we already have these big storylines coming from very powerful points on the map as well. We looked out into the eastern seaboard, or no, western seaboard for a little while, and knowing that you've got either Optic or KCP coming from there, you've got Pulverex landing over at Antenna, and then you've got FaZe presumably landing over at Launchpad, although, you know, what's going on with them and Vex, who's to say. Vex, I think, rumored to be moving over to High Point.
And I think that was something we had heard backstage as well. We are having some really great talent join us on this event. One of the talent members, Sabs, I know from TSM, people have been rooting for, one of our good friends. She's going to be joining us on the desk and is talking a little bit about maybe why that decision occurred. We'll obviously have to talk to Tyler, Unlucky, and Matafe, but one of the things that she did let on was that they're more comfortable this time around. Vex is a team that has had a lot of fans, a lot of pressure every time that they have showed up. But it was really their first time as a trio in Split 1 playoffs in February, and they didn't get the results that they wanted. They changed their game. They decided to play more macro, more patient, focused not just on the run and gun style at the edge that didn't work out for them. And so now they're coming back experienced, and they're coming back with a better game plan. I have high hopes for Vex, but again, it's kind of like I'm waiting to see it happen, Dia, before I give them any more credit.
Yeah, you always get one LAN to figure out what LAN is about, and the other to find out if you can adapt to it in time. Because the tricky thing about LAN is that when you get here, it doesn't play out exactly the same every single time, because you're playing through all these groups and different metas that have come out of each region. And so when you jump in, it's just like an ice bath every single time that you get to London.
Well, part of it too is that sometimes these teams do not scrim, and they come in and land, and they kind of shake up a plan that you felt was really settled. And I guess for anyone watching, and for us who even try to do the prep behind the scenes as much as we can, is expect the unexpected. Things are always different. They always change as you see more Dreamfire fans rising up. APAC is going to be loud this time around. We're in London, by the way.
Yeah.
So, you know, APAC is louder than any Europeans I'm hearing right now. I think that may need to change as we head into day 4, excuse me, or Friday, and day 3 and Saturday.
Yeah, right now a lot of our Europeans are at work.
Dang. You're right.
Yeah.
This is our work. Isn't that crazy? I'm thinking, why are people not here? No, they have jobs. Okay, yeah. That's cool. They're probably on Twitch yelling
they're
right
watching
now,
on their monitors.
or YouTube.
I'm not missing it.
They're doing their thing. You get a pass for Thursday and definitely for Friday. But once it's Friday night, Amia, you need to be stepping it up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's where we're needing the representation, demanding it.
Of course, as you see here, guys. I think it kind of leans us to Dia as we look at Moist Esports showing up as well. Pricey, Jogger, Empty, Waltzy, that squad of 4, coach included, allows them to really, I think, have representation this time around that's different. Dark Zero moved over to North America. It's kind of cleared the runway, so to speak, for them to be the dominant force in APAC South.
Yeah, it was Moist and Onic that were really just back and forth throughout the season. Moist obviously ultimately come out on top of that exchange, and yet looking at the way that they'll play things out today, I'm curious how their playstyle will adapt into the international stage, because they rely on a lot more of an anchor sort of fighting style. They use MT as a way to back up the other 2 members, and while that can be something that other teams have used in the past, we've actually seen FaZe do it previously, using Frex as that anchor. The fact that you have your IGL playing anchor is a very different style than we see from a lot of other teams, and I'm really curious how MT is going to be able to IGL effectively from that position.
It actually reminds me a little bit of what we've seen Vext do, and what we've even sometimes seen Alliance do. They're not in this group right now, but Hockey's at times has played more of the Newcastle role. He's played more of these anchor roles in terms of a less aggressive style character, but you've also seen him flip the switch and go onto the Ashes, go onto the Wraiths, go onto something that he can scout actively from, and that's kind of 2 sides of thought in Apex. Do you want, as an IGL, to be doing the move and having your team follow, to scout, have your team back you up, or do you want to have the general's perspective, the POV of what everyone else is doing, and send your troops out into the battle, send the gunners out, the fraggers out, tell them how to micro while you stay back safe, able to adjust?
And this was something that in North America, Phony became really good at. As soon as Seer really started coming up and IGLs were like, oh, I want to play this Legend, I get so much information for free. And he picked that up and was able to really effectively communicate to his squad exactly what he needed. With the way that Seer has changed, I know that FaZe as a whole are trying to move back into that old but gold style where they use Frex as the anchor, where they play their own game, and yet with the changes to Seer, I don't know how that'll look for them at international play.
Seer, for those who do not know, still a big part of Apex Legends competitive, but not in the same way. His kit has changed. They've had a recent adjustment, and Seer no longer cancels shield batteries and heals. It no longer cancels revives. You can still get those off now. What it will do is silence you, and not just for 5 seconds, not for 7, not for 9, for 10 seconds. You will be silenced, and you will be slowed for about 2.5 seconds as well, meaning that your kit is gone. So what used to be a waiting game, Dia, in terms of I'll let that enemy Seer throw their exhibit down, use their focus of attention, then I'll use mine and my information will last longer. Now it's a race. Now if you can get that focus of attention off, that Seer now loses 2 abilities and your team can push quickly, so it's really changed the pace of these in-game fights.
And especially because the pace of the Seer tactical has picked up, you can hit more people more easily. You can take 1 Seer out and say, okay, you don't have 2 abilities on your team to use. That's, you know, maybe it's doable. You hit 2 people, that fight is over, especially with the slow that comes alongside that. Seer is much more of a, I've hit you, now I swing and kill you button than they were previously.
Always a dangerous thing as well. Again, those watching at home, those watching in the stands, we appreciate your patience. We're getting the server back and forth. A lot of people, you know, thought maybe we just paused the game here and just wanted to talk a little bit.
I mean, I love talking to you. So.
Shoot, I mean, you got us, guys.
Are we not doing this till 10 p.m.?
I thought T and I were just doing a 2-man show up here. No, the players will be getting involved. Do not worry. There's a great team getting this sorted, as well as these players getting ready to go. We want the optimal situations for them to compete. This LAN is important in many ways, Dia. I know you've got something to say quickly. This is a LAN that, for the first time, in terms of everyone representing, when it comes to Alliance finally having effect, when it comes to Aurora having their squad here, except, whoa, changes, Mollywan instead of Sunset. We'll talk about that.
Maybe not the squad they expected.
Not the squad they expected, maybe the squad they need. Who knows? Ooh, watch out for that. Fire Beavers here, the 2 top teams from Europe in Split 1 that couldn't make it. It feels like now, if you win this LAN, you can say we are the best in the world in Apex, undoubtedly.
Yes, absolutely, and that's the nice thing with the bookmarks on international play, is being able to mark yourself as at this moment, we are the greatest team. And now is when teams get to perhaps find out what it's going to take to get there.
And the crowd in London lets you know they're excited, so are we, as we head into game number 1, match 1 of our Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs here in the Copper Box Arena. Dia, always a pleasure, my friend. Let's get to it.
I think we're Mill, baby.
I think we talked enough. It's time to see the players take flight. And by flight, I mean down from the dropship and onto the landing zones here, where they have claimed. Will they stay claimed? That's what we're about to find out. We mentioned that the fight at Mill could be occurring, Dia, as we take a look at the map. What stands out here? Where are we looking?
Well, mostly it's standing out that the fight at Mill isn't really happening, nor is Thunderwatch and Stormcatcher, where teams have chosen to go their separate ways. Fury is still going to be claiming Lightning Rod, as well as the no-name village just over to the south, but no early blood.
You can see this is Noctum already in the mix of a fight, and this is that Mill engagement. 3MZ, goes down. And that's KCP and Zane and Nasky and Serdell looking to take down Roy. Maybe he can get away. Not the start Dreamfire wanted, but these are the things that can happen when you contest. So the Mill early on goes the way of Pioneers, 2KP to KCP.
It's exactly what they were hoping for. However, over in Barometer, we've suffered some losses as well. It's a change up from Noctem, taking them out of Fish Farms, where they would have been contesting up against LG, and putting them straight in the center of Barometer.
Pioneers, a team we had mentioned at the outset, coming in now with a full squad almost for the first time. It had been questions of if Max Strafey could join them. That question was one they stopped trying to answer. And when they found Zane, it felt like it was the piece they had finally been waiting for at LAN. I know Nasky feels this is his time. We'll see if he can put the pieces together, though, in the right order. Sometimes an early start like this gives you that momentum, Dia, that you're looking for, especially with a squad showing up for the first time at LAN.
It does, and having the first point on the board is going to be really important. It's nice to note that Mill also comes with a crafter and a ring console, but in this composition, you'll notice that Pioneers have actually given up the opportunity to scan for the next ring, something that we weren't seeing in Split 2. They've foregone the Catalyst and opted into the Bangalore for that aggressive play and that contest off drop.
We are seeing that a little bit more. Storm Point has always been the map that Bangalore, like you mentioned, can come in and do very, very well. We've seen that experimented on in previous years. In this split and in this year specifically for the ALGS, it's been a mainstay. And so is this weapon right now, the Prowler, the SMG that you will see in the hands of most pros, Dia. It has been so effective in range. 5 burst rounds at base. And of course, every mag that you upgrade from Blue to Epic, you will add another shot of that 5 burst. So ultimately 35 bullets in there. It will be pretty good. We're going to come back for just a moment as we get set. We apologize, but there is going to be another reset right now. And again, as much as it can feel like you do not want it, the boos come through in London.
No. I think Dreamfire fans are cheering. They get another shot.
There was a boo and a cheer.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Dia's hearing from one side of his ears, and that's okay. I'm sure Dreamfire is as well. They're hearing the good news. KCP, on the other hand, hearing the bad news. And that's kind of the, I wouldn't say the drama, but I would say it is one of the stories of this where if we go again, what happens?
Yeah.
If KCP loses that, how do they start to look at their start?
And this is a big shift for teams like Noctem, where the camera wasn't on them early, but the fact that they managed to drop in Barometer, take 2 out of Entropic, formerly known as 2R1C, means that now they've lost that element of surprise. Entropic know that they're contesting dropping into this map, and we gotta run this all again.
Listen, Dia, coming from a competitive background myself, and you probably watching as much or more Apex than any human on the planet, you know, like we said earlier, expect the unexpected. Going into a battle royale is one thing, but going into a LAN, it's another thing. Things happen, and you have to be able to adjust. Part of why I focus so much on the mental side of things is because this honestly pisses people off.
Yeah.
It gets in their head. And the experienced competitors know this is what to expect. Sometimes you have to reset. Sometimes you get a good start, you got to go back and do it again without the lack of surprise. Some of the newer teams, though, they might get flustered, and that's what we're ultimately trying to figure out, who is going to show up and kind of make this moment theirs. It's not easy, but that's the task handed to them at this land.
And this is why having a solid off-drop strategy when you are contested matters so much.
Yeah.
We saw KCP go for that for the far flight to get a little bit more equipment before they had to engage in the fight with Dreamfire, and it worked out really well for them. They've been actually scrimming this contest for days now. Dreamfire know what's coming for them. We're going to be running this again and again and again, because having talked to Dunaski just yesterday, I think he said that there was a snowball's chance that they were giving up.
Listen, D, if we ever need to start a podcast, I know we'll be able to do it.
This is the first episode.
Yeah, this is the first episode. We'll be right back. We're going to get this sorted out. Make sure when we come back, we are ready to play some Apex. We appreciate your patience. We will see you very, very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs. We are moments away from getting into our first match of the day, just getting a few last-minute things figured out. So we decided we would bring Blaze up onto the desk to hang out. That's because we didn't get a chance to talk to you after your phenomenal opening of the show.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm happy to be up here on the desk with all you amazing talent up here. Okay, it's been a while. High five to you.
Yep.
But when it came down to kicking off this show, shout out to the crowd out here, all right? Because there were so many awesome fans who came into the venue early with their signs, ready to have a good time. Okay, so I'm ecstatic. The venue's atmosphere is there, and once we get into these games, we're gonna be just rolling all weekend.
I mean, people have electronic signs that we saw before. It's
The
insane.
Dreamfire signs are sick out there. I gotta be honest with you.
All right, now let's talk a little bit, because we got a chance to obviously hear from Gino and Tiff before when we were talking about our teams to watch. I want to ask you some teams that you're looking forward to watching compete here this weekend.
Oh man, you know what? So for me, I'm not gonna lie, I'm in a bias, okay? So you guys can get me on that one later, all right? But for some of the teams that I'm looking forward to, has to be Pioneers, LG. Okay, those are two my squads that I would love to come out here and perform well.
Okay.
Outside of that, I'm thinking game against TSM. They'll be great as well. But I did get a chance to talk to Nasky earlier, just because the simple fact is that they had never played Dreamfire before when it came down to them contested mills. So once we got that kickoff before, they had already got reps in the day before. So it was interesting to see how all that extra time kind of really paid off in that early contest. And when we get that restart, we'll see what Dreamfire is going to do.
Yeah, we heard, we were all talking about before we came in today, we heard Rain and Dia talking about those contests on those drops. I mean, that's something we're definitely paying attention to.
I mean, run it back, right? I'm ready to see. And if it didn't turn out favorable for you for the first time, you kind of just can take a breath, take a breather, like we all are, and then we'll witness it again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it was, I think it was Noctum versus Entropic over at Barometer was one of the contests we were seeing there. It looked like Noctum got run out. They were, I mean, on the map that, you know, shout out to Sven, always helping us out here, NRG's analyst, posting those drop spots. Had them originally going down to Fish Farms, but it looks like they are going to be contesting Entropic at Barometer. So yeah, obviously with the match restart, they get to have another shot at that. It looks like they got pushed down onto that very southern island. So Entropic, not quite, you know, clearing the 3v3, but certainly coming out on top there. And then we're talking a bit about that, the Dreamfire coming up against KCP over there at Mill. I mean, Dreamfire is someone we've been watching in APAC South, obviously. This split, we just talked before about them having their full roster back, but it's been interesting because they've had a bit of an identity shift over the last split or two. They were historically this immensely aggressive team, and they've sort of shifted a bit more to, you know, focusing on the macro a little bit and making sure they're getting into the circle as well. But just having a chat to them yesterday, we did hear them. There was just a suggestion that Pete might be going back onto the core stick. And he was playing it way back, years ago, before anyone was, when they were one of the teams who could make that work. So I'm really excited to see if we get that pick back in action.
Oh, that sounds toxic.
We're going to have to talk to Vicky about that one. I don't think Vicky will be too excited if she sees a Caustic pop up back on this map. How do you feel about bringing Caustic in?
You know what? Yeah, when it comes down to Caustic, you know what? I don't mind it too much, okay? It's annoying to play against, but, you know, when it comes down to my crypto, okay, you know, I can get in, you know, use my drone a little bit, use that EMP, get through, you know, easy breaks there. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, Caustic, he provides great content for the ALGS anytime we see him, even if you like him or you don't.
Well, he's definitely better on World's Edge than Storm Point is what I'd say, right? So maybe less likely to see him here on this map. But, you know, when we get down to those late games, is almost just invaluable. You know, those really small circles at the end, of course, a gas grenade will pretty much fill up that entire space.
Now, when we're looking at these groups that we're going to be seeing competing here, as our first match of the day will be groups C versus D. Talk to me about some of these other teams that we're really looking forward to when it comes to their performance, because there were so many squads that we saw on the list, we didn't even have a time to fully break all of them down.
Oh, well, there's plenty we can talk about. Look, I've been watching so much Apex the past couple of months and even then some, but Gombre Otosan, and hey, for you those at home, I worked on my pronunciation, as did all of us, so don't come at me with that. This team, I cannot believe they're still orgless. They should have gotten signed after Split 1 playoffs if I have anything to say about it. Do you remember their gold knockdown play in Split 1 when they had the Newcastle and they were working their way through Storm Point? It was beyond impressive, but this trio, second overall for most kills, by the way, coming out of APAC North with 188, very consistent, and someone sign them, please.
I mean,
you got to.
They have to.
Okay, the stats speak for themselves right there.
That's what I'm saying. And obviously we're focusing pretty heavily on those APAC teams, so let's also talk about some of these other regions. I mean, I think one of the teams that jumps to mind when we're talking about these two groups, for me at least, is Optic Gaming. I think we should touch on them here just a bit. Blaze, while we still have you up here, how are you feeling about Optic?
You know what, when it comes down to Optic Gaming and we see their performance there from their last split there, the NA, they are one of the most consistent teams that we have there, especially when it comes down to their average kills per map, okay? Typically in like the top 3, top 5 for mostly all of them. But when it comes down to Optic Gaming, and especially the match point format on Sunday, they just got to stay focused, locked in, and close it out, okay? They're across the pond. We're not going to hear too many Optic Gaming chants here, but we probably still will. But nonetheless, they got a lock.
Look, I'll chant it. Let me just tell you, I've been watching. They don't stream very often when it comes to scrims, but I did tune into a couple times, and honestly, the comms were a little heated, but the moment they resolved that, turned off the stream, dropped an immediate 16 elimination game. So I think they are so crazy good.
All about their business.
Yeah, we're talking about the addition, right? They're no longer playing with Duplex. That had already happened. Dropped is on the team. I think he brings an entire another level.
I think he's great, and it's been a really needed change for Optic, right? It feels like this land could be the redemption arc for Optic Gaming. That's where I see it going. Back in Sweden, obviously, they were crazy. There was a lot of people saying they were the best team at that tournament when they were just running through people. Had a couple of lands since then. They didn't quite reach that same height. And now I think they've finally worked some stuff out, and it really feels like we might get to see that peak Optic again.
That sounds good.
I mean, I would not be mad about it. Like I said, there's so many teams here that we can chat about. We're going to continue doing that for a little bit while we continue to get match number 1 set up and ready. And one of the teams that I wanted to touch on too, see if we could have a little bit of a discussion about specifically, I'd mentioned them when we were talking about our teams to watch. Ascent, going up against TSM in that final play for our Split 1 playoffs. I mean, they are someone that I think it was me and maybe Gaskin who had picked them to potentially win the entire thing, and they were this close in that fight. How do we feel like they're going to fare this time around? Tiff, I'll send this one to you first.
Well, we all know Kashera is here on business. That man has been in the gym day in, day out, working on the mental, the physical, the apex, and just watching that team play. And, you know, post-kill, incredibly talented. Him and Kashera go way back. But Lufka, who had recently been added prior to Split 1 playoffs, has just been an immense fragger for them. And if you listen to their comms and the way that they approach the fights, when Lufka comes in really clutch and can hang in there and stay tough, deal enough damage on that entryway, they've got this.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a change up this split, or sorry, maybe even just going from Split 2 into the playoffs, right? Because there has been a big meta shift with some of those changes we saw to Seer, especially really shook things up, and the interactions with Catalyst's wall as well. You know, I think it's made how Crypto fits into a comp differently.
Right.
Obviously with Ascend using that previously, that's might change up how, you know, we see them approach this LAN, and that's definitely one of the things I'm going to be looking out for to see if they can adapt to that playstyle, because so many teams relying on the Seer wall and the Seer ultimate, the exhibit, and the catwalk combo during the split. Everything's changed now. We've really had that time between playoffs and the split here. These teams have to work out that new patch. Can Ascend do that? That's the question in my mind.
All right, now I heard, Tiff, I heard you mention, and I want to ask your opinion on this too, because we heard Rain Day talking about it before we went to that break here. As a former pro yourself, Blaze, how important is the mental when it comes to situations like this where you have to keep yourself in the zone?
Yo, it's super important in these cases, right? And, you know, as you're coming to this event, you're trying to put yourself, especially in scrims, in so many scenarios where it's like, okay, this is going to be tough. Okay, we want to have perfect practice right here. We don't want to just come out here and win scrims. We want to intentionally put ourselves in difficult situations, so in case you face it here on the main stage, that you're able to get up out of this. Now, just walking around the back, seeing the players warm up, even getting at the LAN centers, everyone is extremely focused, okay? They know that this is business. They understand the pressure of the ALGS.
All right, well, we said it was bound to happen soon. Match number 1 ready to go. Rain Day and Dia, it's back to you.
Let's go.
All right.
Vamos!
You sure? You sure? Lauren? Okay. All right. She doesn't know. I trust her, though. We've done a lot of events together. Dia, I'm excited to get back here as well, man. Podcast, already got a bunch of offers. We're going to work on that a little bit later, though. The game, the casting, the commentary, why we're here, the ALGS Global Series, Split 2 playoffs. Now we begin.
And look at the change. LG end up contesting this time as Noctem swap things up. We haven't got landings over at Mill just yet, but you know, Dreamfire and KCP, will just barely not touch the ground. Mill deuce.
Well, I said it before. Should I say it? Should I keep saying expect the unexpected?
Expect the unexpected. Expect the unexpected.
Yeah, you know, and ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is what happens. You got to be ready to roll with the punches. And, you know, at least you can look good and dance while the punches are coming, okay? Because that's all we can hope for. Seriously, Dia, this is going to test a lot of players.
It is.
We can see the chat. We can see the chat right now. This is going to test some players.
It is.
But
I am like, so I know that we haven't even gotten the chance to look at the actual contest yet, or whatever is happening, but I am on like mini-map gaming right now.
Yes.
Like just the first drops are so dramatic.
Well,
one day they'll stick.
And again, you start to second guess yourself in terms of how do we approach this, because you could see the Dreamfire and KCP were going right back to Mill. And I think this goes back to one of the bigger conversations that, yes, we want to see the gameplay, but so many people are just excited to see Apex in this format, not really sure all of the work that goes behind the scenes to establish why they're dropping in these places.
Yeah.
Why on earth would two solid teams be looting the exact same place and going 50-50, or maybe one or the other in terms of getting out? These things all happen well before, and it's pretty much, I mean, how would you put it, Dia? I feel like it's kind of, you know, a big dog trying to bark for their space and claim their territory.
It is, and a big part of this also comes down to teams establishing their playstyle off of a POI.
Yeah.
As an example that I'll pull us over to World's Edge, even though we're not there, it's difficult to play zone from dome. Just thinking about it that way. there are POIs and POIs that have specific kinds of loot that draw people and teams towards those POIs so that they're able to play their best game. If KCP and Dreamfire are contesting at Mill, it's because they believe that's what's going to win them the playoffs, not necessarily what's going to win them this game.
Meanwhile, let's take it up a little bit more north, and we start looking at teams like TSM, and we wonder, how do you feel with a team coming in, having won Split 1 playoffs, going into day 1, game 1? Is this something that you almost just roll with whatever happens, it's easy, it's light? Or do you want to step into this cementing kind of this air of being a champion, kind of claiming that this is not going to go lightly if you are in the lobby? You are coming to return and defend your throne, and there's no second guessing that.
I think there's room for second guessing, but I also think that that's what the TSM plot armor has taught us.
Okay.
They wouldn't have plot armor if they needed to defend themselves from nothing.
That's true.
And yeah, they'll. I don't expect a great, like a stellar day 1 for them. I expect them to be middle of the pack.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens later.
Listen, you know, I happened to speak with Hal a little bit earlier this week. I'm not going to say why, but seemed like he was in a good mood, good spirits. Another guy that, you know, you have to look out for, that we saw an image of, but not necessarily have spoken about here, is Furia. His Watson. One of the biggest names in Apex. Their rivalry, Hal and Watson, kind of got overshadowed by Hal and Sweet over these past few months. But Hal and Watson really had this wonderful moment in Apex where Watson was coming out of nowhere and running the tables of Apex Legends ranked, really showing to other people that he can get 9, 10, 11,000 consistent viewers across Twitch, blowing these numbers up, and also beating Hal. And Hal tried to catch him in that race. His Watson would not let it happen. Ends up showing up and taking second place at championships after qualifying in the LCQ, which we will have the week after this event ends to qualify for championships again, and some teams will be trying to get into that. But what a story to come in out of nowhere and have this happen, and now the team that he's put together with Panders, with Zera Tricky, they are fraggers, and I think the Seer meta with Bangalore, with Little Horizon, this is what they've made their money with.
It is, and what really stands out about Furia is the way that they've been able to stay near the top of the leaderboards ever since that big performance at Champs, and in a way that not many teams can do. I got the chance to speak to Zera, I think it was just before Split 2 kicked off, and he talked about the way that their IGLing style works, and it's not traditional at all. This is a very democratic squad, and for a team that is making very fast decisions on edge in a high performance level lobbies, that's difficult to pull off, and Fury are somehow just able to do it. Like they whip him out of ranked and they go, you know what, we're just playing a style that nobody else is.
I feel like Hal gave up on a democracy a long time ago. I think he's been trying to be king, and it has worked so far for Reps and Verhols. Let's see if that continues. We'll be right back. We're getting set. We're going into the game in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know it is a little late, but we have some action here over at Mill. Dia, break this down. It's not Dreamfire and KCP. Noctum has gotten in the mix.
Noctum, baby!
What?
Haven't made their way over to Mill. They couldn't decide where they wanted to land, but they picked the most deadly spot on the map.
And now we've got Noctum. We've got Zane, Dell, and Nasky. They look pretty healthy there as well. And we've also got Dreamfire, who has been displaced. What a wild ride. Everyone as well, welcome back. We are excited to be here. Finally, these games have gone on, and it seems like this one's going to continue, fingers crossed. But we are here nonetheless to watch this action at Mill that has caught our attention at the beginning. And this is going to be something we see most likely for the next 3 games, Dia.
It isn't. Honestly, there's no way to predict what's going to happen for Pioneers here, for Noctum as this fight continues, but we know that Dreamfire, having moved up to the north, are going to be facing off against Optic, so we may get 2 fights for the price of 1.
Noctum holding high ground, Nelas on the horizon as well, so he's got the flexibility to go up and come down if need be, but these angles are so tough to get aggressive on. It's better to usually just hold. KCP actually maybe trying to get aggressive there. Seer thought about it, focus of attention lined up, not going to use it just yet.
Some nice patience from them. That is so good, though. A 10-second silence onto triple members, but Worst still goes down. Dell is a monster, and Nelas is left to hold it against 3. You cannot stand against KCP.
Noctum eliminated just like that. Dell with the pickup, and Noctum gets punished for stepping where it was off limits. This is Dreamfire and KCP's town, and there's not room to go around.
The triple swing looked good. That silence was excellent for Noctum, but Pioneers with a bit of a shield dip, a bit of a gameplay dip at the end, were able to use the head peek to their advantage. They've got Mill, and taking a look at the map, they've got a clear path forward into zone. Village is currently occupied, and the last remaining member of Dreamfire is trying to hold it down by Spider Caves.
Dreamfire now next to Riddle Order. That's tough. A lot to break down, too, because that sets up the tone for, you're right, the rotation that KCP is going to have. Relatively free. I say relatively because they've still got Optic above them. And that is a team that we have, I kind of been remiss not to speak as much about as we could have. Skittlecakes, Nox, adding dropped after the collapse of SSG. This is not just helped their team. This has made their team almost another level of good. A level of good that in the previous championships, when we thought Optic could be a contender to win it all, this is going back to that style of Optic play. I have high hopes for them coming in as well. A team up on north at Down Beast, taking their time to rotate, but obviously a lot of skill.
And when we talk about taking your time, I want to bring up exactly how much this has impacted the game, because KCP's rotations during the regular season had them leaving almost 2 minutes ago. They would have been out of Mill. It's a very delayed game plan, a big change up from the regular season. FaZe have started to move over towards Antenna, however, where we have Pulverex dropping.
Phony following up on the Dark Veil from Frex. Focus of attention. Doesn't look like he hits one there. The silence would have been good because they're getting aggressive. They have this building to hold though. Snipe down. Back in Apex Legends competitive at the highest of high levels. He has waited for this moment for quite a while. He was with us on desk in Split 1 playoffs. Now playing, holding angles is Bangalore.
Now, the difficult part about an Antenna zone like this is that zone doesn't actually end Antenna. So when we're looking towards the end of the game, FaZe have picked themselves a temporary position. They're going to have a little bit of safety with things like the Catalyst to be able to hold this building effectively. But when they actually have to move, it's all going to come down to whether that wall is picture perfect or not.
Teams looking to play different styles of it as well. Yes, the early game, a big part of setting it up. But for those jumping in, obviously you're looking to find that place that you're going to end up, not just set up. That's why we don't have the map up on, but all these teams have crammed into the south side of Storm Point and are picking their spots carefully. Only a few. KCP still. We've got Fnatic out on the northern side as well. Vexed, we mentioned Tyler FPS, Unlucky, and Matafe. We'll see what they have to do, and maybe most notably TSM. Below them, quite a distance, but in the next zone, still looting up off of these Prowlers, Imperial, Hal, Reps, and Verholst. Verhulst taking on that Catalyst, which has been a big adjustment for him, but also has proven to be a big deal for TSM, having a lot more success recently in international scrims.
And it's interesting to see how TSM have continued to adapt to the Catalyst because, as you said, it may not have started really well for them.
Yeah.
And the fact that Verhulst is playing it would come as a surprise to a lot of people. You told me that at the start of the split, and I call you a liar. They've changed how they play the game to include Catalyst, but to include Catalyst in a very different way than other teams will be.
I mean, tell you that and call it a split and call you a liar. Raven told them that at the start of the split. They called him a jerk. They said, we're not playing Catalyst like this. And there was a huge argument. I covered it as well personally, but it was something that kind of led to the inadequacy of what the normal TSM points looked like. Heading into the beginning of split
LG.
2, LG here already running the table. MDY White's gonna hurt some of the fans here in the building, but LG Chivas off to a very nice start. All three stay alive, and Yanya, boy oh boy Yanya, one of the best players individually in this tournament, is going to get off to a great start.
Welcome to land, MDY White. There is no opportunity to step even a bit too far forward. Ascend, rain down fire on TSM, who've chosen to take the low ground in Antenna. This was not their first choice, of that I am sure, but now that they're forced to play out of it, they haven't got a whole lot of defensive legends, and they are in one of the worst spots to play out this game. Because as I said, zone doesn't end Antenna. If they survive these next few minutes, great. They're not surviving the exit.
That is one of the issues with Antenna in general. But maybe one of the bigger issues is just the difference in terms of who is above them. This is a team that has a personal vendetta against TSM, because it wasn't post skill from the heavens, it was Hal earlier on at the very last game before we played again here in London that finished them off with the Horizon to claim the Split 1 playoffs trophy. Ascend has a chance to grief them here, but a nice response. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Draugr coming in as well, helping to finish off post kill. Dell also taking down Yuka in the kill feed, but this has put a bit of pressure on Ascend.
It really has. I fortunately see them able to recover. Newcastle Watson, of course, will improve their economy, so they won't lose as many meds for this engagement as many other squads will, but still, having to play things again out of a center building in Antenna means that we're not in a sum-0 game. If anything, we're in a sort of a sum-1 game. Not a lot of these teams are feeling particularly good about their spot. Even Moist have got to be worried about their exit.
Antenna, not a fun place to be. 18 squads left as we head into the back half of ring number 2. Hitting 16 before that starts to push in. Moist earning that KP as they need to. Sometimes these points end up really mattering, especially when you're in a top 18, not in a great spot. You're going to have to move from Antenna, like you said. So getting KP here, this may be the points that they end up with for the rest of the game if they're not able to find a spot late in the zone.
I'm thinking as the zone will progress, we're going to be paying a lot of, oh my lord, attention to the Fast and the Furious.
More furious than fast. Maybe fast if you talk about how quickly Pioneers melted the health bars of Yuka and Umichen Lafchi, as well as Meltisera. Pioneers off to a great start, but how could you not? I mean, maybe the only team that's been tested in the same way again and again to start this lobby, now for the third time, able to jump in, have that early engagement, come out on top. They're feeling confident.
They are, and they should be. Fnatic is a team that many will recognize from lands previous, and they have an argument for best squad in the world. So, as we move in, the fact that they were able to repel that push is good. KCP, I think, probably feeling a little bit of the land sweats. They had a late rotation, didn't want to push that even after they destroyed the shields of Fnatic, and it's nerves for sure.
Well, they've got 5 KP, not too bad, nothing to slouch at as well. We'll see if that continues for KCP or if that's just something they'll get off drop. It's good to see them changing their ways though as round 2 begins to close. Optic Gaming rotating in on the northern side of where the zone will end up. They are in zone right now. Fnatic, Vex also not in zone. Vex, the team we haven't seen yet, but they've been slowly creeping their way down south past Cascade Falls, possibly running into Fnatic shortly here. But on that rotation, you're also seeing an interesting one. Dreamfire at Barometer and KCP running into them. also, this could be interesting because that could force a rematch from the early drop.
Yeah, we have a surprising amount of squads that are rotating in from the south, and Optic get to play either side of this equation. They have the option to move in through Antenna and try and cull all of that, or run through, sprint through even the squads approaching from the south. But I'm gonna toss it to one of your favorite teams. LG Chivas are in a great position. Zones like this, as we said, aren't going to end Antenna, and this time we're pulling further to the south, up on the hilltop, right by the respawn beacon, just north of Gale Station. It's picture perfect. It's where LG Chivas set up, and it's where they're going to stay.
Optic Gaming and LG Chivas go back a little bit. Earlier on in championships, when we first started LAN, it had been the split 2 playoffs in Sweden. We had about 960 days or so before we had an Apex LAN. So a lot of people were wondering what would happen. We ended up having the story of Dark Zero start there. It continued in championships, but in that fountain fight, that classic fight that Zero took to help get them that second win in a row and win champs, hoist that trophy, it was LG Chivas and Optic Gaming. LG Chivas on high, Optic Gaming down below. That could have put an end to it. So these two teams have tasted it. They've tasted that moment. They've tasted those big moments. Both teams have had a hard time getting back. I think LG Chivas, if they continue to play zone and be in these smart spots, Dia, they've got the firepower to be able to contend with anyone.
That they do, and the fact that they're approaching from opposite sides of the map should scare all of the sandwich squads in the center of that, because surviving that is going to be very difficult. We've got another squad approaching from the south, however, is up on the hillside by Gravity Cannon. Complexity have set up, and you are seeing the monster that is going to come out of Barometer and the southern rotation, perhaps including, as we said, Optic, but certainly and surprisingly including Dreamfire, who have made a full recovery.
Phenomenal resilience from Dreamfire. They knew what they were going to be facing. They didn't know they were going to be facing Noctum as well. And it is KCP doing a little bit more of the griefing, zone hitting, PETA 3MZ, as well as Roy. But they are still alive, like you had mentioned. How long will that last? The longer it seems to go, the worse their odds tend to be. But Riddle Order, a team that is maybe found close to a spot that in some zones you could see possibly God spot, Dia. This one they're going to have to rotate quite quickly, and in a few seconds, it's going to be a little bit of chaos.
They certainly will. Big fight breaking out, however, onto the Pioneers as they take the rematch up against Dreamfire. It's an easy dodge up on the gravity lift, and I'll be honest, they don't even make this look difficult.
Not even hard at all. KCP doesn't sweat. That is 8 kills, 8 points for KCP overall, 6 kills, I believe, that Nasky has had a hand in. They are looking strong. And when you talk about what does Zane mean for this team, it seems to mean a whole heck of a lot, Dia, as round 3 comes to a close in 5 seconds. And KCP clears out their backside once again.
Now they've got to focus on the rotation up, however, and remember, we've got other squads rotating in as well. Furia, one of them approaching from the north of Antenna, having to fight their way through all of this. Have already lost 2, and Watson whips out the shield swap, but in a 1v1 up against Snipe Down, might still fall. R99, but the peek through the knockdown shields takes him out, and his Watson claims another victim. Third party should be the end of this squad, and Furia bite the dust.
Big time shift up, though. At least Watson gets one, knocks down another team. No placement points outside of the top 15 as well, but this is the fight that we were just seeing. KCP was running into Complexity, and it was Pioneers eliminated by Monsoon, Luda, and Cody. They get the kills. They shut down KCP's rotation, and now they claim that entire western, southwestern side to be able to rotate into zone.
There's the power of a good position. Holding Gravity Cannon from that early on was the difference maker. KCP knew that they only have one way to go and weren't able to make it. Optic now unable to make it as well. This Zing, this ring is going to take them down. Skittlecake's still somehow alive, but it is temporary at best. And Tropic go down, and Optic Gaming soon to follow as Noct has nowhere to be.
Ascend still alive, TSM still alive as well. Vexed falls though, as well as in Tropic, so be careful. Antenna's getting a little crazy right now. Complexity still on the side. Rex firing back with the G7. Ganbareoto-san taken down. TSM with 7 underneath Antenna.
I may have underestimated TSM. I said some doubtful things earlier on about whether their performance would be good. When they put themselves on the low ground, I was a doomer, and yet here they are having picked up some kills, and that's as a duo.
But you're not wrong, Dia. They will have to move. Yes, they're doing well now. There's a lot of room to travel south, and getting out from the bottom either climbing that zip line or walking it up without a Valkyrie anymore is going to be tough. They don't even have the movement of HAL on Horizon. So this is a challenge for TSM. If there's any team that does well in tight situations and challenges, though, it might be TSM. So we will keep an eye on them for sure. Never count them out, especially since they are the defending champions here in London.
Now, Moist on the high ground are going to be going up against them, as will many. Element 6 still having to rotate out and into this mess, where LG have been holding just the rock by Gale Station to make sure they don't get ooped. This is an important play. Well, it's nice to take space. LG are playing the conservative game.
LG probably have the best position here. The only thing that could happen is somebody gets greedy. Somebody says, we've got to move somewhere, and we're going to go backside rock, and we don't care who we're fighting. LG maybe not planning for that, but expecting that things could not go as swimmingly as it looks right now, as round 4 is about to close. Maybe 6, 7 teams, including Fnatic, TSM, Moist, Ascend, Riddle Order, as well as Element 6 outside of this zone in Antenna. They've all got to move right now.
As the ring starts to close, we've got plenty to look forward to. The few buildings that populate the north side of the zone are going to be contested. Start a fight holding one of them as Ascend fly right over, and Moist watch it all happen.
Oh, Ascend!
This is where we're going to picture perfect walls. Ascend stick the landing in the center of Complexity and LG, forcing both squads to move up, and Moist make a move of their own.
They're just walking it. Moist trying to do it the old-fashioned way and use their feet. Pricey, he goes inside the building. They know there's fighting there. Great grenade. It's going to isolate the player downstairs. They'll find one. Moist Esports looking to find another. The Volt gets enough damage there for Pricey, and they become the new kill leaders. Ascend goes down, and Moist still alive on the bottom in the chaos.
The fact that they were able to take this building so easily against a team with a Rampart, I mean, that is not expected.
No.
Not what you pick Rampart for. There's still plenty of action, however, as in this building we've got multiple squads coexisting, and the real fight, Rain Day, is going to happen again when we pull over towards the south, and everybody's got to uproot themselves again.
The difficulty of working on Storm Point. You don't have to just play placements, play buildings, play POIs. You have to play high ground and low ground yet again. It can be so exhausting, but for a team like Moist Esports, it feels like they're just finding their second win. MT low on blue shields, but he's gonna get another purple real quick as he swaps that one out. 8 squads left, and Moist still, with some momentum, have a chance to pull it off, but they're gonna have to get through Riddle Order, who are in their own engagement here.
My Lord.
Up and down from Mia K, finds one, looking to find 2, and get the collapse. That's another one, Element 6 down. Riddle Order takes the kill.
That's the player that saved Riddle the series, that saved them the game, and now with Complexity and fight up against LG, we're fighting for the winning squad. Whoever holds on to this spot should take it all, and LG Chivas, again, don't even do them the decency of making it look hard.
That was so simple for LG Chivas. It looked like they weren't even trying. That was the fight at the high ground where the circle will end. Complexity just got tired of waiting. They said, let's go for it, and they did. Unfortunately, it is LG who remains king of the zone. It's certainly looking like a win for them, but there's an evac tower. What, a little bit of a distraction? A little bit of a backup plan. Verhul's still alive.
Plenty of squads trying to make it in right now. Start a fight, I believe, technically in zone and with quite a bit of cover. LG Chivas have to focus their attention towards the north, allowing Start a Fight to claim a few more placement points.
You certainly wouldn't say the Spitfire is meta, but in the hands of Yanya, anything should work, especially with a Prowler to switch over to.
Running
the assault. Running out of ammo. That was what hurt them in terms of stopping Dark Zero from winning. They ran out of ammo. They've been in this position forever. Will the same thing happen yet again to an APAC South team in Pricey and Jogger? It doesn't look like it. It's Start a Fight Esports who take down the rotation of Moist, and now it looks like it's setting up for a Start a Fight Esports LG Chivas finish.
And look at the composition coming out of South America. We knew they had a lot to offer coming into this land. 3 squads left, Rampart, Crypto, Gibraltar. They are breaking the game.
What is this squad? What are they doing? Whatever it is. The rest of the lobby wants a little bit because top 3, 9 points already, and a great position, at least for now, has put Start a Fight in the conversation. But Pricey and Jogger, they've stayed alive. This could get a little wonky. Lusquin, Jinx, Cipolla, they could try to rotate. Obviously, Pricey trying to stay alive. I think everyone says, let's get rid of this team, and then we'll fight it out as 3v3s. But you never know. If they can't finish them quickly, Yanya could be exposing himself here. and it could leave something open for start a fight.
Moist can't commit to the low ground. LG can't commit to the low ground. Whatever team actually tries to take out start a fight is relegating themselves to second, and it puts us in this harassment battle. Now, the next ring is going to determine who ultimately has to move first, but I suspect that we'll find out much before that. Draugr actually gets back up, but remember, we've still got Gibraltar Ultimate, Crypto Ultimate, and Rampart set up for start a fight. They should not go down fast.
Yanya looks to just try to move. They destroy, I believe, the Horizon Black Hole, and that's still Pricey alive. 3 spots left. Yanya's like, get this Apex South man out of here. I am not dealing with. He's even got Draugr back up as well. And Lusquin, Jinx, they're not having any of it. Crypto in the zone of Gibraltar. They're going to EMP on top of this and get Moist out of here if they can, but Moist takes to the skies.
Still alive for now, but it is a temporary lifeline to start a fight, commit for the second place in the face of LG Chivas. They rush Moist, and they pick up a singular knock. Moist Esports go down, a collaboration of them and Luminosity, and in the 3v3 now, Luminosity have to clutch up, start a fight with the Gibby, crack Yanya, almost take him down, and Jinx pops over on the Rampart, getting melted by Deathwish. LG Chivas take game 1.
And just like that, we question whether they could do it all. Well, they just did it all and then some. LG Chivas take game 1 here in London in your Split 2 playoffs with a smile on everybody.
A Mexican squad up against a Brazilian squad. Now, LG Chivas may be playing in North America, but South America as a whole looked good.
Buenos dias versus Bon Dia.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of fans right now in our Twitch, YouTube chats, and all over the world celebrating this win and that final 2. But it didn't seem so simple at the start. I mean, they had to do a lot of work to get Moist Esports out of there, and credit to Pricey and Draugr, who made it difficult to do so with a lesser position.
They did, and it was the difficulty of coming out of Antenna. Moist committed to that early, and credit to them, made it work up until their exit. Got a lot of placement points. I'm not sure how many kill points they actually picked up in that, because while they cleared out an entire building, there were plenty of squads that fell alongside them. I'm suspecting that they landed themselves top 3, top 4, but it's iffy, especially with the amount of kill points that other teams were grabbing.
One of the things, too, Start a Fight probably would want back as we take a look at it in a moment here, but they're playing Rampart, right?
Yeah.
They have to get in their mind that it's a little bit better if they're the ones teams have to approach. They had to kind of get aggressive, and it seemed like at the moment where there was a choice to be made, they chose to simply push Moist. Was that the right decision, though? Should they have waited, let maybe LG do that? Because if you do, sure, LG could get an engagement, but you risk Moist trying to push Start a Fight.
This is where the ring really comes into play. Start a Fight had to go forward, and it was a question of what risk they exposed themselves to. Once you sniff out that it's a duo that Moist are playing with, it's a lot easier to secure yourself second there than gambling on taking out a trio in Luminosity Gaming. Let's actually take a look back at it.
Yeah, it's perfect. As we started, LG Chivas bringing in the Chivas to the Split 1 playoffs, Split 2 playoffs in London, now also bringing in the style points, 16 to start it off. They probably ended up with about a 22-point game here after finishing off a few, but as you can see, Dia, they're throwing everything, the cart, the horse, everything to try to get these squads out. Doesn't work, but look at the room Jaguares has to play from.
There's a bit of an identity crisis happening here. Now that I take a look at the play again as well, start a fight, commit to the Gibby Bubble into Rampart setup, and then come out of that commitment after using Crypto Ultimate to uproot Moist. So not really playing to the best of their legends and making calls in the moment. It's what it's going to come down to all the time, but having seen the play, it certainly helps you understand the dire situation Start a Fight we're in.
Well, you know, you do kind of say the fact that they have to use that Crypto Ultimate to get the most out of it, I think it's smart to use it onto Moist. The issue is, do you have to Gibby Bubble for that? Maybe Rampart walls were down. They were getting pestered from afar. Maybe they didn't have time to place it. Gibby Bubble was just fast. Guaranteed they lived through a few more seconds, and then they were able to get their EMP off. I'd rather have a bad EMP and a bad bubble than no EMP and no bubble at all, because we tried to do too much and get too much value and got peppered out in the open.
Yeah, that's my problem, right? When you're in a situation, as these endgame circles tend to be, putting too much on your plate can be your downfall, and certainly was in many ways. However, a second place start is really not bad. Luminosity are going to be very happy with their first, but Start a Fight, Again, coming out of South America, a region with, as we discussed, a lot to prove. This is basically the dream scenario for them.
There's nothing more that they could have done to start this tournament than that, to put themselves in the conversation. And I think this is exactly what you want, to be in the conversation of teams we're looking at LAN. South America, undoubtedly, they have the least representation here. They've got the least slots and spots here. I believe it's 4. And they've found a way at this point to try to lift themselves up in the best way that they can. Obviously, LG Chivas, Mexican team, but playing in North America, so not counting as a slot, but certainly Certified Esports. Fantastic performance from them. We are going to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but the question is this the tournament that LG Chivas finally show up? I certainly hope it is. They've got the potential. We'll see if they follow through. Game 2 coming up with the results. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back to London in the Copper Box Arena. The Split 1 playoffs ended in such a Fnatic fashion. Not with Fnatic, no, TSM claiming the win. Can they do it again? They're playing right now in our Split 2 playoffs as we welcome you back. Our crowd live in the house. And they've had a busy morning, but, you know, got here early, decided to brave the London traffic. Boy, oh boy, Dia, that London traffic, it is something. Don't get me started. I'm from LA, and even I think it's bad. Rene and Dia up here in the box, in the Copper Box. Dia, we just saw a fantastic performance from two teams you know very, very well, LG Chivas and Startify.
Yeah, and having talked to them beforehand, LG Chivas, in fact, I ran into them while they were scrimming the other day. Had a quick chat with them about what they were thinking moving into today's games, and from their perspective, scrims had gone swimmingly. There's no reason why the tournament shouldn't. So this is, I think, as expected from their perspective, and yet for a lot of teams, they didn't have it as easy as LG Chivas, because make no mistake, LG Chivas played well, but they also had an incredible zone pull for them, being the only team to land over at Fish Farms and then make their way over through Gale Station. In another ring, I don't know if we get a performance exactly the caliber of this one where they had utter control over the lobby.
And when you consider the fact that this lobby had a lot of teams we were counting on earlier on with KCP, with Dreamfire, not make it. Dreamfire, most likely because of the troubles they faced with KCP along the way, complexity, taking down KCP after having 8 already. The excitement there is what they felt like wearing that brand new Nessie hoodie, which they're selling, which I need, by the way. But it all led to, you're right, an easier side, an easier group, a lesser, I think, level of, I don't want to say competition, but there certainly weren't every team that was in that final antenna zone, in the zone that LG had to fight. So we'll see if they can do it with adversity. That's going to be the real test for them as we head into Game 2, if they don't get a zone that pulls as favorably.
It will, and what the teams, of course, that I'm looking at going into this next game are the ones that we saw coaches getting involved in right at the end of last. As soon as the last match finished, Kimchi was all up in Complexity's face, helping them out, hopefully, with how to defend against their push over by Gravity Cannon.
This team FaZe, we just switched from them to start a fight, but to talk about FaZe a little bit, I didn't think Snipedown was happy losing that 1v1 to his Watson. That is, you know, 2 icons in the scene, 2 controller player icons as well. And Snipe, you could tell by his face, locked in. He wants to go next. Phony, to me, he's the challenge. I've issued the challenge to him. He has to step up. If FaZe is going to do well, they've got the pieces, but Phony has to transition from being a great player to an iconic player. He's got to step into the shoes of the Sweet Dreams, of the Imperial Howl, and lead this team to victory. I think he can do it. The man had the marriage buff in February. He got married a week later. And he's a stylish dude. He bowled next to us, Dia, when you beat me in a bowling game. I can't believe it.
He's a better Apex Legends player, though.
But let's just say he's a better Apex Legends player. We're not going to say he's bad at bowling. We're just going to say he's a much better Apex Legends player. A lot of hope for FaZe. We'll see as that continues. But a lot of teams in a similar situation like that, Dia.
I tend to agree. It's time for the good to become the great, right? And the great, as Phony has been, to become the excellent. I'm actually thinking back to before he really embraced this sort of Seer IGL style. I liked things like the Newcastle that he was playing with, being able to use that as anchor for the squad, and I think that the discrepancy that FaZe are facing up against now that we're moving into playoffs here, trying to redefine their play style, is that you're trying to reconcile this heavy IGL style from Phony with Frex being this incredible anchor, where both of them have had success in that role, and you can't both be anchoring Snipe.
If you do, you certainly can't be the first 2 down, ideally, which is what happened there. Snipe was the last man standing against that fight with Furia, but you don't want to get in the fight with Furia either while you're rotating in zone. That plays to Furia's strengths. What will be FaZe's strengths? One of the things in day 1 and 2 which shot FaZe out was their ability to get these zones and do well with them. LG Chivas has proved that they can do this in this environment. Optic Gaming, relatively quiet as we take a look at Dropped. Skittle Cakes to his left, not to his right. Will they show up? Dia, I think this team has a ton of potential, but for all the teams that I've seen perform today, Complexity's energy has just been top tier. I mean, they're communicating. Monsoon dancing up a storm. Kimchi Lee. I don't know if he's doing biceps with that, you know, bicep curls with that water bottle. It looks like he could.
Yeah.
64 ounces or something. The man is yoked.
He really is.
But they're staying connected to the game. And again, I think that it's about how do you show up. This game 2 is very close to getting underway, ladies and gentlemen.
Complexity certainly had good fundamentals, as did many teams, but the second game is where we really take a step forward. First one, maybe you're shaking off the jitters of LAN. Now it's really time to play on Storm Point.
As they land down, what will occur?
Well, already Noctum have issued the challenge. They went, you know what, LG, you had too easy of a time last game, and we didn't have a great time over by Mill, so that contest is off to the races. This wasn't something that looked good in scrims, but it's already gone on for much longer than it ever did online.
Noctum in trouble here. And I didn't even need to see that fight to know that it was not going to go well. Noctum better off challenging over with KCP and Dreamfire. But for those who don't know, we have a chance to see some of the in-game chatter that's going on. And I can tell you, someone from KCP was very unhappy that Noctum landed near them and Dreamfire. It was being very well known that they did not appreciate it. I wonder if that had to do with Noctum changing, because I can tell you this landing did not work.
No, it didn't. And I'll tell you who it did work for, actually, is both KCP and Dreamfire. Although Dreamfire, having said they would not give up Mill, now have done exactly the opposite, letting themselves over by Jurassic instead.
As you can see just there on your screen, we didn't go into the overall series results, but LG is your #1 team with 29 points after that 3 KP that occurred, and obviously well-deserved from them. Moist Esports right behind them with 19, and TSM with 14. A surprisingly sneaky 14 for TSM, I would say, Dia, as you know, that is for a game that they did top 5, a very good score.
It is. It is. And out of a not great spot as well.
Yeah.
This is typical TSM, and I'm gonna let them fly. They do their thing because, as I said, probably not a great start to the day, start to the tournament, but I'm expecting them to pick things up as we get later on. As we get later on into this game, I'm also expecting a similar situation where in Antenna last time we had a lot of squads grouping up. You can actually do a very similar thing in Jurassic, but Barometer is the place to be right now.
5 seconds left before round 1 starts to close up as we see KCP. Much easier time at Mill today. Little Order staying just south of them. Little Order was around for most of that. We mentioned Yukio coming in, such a presence in APAC North as a streamer. It's really hard to put into words if you're not familiar with that region, if you maybe only watch North America or you maybe only watch EMEA, but I'm telling you, it is massive, the presence that he has. And also the style that Riddle Order has. They have some custom Air Forces as well. The Smirk on one side, the Riddle, and then the Order on the other. Shoe, very, very cool. I'm excited to see this team continue to perform. But a zone is going to be a central zone here. As you mentioned, Barometer, the place to be. Teams already moving that way, Dia, and in fast fashion.
Yeah, there's a bit of flexibility in spots like this. It's likely to go towards the north of Barometer, but there is always the opportunity for us to pull out into the western side of Jurassic. So, in a position like this, we've got Element 6, who are going to be plenty happy, especially with a early rotate off of a Watson Catalyst, to just bunker down and hold on. But a composition like this does come with downsides. When you pick up Watson Catalyst, you need ring scan, and looking at their position, that's not something they're going to get.
Yeah, and again, late game rotation, not as ideal.
Yeah.
However, the Catalyst does make up for that. That is one of the biggest things Darkveil does. It's the rotation in these zones where you do get in trouble, you do have to cross open water, open land. That can give you and buy that time so that you can go ahead and put a Watson gen, set up some fences on the other side, and feel comfortable. Certified Esports inside as well. 11 points. I mean, this is group stage. Remember, there's so much Apex Legends to play over these next 4 days, Dia, that I think teams too, once you have a decent start, you get a top 2, you start saying, okay, let's just keep this up. Let's not mess this up and get too aggressive too early, because this is really shaping up for the way we want to consistently perform.
It is, and as we continue moving through the day, teams have the opportunity to get more conservative, and conservative in smarter ways. Right now, people are playing safe because they don't know what's around them, as opposed to later, where you can temper the aggression. We got a crypto going off on the floor, however, as Gambare Otosan start showing up in Barometer, claiming the roof, and actually, with a Newcastle, you can play this area.
You really can. It takes about 800 damage to throw one of these Newcastle walls out, but they will be permanent. But when you add a Watson gen, you add Newcastle's mobile shield next to it, you kind of got yourself a nice little campsite there on the top of the hill. That was a pretty fast RV setup. And Gambare Otosan happy to just post up and chill. Also not trading too much in those sniper battles with the triple take, as the gen is going to just heal that passive shield up slowly over time.
Ooh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Who thought Entropic was taking down FaZe in this first game before round 1 even finishes closing? I bet FaZe didn't have that in their books, but this is a big show for Entropic, who had their own really fascinating path here during the course of this split. They've actually changed up from when we used to see Hiarka and Uchako on AYM during the last LAN, and they've actually completely swapped up how they play the game. Hiarka is now the shot caller where he used to be the anchor, now playing IGL for the team, has unleashed Uchako to be that much more aggressive, and it is clearly showing up well for them.
And sometimes that's the one switch that you need to put you into the next level. Pulverex, a lot of times we jokingly say it, sometimes the switch they needed to go to the next level was just another player. They've got 3 this time around. Fchion is become famous in the Apex Legends community for not only his biceps, but his ability to play tactically well, to make top 5s, even in difficult situations. With this bridge spot, they've got a lot of flexibility, Dia, and playing the Rampart and Crypto with the Bangalore. Unusual, but they're making it work.
It's like a budget Gibraltar in this situation, or perhaps a more aggressive one, right? You have a little bit more cover, and you get to gamble with now what you know Bangalore gives you, the ability to close gaps, play, as you said, a little bit more aggressive, but in terms of the larger game plan for Pulverex, they are using flexibility as a way to make up for the fact that they don't do one thing especially well as this composition.
One of the things, though, that Pulverex knows is that this is, in some ways, an uphill battle. APAC has had success, but they haven't reached the pinnacle of the success that they've been hoping for, especially in this region. That's been all Fnatic, who have top 5, who have topped 8 in their last events. What I think they're looking to do, too, is Crypto is such an effective legend in these tough situations where maybe you lose someone down on a rotation. Maybe you're a little nervous in game 1 or 2 trying to figure it out. Getting those banners, getting the revives off, it's the safest way to do it. It's the most effective way to do it when teams are not going to let you get anything for free, and you don't want to take major risks getting your feet set in a tournament.
Yeah, and when you're expecting to be rotating without a lot of priority as well, maybe one of those early zone teams feels good around the outside of Jurassic, say, but if you're a team like Start a Fight and you're trying to make your way into zone out of Barometer like this, it's not a great spot. You may end up playing a suboptimal position where you can't peek. Crypto lets you get all that information for free.
AT squads left now. 2 have gone down, FaZe being one of them. Phony, Snipe. They're going to have to go down to the drawing board with Vex for game 3. Only one more game after this on Storm Point. Still plenty to play here, though. As Ganbare Otosan, we saw them set up on high. They've now dropped down below under the bridge. And to me, this is a much better spot for a Watson to hold. Generator is a little bit more effective here, but they're still on the move. They're not happy with it.
Very playable from really any spot that they choose to take here. On the low ground, they have safety, but at the cost of autonomy in the game. And what it looks like they're trying to do now is reclaim a bit of that autonomy by taking high ground in air quotes for your ability to then take fights on everyone else. And Tropic, who slew FaZe earlier in the day, now hold the very top of Barometer, and fortunately enough for them, got a scan.
And we're not sure if this was FaZe who actually maybe flew into Entropic already in this position, maybe trying to set up for an end game, didn't expect to have a fight, and they ended up meeting their match. We know that Hyarka, Chaco, and Thorfinn are no strangers to being able to 1v1, 2v2, or even 3v3 with the best of them. Qualifying in the EMEA region, I believe in around 9th, 8th position heading into this.
Now, we've still got a lot of teams that need to appear on screen. Teams that haven't made their way into the ring yet, teams that aren't playing zone for Barometer, and they're all pretty darn terrifying. We've still got teams like TSM and Vexed outside of the ring. We have not seen Furia yet this game, and even Fnatic has been pretty quiet.
Well, Dia, I only cut you off because Fury's about to run into TSM. I mean, they're making their way right down, right now on the map to fight TSM. This is not going to go without a fight. Watson, Panders, Zeratricky about to run into our reigning defending champions here in London. And that's a nice start, 51 already. Focus of attention, this should be a push.
No knuckle cluster on Watson for 10 seconds after that. The silence on defuse, very, very effective in this particular matchup, and a bit unlucky.
Really surprised they don't go after that. That's 10 seconds, no abilities. Now Reps gets hit. I wonder if the reverse is going to be true, and as Watson, Zeratricky, and Panders decide that this is the time to get aggressive. It's only one, though. And Verholst, aiming the outside. He's got the Dark Veil. He's got the Piercing Spikes. We talked about Big E taking on the task of playing Catalyst. It's different. He's not the Valkyrie. He can't get as aggressive. He can't be as mobile. And all they've done is say, let's hold on to our big toys. We'll just show a little bit of force, and they will turn the other way. And Fury has done exactly that. They've decided to run Dia away instead of challenge TSM.
Understandably as well, they've got time to make this rotation work. I will say, however, having expended the Catalyst wall, moving even further past that is ridiculously risky. A 30-30 can down you extraordinarily quickly, and there's just not that much space in the next zone. So Furia are playing a lot more carefully than I would have expected them to, honestly, given their brand.
TSM holding a great spot. They've fought off Furia. But will they approach Fnatic as they make their way closer to the center of the zone? Let's go ahead into a listen in, sponsored by WD Black.
I'm going to go inside Jurassic.
What's our med count? I'm 11-6.
11-6.
4-5. I can hold 3 cells. Can drop. Drop T2. He can drop you.
Okay.
Are we safe at all? Doesn't look like it.
Not really. We don't have an evac tower here.
We'll be safe against us in the river over here, but...
Are we safe over there? Look at my ping.
I have to go check.
We're
We
not
need to
safe.
look Jurassic.
Not
When you,
really safe
Devin, take my spot inside Jurassic.
Yeah, just see where we can play. We can always int that building team if we have to, but
Yeah,
we're
I know.
thirded.
Wait, they have a longbow in there. I cracked them. Popping a bat.
I hear someone walking up on me, walking up on me, walking up on me. Coming.
Okay, double blue, blind armor!
Yeah.
Track these guys here!
One on the right side,
One! On there! I'm gonna walk up maybe on that!
On right side rock. Hide the bat.
Two in. I'm up the horizon open, okay?
Okay.
I'm walking. I'm horizon open.
Horizon open?
They're all here on my ping.
Horizon cracks.
I'm swinging left side. That was one. Swinging left side. Sears cracked. Last guy's here. Last guy's here. Got him. Get the res right away. Drop armor, please. I'm dropping. I dropped an armor. Get back up the hill.
Going up the hill. I'm running. Yeah. Good stuff.
There's a team here. Back up. Get back
Yeah.
down the hill. Get back here.
Yeah.
Hold frame.
I'm good here. I have 50 light.
I don't have any light for you.
We
I have
did
zero
kill
light.
this team. We build her up. We really have to start killing this team.
One's walked up. I scanned him. Yeah,
I don't have ball either.
That's fine. It's just wait. We can't push them. It's gonna be. We have no ultis.
We have 15 seconds on zone.
I know.
I'm popping an ult so I'm gonna get my wall soon.
I think we just play for KP and kill these guys unless they fuck off.
We're not.
Are they still there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
we're close.
Yeah, they're
I'm gonna
holding.
get my wall soon. I'm gonna like walk up to the left.
We have to go
right.
spider cave. Okay? I think we have to go spider cave here.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna see. Is there any way I can heal this purple? Batting this purple.
Is there any way actually we can walk up on them? I don't think we can cross on these guys. I think we go spider cave with catwall. Okay.
Yep.
You might have to preemptively do it, Evan.
Yeah,
They have a charge rifle.
About to do it now, I think.
I have to bat. I'm in a bad spot. I might die.
You're good.
Good wall.
I don't know if catwall's. I don't know if that's even safe over there, but just send it.
You might have to kill me.
Okay?
I'm gonna die for sure.
Take it.
I'm dead.
It's fine. Try to get the zone.
I have white knock. They're gonna finish me for sure.
I'm trying to shoot for you.
Dead. Break this queue. No, they're beating us. No knockdown. It's about to go away. Come on.
I'm just gonna die here. Like, I can't do anything there. I don't know.
And sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. TSM out in a desperate fight uphill against a valiant opponent in Fnatic and someone else who came around. It was actually Moist Esports who joined the party. Just not enough there, Dia, to survive.
And some killer instinct, of course, from Fnatic, really demonstrating the power of high ground outside of Jurassic, right? GSM were able to rebuff Furia, they were able to take down Vexed, and as soon as they lost that high ground, they went out. Unfortunate for them, and in the course of things, unfortunate for LG, who we lost out on. Dreamfire now trying to make their way into the next ring. Huge stand on Seer, and Roy goes crazy!
3MZ as well, fighting alive. No knockdown shield here for him. They're creating them. Pulverex balls. And Dreamfire live again, but oh, there's more coming here. LQD, Peiju, and Mingyue trying to get into it. It's MDY going up against Dreamfire, trying to clean it up.
They're all new to LAN, and they're going up against one of the more seasoned players of international competition. MDY White have lost one. Feiju on the ground. Quick heal just from LQD. Has Ming still waiting to get back into the game, while Pite and Roy bide their time. Pite and Roy, they have the advantage.
2v2 right now, low ground as well. Medkit tossed over to Mingyue, but he doesn't want to do it yet. They've got a knockdown shield on each side to play with. And there's that focus of attention. They both come out at the same time, so no one can silence each other. And they decided to make the move here. Carr singing, but what's the tune? He has to reload. He armor swaps as well. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
No way!
And MDY White, Mingyue, he clutches in against Dreamfire with one of the best armor swaps we have seen mid-fight.
First time at LAN, and they look good in game two. But things are far from over as Fnatic and Moist battle things out. Number one in their regions, respectively. But Fnatic suffered losses on the outside.
This is starting to get hot. As Fnatic know, the pressure is building. Meltacera still alive, and Umichan Lufshi drops the shield for Meltacera to pick up quickly. Over on Barometer though, more fighting. Optic, Nox trying to stay alive here, but it's Riddle Order and Complexity who are in the mix.
And Complexity from this low ground do still have an advantage in the form of Horizon Tactical. They can engage as they like, and they drop down to finish a squad.
Wow.
Instead, Optic are gonna lose out on this. It's not easy to jump onto Complexity from this point, and they're gonna be safe down here.
The confidence I'm feeling from Complexity, it's just coming through the keyboards. I cannot tell you how this team feels at LAN. It is just one of those experiences you kind of have to be there to know they're clicking, they're vibing, and you can see with a top 8 finish right now, at least they're putting themselves in a position to take advantage of being invited here, of earning a spot at Split 2 when they had to watch from the sidelines in Split 1.
Now Complexity are at a crossroads on the low ground. They are safe for the next zone. Will they choose to take a more active position and perhaps participate in taking out a squad like Fnatic, who is going to have to move? MDY White now gone. Complexity still playing off of the low ground. And I tell you who's still in zone. I tell you who is dead center. We've still got Start a Fight just from last game out of South America. Once again, having made it into the top 10, and Entropic sharing space with them.
They were rinsing. They put a down payment on that place. They have been here the entire game, sitting in these buildings, content to wait, watch, and ironically not start a fight until maybe top 5. But if they get another top 5 in a row, big start for South America. But could it be APAC's game? Gambare Otosan, we've seen MDY White perform extremely well also. Boy, oh boy, these positions are starting to get fun.
Just barely in the ring. And this spot where they've got Newcastle, Watson, all the shenanigans. Remember, Gunbari Otosan moved here early to make sure that they would have autonomy, and now they are at risk of losing all of that. Rush forward from Fnatic under cover of smoke, mirrored by E6, is going to bring both squads to a head.
Riddle Order. We've mentioned Yukio, but now we get to see it in action. Has to reload on the Prowler, also has to reload in terms of the shield, so hits the battery. One tappy, Mia K on the high ground as well. Dark Veil will pause for just a moment, but they don't need to rush anything. They've got the position, they've got the zone, they've got angles to play from. Element 6, they've got low ground, but the pressure has been on. They've been able to stabilize. 17 points so far, 4th place overall in the day after 2. Can they come up with a win? They put the generator down. They're certainly feeling like they can hold this position.
It's the hope that this lasts them until next zone. It's difficult, nay impossible, to push E6 in a spot like this, because as soon as you do, you go down. But Complexity, it looks like they're biting the dust a little bit early, not able to commit to playing the high ground, and unfortunately forced to play the low. They lose 2, and it's just up to Monsoon.
Found themselves the meat in the middle of the sandwich. Unfortunate not to be in a position where they could shoot from the outside like Riddle Order, like Start a Fight. But they have done well to get at least a top 7 and be in the mix yet again. Monsoon actually still alive and representing for the team. So while maybe team hopes are a little low in terms of placement, Monsoon can still eke out something here. So another sign for one of our favorite personalities in Apex Legends.
Every placement point matters, but Riddle Order also know that every kill point is going to be really nice for them as well. They haven't got any contest towards the south side of this ring. Riddle's big threat is E6, so it's why they're holding off on pushing Monsoon, and it'll let Complexity, perhaps, as you say, eke out a few more placement points. This zone starting to close, though, is going to force 2 big squads to move. Start a Fight and Entropic have been very passive during the past couple of rings. Now they've got to start making decisions.
Chaco, Hyarka, Thorfinn on Entropic, as you mentioned, representing Amiya. But there's a lot of APAC around them. Gambare Otosan, Riddle Order as well. Beast of the Hunt activated by iTappy. One Tappy, excuse me. He's got 2 kills, looking to add a few more as he loots up. And the Bangalore ultimate just lands. Buys time, doesn't connect for much. Dia, but the round is closing, a minute and 32 before this is all said and done with these squads. And they're just taking their time.
Another scan comes through, and it just lets you know where you should be playing. Unfortunately, not able to access the high ground. Riddle are going to continue playing off of the low, face-to-face with Ganbarioto-san as Horizon ult goes out in front. E6 with a stroke of genius, cut this map in half, putting themselves right next to Riddle Order in a 3v3 situation.
They should take that fight, but unfortunately Kinda is getting destroyed by Riddle Order. This is unfortunate here, but they still are alive. Whether they had a swap or a bat, Slayer's almost going down also. With 6 squats still there, throws the piercing spikes just to buy time and try to get another shield battery off. Kinda so low, but Riddle Order on the low ground, full 3-man red Evos, while the rest of the fight in the lobby is taking place on the other side.
Start a fight, we're split up. They had to expend the Gibby bubble early. They're not going to have this cooldown for when they have to give up high ground, and it may very well kill them. Riddle Order
still there.
have an incredible spot on this low where they cannot be focused. Nobody wants to jump on them. Lusk is going to drop first for start a fight. Remember, no Gibby bubble means no second chance at life. Sleep can't clutch it up, and they go down. Start a fight eliminated. Riddle Order now taking the fight up against Ganbarioto-san.
Riddle Order trying to claim their first win at LAN, and it's split 2 playoffs. They do it in game 2. Riddle Order representing.
Incredible finish from Riddle in that end game. Difficult to hold up against what we called out as a very aggressive push from E6, but in those seconds, it comes down to nothing more than the bit of clutch that you've got. Eking out a 50 crack on somebody, forces Kinda back. Lets Riddle reset against E6, take the fight and make it too dangerous. They own the low ground.
One of the biggest presences in all of Japan streaming. Yukio and Riddle Order find a way to do it in the biggest stage with the most competition, and they take just 2 games to find their first win in the Split 2 playoffs. What a story, what a start for our global regions here as well. We're in EMEA, but it feels like the only teams winning are outside of the continent.
It's anybody else's game at this point, and that's through jet lag, that's through scrims, boot camps, whatever you've been doing on the way here, and looking very good for really everybody who's made top 5s today. I will say, Entropic with a pretty decent showing there as well, managed to make top 3 right alongside Start a Fight, and both of them playing zone quite well, and nothing more to it for now.
This is one of those final circles, Dia, and I love to look at because there were so many little things that could have gone differently. I mean, Element 6 in many ways are the driver of this story because they decide to split the field in half. They say, we're going to take this fight against Riddle Order, but they come up short. They actually end up getting the worst end of that fight, and that allows Riddle Order to have an entire side by themselves. But not just that, the low ground as well, which in many ways keeps them out of sight and out of mind for Start a Fight, who drop down and end up just fighting Entropic.
Yeah, and once you know that you have low ground all to yourself and the circle gets that small, it's a matter of saying, well, as soon as somebody drops down, we annihilate them. Everybody up top knows that, and nobody wants to come challenge you. What was interesting was the way that Ganbarioto-san played that as well, because they had an option to get involved in the high ground fight. And I like that they chose to stay low ground, fight it off against Riddle, because if they win, they probably win the game.
Well, Riddle still recovering from their fun that they had celebrating their win. We did go ahead a little early into game 2 and skip showing you our results after game 1. So let's go ahead and do our scoreboard, let you know where things stand as well, and get you caught up with the action. It was Chivas who took the first win, and look at that, Riddle Order able to take that second win as well. This is a culmination of all of the games so far. So you can see Riddle Order has 12 placement points. That's a first place win. It's a 19 overall point win. LG Chivas still will be overall in the lead based on a big win like that, but we're going to find the overall aggregated scores in just a moment. Big picture though, LG Chivas, Riddle Order are 2-game winners, and they will be in the lead in this lobby.
Yeah, the 12 placement points off of a win. They are incredibly powerful. And it'll keep them at the top of the leaderboard for now, but as we come up on our third and final game of Storm Point, this is where having a game plan is going to start shifting once we move over to World's Edge. We talked about how when we start on Storm Point, you have the opportunity to really, truly take advantage of being better prepared than other squads.
Yeah.
And we've seen that out of teams like Riddle, teams like Luminosity. We'll actually take a look back at the final circle.
Yeah, and this is Riddle Order's perspective. So they're in this low ground, and Element 6, Entropic and E6, yes, they're in a pretty tough situation. They don't want to drop down because there's going to be that stagger time where they will give Riddle Order the first shot. And so both these teams don't want to climb up or drop down here and are just trying to poke at each other. Riddle Order get the better end of this. Not only that, they're fighting on 3 red Evos, which is 75 more armor than most of these teams had in aggregate, because a lot of purples, as you're seeing, they end up fighting. But it's not just that, it's the aggression, it's sending 1 and 2 ahead of time, allowing 1 Tappy to follow up, and just the effectiveness with which they slow played that circle. Sometimes being the biggest and brightest star is not the best thing.
It really pays off well for them as well. We could have figured this out on our own, I think. Riddle Order topped the leaderboards there, but Entropic are going to be feeling mighty good about themselves and start a fight with another excellent game. Not placing too high in the kills, but you're seeing that fundamental gameplay and the ability to call zones and play those to completion work really well for them.
I mean, if you looked at this coming out, a lot of the teams we saw, Riddle Order, Ganbare Otosan, Entropic, Start a Fight Esports, and Element 6. Would you have expected that top 5?
Would not have had them in that order.
Almost in any of those games. These teams we talked about, Furia, FaZe, Ascend, Vexed, LG Chivas, TSM, Dreamfire, KCP, all in the back half in game 2. So Dia, what does this say?
Yeah, would you have had them in the bottom 10? And I will say that first day at LAN, this is still setting the stage. It's the time for, of course, these teams that perhaps didn't have as many international fans behind them to really jump forward.
So in terms of the matches, we know Riddle Order has 19 points, a little bit more than we're seeing on here. But obviously just giving you a big showcase of the teams.
I want to quickly jump in as well, and while we're sorting out the scores, talk about Riddle Order and the way that they finished off that game, because something that went underappreciated was the timing with which they swung around onto Ganbare Otosan. There is very little space left that the ring gives Ganbare, and they push Ganbare as Ganbare is forced up onto the high ground to take a multi-angle fight. It's a genius move from Riddle, and that's where timing is so important. It's not just the decisions, it's the split seconds in which they're made. We're still waiting for perhaps their opportunity to showcase that once again. We actually talked about the game plans coming out of these teams, and having seen how Luminosity have played things out coming into this game, it is still challenging to make your way through.
Well, we've got one of my favorite people here and one of the best stage hosts in the business Blaze standing by with one of the best watch partiers. I guess that's how you call it, Wig, Greek? What do you guys think?
I guess we can go watch partiers, but nonetheless, you said it, one of the best watch parties out there. We're hanging out with Nice Wig and Greek down on the floor as they are in London. London, show them some love one time over here. Nice Wig and Greek in the building. Oh man, Greek, talk to me about it. How has it been in London and watching these first 2 games with your boy?
Man, I'll tell you, it's been great. You know, me and Wig, we love what we do, and we're having a great time. And being in the arena this time around, man, the energy is just phenomenal. It just pushes us to just keep doing it, man. We never get tired. We never get tired.
You know, one of the best esports in the world with the best fans in the world and some of the best creators in the world as well. And it's electric in here. Wig, talk to me about it. We saw LG Chivas won. We saw Riddle Order, and also some insane in-games right there. How's it been for you so far?
It's been a good time, dude. I'm having a great time watching, as always. I'm happy to be in the arena to experience all of this. I absolutely love seeing Riddle take a W. I think they're a dark horse and an underdog story here going in. And LG, man, you love those guys.
You gotta love those guys, okay? And you know what, when it comes down to watching your streams and watching your watch parties, you know, a lot of people come through and they learn so much about the game from a different aspect from you, okay? So you're out there teaching everybody how to play Apex Legends. The knowledge is there. Now, you talked about Chivas kind of being a dark horse or Riddle Order. Who do you think is gonna take this group?
Oh man, I still think Optic can come back and definitely take the W. You know, I think they are a fan favorite. I think they're a me and Greek favorite as well to take the wins here for the whole tournament. I can definitely expect them just coming back these next 4 games.
I think you're right on that one. We've seen what they could do before, but you know what? That's enough from us down here. We're vibing. If you guys want to see some more Wig, head on over to twitch.tv/NiceWig and check out the watch party. But that's going to do it for us. Let's get back into the action.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, look at that. And I want a watch party. It's just not the same.
Every time that I look at Wig, I'm just captivated by his hair.
I was going to say it had to be a hair
nice
thing.
hair.
Yeah, God, if only I could look at someone who had such nice hair the way Greek gets to look at someone who has such nice hair. Obviously, you know, you're being modest and bashful. You got some hair compliments and makeup today earlier. Well, he's acting surprised. You know you got the compliments.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Dia, very, very kind man.
Got a few hairstyles lined up.
You do. He has a few. Okay, so we're going to be surprised throughout it. I only get to cast with him for a couple of days. He's going to keep mixing it and mashing it, and it's going to be great whenever you're on, brother. I'm excited to see you continue to kill it. I will start hosting a little bit more towards the end of the day and as this tournament goes on. But having fun on Storm Point with you to open the show, and also Match 3 now closing Storm Point as well. There's been a bit of a story to Storm Point and the way this map has gone to relatively south zones in terms of the way that we can see Storm Point play, especially with those really north zones like Lightning Rod that can be very, very different.
Yeah, hasn't been favoring, say, teams like Vex that might like to move a little bit further north. I don't think that when you're landing over at things like Lightning Rod and High Point that your ideal zone is pulling up to you. But if it's landing somewhere more central in the map, I think it'll feel a lot better for them. If we're going by Cascade, for example, even by Wall, teams like Fury and Vex can feel a lot better because we saw what not having high ground did to Vex. They're used to approaching from the north, and as soon as they're placed on low ground up against TSM, they fell apart.
You know, it's interesting, too, when you really can see it is we get some fan shots as well, some consecrators in the house, and we go back to KCP. Nasky got a little haircut, apparently. Usually he can hear us while we're on this mic, or at least he tries to.
He's got that sixth sense.
Yeah, he knows. He knows when the cameras. He knows when the cameras are on. When you take a look at, I think, the way these teams are playing it, you mentioned Vex. You've also mentioned some of these teams who are kind of trying to play on the outskirts of those northern sides and come down. Optic is one of them who seems to be transitioning south. It hasn't worked well for them. We've seen a Western team win, Ganbare Otosan, who kind of came, from that left side with Riddle Order. And Riddle Order ended up taking that win in this last game. We've also seen a Southern team in LG Chivas rotate and win and take that in game 1. So these zones, will they continue that way? We don't know, but it has kind of boded better for teams who are actually starting on the western or the southern side than some of those northern location teams. And sometimes, that's just the way things go.
Yeah, it's the reality of being in a battle royale, and it's why we're playing 6 games today.
Yeah.
If everything were consistent, we might just play 1. But because we've got variation,
I think that would go well. Just one game, decide the champion, fly back home. Yeah.
But because we have that variation in between games, in between rings, your ability to, even as a North team, be able to place in a position that gets you, I think the points that we were looking at were, say, like 6-7 points around, something like that, is what you're hoping for to have a still good day, even if your zones aren't going for you.
Listen, if you can get 5 points even, I think 6 and 7 is overperforming, but if you can be in that 4 to 6 range, you're in the mix, especially when you're a team that has a high caliber potential, like a TSM, like an Optic. You can win in those 26-point games. We'll find out, though, who is just heating up at the right time and who is running out of time on our final game of Storm Point before we transition into World's Edge, where things have been done but not dusted yet in Split 2 as we begin our journey to find another champion yet again. Will it be TSM, who have struggled slightly here? Will it be someone else? If anything, these 2 games have given us an indication, Dia, that we could very well see a different champion if it continues this way.
I'm not going to make any predictions about it, but I have to say, Rain Day, that I'm excited about the journey that we'll take to get there, because already, start of the day, as you said, things have changed up big time for even international standings. We've seen with Riddle picking up a win and with Start a Fight picking up their 2nd place in the first game, two regions that are typically underestimated really come out swinging, and I don't expect that to stop, especially when we're on Stormpoint. World's Edge is going to change everything, but the preparation these teams have put in, the perhaps unorthodox comps with Bloodhound, with Gibraltar, with Rampart and Crypto, that's changing everything.
The time to prove yourself is now. 5 months separate Split 1 from Split 2. The playoffs are where you write your name in history. Where will yours be etched on the 40 teams from around the world who have joined us for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs? We will find out as the dropship lets 20 of them go.
Keeping an eye on our early game contenders, we've got another mixed up drop from Noctum and the squad. Keep your eye on Kings, center of the map at the moment. With Gunbaroto-san finding their loot up over in Thunderwatch. We've still got plenty of ways that this match can play out.
Now fighting near E6, not necessarily engaged with them yet, is Noctum. As you mentioned, changed from the mill, went down to fish farms. That was maybe the fastest fight I've ever seen. LG, you know, you don't want to be disrespectful, but there was an element of, didn't feel like it was much of a contest there whatsoever.
Yeah.
And of course, they decided that's not worth our time. Launchpad, a little team known as FaZe Clan. Sniped down Frex, funny head. Felt like we haven't talked about them for a while. That's because they died so early last game. And that's a hard thing to mentally stay ready for. Again, trying to be more conservative here, most likely, DS, so they can get into that final zone and pick up some points before switching maps.
Thinking of the final zone, we still don't know where we're going. There's plenty of space in here, but oh, with a ring pulling south once again. Reminder, this is not going antenna. That POI essentially excluded from this. We've got very few options.
That is wild. So we have seen one and then back to the other in terms of zone pulls. And we were just talking about sometimes that does make it difficult for some northern teams. Sometimes it makes it easier. In this map, the way it has gone, it feels like the northern teams are almost cannibalizing each other. We saw Fnatic get into trouble with TSM. We've seen Optic have trouble rotating. We've seen Vex have to take some crazy pathways. And Dia, what are you noticing here?
I mean, Noctum are setting up. This is cruel and unusual, but a team rotating likely out of checkpoint. This would be Ascend, can easily be caught by Noctum. Anybody coming through this, and it's what they're setting up for. Game hasn't gone well for them, day hasn't gone well for them, and they're ratting it up.
And it could be Ascend. You see Kashera, oh my. Keep an eye on that map.
Oh my
They
God.
are going straight into Noctum. We don't have this right now on your POV, but it would be great to see it because it's about to occur.
I'm just like watching the minimap and stunned that
on the map.
Kashera is alive.
And they're fighting. So we're watching Pioneers drive a Trident, but that thing you set up, Dia, great point. We'll see who comes out on it. We can at least follow it along with the map POV there.
Looks like it's going all right. Kashera, so dropped, it appears, as knockdown shield, not enough. Post-kill drops in the kill feed. That's to Kings, and we're going to see Noctum picking up their first kill points of the tournament. As it appears, Lufka has gotten away from them and up to checkpoint, but it's a big start and a bit of momentum regained by Noctum.
Well, they tried something different. Probably ended up working out for them. Great spot out there as well, as KCP keep making the rounds.
And this is off of a terrible landing spot as well. I mean, Noctum didn't get Cascade. They played low ground. It was not excellent by any means. And, well, we've been on the road with Pioneers in the meantime, so we may as well talk about what they're looking for as their rotation takes them up through Shipfall. This is a rotation specifically meant to challenge the position that Complexity and Luminosity Gaming held in game number 1.
And what's great is that when you have a map like Stormpoint with Tridents, you can make these types of rotations early enough to where they're viable. Over the next minute and a half, I would say, these spots start to get taken and you don't have that access. And so most of the time, the question is, yes, we could do it, but is it worth it? Are we at the right time? KCP, because Dreamfire does not go to mill this time around, they say it's not worth contesting. and obviously we don't have Noctum joining them as well, which they had in game 1. They have the chance to rotate early enough to get that southern side and pull here. So all those little things that you may not be paying attention to, maybe as a viewer at home, impacting the greater meta of how this circle is going to be with KCP now fully cemented in the southern side as a threat.
Yeah, it's funny because especially when we get to end zones, it's very easy to look at Apex Legends go, it's a game of split seconds.
Yeah.
Because that's what it comes down to so fabulously in final rings.
Right.
But even in early game, it's also the case because of the rotations that you talked about, this opportunity that's opened up for KCP to take to the south side of the map instead of having to play things out from the western side. Now they have still been challenged. Optic Gaming currently hold the high ground, and with a position like this, they can play Gravity Cannon in the nearby area rather confidently, and it looks like they're trying to set up for a bit more of a conservative approach, not trying to overextend under Gravity Cannon as Complexity did last game, but instead saying, if you want Gravity Cannon, take it. We're going to shoot you.
A big initial rotation from Imperial Hal and TSM for Hulse reps following along. It's FaZe who smell this one, though, coming a mile away. They see, is it worth trying to contest? Frex definitely wants something. Not sure if they know who they're going to be going up against here, though, because now, even though they are looking to hit 78, with the charge rifle, good amount of damage from Frex, it's still a far way to push off that damage if they do want to try to finish this fight.
It's funny that TSM, like right over their heads, take a different rotation from game 1, and FaZe go, no, we're running that back. we're going to try that one more time. They're literally trying to push the exact same building with this Catalyst wall, and it takes one good beat from Frex. They haven't got any shield breaks yet. Wow. They are just raw taking this fight.
I wonder if this is a FaZe that's frustrated and knows that they've got to do something big, or else try to make it up on World's Edge. They have now gotten scanned as
slow out in the open.
Possibly just looking for an opening, but you're right, Dia. Nothing has really given them the go-ahead to really push past this. These boxes are the final place they can hold before getting a little bit too aggressive for their own good. Frex now taking the ire of somebody else's rifle from the side and almost there, hits the barricade with the Catalyst passive, but goes down to Verhulst, who might have been on high there, actually around the corner, who cleans up one.
Of course it was Verhulst to open things up for TSM. Through the wall, he opens up with a punch and cleans up with the R99. Hal takes the 1v1. Verhulst still clutches it up as ever. That's why you pick him up. That's why Big E stays.
Hal misses kind of a lot there. Reps does a good amount of damage, but this is what has happened to TSM twice now.
Verhulst, please!
And now Hal has to make it up. He got revived. That is fine. But he has to do a little bit more damage in this fight. He certainly has. He's gotten one, he's gotten two. They tried it from Big E. Looking to finish it off. They have certainly survived. Maybe not getting the kills, but they've done what they need to for TSM to stay back in it.
Verhulst clutches things up for TSM, not to the tune of them just staying alive, to the tune of 3 KP. Good Lord.
And I mean, that's just talking about Evan's development as a player, as an anchor. I mean, this has obviously been his role, but having to do something like that when you have the mobility of a Valkyrie usually that you're used to, relearn a character, almost retrain bad habits, because Valkyrie let you do things that you shouldn't normally be able to do on characters who don't have jetpacks, right? Now being able to take that in stride and then perform at the highest of high levels, it's one of the reasons his teammates like Hal and Reps praise him so much for the effort that he puts in. But it's also moments like this where anybody who's a non-believer starts to say, okay, he's working with something that most players aren't working with. He's cooking with some spices that aren't available to the public. And that's just what Verhulst does for this team.
As you said, on a mobile character, just absolutely ludicrous. Really heads up play, much like actually Frex had for FaZe as well. Just to wall off with the Pharaoh fluid, create another door, make sure that there was another angle of entry that was sealed off to keep TSM safe. It's that presence of mind combined with the fragging ability that makes Verhulst so great. And I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk about him a little bit later. It's been a couple minutes, so let's talk a little bit about Ascend as they make their rotation in. A late one, to be sure.
The team that had a chance to change history, to give EMEA its first championship in quite a while in Apex, and maybe even their first in this modern era of the ALGS, certainly would be. And obviously a lot of contenders. Case winning in Element 6 looking to do that. Ascend trying to find their form that they were in heading into Split 1. They've slowed down a bit, but they still have all the pieces. They play the game differently. They play it slower. They play it more methodically. They play zone. They don't run and gun, but they take some of the best fights and they make sure they are involved in some of these final lobbies. And they're always dangerous. Furia here, though, is Watson on the fuse. That's something that we didn't see before. And wow, certainly a different choice for this meta.
Yeah, I want to see how it plays out because over the course of the past 2 games, Fuse has done more or less nothing for Furia. They've had a few awkward fights. They've gone down, again, awkwardly, and the swap up to the Fuse hasn't provided them the extra pressure because Fuse does so well from a power position already.
Yes.
When Furia are rotating in late, when these southern zones are happening, Fuse loses value like nothing else.
What's interesting is that Watson's on the Fuse because that used to be the job of Zeratricky and Panders, who would rotate off of the Horizon, Fuse, and of course be able to play the Bangalore. Zeratricky now able to still keep on the Bangalore, but they've opted in towards the Catalyst. Is this just a sign of how strong, you know, really the newest character in competitive is? We change a couple of POVs here.
I'd argue so. Oh no. Furia stuck around the outside. As the zone continues to pull towards the south, LG were still the ones playing in the exact same position as previously, and KCP still also playing conservatively out of the low ground by Shipfall.
Well, that game, probably not going to need to analyze that one anymore.
Fair enough.
We will obviously
I
get
didn't
some
know.
information as that goes. No, it was great. I mean, it's fantastic. I don't think we're going to need to know that one for this one. However, I do think a lot of the themes that we were seeing are important. We mentioned 3 teams that were interesting to me. And as we get some good information here, we will continue on into this game. That was on this side, so yes, the panic has been averted. We can settle back into where we were. I know a lot of players and a lot of viewers holding their breath on that one. I was myself, but we are back in. So Dia, I stand corrected. Go back to a little bit of that commentary because we are still alive.
KCP are like, whew, we get to hang on to this position because it is a really good one.
Yeah.
If anybody else had been playing through this south side in game 1, they would have had a really strong argument for making it into the top 3. And a large part of this is because of the rock cover that you have as you move up the high ground.
And look at this. I mean, if you have a chance to bring up the map, we can kind of show you the situation as it is. This is also getting very interesting too, so we may want to stay on this and do map in a second. But I'll just allude to what I was saying. Yanya, Niazul, and Jaguares, same position that they won on LG Chivas beforehand. They are there, except now instead of complexity, it is KCP in the middle of complexity where they were. So it's going to be very interesting. Right now, though, TSM versus Furia. Oh, boy, this is a fight of juggernauts here. Hal goes down early to the Prowler and Zeratricky.
Just keep getting pushed, and TSM unable to hang on to the building, lose Imperial Hal to the full thirst. Panders opens things up. The controller Demon taking a wide swing with Zera. A wall will save you briefly, but not for long, as TSM have just 1 member left standing, and Furia are going to let them go for now, taking a reset for the next minute.
And this is Verholz's job, right? When things go bad, even though you're not in that Valkyrie, get out of there, stay alive, try to salvage something. But Furia, man, reminding me of days of old. 3 red shields running at you like there is nothing that you can do to stop their pace. And the fact that you just saw them decimate TSM after TSM had done that to another team shows you exactly how good that they are.
Yeah, this is working really well, or it was working really well for a moment. Now that Furia have this little bit of space to work with, their flight is far from over. They don't have the option, like many squads, to rotate through the center of Antenna, but instead likely have to rotate around the outside, making use of Panders and the Catalyst wall. As a pure rotational tool, it'll work wonders for them, but as we approach the end game, things are still going to be just as tough.
Good shots from the Nemesis, a weapon that is, well, ever since its introduction, been one of the go-to weapons for high level. And of course, casual fans who love doing things like that. TSM finally goes down. They won't get an extra placement point. It was just a matter of extending the time alive as Verholz finally falls to his Watson, Zeratricky, and Panders on Furia, who, yes, albeit not having a great start, but with this game, have a chance to kind of turn the tides and get back into winning ways heading into World's Edge.
Then because you've got both the Catalyst and Bangalore. They do have a better chance of making it out of the low ground than TSM did in game 1, but it's still going to be pretty rough. Complexity, interestingly enough, holding a very similar position as well. Do have to go up against Optic this time and are forced to hug this south side rock instead. Their backs now exposed to KCP.
Beforehand, Complexity was the team in this type of position that took down TSM on the rotation. Now Complexity looking to do it to an entirely different team here in Optic Gaming. But remember, there's Entropic behind them as well. Dreamfire even behind them. You can see it coming from the little tunnel underneath. And so Complexity kind of sitting on the top of the castle, making sure that they've got vision on anyone who would dare go into their lands. And I think this is where Complexity realizes this is a winning spot as long as we can hold it and as long as that zone pulls, and it does pull for Complexity, but now they're getting even closer to KCP, so the question is, does KCP let Complexity sit underneath them?
Everything changes and everything stays the same. With Kashara down, Ascend do have just a few moments to pull off this res, but they should be able to. Complexity, however, go down in the meantime.
Eliminated. I mean, that happened so fast. I was going to call for it, Dia, but we didn't have time. Right now, Postkill's got to do something fantastic. Watson fences, might get a little damage. Not enough. That's it, Ascend out of there. Riddle Order, yet again, first place in this lobby with 36 points. Winners of game 2 and looking to keep it going.
And Tappy is playing really well on Bloodhound, a pick that not a whole lot of teams are finding stock in. Has actually made some waves with the ability to collect information on these fights and now open things up with his ultimate. Panders continues to farm, taking down Yukio. 12 squads left, and Furia, as ever, take down one and go, all right, we'll take some more.
It's so hard to fight a team that loves to fight because they're never surprised and they're always ready to go just as hard in terms of the aggression. Furia, again, more red shields, more knuckle clusters, more mother loads. It has been such an aggro comp, but it has worked for them. And I continue to spot out the fact that Furia has played this game when they've been successful differently than the rest of the teams in this lobby. They've decided we do not necessarily care about being first place, but we will have more kills than you, and we will be in the mix so that we will ultimately be in contention for the overall points leaders on the day.
Now Furia strictly don't have to and shouldn't push this. Even with Yukio low, Riddle Order have bigger problems in the form of the ring. Furia just need to keep them at bay and think about the rotation that will take them further to the south. With the tower going down by them, evac won't be the way, but instead, options for the Catalyst Wall do arise as Furia need to make their way forward. What is Watson cooking with?
Benefits of having that passive. Fuse able to launch arc stars, grenades, any ordinances farther and with more accuracy. And he also has those knuckle clusters that can stay as damage over time ticks to avoid areas or clear areas out for him and his team. It has been a tough run. They've probably taken down Riddle Order, but have they sacrificed themselves? The only thing is the Dark Veil may be buying time for Panders, but that's most of Furia in trouble. Watson crawling, he's probably gonna get down to the zone, but can Zera Tricky make it? I think he can.
Yeah, Zera unfortunately goes down, but Furia can still play this one out as a duo. Up on the high ground, and Tropic have just Nasky, evidently, ahead of them as KCP have fallen apart a little bit. As the Dark Veil drops, we're going to be saying goodbye to yet another squad. Furia going down, and KCP for the moment alive, but it's a formality.
And you won't believe it, 9 squads left. It feels like at the same time, there's only a few that matter. And if you had seen the map, you would know, because it is LG Chivas, Yanya, Jaguares, and Niazul in the exact same position with no competition for that spot where they won game 1 with 26 points. Can they do it again? It certainly feels that way, Dia.
It does. The big change here is that there's another contender. We've got Pulverex on an early rotation playing the spot that previously was held by Startify. It is Vexed. Struggle for their lives. Around the outside should be all right for now, but as the timer ticks down, it's going to be the ring that really kills Vexed here.
Round the outside, round the outside. Almost had me dancing to Eminem up in here. Now, though, trying to figure out if they could put the pieces together on top, because you're right, yes, there is this engagement going uphill, but some of this KP could be extremely pivotal for these teams, and just those little placements heading into World's Edge and also to end this first group stage and just make it that much easier into qualifying for our winners brackets. Ganbare Otosan having a big climb, but they've got the mobile shield escorting them like VIP security. Jung-hee's gonna take a little bit of damage. Castle wall comes down. They've got the high ground here as well. Jung-hee trying to play off it as best he can.
Ganbare Otosan are crushing from the high ground, and Jung-hee's Newcastle is pivotal. He's able to slide down PK shot to the mouth, and Moist go down. Start a fight, go down. Ganbare Otosan run the hillside, but now they've gotten dropped on. Vex fall as well as a duo. Can Ganbare Otosan come over this hill?
F-John, he's still alive. He's going at the #1 seed in APAC North, and Fnatic trying to say, we are here to play. Meltsera getting melted, but he drops back. It's just too good for Fnatic, and Umi-chan Lufchi has just too much health, but guess what? It is the LG Chivas boys who are here to spoil the party of APAC North. They're trying to go for not just their first, but their second win. Niazul claims one with the help of Yanya. Can they claim another? Is this Fnatic falling? More importantly, is this LG with their second win of the day in game number 3, Dia? It is!
The shield swap is perfect, and the win is undoubted. That was, again, not even close for LG. We go south, and they are taking it every time.
I love it. LG Chivas have said that we may be from Mexico, but we feel like we're right at home here in London. We do not care about who is in front of us, and they proved it not just once, but twice. 2 wins in 3 of the opening games, having to deal with the adversity of the restarts and to still have this composure. This is the LG Chivas we have been waiting to see at LAN. This is the team that has a chance to win it all.
Clean, practiced, and looking good on this first day. And in the first map of the day, LG are clearly consistently above the rest, and I'm not expecting that to change when we move over to World's Edge, because LG never struck me as a Storm Point-centric squad. Yes, they look good, but I think they're going to continue to look better.
And the thing is, we do have to be very aware to play devil's advocate, and that's what I like to do with these conversations, because they did get the same zone twice.
Yes, that's true.
But the thing is, there's also this quality of, there are teams who got the same zone twice but weren't in that position, a la Complexity. They couldn't make it into that final circle.
Yeah.
Same zone happened. We did not see Fnatic in there as a top 2, right? And so they're able to play the same situation differently. It's a testament to both those teams who can make adjustments. It's also a testament to a team that gets delivered something that they should close on, and they actually close on it, not once, but twice.
Yeah, I really liked even seeing PulverX be able to take a power position in Ring 5, not 6, as they did get a little bit antsy. They saw Fnatic and went, that looks real juicy, and the juice was tainted.
You know, F-Chan said, let me do my thing, and I appreciate it. We love some F-Chan here in the ALGS. We also, just love some high energy starts to a tournament that's going to last 4 days. The beauty of this, Dia, is we're just seeing glimpses and peaks of what these teams can produce if they can end up maintaining this pressure. But obviously there's still a lot of drama to unfold, a lot of things, bumps in the road I'm sure that they'll have to face. But so far it has looked good for LG Chivas as well, who are our standouts alongside Riddle Order in the first 3 games.
It really has. And with our 2 winners, I'm still looking at Start a Fight and going, well, last game perhaps not that great for them, but multiple two top 5 placements is going to be a great start for the team. As you mentioned, Riddle Order looked good. Fnatic had their moments, and we've still got plenty of squads that, while they haven't picked up a win, have been really active in the mid game. I'd even include Complexity in that.
Well, Dia, it's been fun, man. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll have some new casters up here in a moment, but not some new desk. Well, maybe a new member of the desk as we throw it back down to Glitter Explosion, Lauren, to kick us off their little halftime report. Lauren?
Rain Day, Dia, fantastic job kicking off our playoffs here. You're right, we've got a new addition to the desk. All right, we've brought RKN, IGL for Sentinels, up here to hang out with us, be one of our expert analysts for the entire weekend. First of all, are you excited to be here, and what are your impressions on the competition so far?
Of course. I mean, honestly, I'm just honored to be here. I'm honored to have the invite and get a chance to represent some of North American intel as far as the game goes. As far as the competition has gone so far, I think we're getting to see a lot of what we've been waiting to see from a few of the regions that maybe haven't performed as we expected. APAC North and South America off to a strong start with some impressive showings from teams like Ganbare and Riddle and South American teams Start a Fight.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal performance across the board from LG as well. We've seen some seriously strong performances once everybody got into the swing of things. Are you surprised at all with any of these results so far, Tiff?
No, not really.
Yep.
A lot of the teams that are favoring these southern zones on Storm Point, we saw nearly 2 identical ones, and the one prior to that pulling just outside of Antenna. RKN were in the back room over there screaming over LG because they never rotated out of Gale Station. They maintained their position on that rock in game number 1, and I was like, this is their game to lose.
I mean, we even saw a 3-way contest in that first game, right? And I guess the weird thing about that is teams aren't practicing that, right? We see a lot of 2-way contests in scrims. You know, you have a very strict game plan about how these teams want to play that, but you don't practice 3-way contests. That's just like pure chaos. These guys, you got to make up something on the fly.
Like we said, fantastic way to start off the day, but we're going to jump into the match 3 results first so you guys can see what happened with the points after our first 50% point halfway mark is there. All right, so we'll check in with these kills. Arcan, talk me through what we see here.
Yeah, so we see another phenomenal performance from LG, of course. 2 wins to start their first day of Split 2 playoffs. Of course, another well-done performance by Fnatic. You know, 16 kills. What an incredible showing from a team that's recognized highly for their mechanics. Their ability to fight is almost uncontested, especially in their region, really showing that North America is not necessarily the only team that is known for their ability to team fight.
I was just going to clap. Can you say it again, please?
Oh, God.
No,
I don't think I need to.
No, it was absolutely impressive. Not only that, but Gombre Otosan, that was really cool. When they started going in map number 2 on Barometer, I was so worried because they were gatekeeping Fnatic. And then a well-executed Catalyst wall towards the end from Element 6 in their engagement actually prolonged the life of Geo, and I'm so excited.
Well, we see the second page here, Genome. Even Riddle Order, we talked about them a little bit. 6 kills on the board for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they placed 11, right, but another bag of kills from them. I mean, actually, one of the fun little tidbits from game 1 was that KCP got 5 kill points from the same team. They took out 2 of Dreamfire's members at the start, and then Roy went to res them over a Barometer, and they took the fight again, wiped them out for 3, and it was a nice little bit of respawn farming there from the old KCP boys.
All right, well, now we'll take a look, checking in with the series results, see where all of our teams stand here thus far. And after those 2 wins, LG at the top with 46 points, starting off strong here on the weekend, Arcan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I was saying, we can see in the top 4, we already have 3 APAC North teams. Extremely strong showing, and I'm not surprised. Vamos Mexico, you know, LG coming out really strong. I mean, that's my personal pick for the day. I couldn't be more excited for them. I know I see Fnatic on there. I know that was Tiff's choice for the day.
It definitely was, and to no surprise, we were watching a lot of their engagements, especially in the building when they were taking on Moist. Umi-chan able to just take the front edge there, make sure he was dealing all the damage, allowing for a quick reset to happen for the teammates, but that was against Moist, Genome, and talk to me a little bit more about their performance, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid game 1 for those guys. Obviously, I think it was the top 3, and then we had some great overheads of watching the other 2 teams just completely ignore each other and put a crossfire on Moist. It was a little tough for them. I don't think they could have got any better than 3rd, but Waltzy was popping off. You know, was kill leader at some point during that first game at the very least. So it was a good start to them, slowed down a little bit since there, but, you know, Moist have been someone who have been just so consistent, especially, you know, almost ramping up towards the finals. They're a team that you expect to do fine, just get through to the finals, and that's where they shine when the game is at its tightest.
And then on the flip side of that, we even saw on that second page some potential surprises. We saw Ascend on the second half of the page. We saw FaZe down there. We saw Optic Gaming down there. And, you know, all teams that we know can have these phenomenal performances, so we'll have to see how they're able to pick it up. But let's take a look at the story overall for our series here between groups C and D, because there are going to be a few things that jump out here at me personally, and I'm looking at some of the high KP we're getting already out of some of these teams, Arcan.
Yeah, I think another big thing to point out that was extremely pivotal to LG's success is game 1, like we said, Noctem was supposed to be contesting them in fish farms, but they opted instead to try and third-party the contested mill, which ultimately frees up the zone for LG to win game 1.
Anything else that you can see on here, Tiff, as we continue to look down this story here? I mean, you talked about Moist Esports a little bit, some nice games on the board. They did slow down, like Genome said, but GO, I mean, it really is just an APAC and in South American story right now.
It is right now, and that's what we needed to see. I said earlier today that APAC North has only one team that has secured a position in the champs, and a lot of the teams from APAC North and these other regions, that's where they're setting their sights. They are looking towards, obviously, they want to split 2 playoffs win here, but it's championship in the picture. And when I spoke to Riddle's coach, that was primarily what they were focusing on for this split, and they're coming in strong. They win map number 2, and one of the coolest things is Yukio is actually such a large streamer from that region. We were talking about it. You know how they always say CEO, Imperial Hal of North America? Well, that's Yukio for that region. And it's so exciting to see them performing well here.
Yeah, I mean, look, APAC North doing really well, right? I mean, that second game final circle was something that I had so much fun watching, right? The bank smokes, the Watson fences, everything was in play there, and the architecture of that final circle just made it such a tight finish, right? All these kind of denial of movement sort of abilities in play made it go right down to the wire.
All right, well, we've only got you up here for a little bit of time, RKN. Obviously, want to get a little bit more of your thoughts specifically on LG. Starting off the entire weekend, 3 games in, 2 of them being wins going in their favor. How does that make you feel about them overall for this weekend?
I think like with any teams, and especially in a game like Apex, your first game, your first day in general, the showing that you bring out is what sets up the momentum for your whole tournament. Like here we have game 1, them taking a pivotal fight against Complexity, which ultimately secures them God spot, and ultimately what that leads to is they have a cleanup just to win game 1. And that's ultimately off the back of the fact that Noctum didn't contest them.
Yeah, especially when Startified Esports puts all of their attention directly on the duo of Moist. They decide, hey, this is our time to shine. Let's pick up these 2 eliminations, and then we'll have a quick reset and turn our sights to the fight for the win.
A fascinating little, turn of events in Game 3 with Noctum was when, they gave up those contests and they actually just started at Spiders, and then we saw them ratting, trying to predict a rotation through that tunnel and just take the loot away from somewhere else, from another team, right? Such a risky play. You're not necessarily, you have to make that call so early. Do you even know where the circle's going? You have to be able to guarantee that someone's going to be able to come through there. And, those rotations, like maybe if it's in the middle of the map, you can do that. There's always going to be someone going through there. But, it's honestly a really risky play. I kind of like it, but we don't see that at LAN very often.
I mean, a lot of prep and time goes into getting ready for these events on behalf of our teams, but a lot of prep goes into what we have to do as casters in order to make sure we're ready for these events as well. So we wanted to give you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain and see what happens in our Apex classroom.
Okay, everybody, listen up! My name is Professor Rain Day. And today we are going to be talking about, hold on, that's my night class. Move next. Apex Legends. Okay? I'm gonna ask you guys the hardest Apex Legends questions I can think of. I know you punks aren't gonna be ready for them. Start with you, in the corner, goody two shoes. Split 1 playoffs winner.
TSM, aka Team Solo Mid.
Not bad. Not bad. All that studying paid off. You, bow tie. Damage points from a wingman body shot.
45.
Impressive. All right, you. Like your stick.
Not so bad yourself.
Split 1 playoffs MVP.
That would be Hal.
Actually, that would be Imperial Hal, the CEO of Apex. Put some respect on it.
She's actually right. Well done, first row. All right, middle row, to the left. How many teams qualified from APAC?
Yeah, that'd be...
Hey, north and south, okay?
14, mate.
Oh. Why are you sitting backwards?
Because I'm Australian, mate.
Oh, crikey. Had no idea. All right. I know you got my class, but... All right, Miss Lip Gloss, if you could stop applying for 1 second, I got a question. Who's got the best hair in Apex?
Effect.
He is a good-looking man. All right, Shakespeare, your turn. How many games did the Split 1 playoffs end in?
8.
That's correct. You guys are all doing a little better than I thought you would, okay? Keep it up. Back row, preppy look. Who's got the best trash talk in Apex?
That would have to be the not-so-sweet dreams.
Shots fired. Okay. All right, you in the back. Who's the best professor in Apex?
Professor Rende?
Damn right. And look who decided to show up on time today. Finally. All right, one question for you. Who's the only European to win a LAN event in Apex?
GMW on Reignite.
I know you can have bubblegum in the class, but you're correct.
Yeah, let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new stage host, Blaze. But enough about that. You should have saw the 1v3 that I got outside. Collat with the Kraber and to the shotty to the body. So good!
In that case, welcome to the team. Good to have you.
Yo, happy to be here, but why are y'all dressed like that?
We don't even have a cricket team.
It's because we're out here playing some Apex, maybe onset playing some cricket. What is good, everybody out here in the Copper Box Arena? I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined with the one and only Genome. This duo coming through for the first time. And Genome, after those first 3 games, you broke it down with the action perfectly with the rest of the desk. Come on, we are out here looking at APAC North really popping off. LG coming through, the LG Chivas, by the way. Love seeing this team also find that success. But you know, I may not be able to blow some gum out here on the casting desk. Could do it when Rain Day is teaching some things every so often. Sometimes he gets upset, sometimes he's cool with it.
I mean, look, you mentioned the cricket, man. I mean, I've got to apologize for the Aussies for that one. I can tell you it was written by someone, you know, who was who's down 2-1 in the Ashes right now. Might have been an Englishman. Just saying. Just saying. Wasn't my script. Anyway, look, it was a good little bit of fun there, but we are going to get onto some more, of course, in the second half of this series, Vicky. As you said, you know, Riddle Order coming out with the middle win there. LG with 2. I mean, now LG is a team we've seen do so well in group stages before, and I'm kind of expecting them to do really well here, but that's the question that's always in my mind. Can that translate to a finals lobby, right? We're always looking ahead. Is LG the same team at the start of the weekend as they are at the end?
I want to say that it's possible, because let's look back on their performance in the very first split of LAN. They were lackluster and very inconsistent. One day they came out swinging. I think they, one game, had 17 kills alone, almost replicating that in their success in game number 1, where they secured 14 kills. But it's about the consistency, right? But then you have the APAC North teams looking at Fnatic right behind them in the overall score, coming through from APAC North. Riddle Order, the same thing, right behind Fnatic. You got Gambare Otosan. As we take a look at this flyby on World's Edge, we're transitioning to a different map where some teams may have more of the edge versus where they don't feel comfortable on Storm Point.
Yeah, exactly. The edge. Maybe they're playing edge, maybe they're playing zone, maybe it changes depending on what they've been able to grab over here as we switch over to World's Edge. You can see there, Mirage Etoile, always a bit of a scuffle between Staging and Lava Fissure, depending on who can assert their dominance over there. Dreamfire, they're at their home over at Countdown. Love that. MDY White looking to take both Monument and Fragment. Nice little pickup for them.
And I love the changes that we have onto World's Edge. Getting the flyby here as the arena coming through with their lit up signs. I love feeling this energy, and it's just day number 1 here, Genome. Talk about the times, people waking up, people coming in from work, and I'm excited to see how the work is put down here for World's Edge, because you highlighted some teams that are comfortable with the POIs that they have been able to claim here, but I'm also looking at the northwest side of this map being as congested as it is. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that early 50-50 go down between Skyhook West or even Trials.
Yeah, we've got 2 teams by the looks of it over there in Trial. Same with Thermal Station's got the hot zone, and it's definitely going to be a little bit hot down here with Start a Fight. A classic contest, honestly, as far as LAN go. You can remember Alliance getting it in this into previous ones.
Oh my gosh, with the Devo off the rip and the Wingman to start a fight. They get the trade here, knock for knock, as Hierarcha is going to get taken out. Just going to be able to solidify that knock, but taking things slowly here too. as Lusquin also has the blue Evo shield up rip. You love that, but this also transcends into the composition that you're going into with these 50-50 contests. You have the Catalyst out here to make sure if those doors are going to be reinforced if you need to take some cover. As in Tropic, the squad that is going for these 50-50s, they lost on a Hirako while they're on the high ground here.
Yeah, look, interesting decision here though, right? Like, they let them get the res off. They are up in the 2v3. They don't want to give up the high ground, but have they given them just a little bit too much space as they pull down with the res off? The man advantage is enough for them to get over the top. Well done to start a fight.
Look who's contesting Optic right over here. It's going to be Ascend in Big Mud. Finding the first knock onto Dropped. This is absolutely huge here. Cher not going to heal. He's instead going to try to close in the gap alongside Postkill. Trying to find the last straggler, just trying to run away out here. Gets that knock here, and it's Optic Gaming out in 19th. Talk about some early game action right now, Genome.
Damn, yeah, look, I was talking them up at the start of today. Not a great start to their World's Edge. You know, only caught the last end of that fight, so hard to say, you know, some of the factors that went into that, but certainly we'll have to keep an eye on that for the future games as well. But look, I guess if we think back to the first half of this series, Vicky, you know, the first game on Stormpoint, tons of contests. They did filter out as the games went on, and teams decided that, you know, maybe game 2, game 3, they're going to change it up, play a little bit safer, take one of those less desirable POIs. So we'll have to see if Optic has, you know, the ego or the humility.
Especially when you have so much to loot by Old Lava City there too. If you don't want to split that big mod area, it's a lot of space. Everyone's like, where did my construction building go? Where? Well, it's over here. No, and we love to see it. I love seeing the changes that we have within the season on World's Edge. You got a lot to work with here. If you take a look at where the circle's gonna be pulling.
Exactly, and now that Ascend have cleared that out, they've got priority into this zone. It's a clear run from them. That said, lots of other teams already stacking it up down near launch site, where it does look like the ring could be pulling.
Actually insane with how quick, look at this, the amount of teams that have gone right off the bat to make that quick rotation here. It is looking absolutely congested in launch site. Looks like there's a Loba also with the black market right there too, so you could actually secure that final circle godlike position without having to overextend. As this is why we love Big Mud. This is
Gold
why.
Prowler,
You got the gold guns that you can work with and the golden Prowler code,
I mean, that gun has so much damage in one single clip right now. As far as SMGs go right now, the Prowler is definitely up there. I mean, you can see over here we've got Entropic after winning that contest there. That means, you know, they could have gotten to the zone earlier if they had had the quick rotation, but Thermal obviously being one of those zones that you sometimes like to play a little bit more slowly, craft up and then move in. They kind of don't have that choice because they had to slow down just to take that early fight.
Crazy here, and it's the black market that we were talking about. Pulverix are going to be able to utilize that while also holding down to this building. And with the Rampart too, you have those amp barriers to put down even more damage on top of that. Again, it's about not having to overextend when you are already in a great position. Sometimes we do see these circles pull towards that southern building, so we have to see if that is going to end up happening, especially if there is a ring beacon in that area. FaZe also taking their time to rotate away from Tree. But it's more of these teams like KCP who land in Mirage Etoile, like you mentioned before, splits that with Lava Fisher before they start playing around the edge, now entering to the staging spot.
Yeah, just looking around at FaZe there, they kind of posted up in Tree. If I can see correctly, I don't think they got the beacon over at staging, so they might be a little lost, honestly. Maybe they took a punt and said it's going to end at Tree. Maybe they are looking to play more of that gatekeep angle, but either way, you can see most of the teams have filtered down towards either launch site or the south end of Siphon.
But you know what's even crazier here too, Genome? With Luminosity winning 2 games that we've had so far on Stormpoint, which is the team that lands in launch site? That's Luminosity's POI, so they have the advantage off the rip to hold on to that southern building in launch site and to wait, especially if there's a ring console right there. They're going to be sitting in a good spot here as Moist Esports take into position right on the south side of Lava Siphon. They're in the line of sight of another team who's taking some shots at them.
Yeah, Moist, you know, they've got some happy memories around here, right? Split 1, that's where they took out the victory in that back-to-back-to-back win that put them into contention for the Split 1 playoffs. So just a little bit of, you know, a little bit of rose-tinted glasses for them. They're feeling good, they're feeling happy here. Okay start to this series. We're having a look at Complexity. You know, that great story from Monsoon coming out last night. You love to see it. The man has been desperately trying to get to land for quite some time now. And here we go. He's made it. Let's see what kind of impact he can have.
I love the story that you highlight with Monsoon. Aside from the conversation that we've been able to have with him, it's players like Monsoon and Snipe that I love seeing back here in LAN. Yes, Monsoon was here last LAN, but he was here as a substitute. He's now here with this team. He's trying to get in through that redemption arc as 18 squads are still left here. Complexity trying to set themselves up on the edge of launch site, just trying to take a little head glitch here. Luda not trying to overextend either. On the Bloodhound too, by the way. We've been seeing that once, I believe, on Stormpoint too, so it's very interesting to see the composition swaps between the two maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic, right?
Yeah.
Blood and bang. That's, you know, it was always, basically from the start of the game, it was kind of how it was conceptualized, right? You put the smoke down, you scan through it, you have the advantage over the other team. So they're kind of going back to basics with that composition.
Oh, no.
As we see Tappy not in the best position here. Stun, what was that, an EMP coming through? Maybe it was just an Arc Star. He only took a little bit of damage, but you can see, obviously, Pulverex here in a world of trouble.
Sort of order just holding on for their life down there. Pulverex losing out on Shundo. Won't be able to help them out. Black Hole called in, sucking them in and preventing the res from being able to pull off if he could try to crawl inside that building. So that's already off the table here. Saku's going to be able to reset with that shield, but not going to overextend again. They're just going to hold on to that building as they should, but they have to look to their back if any other squad wants to try to contest them from behind.
I mean, who knows? They've got the low black market, right? Perhaps a mobile respawn beacon shows up in the black market at some point. Maybe they can just pop that down if they can hold on to that position for long enough.
It's very smart, too, to look at that because right now the Moby is not in the weekly rotation of the Crafter. I believe it is the purple helmet and the purple bag.
You see Hal's got one there?
Yeah, he's waiting right there, too. They play extremely patient. You don't have to worry about the ammo, too, with the black market as more teams make their rotation over to the south side of launch site.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a rough position that Shummi was in without that crypto drone. I doubt they would have been able to get the banner either. So Pulverex looking for that reset, but I mean, they're in prime position, but as far as defensive characters go, Crypto's okay, but you'd rather have a Caustic, a Watson, a Newcastle, something like that to hold this building that they're in. Cat would be perfect.
Yeah. Could you see Pulverex here as we see Roy popping off in the feed? 18 squads still left here and counting.
Oh, against MDY White once again. We've actually seen that scuffle a few times already this early in the LAN. The Apex Out teams going head-to-head. And here we go. KCP versus FaZe over here at Tree.
FaZe has been here for a really long time. Double Seer ult. Looking like the compare contrast tables that I do not want to see out on my screen, but it's about the information here that KCP could rely on while still holding onto the roof right above FaZe. Taking their sweet time, though. They use their utility, and it's just about the information that they could gather before they decide on an entry point here if they do want to take this fight, because they are by the edge. Well, information on where that next circle is going to be going.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The exhibit goes down for Seer, and you always want to wait it out. You either want to get out of range of it or wait it out, right? And it's when both are down, it's like, okay, are we both just going to fight and have that information? It seems like teams often, you know, will back themselves, try and wait for this black hole.
Silence and the black hole on top of that. They get the knock. The reinforce comes out. Zay trying to go for the reset. KCP trying to go in there, lose out on Serdell. It's the trait here. No shields on the other side. Phonyhead has out the advantage as Obi-Chan now moves in.
Yeah, here we go. Back North coming in for the kill, though. Can they be a part of this fight? They're certainly looking for it. FaZe has gone down. Fnatic now looking to finish up with that. A defensive bang ult on the top of this means Fnatic kind of have to move inside here.
Zane just backing away. What can they do? That timing on the third party was absolutely insane from Fnatic. Amazing call right there from them to move in. They have not been able to call out Zane, though, who's forced to walk away.
Yeah, Zane's gone for the rat play, absolutely. Other teams were looking for that. E6 coming down from Thermal Station, we're kind of thinking about it. We had Vex there as well, the Amia Pigeons, the Vultures, I guess, you know, just maybe having a look for some scraps.
Love how you call it pigeons. I just think about the new Bloodhound bird. It's like pigeon just moving in. That's just KCP right there, just trying to pick up the scraps if they can. Just backing away as they see the Valkyrie Skyward Dive take to the skies and get the damage that they were looking for, you know, with the charge rifle.
I mean, I swear, this gun single-handedly put Valk's pick rate about 40% down, because that happens so often. If you've got just a couple there, they will take that Valk out of the sky every time.
Man, it hurts even more when it ends up being the Nemesis and you're within that range and you have the 3-time scope, which is in the Replicator right now. Gun makes you cry right now, too. Is Fnatic just looking to take some more information of the teams in the area here before they also make their call to rotate from the south side here for this next circle.
Oh, interesting, you know, kind of I put FaZe on blast a little bit, right? But every now and then you do see the shift back where the circle does go back towards tree, and this happens, right? The teams pretty much always read it as the launch site zone. Okay, it is. They're correct this time. As we can see, just with that next shift, we're getting the information. But, I mean, it's hard to read. You can see it ping-ponging from one side to the other here. That's a pretty classic World's Edge zone right there.
Nice nades in the image with the Prowler. Going to be able to take the last one alive from KCP. Zane not going to be able to get anywhere there. And even if Zane were to take the high ground, we already know that there's two teams taking the real estate inside both buildings, so he would have been inevitably sandwiched. Okay, so Fnatic, they take that spot, but now they have to make a move. If we're looking who's in God spot right now, Vicky, it is actually Moist and TSM. Moist posted up in that building out the front of launch site, and TSM in the main building to the north of launch. So those guys are going to be pretty happy with this. E6 kind of a bit on the lower ground, but then with Fnatic here, we are trying to see how they're going to make their way into the south side. They've got a zone or two to work that out, but they may have to go through some of their compatriots down there. I'm just trying to see. I don't think they managed to get that res off just yet, so perhaps no Moby's dropped. Also thinking here, you talked about the positioning over at tree. That ring console right there allowing the teams that could get the scan to be able to maybe take a 50-50 rotational approach, of course, like we saw TSM waiting in that building in by launch site. So that way, just in case if it continues does to pull north, south of Lava Siphon, they still have some time as Fnatic, again, taking some more information to see the Seer ult, the exhibit being called in for that fight.
No, that's a fantastic point. I mean, yeah, you know, the ring console is in the zone right now, but that's what Crypto brings you. That's his value as a legend. So, you know, yeah, Fnatic, they play it slow, just getting all the info before they make that next decision. Furia, they're kind of by themselves in the north here over at Lava Siphon. No one else really within throwing distance. Well, I say that, they've got a fuse. That guy has a little bit of help throwing his nades.
You know, Sea-Lion, I don't know what he's cooking in the kitchen, but it's got to be spicy out here, because they're also on the Mad Maggie in World's Edge
assault.
here too. I mean, because he's really got to come in together. I also call Mad Maggie the warden out here because she's looking to come and protect with that wrecking ball. But it's always so scary because this team likes to play by the edge right now, as you can see, playing outside the circle and looking to see what they can do next.
I mean, I'm an absolute goblin for assault bins, right? Like, I'm like screaming at my teammates like, I want that Digithread out of there. I want the attachments. Furia likes them so much that they've got 3 legends just in case they ever come across one to make sure they get everything and juice themselves out of that. But they're still not in the zone.
With Panders taking a lot of damage, though, let's jump into a listening with Furia to see what their next move is with round 3 closing.
Can I get one up? I'm gonna walk up a little bit.
Spoken 12, spoken 12.
If you move up, you're good.
Spoken 12, I know.
You have to play like Watson side though. Yeah, do not play the right side. You're gonna get fucked. I'm pretty sure there's like a, yeah, if you like sit where I am, you're like full safe.
There's a dead zone spot.
Hey, just range. Out to you.
We're big
we're in again, we're in again. I'm hitting from 12. We might have to, we're gonna third party whatever happens over here.
Yeah, balloon down.
Is this playable up here?
No, you're gonna get shot, I think.
You could try it, but...
I can smoke you.
Dude, I'm good. I need to smoke. On roof, someone's on roof. I just saw someone on roof for sure. Okay, well, team might try to place. If they do, I'm gonna ult them.
I think we balloon down and ult on the balloon and cover all this area.
Yeah, I can. Give me a syringe.
Just farm.
Another one? If a team starts trying to take this rock from us, you need to bang ult them.
Yeah, I will.
Take out smokes. I might get farmed in the back though.
I have bang ult out.
I don't see them.
You have digis or no?
No. I'm 4-5 right now. Yeah, I don't know what that smoke was. I'm down to third party that. If
I think our spot's better. Because like we're gonna get shot from all these teams trying to cross into that. But I'm down to go.
Well, I think it will depend. It depends. We might do it. I'm 4-4 now.
I'm 5.
I'm 4-8.
Wait, how many cells do you have here?
Can you hold the here? I'll drop you back. Any ult cells? No.
I think as zone's closing, I'm throwing my balloon down for you.
Okay, you can. Hey, it's not worth it, bro. They smoked it again. I might go look. I don't know.
They're Valk ulting. That's
a
one
different
team
team.
Valking. There's still 2 teams back there.
Don't get distracted shooting them. They might.
Yeah, I know.
They might come.
They're landing underneath.
That's fine. That's fine. You just throw it back at them.
I put the balloon down.
I just threw my ball then. Just
I'm good. I'm good.
Yep. I'm really low. It's gone.
Didn't hit shit.
I hit someone for 7 with my ball. Right here.
I'm smoking this truck right here for us.
I'm cooking right here. Maybe pick a team underneath. Underneath, 3 kills. They're in here. Valk low. I'm trying to see, but... Keep watching, guys, there. We're going to shoot underneath. Keep watching that. Yeah, I'm watching right. Careful. 130 on Seer inside. I'm banning. I'm low. Stabilize, please. Stabilize. These guys have, like... There's a guy on top. He's getting shot at. Is it more than one team? I'm going to queue him.
Nope.
I don't know.
No smoke. No smoke.
Careful.
I got Seer scan. Nades.
I'm Seer scan as well, but I already threw my abilities. The
I'm in
Seer is
4
low ground, the
seconds.
Bang is top, okay?
Yeah, I think she ran off and dropped.
Yeah, she was getting shot at. Can we smoke here and kill the team underneath? The
Smoke on the truck again?
Like down here. No, I'm low again. Yeah, I don't know. I'm one bullet. I'm one bullet. You're fine. Someone. Oh, he's gonna kill me. Oh, fuck. Selling.
Trying to nade them.
I hit him with my ult.
You can smoke and rescue maybe.
I don't have smoke. I cracked him. Stick him.
I'm going.
I cracked you.
Yeah, stay alive.
I have to bat. Oh, we're dead here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, not much we can do. I don't know.
What a tough situation to be in for Fura right there too. You heard the comms. They were talking about how many teams are behind them. That's going to be Vex Gaming, going to be able to take control over that fight. And at the same time, we saw, I believe it was MD White flying on top of Moist, getting some trades going in there on the other side while that fight was happening on the high ground.
Yeah, and Moist have stabilized now. They are ready to go in, but TSM are in God spot. We'll watch the other teams converge onto that main building, but you can see it up there to the top left of your screen as Vex put down a couple of other ALGS pros here. Looking good for them, but they've got to still move in, right? Like, they're getting the kills, but they've still got to get in.
You're not invincible. You're not invincible on the other side of the catwall right there, okay? You're in their line of sight. Vex Gaming looking for the redemption arc as Patapify is in. 7 squads left. Catwall is up, blocking the view from TSM, looking through the windows, finishing off what was left of Element 6.
Okay, kind of mirroring them now, though, is Moist. You see them starting to take the fight. They have to drop off. The hill provides a little bit of nice cover here. Moist primarily worried about Vex at the moment, who are on the other side of them. But inside there's a fight for Godspot. They have to worry about their back. TSM go up against Complexity.
This is a smart fight to take for Complexity. They had no other choice. They have to push in on this, and they have to take advantage of Burhol's catwall that is up right now as Imperial House tries to take the corner. Rebs only has a blue extended light mag right here. 62M on the heavy before he can forcibly swap off, gets the hipfire shots as Hell gets a follow-up, finds Cody. Unlucky on this other side though, as Malwalti too, the double fight going down as TSM are trying to secure this fight against Complexity, playing around the knockdown shields when you're the last one alive.
But finally, they got the res, and Pulverex are coming in from the backside. TSM, they're trying to get that revive, but they won't do it in time. We see Pulverex pull the trigger at exactly the right time. They are going to eliminate TSM, I believe. But can they do it fast enough? There's no way TSM come back.
This is Rebs, and he's got the double knockdown shield. He's playing behind both of them, but he can't get the shield up with the death box in front of him. It may have already been taken as Vex Gaming with the opportunity, the timing to game number 1 on World's Edge, our game 4 in this group.
And I've got to give it to Vex there, Vicky. That was an impressive win. I mean, they won the 3v3 against Moist. That was clean. It was even. It was, no one else was really getting involved in that. But the time from reset to going forward there and making sure they picked up that opportunity when it presented itself was impressive.
And not only that, rotating from Skyhook with that timing, just as equally important to be able to position themselves right behind Fury to take that fight before they start counter-rotating, take advantage of the fact that TSM was fighting against Complexity for that Godspot building where the circle was going to be pulling. But it's the timing that is the key that we have to keep highlighting here for that game, because that's all it was here for Vex. Again, it's the redemption shot arc that we're looking at Vex after the lackluster performance in the first land. They're looking to change the game here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a better finish for them this split, I believe, in Amir.
Yeah.
And now coming off the back of that, they've, hopefully shaken off any kind of nerves, any kind of issues that were plaguing them in split 1 here with a really good mix of both decision-making from the IGL, the timing, but also their team fighting ability. They needed the whole kit and caboodle there to take out that game.
The dub with the 9 kills right on top of it here. Looking at the other players, just trying to talk about what they could have done differently. Just kind of shake through Vexed and Monsoon, the rest of Complexity. And we're looking to try to take that clean fight. I also mentioned it too, when the play was going on, Genome, the timing before the res could come off was stopped short by Vexed and them pushing into that building while that fight was going on, which that fight between Complexity and TSM rather longer than they would have liked. Even if the death boxes were there to go in for the shield swaps, Vex were able to present themselves to add in that extra pressure, even with the gravity lift for their horizon being right there, posing, being really happy. It's another day at work here for the Vex squad as we take a look at the fans in the arena.
Give it up. I mean, look, doing well, doing badly. The Vexed guys were there through thick and thin last playoffs, this playoffs as well. So big shout out to your, your true blue supporters. Well, that's what we call them if they're Australian.
Even if you're sitting backwards, Genome?
Don't even start me.
He's giving me that face.
Don't even start
Now
me.
I know that Genome doesn't look at the board in the classroom as we take a look at the final circle approach from Vex Gaming. Seeing them having to fight through the side as another catwall had moved up. They were able to wrap around here. Unlucky was so low, but it was the Moist fight that we saw before swapping over to the Complexity versus TSM fight, where they were able to get the reset with Unlucky getting res, and then them being able to move in shortly right afterwards.
Yeah, there we go. You can see this all happening at the same time. Vex just get that res off. Tyler's already moving in to try and secure space here. You can see the rest of the team hasn't even made it there yet, and Tyler's already putting damage and putting this fight in their favor.
And what's even better is that it wasn't just the third party. You can see Pulverex in the feed also putting in damage and pressure onto TSM there too. It just allowed Vex to not only go for the reset, but then try to clean up everything else that was inside the building, finishing off with 9 kills, 12 points for that dub. On top of that, Pulverex right behind them though, with the 6 kills and the placement to 8, so they were able to secure for that game.
Yeah, I mean, look, shout out to them for picking up the second, waiting it out, and getting that res off eventually, right? I mean, it'd be interesting to see that game from sort of their perspective and thinking about the other teams around them. Did the teams know were there enough seers in the area to scan that there was only 2 people in that building? Because honestly, I would have expected someone to send them had they realized that. Only 2 legends alive, as we talked about, not particularly defensive legends.
Yeah.
Should have been an easy cleanup for someone. Are people scared? Are people playing, a little too passive here at the start of this LAN?
It could be the nerves that have to get shaken off too. I mean, you're playing on a big stage out here live. LAN vibes are always very different for the teams that may not have the same amount of experience as some of the other teams that have been here for a while. As we take a look at the series results in general for the second page here, struggling a little bit though on this side on World's Edge was KCP. You saw them finish off in the later part of the leaderboard. The overall leaderboards now with Fnatic taking the spot on top of LG Chivas with 48 points.
Closer there at the top. Yeah, Riddle Order falling off a little bit. But yeah, after our first game on World's Edge, still plenty of people picking up a half-decent amount of points, I guess. I think something also, important to touch on, Vicky, is that, of course, we're in the group stage here, so it's not like it's a series of 6 and then, someone loses or wins here. It's cumulative points across when you're playing all these other groups. And at that point, you just need to make sure you're putting enough in the bank to try and make it to that winner's bracket, because, of course, that's where the top 20 teams are going after the group stage.
And it gives you have some room to breathe, too.
Yes.
That way they can have some extra time to practice, too, if they have that opportunity, which is extremely important. Fnatic, too, I believe came out of that, even though they were in that top placement, they secured like 8 kills in general, too. So it's still being able to have that complexity mindset of just trying to find your fight, even if you don't get that position, because now they've secured that first place spot overall.
Yeah, well, a couple of teams definitely pulling ahead of the pack, but it's not that far, right? And that's what we like to see at LAN, when all the regions come together and you don't have as many, I don't know, standouts, I guess you would say. I feel like the skill level of a LAN lobby is a little bit tighter usually than we see in our regions throughout the split.
That's why I love LAN out here, and that's why I also love being able to go through another game of World's Edge. That's going to come to you guys on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
I'll make sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 LAN live here in London. We just wrapped up a nice little pretty bow, game number 4 on World's Edge. Vex Gaming coming to win with 9 kills to their name. Also saw some funny shenanigans go down to the south side of the map right there too. I believe we saw Tabby survive out there for the longest time for the Riddle order to maintain that spot in the overall standings that we got to see earlier before going into break. But the consistency is alive for the Apex North teams, such as Fnatic out here as well.
Yeah, Polarex coming in second there. Yeah, a couple of Apex North teams doing really well to start here, which honestly, we want to see. It's been a couple of LANs now. I think that Apex North have kind of fallen behind a little bit. If you look at their top finishes, it's actually trended down over time. So despite Fnatic, you know, putting in some solid work and continuing their good performances, it has slipped behind a little bit of the by some of the other regions compared to, say, NA or Apex South.
We'll talk about the training chamber that they have stuck themselves in out here, because they are really coming through so far within this first group, Genome. Now, taking a look at the drop slots, we had a lot of 50-50s go down.
Exactly. Last time it was in Tropic versus Starter Fight over at Thermal, and we also saw that early fight with Optic, but this time it's not happening. Looks like looks like they've got it all to themselves. That is an interesting development, considering that they lost that early fight last time. Oh, either way, look, let's go down to Entropic once again, going at it with start a fight.
I'm sending a message, honestly, because Ascent can just take that geyser and go over there if they can, and Entropic taking this early 50-50 once again in Thermal Station. Looking to see if they can get the loot that they need. I mean, with Hierarchy already finding the purple Evo, we absolutely take that as the 50-50 in Trials that we actually did see go down earlier in that last game did happen this time around. Now again, E6, K-Swinny staying alive.
Yep, they're up against Noctum right now. So obviously the fight over Thermal Station taking a little bit longer to kick off. So we'll have a look at this one. And Element 6, well, they get the Prowlers all to themselves, adding a little bit of PvP into the PvE.
Noctum, honestly, with these 50-50s, been Trop as Entropic coming out, taking out Start a Fight. Right at the very end, it's just Uchaka with that longbow. You don't need anything else here, Uchaka, and they are going to be able to get the reset too.
Yeah, 300 damage to his name as well as 3 kills. So Entropic, I believe that is 1-1 between those teams, which you like to see, because that means we get the contest again, most likely next time.
Come on, you got to know where you're from. Show him where you're from. The Hammies too, man. What a thing to pick up off the rip with the purple Evo. He's on the RE45. You love to see it. Tropic now are going to be able to get the loot that they need before making the rotation. Looks like we are moving up to the north for this next circle. Nice picking up on the Moby there too. But it's these 50-50s that I also love seeing here on World's Edge. I mentioned that Noctum has not had a good time. We saw that they had that early 50-50 contest with Luminosity too. All right, everyone look away. It's okay. He didn't get the gold ball knocked down, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta expose yourself at land every so often. Man,
I'm not sure how much you can hear of the crowd sound if you're at home, but I can tell you they were not happy with that loot box.
That's why I love live audiences. You guys are fantastic out here in the Copper Box Arena. It's just more of these squads that are going to be rotating to see what they're going to be picking up for their weapon loader. Definitely wasn't expecting them to keep that RE, even though, you know, I do love those Hammies.
Yeah, the circle's going very much north here. We're seeing Survey Camp, maybe even one of those circles that goes north of Survey Camp to the tracks up the back. That's where our hyper-rotate teams are going already. Moist posted up in Survey Camp. Then you've got Vexed up there as well. We've got Complexity, Dreamfire have made their way into the tunnel. They might actually be meeting Vexed very soon.
Oh, that would be actually insane. So many squads already in that north side by Survey Camp, now tuning into Dreamfire, engaging in that fight themselves. See, the PETA also being on the Caustic could clear out so much space for them from behind if he does have those barrels available to him. But it's about playing the patient game here with so many other teams like Complexity, like you mentioned, that lands in Survey to be rotating by the tunnel.
Yes, and here it is. PETA is on the Caustic. We get it back. This man is a monster on this legend. And as you can see, Vexed are falling at their hands already.
Trying to X out whatever success they had in the last game. Now he tries to gas them out from the corners, forcing them to back away. See the black hole being called in from Vex as the Hail Mary.
Perfect.
They are getting beat from behind though. They gotta watch out as they try to take this fight as quickly as possible. Moving in, trying to take advantage, gets the beam with the full, backing away. It's 3MZ. Welcome Dreamfire as the full squad as they eliminate Vex Gaming.
The crowd goes wild. So many Dreamfire fans in our audience right now. They do get the reset. No one is coming in fast enough. We've got Gambare Otto-san over there in the tunnels. They won't make it in time. Complexity also on their eastern side, but they are not willing to give up such a fantastic spot to try and third party this fight. Dreamfire have done it. They're safe. They're in this respawn beacon where, you know, occasionally this could be where the ring pulls. Perhaps they just won the fight for God's spot.
Sometimes it pulls here, and then sometimes it pulls a little bit right across the tracks from where they are, where we see some other squads try to hold on. We've seen Energy before, and Complexity where they are on the other side. But this still, it goes into that 50-50 rotation approach that you and I were mentioning in the previous game when it comes to either you not having access to a ring beacon or trying to call the hard pull when you do have that information in the previous circle. So I love this position for Dreamfire, especially since they have the bunker down character with the Caustic. I don't expect Gambare to try to contest them on that north side of the tunnel, and if they do, they have to worry about Complexity getting involved as a third party.
Having a look at some of the teams posted up in Survey Camp now. MDY White, there you can see Fnatic as well as Moist taking position up in those buildings. Pulverex now will be soon to rotate in. They could have taken Grandma's house on the hill there, but they don't have a recon character, so can't make use of the player scan towards that end of things. Oh, okay, we're seeing Fnatic actually maybe trying to get the respawn here, maybe just scouting. That's Meltzera. Unfortunately, has been removed already. These APAC North teams really have to get, trying to get a little creative just to have all 3 members on the board.
And even if you got that Loba too, it's the Moby isn't in the crafter, maybe you picked one up, but like good luck trying to get that player right back in survey, with so many other teams have already made their position, as well as E6 trying to join them too, trying to see if they could try to rotate through the tunnels. We hear the crowd roar up at the name of E6. K-Swinny keeping his name on the board, 17 squads left. They've already secured 3 KP as a team here too. And I like the call-outs that we're seeing here with the pings from E6 while they get on top of the sniper tower, just trying to see whether they want to gatekeep the squad from behind them before trying to move forward where they could play by the edge. But that could be risky, because with this team behind them, they could get sandwiched and pinched if there's another team waiting for them on the other side from the rocks.
Yeah, it's a very fair point. Vicky there, as we have a look at some of those teams, most of them sort of in that central corridor here, but then you've got teams like TSM coming up from Lava Siphon who have decided, you know, if they're going to take full advantage of the goodies available to them there, just play more of an edge style here in Game 5, while the hyper-rotate teams, of course, ooh, they've read it correctly. Certainly, I'd say there's almost a 0% chance. No, I can't do that to myself, or it's definitely going to pull there, right? But it should be pulling to the right side here, either survey camp or that sort of north side, as we talked about earlier.
Because if you call it out, then it's going to just say absolutely not, and just go in the opposite direction. But I
middle
can see
finger
it.
straight to Genome.
It says, nope, not today, Genome. You thought and you guessed, and it was wrong. But I do think that it is going to continuously pull towards the north side here. Thinking, though, as E6 does take their time for the squad behind them, yes, they were maybe thinking about rotating on the other side where the 2 squads were sharing that tunnel area, but there is also that slight high ground that these squads could try to take control of and try to put in more pressure onto the squads at KCP and E6 that are going to be rotating from the slight low ground of the east side of Skyhook.
Yes, look, you know, Pioneers just doing a little bit of crafting over here. They've got sort of no better option, really. All the good spots are being taken at this point, so it's going to be a fight for them later on. But I really think we're going to see this probably a more northern circle, and that's when that train track, it becomes this dividing line, Vicky. And you see teams, because there's safe spots kind of north of it, there's safe spots south. Unless it's a weird ring pull, sometimes then maybe you can get in one of the train cars and fortify a position, depends on your legends as well. But it's almost this, yeah, sort of line that, you know, people have to choose one side or the other. And we'll see some big scuffles there.
Yeah, you got like that backside that could lead you into survey, but then you're leaving yourself open. Even though you're coming in from the high ground, you got those bins over to your side for some extra little cover. You're still leaving yourself open to the squads that have clear shot of you while they're inside of the building. The safety of the building's in survey. So it could be a tricky rotation depending on where the circle is going to be pulling for that next one. It's KCP also looking to see if they can clear the rotation zone for the next one.
Yeah, so TSM really making their way around. They started over at Climatizer, just doing some crafting. Now they've come all the way down to Epicenter, just really just searching around for someone to be on the receiving end of their wrath here. Pioneers, oh, they're actually getting set here. I think it's by E6 as they try and pull up an evac tower, also going out.
They had all the time to go into the crafter, and now they're trying to engage in this fight, having to be careful, missing out on some of these important PK shots. Trying to jump down is going to be Nasky as he tries to reset. The rest of KCP, though, other than Serdell, looking very scary. Yes, he's alive, he's healthy, but Zayn unfortunately could not go for the reset. Trying to get away, Nasky had to back away because he lost on his shield. He was literally one. He couldn't give that support over to Zayn when he was on the other side of the building.
Dell getting rejected there by the piercing spikes on the top of the building. Has to find another way around. Gravity Lift comes back off cooldown and gives E6 the high ground. Nasky now in desperate measures tries to get away. Will throw down the Rolling Thunder, but it's not enough. K-Swinny and co take the fight.
There was barely even a trade of shots from KCP there. Those PK shots being missed was crucial, especially in these close quarter fights inside of a building like this. But E6 gonna be happy to walk away with this. Crowd getting excited. 16 squads left as KCP meets themselves back in the lobby currently. See the Loba Black Market out in the distance as we actually see a fight happening on the other side of Epi. You were talking about the rotation approach from TSM there as Optic Gaming also taking their time to rotate.
Yeah, going up against Ascend here.
All right, we're going to jump into a listening with Optic Gaming after they lost out on Noct.
There's a lot of heavy ammo here, Suni.
Any bats? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go, boys.
Fucking go, boys. That's all game. 6 points already.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Look
Okay, speaking over on me. Understood.
Look.
All right, well, Optic just getting forced off the hill there. You can hear them, you know, pretty much just giving up. They have to make a move, and it's going to be Ascend. Is that the... They were the ones who met them at Big Mort last time.
Yeah.
Stacks, right? So I think that's 2 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken, that Ascend have ended their chances here in this bracket.
Walking expensive loot boxes with all the big mod loot too. So sad to see as Riddle Order, we're talking about some of our squads that are still maintaining that position in the high end of the overall leaderboards. See the crypto drone flying around here, but they also have to look to the side while trying to get out of the LOS of the squad holding the high ground of Epicenter, if there is one currently right now. You can see Tappy just checking just in case. But holding onto this building right here is going to be so crucial with the Watson fences. You could be comfortable with the information that you could also secure with the crypto.
Yeah, let's see if Ascend can win 2 in a row. You know, Skittlecakes is still alive, by the way. It wasn't a full elimination, but definitely a fight win there for Ascend. It's a good build to hold on to, but it's not gonna service them for that much longer. The ring does continue to pull north, and Dreamfire did indeed essentially win Godspot with that early fight. Crazy how something so early and so important, you know, can make its way down the line here.
Extremely here, and you're also seeing Fury taking the north side is a really smart approach, because sometimes we talk about where the circle could be pulling towards that corner where the mobile respawn beacon is, but also we've seen it pull on this side if it shifts a little bit to the side. That's where Complexity was trying to predict and why they didn't want to overextend. It's Riddle Order now finally engaging. Getting the first knock into Kashira is crucial here too. Wonder if the EMP even ever was released at some point here, if he did have it available to him.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see that they get the first 2 knocks here. Skittle actually tries to get involved in this with a full kill or post kill. What a menace. He's just getting, just being the X factor here in this, what I thought was going to be a 3v3, but Riddle do come back. Is that the... No, Lufka has actually made it out as well. So rats galore here over on the eastern side.
Look like my own set of ranked games out here. Skittlecake's now rotating as a solo from Optic Gaming. Staying alive is the name of the game for Skittlecake. As he's going to be able to wrap around, though, he's got to look to his back for the other squads that are also trying to rotate and play by the edge of the circle. Very scary situation to play ring around the Rosie on with these rocks here on the side of Survey, but Riddle Order have a nice position as well.
Yes, Nighttime gets finished on Wolfgar, so Ascend full out here. Skittlecakes is probably just having a little bit of a laugh to himself that he did manage to outlive their opponents there. But these teams on the eastern side, they're going to start making their way towards Survey Camp, where we already know there's a bunch of teams posted up. So let's see if they can survive in on outside those buildings.
And look at Complexity's position here too. We noted that they were trying to play on the north side by actually where Fury is right now, but with the pressure of Fury over to the other side, and then with the potential threat of their right side, they could have been pinched, and they did not like that. And they have information with Luda being on the Bloodhound. So yes, they get the scan, they have that information, but it's about the positioning that they have to play to next, because they had a good spot, but now they're just further going away from the circle, maybe trying to take a different angle.
All right, so we've got more fights going up here. It's Fnatic versus TSM down on the south side of the map. TSM, they put the Seer ult down on themselves just to try and dissuade any further action. But if Fnatic get vision of this, surely they send it. Or they just have this being set up in that building. There's no way.
He was one. He was literally one.
This is some real plot armor if TSM get this reset.
If literally anybody steals on Reps, I'd say he was gone, but here we go. Yes, he gets the res, but there's no health reset. Reps trying to get the knock. He gets the knock onto Hierarchy Thorfinn on the other side as they take care of TSM. But Reps was cooking it. That was really scary. He was the last one alive for a while. Almost being able to clutch it isn't enough here as we finally see the fight between Furrier and Complexity as they take the high ground.
Yeah, Complexity not happy with their fantastic spot in the zone getting taken out as Entropic do get cleaned up eventually by E6, who have swung all the way down to the south side there. Complexity, no! After starting off in such a good spot, they get challenge there by Furia, and they come out on top. This means Furia and Dreamfire here are probably the two teams we're really looking forward to at the end of this game.
The beginning of that fight looked like Complexity had the health advantage with the trade, but also behind them was some extra pressure, with another squad now rolling in for the opportunity as Furia still is able to back away and then get a hard reset with their own health. It's Riddle Order now on the high ground here, overlooking what's going on in Survey Camp while still having Furia in their line of sight too.
3x Nemesis from this spot, fantastic. You want a mid-range poke gun from this exact position. You can do so much damage with it. That said, only a couple of clips left in it, so needs to make them count. Does Tappy.
Oh, the charge rifle, hitting that sweet. Nice 69, a snipe down on the other side, chasing right behind Yukio. He's trying to run for his life right now. Gets back to the FaZe, trying to go on the other side. Catwall for Catwall, 2 going up here as FaZe now moves in for the fight. Zero Tricky, find Yukio finally.
Phony is like, why did you eat my triple take shot there? Unfortunate there as FaZe, the movement doesn't quite work out for them, but the rotation does. They've made it in safely. Roy from the power position is going to put down one here.
Dreamfire, like you called out, Genome still on the other side. You see the tick damage coming in with the Thermite. You see the aggressive ping too. They're getting inside, but Rory is reaping all the benefits. He gets the next knock onto his Watson.
Snipe down, literally one right now, does get the bat off. Furia, Dreamfire recognizing that they need to shift to the right a little bit. Once again, claim Godspot.
FaZe now still alive as Riddle Order falls right afterwards. 8 squads here. Dreamfire still holding on to an amazing spot. Fnatic, by the way, still up on the other side. Yuka still alive and healthy. MDY White as well as Gambare Otosan. As FaZe now trying to take out to the high ground. Maybe if Snipefan could get into the angle to see where all the other squads are in the left side of the area.
Okay, so we've got so many teams on the south side here with 8 alive. There's about 6 down there, a couple on the other side, but it's Dreamfire who have this all to themselves, and I cannot tell you how good this final position is for them. The zone ends just on the other side, the south side of the tracks here. That means they have so much cover moving into this. They're going to be free firing on everyone unless we see a crazy push towards them. I'm loving their position here.
And they knew the importance of holding this spot here too. Not only did they get it within that first circle, getting that information, they rotated from Countdown to hold this spot. They fought for it here too. They were able to bunker down with the Caustic, and that's super important in clearing up that space.
And not only that, they've done it in the right amount of time. You can see they have the Rolling Thunder up there. They're probably going to have their Caustic ult as well. You know, maybe some ultic cells in those boxes that they just cleared out from Furia. That means they're going to have every tool at their disposal when this final fight comes down.
They have the information that FaZe is on the rock side here too. You can see the circle closing in. Look at this chaos as all the squads are getting funneled outside of the buildings of Survey Camp. Frex gets the knock with the Arc Star. Who else is going to be served on the silver platter for phoning it to finish? MDY White is the squad to get eliminated. A squad landing right behind them. It is a Christmas season out here with more presents being delivered.
Yep, rotation in there from E36 below FaZe. I don't think they've got the vision on them right now. They're too busy firing across at all these other teams, and it feels like it's one of those situations only one team from Survey Camp should come out alive. Who's it going to be? Fnatic? Moist? It's got to be one of those. You see Pulverex on the left side. They're coming out from the tunnel. They finally had to make their move, but the Horizon Gravity lift here will challenge FaZe. Will it be enough to put them down? They're going to go down to the zone!
Not the zone in the corner, and now the reset is going to try to come in. K-Swinny playing off the high ground. No Seer attack can cancel that this time around, but it does stun them for a bit with that silence. E6 now moving in, definitely with the zipline here too. Moist get taken out as Saku tries to capitalize.
Another solid game from Moist, but once again, they can't finish it out. Pulverex, while all that was happening, Dreamfire just put their hands around the throat of the other team, take out one there from Pulverex and make it even harder for anyone else to challenge them here.
And Dreamfire knew Pulverex was there from the very beginning. That was also another team that predicted where the circle was going to be moving, but slightly late, so forced to wait inside of the train track tunnel here. Dreamfire taking the shots with the R301. Rory cleaning up so many of these teams as Pulverex get taken out.
3v3, the bang ult goes down, lobs that as far as he possibly can for EMZ. They've set this up the whole game. Can Dreamfire finish it off?
K-Swinny take it to the skies with the gravity lift here. He's literally won, but Dreamfire with the Nemesis. 3MZ0 coming through. These final two squads fighting for the life, but Dreamfire has the advantage. They have the nuts, they have the position, and they're about to have game number 5. Dreamfire wins.
exaggeration here. The crowd goes wild. So much support here throughout APAC South Demons. They've qualified for 3 LANs, and yet for Peter and for 3MZ, this is the first time they've left the country. Vicky, and what a reception they've gotten here in London.
Finally get to see them at their force. Look at the flex. Let's see them take a bow, because they are out here taking that game, holding that position. The crowd goes wild. This is what I love too, seeing the redemption of the players that couldn't attend the last night, now being able to come out, taking the dub all together as they deserve, with the consistency that put them here in the first place.
I mean, is it 2021 or is it 2023? Because that is the kind of dominating performance that Dreamfire have been putting out on World's Edge with that kind of composition. I mean, Sierra wasn't out that back there, but let's ignore that, right? With that kind of composition for the longest time.
Man, these games have been insane. APAC, North and South, coming through with the performance of consistency within these first 2 groups. And we got so much more APAC still, Gino. This is actually insane. I can't wait to see more of this. And we still have that one last game on World's Edge to see how this all plays out.
Dreamfire was just like a Viper in that match, right?
Yeah.
Every time someone came within striking distance, right, it was just like bang, instantly. They removed them. They got a player down from Pulverec. They took out Furia on their right side. Just every single time they needed to clear out that space, they could. They did it decisively. There was no question about it.
What was extra funny too is that even with the enemy cat walls, it's like, okay, well, we see you guys, and then you saw the triple take shots coming in. We saw what the Nemesis could do in the hands of Dreamfire out here too. Rory, we could see him, again, these triple take shots, absolutely insane, but it's not only this position, it's about having the high ground here for this circle that is so important for circles like this.
I mean, could you have played it any more perfectly? That was his last triple take bullet, making the most of that buff to the triple take, where the ammo efficiency of that gun was increased greatly. So Dreamfire, as you can see here, it was not too hard of a finish for them, honestly. As we said, they put things in motion so far in advance by hitting Pulverex early, by being ready and having those ultimates. You can see them pushing E36. They want to reset right now. They want to chill, but they can't because there's a bang ult on top of their heads.
And to fight for this position is also incredibly crucial, because then you have to think about the loot that they were left over while holding onto that spot the whole time without having a Loba available to them. It's about fighting for that loot without having to starve themselves here while they finish off what was left of this team. Dreamfire, Rory, even though he gets knocked, the rest of his team was up and alive and healthy, and they were able to take game number 5 as we get to see the stats, the breakdown. Rory, we saw him in the feed. That's why he didn't have any more ammo for that triple take. He used up all that energy because he was putting down so much damage. 2.2k. The rest of his squad, 3MC, Pizza, they were able to contest that, get the follow-ups, and also shows the importance of having that bunker down character to prevent teams like Pulverex from trying to force themselves on your spot.
11 kills. Big shout out to Element 6 as well. They made their way all around the map, right? Remember, I believe they were the ones who were starting out with that contest, right? Up at Trial, so they take out Noctum first. There's a couple in the bag, work their way down through Skyhook, keep going south, kind of like TSM did, except a little more successfully this game, and then make it all the way to second place, where unfortunately Dreamfire was just a little bit too well set up.
Looking at the second page here too, a lot of our more consistent squads that we were talking about, I feel like we cursed them, we were highlighting them in the previous game now. Looking at the second page, it's a complete different story. CKCP in 17th, started fighting 19th. Vex are winners of a previous game now, losing out on 18th. Complexity up there, even though they held that position, even though they land between Survey Camp and Epicenter, were unable to hold that northern spot. It looks like they were getting bullied by Furia at some points there too, when Furia took control over the train tracks. A lot of shifting from these teams that are rotating on the outside of Epi to claim that high ground, slight high ground to north side position that leads you over there. As we see the energy, man, it's so difficult. Like, look at this. Finally being able to see the person, it's always so fun to enjoy the energy that these lands provide. As we see the series results right now, Fnatic still staying on top of 55 points.
And those guys are so happy to finally be here. And yeah, Fnatic pretty happy with their performance right now as well. LG had a phenomenal Storm point, but they have to keep that up if they want to keep this in and get it in the bag, really make sure they're moving on to that winners bracket. That said, I need to go back and do the maths. I believe it was somewhere around 100 points that you kind of want, generally speaking, to get into that winners bracket. So, you know, with a 50-point performance here, you know, and a game still to go for LG Shivers, that does mean they are, you know, perhaps about halfway, even though they've only played 1/3 of the matches.
Yeah, that
Good
pop-off
maths.
moment here too. And even though I do look pretty tall here next to Genome, don't let that deceive you, okay? You don't have to imitate how short I actually am, Genome. I do hear that Blaze has a special guest though, so we're gonna toss it over to Blaze to see who he's got right next to him.
Thank you so much, Vicky. I have Ambush here from Team Liquid, one of your favorite content creators, as you know her story, coming all the way from Sweden to LA and now back to London. Ambush, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm great. I'm happy to be here.
So far, so good. The matches have been exciting. Now, we got a chance to see a few teams win. Who are you rooting for this weekend? Who do you want to see have some success today?
I am rooting for Lions and the Pioneers.
Okay.
100% Pioneers.
Pioneers have been popping off. You got a chance to see them playing those earlier matches. How did you feel about that?
That was amazing though. The fact that they kind of had a comeback after having the first game, that they got their kills, and then we had the unfortunate crash, and then they came back though with like a 5 kill when we got, that was amazing.
They are so consistent up there on the stage. Now, we are in Copper Box Arena here in London, and you know, the crowd has been electric, the matches have been great. What's been your favorite thing about London so far?
Oh, this is one of my favorite cities. I've been here about 4 times already, so I kind of just love the city in general and being able to walk everywhere and just, I don't know, it's a beautiful city.
And we have had great weather out here in London, so if you didn't make it, you missed a great weekend. But Ambush, any shout outs you want to give out there to the fans, to the teams you support? Anything you want to say to them out there?
Oh my God, honestly, just freaking, I can't say it, but kick butt and have a really good time. Yeah, kick butt and have a really good time, and honestly, give it all you got. I'm just really excited to root for my friends and have a good time.
I love that. Give it everything you got here on the main stage, but that's going to do it for me and Ambush from now. It's time to get back into this game, Vicky.
Thank you guys so much. Love seeing familiar faces out in the crowd. Also love seeing our arena being filled up by our beautiful fans who've been bringing all the energy out here. Love it when we get to see some unfortunate things go on in the game, and it's like your reaction when you are the one playing gets to be reciprocated throughout the rest of the arena. And then that also goes hand in hand with the hype.
Maybe it's the fan support. I mean, if you think about who's shown up today, right, in the crowd. We've got Vex there, taking out a game, Dreamfire taking out a game.
Out here too, doing so well.
It's the power of love here.
Yeah. It's about the consistency, and I love to see a lot of these teams coming through in LAN and seeing the mix-up of how close our overall leaderboard is too. Fnatic out here still securing a lot of the KP that they need to stay on top. LG literally right behind them after they were able to take 2 wins already. Now World's Edge, I feel like, has shaken things up a lot for those squads that were doing really well on Stormpoint to then now make the adjustment. If it's a compositional switch, is it something that they just don't feel comfortable with, even though, I mean, World's Edge is that map that everybody has played on for the majority of the time here in competitive Apex. It could be something different within these regions. The APAC North and South teams have been putting in the work, Genome.
That's how it seems so far, certainly, but we've still got a couple of groups to play. Got a couple other matchups yet, and we've still got one more game left in our first series here. It's been a fun one, honestly. You know, triple assault compositions, our caustic throwback. I'm loving a lot of what we're seeing out of these teams.
Can't just say caustic throwback just casually like that. You know, it's me, all right? I'm right next to you now. You have to get used to this, because when it comes to the caustic, I get why we see him on World's Edge, but you know what? Nothing gets me feeling a type of way than seeing that Seer, even with the changes, man. That silence, 10 seconds, that physically pains me. And then we get to see the work coming in. Literally, Genome just leaning back as if he's feeling the pain in real life. That's how I feel when I also get beamed by the Nemesis. Seeing the current crafting rotations too. For those of you guys that just haven't played in a little bit, the R9 and the Rampage have been in it, and we've been seeing the R9 being utilized so much with the teams that have the crafter.
Yeah, even getting a look at good old August Brinkman there, or at least, you know, how he looked before he was turned into a silver fox. That was a bit of a younger version of him there. Kuben Blisk as well, so shout out to Titanfall.
I feel like he's the one that comes in and he's like, get off my turf. And he's like trying to teach all the Apex legends.
Was that your English accent impression?
Absolutely not. I wasn't even trying, actually.
Okay,
I just feel like that was the impression I get from his personality, just trying to teach the young ones
just the
what's
vibes.
up. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to make sure that everybody's in touch out here, all the younger legends that he feels like he's got to take in charge of. But we haven't seen any of that here in these lobbies. Instead, we've been seeing a nice mix-up between the compositions that we're witnessing in Stormpoint into World's Edge. But there's one factor that has not deterred, and that's going to be Seer and Horizon, and the Bangalore, too. Bangalore enjoyers, I know Shiv is having the good time about that. He had tweeted about it earlier, that he can't wait to see some more Bangalore action, and you're definitely getting what you asked for out here.
It's honestly nuts that he has been playing Bangalore for that long, and we saw, like, no changes.
A lull, and then suddenly...
Well, I just was like almost no changes or almost no changes to Bang for the longest time, but then has come back into the meta, right? I love that there's still those things hidden in the game that the pros can come up with, can experiment with, because sometimes I feel like even the best players in the world do kind of succumb to that groupthink, and they're like, oh no, we are the slaves to the meta. You need those fun teams. Furia, right? They've done it before, and maybe they'll do it again here, just breaking the mold.
It's always about being trendsetters too, you know?
Yep.
I mean, we saw it with Furia, like you talked about when you think about his Watson. He was like one of the first ones to really put Seer on the map, and then a lot of other teams started seeing the importance of having all that information, even with the changes, still just as important. And then I also think about Aurora too, when I think about like comps coming out of left field, always coming through. And then, we talked about it earlier, but Sea-Lion cooking with the Fuse and the Mad Maggie that we're witnessing on World's Edge.
It's almost like they took Seer, which, as you said, here's what's popularized at the Rally Champs, in the year 2 of ALGS, and they were like, how can we make this character, how can we make this legend even more suited to his Watson's play style? All right, we'll just make him a bit more aggro. We'll just give him a silence, a stun. We'll make it quicker, easier to hit the Q. It's kind of crazy how strong that legend is right now and how well he suits the play style of a hyper-aggressive team like Furia.
I think about like the slow and the stun combined. I just think about like Revenant with this 15-second slow right there on the other side, just crying in the corner. You get to see some more fans in the arena, but I mean like the silence that we see too from some changes here, and he's got to rep the Gen Ridden sticker with the product. Okay, I see you. See some of the drip out here in the crowd as we get set up for our final game.
Well, they'll be on soon, Vicky.
Yeah.
Well, you're a Duck Zero fan. You'll be getting some of that as we see the eyes of a killer there. Roy, the man who just put that team, I'm not going to say on his back, because honestly, it was a team effort. It was 100% a team effort, but always leading from the front, damage-wise, 2,200 last game. Fantastic effort from him. But yeah, I mean, that's the, I don't know how much the audience or the crowd at home is, aware of the changes that we've made for this Split 2 playoffs, Vicky. But every match is now on the main stage. So, you're here in the audience, you've got that favorite team. You're going to see them every single time.
The crowd getting excited, going wild out here. Looking at some more familiar faces, getting set up, and I love how you highlighted that. That was the one thing that I noted that was my favorite, seeing every group being able to perform on this big stage, which means, if you feel comfy in the backstage over there, for Stream B or in the other corner where you could be playing, well, sorry, you can't find that comfort anymore. You gotta feel the lights beaming down on you and the crowd roaring your name, because this is where the action happens. This is where the pressure is really felt by these teams.
Yeah, we get to cast more games too.
Yeah,
as well,
I mean, I'm game for it. Yeah, I'm game for it, especially. Man, Gino, we are out here. You already know. I was talking to Genome, nerding out a little bit, showing him. I had to also show Genome some clips. You already know how that works, too. Just letting him know, all right, I'm set up for the rest of this weekend. We're excited. I love the Dreamfire fans out here in the crowd. Always love seeing Rory's personality, and now that he's alongside his teammates to perform, it feels so nice.
Yeah, all those Chinese and Taiwanese fans coming out here, and we actually had a story earlier that we saw pop up on Twitter that someone had driven 20 days? I keep thinking...
20 days?
I keep thinking, was it hours? I don't know. Some ridiculous amount of time. But it's a drove, right? Drove from China to London. Am I crazy? I don't know. That was the story. Either way, they've come out.
They went through a journey.
Yeah, exactly. They're holding it up right now. It's the very Apex sign. Big, big shout out to them for making it across here to the LAN and supporting Their boys here over on MDY White, because of course it was Feiju who's been playing for a very, very long time. Finally made it to LAN. We saw a great clip of him saying, you know, they came in fifth, right? Only just, and we got to hear the live reaction at the end of Split 2, being like, oh my God, I finally made it to LAN, the promised land where everyone wants to be on if you're an Apex competitor.
Such amazing stories to see with these crowds. Again, just getting set up here as we pan through the rest of the crowd. There you go. That's what Gina was talking about. Shout out to very Apex. MD White right below them here too. Just looking at everybody that have made their way. There's a Toad down there too. You know, it's also seeing some very interesting sides, but I'm all for it. Show me some more things out here. I saw some cosplayers as well make their way into the arena. Saw a really nice Watson cosplay sitting down too. Love being able to interact with these fans and these players while they get set up for the next game. No cold hands here though. We are getting loaded up shortly, guys. Once again, thank you so much for your patience getting into this final game. Game number 6 for Group C versus D within World's Edge.
Yeah, one more for this series. Did see the leaderboards before to see where some of these teams were shaping up. It's definitely not been a blowout by anyone, that is for sure. Teams trading back and forth. LG with the 2 wins is solid, but as we say, you know, has been a little bit of a fall off for them on World's Edge. So who knows, maybe there's a comeback in it for them as we shortly, hopefully, getting into Game 6. More lovely fans out there in the crowd. Shout out to Japan, shout out to Entropic.
Oh, we saw us send down there too. It is like mosh pit. I mean, so. if they really want to go out here, oh, the wall of death is not going to be
headbang of it.
Absolutely. I mean, did you see what happened in the classroom segment? Come on, Rainday was tired of it.
That's
had
true.
to get the docs up on the desk, you know. Thinking about the wall of death, but this time it's not the catalyst. And also wondering, you know, Gino, going into this final game, are we still going to see these 50-50s? What are these teams that haven't been finding the results here going to have?
So by the looks of it, I mean, sorry, yes, we are. We're 100% we're going to see it down the third. I was looking elsewhere, but
what the?
Punch, knuckle cluster, come on, using everything in the arsenal there. And yeah, look, Entropic will defeat start a fight very, very quickly there. That said, up on the north side of the map, E36, they've actually gone for the western side of Skyhook, so they didn't land directly in Trials. Not sure, maybe they messed up their flight pathing, and that's why they didn't want to take that, you know, very early 50-50 against Nocturne this time. Because it's kind of weird not to do that after winning the previous one,
Yeah,
right?
and also a little scary too, because then you already know that Vex is on the other side, so you're putting yourself in a sandwich position if you don't have a get-out-of-jail card here too. So a little scary, and also something, ooh, nice picking up on the purple here for Slayers, and that means that there is that extra blue Evo that they can work with for K Swinney. But I was going to highlight, seeing these 50-50s, you usually see the fuse coming out, because that knuckle cluster could help out so much in these early fights if you don't have a weapon, like we saw previously with Entropic.
Yeah, it's always a fun contest, that one down at Thermal. Do you take high ground, do you take the bins, the guaranteed weapons, wherever you can get them? It's a little bit tough. As you can see, E36, I think that was Matafe actually, just taking a few shots. And there we go, we get a look at the ring, very much on Lava Siphon there. Don't believe it will pull to Harvester. I'd say that's North Lava Siphon. You know, probably about 90% I'm given the probabilities of that one. And you can see that TSM, not only with the best loot in the game, get the best circle in the game for them. They get the ring console, they get the survey beacon. What more could you want?
Porque no los dos. I mean, they're going to have everything at this point here in Lava Siphon. They are definitely eating, and it's also about trying to take out some of the squads that may want to try to play outside that next ring. Pretty sure they already have that information as we see some of the squads rotate away from Skyhook, trying to get the counter-rotate from Vex in case they are taking their sweet time and looting more of these buildings on the east side of Skyhook. But looking at all the other squads and looking at where they're positioned currently for this next circle, I'm looking at Complexity, who's going to have to start making the rotation from Survey Camp. They could try to circle keep through Monuments, since these squads have already rotated out of there. Thinking about MD White, who's with the quick rotate already. Now they can try to contest and beat Vex to that area, so that way they can fight these squads that want to rotate from the east side into that next circle, instead of rotating around through Harvester, where they can get circle kept from a low ground if there happens to be a squad that wants to hold that area.
Yeah, lots to think about there, and definitely teams already setting up in Lava Siphon, as well as a bit of a cluster over towards Geyser, which is interesting, because from what I can see, Moist did get the ring console over at Overlook, so interesting that they didn't get in there a bit faster, stopped at that Geyser choke, and now maybe are worried about Ascend or some other teams stopping them while they're trying to move through that choke.
Also Fnatic there too, trying to maintain that position that they have in the overall standings. I mean, if they could clean up these two squads, it would be a really good position for them, especially if they have access to a black market. As we take a look at Entropic, a little staggering out here with the frames, but it's okay. They're playing off that low ground, trying to see if they could get the res. It doesn't look doable here as the other side now. Trying to play off of that lip by the fence line. It's going to be KCP taking that fight after rotating through staging from their POI of Lava Fisher and Mirage Etoile.
Yeah, it feels like this has really caught them off guard, right? KCP have pretty much eliminated them at this point. They get up the top, but I think it's only a matter of time. Once Zane can pop that gravity lift again, I would say it's kind of done for them.
Wait a minute. The height though? Ooh, the banks will helping them out, at least try to go for reset here. KCP playing off the low ground, looking like they're in the Matrix, honestly. The way that they're trying to navigate through this. Nasky literally won on the other side, but it's about preventing Entropic from resetting. Thorfinn is trying to run for his life, but how does he get there if he doesn't have access to the balloon? His only route, which was right in front of KCP now, has been cut off. And Hayako with the suppressed fire on the 30-30 has been able to find those shots.
I mean, Nasky almost went down twice. A couple of questionable chows here from KCP.
Red.
I guess they're hoping. Okay, so Thorfinn's dropped here, and now just Hayaka up the top looking out for him. A little bit of trouble for those teams. I would have expected that to go KCP's way a little bit further. I think honestly just full send it at that point, right? The ring's coming in. Honestly, even if you lose someone, you've got a respawn beacon nearby that you can make work. But yeah, with Element 6 also being eliminated, we've got most teams situated within Lava Siphon now, with just a few, as we mentioned, out in Geyser, and then a couple other teams like rotating in, like Vex. We've got Furia, as well as Noctum still hanging around in Skyhook.
All right, guys, just so you guys know, I know it's been staggering a little bit, but this is not affecting the players right now. It's what we're currently seeing. We're getting it sorted, but the game is still going on currently right now. Genome and I do have the information of the map just to let you guys know what's happening here. A lot of the squads have already made their way to Lava Siphon, like you mentioned earlier, Genome, and there is still those 3 squads that are congested together by Geyser. Nobody wanting to take more of that aggressive approaches. We now move back in. It's Entropic. I believe right before we moved out, I believe we did see E6 struggle on trying to come back, so they are out of this lobby. E6 and Certified, the first squad we saw earlier, 2 teams that are out of this final lobby.
Somehow Entropic get themselves out of that sticky situation, very much still in the zone. Might even be thinking about pulling back towards some crafting at some point, just to give themselves, maybe some more med kits. I'm trying to look, does staging have one? I don't think it actually does right now, so they might just have to get out of there with the loot that they do have. A couple of syringes still in the bag, but you can see Hayaka there only with 2. Oh, he does have 115 materials though. Okay, so good. Time to replicate here. Might have to pop those syringes first just to be safe, and then we'll see a lot of med kits coming down, I am sure.
That's a smart option. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the banner, and they won't be able to get the respawn. There is no support character right here, too, for Entropic to work with, but this is something that Hayaka's used to. Thorfinn as well. They're going to be able to get the craft that they need. He's going to go down, but it's fine. They're going to get the res. He's got 55 materials, but that's why they're here in the first place, right? He didn't have any more syringes, so they desperately needed to get these medkits up for the circle.
Yes, if anyone's wondering, like, why did he let him die there? Why did he go down? Because look, you get some health back from the res, so I think they're really just trying to min-max this here by doing that. And yeah, look, it's going to be a long way back into the zone from them. The circle has shifted to the north of Siphon, like we were expecting, but I think there's still some question whether it will be sort of directly on top of, like within the Siphon POI or across that valley to the north. Budget Siphon.
which would be so chaotic too, because then you have to think about the squads that had tried to avoid Harvester to get through the south side of Lava Siphon, who are going to have to now deal with the squads that are going to be rotating from the Harvester side through that little area, the little alleyway area here too. We can see the action that was going on in Geyser earlier, where we're still seeing that squad loot up with the Crafter, with getting some extra med kits here. Moist still taking control over that other building though, on the other side of Geyser, to make sure that Ascend doesn't have an easy time in dealing with this rotation.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to have a chat with the Moist boys later, actually, to work out what their thought process was for this game. Because from Overlook, I feel like they should have priority into a Lava Siphon ring here, but they chose not to. And was that we're going to try and gatekeep, which isn't their usual style, a departure from that? Or was it, they didn't think they could get in there quick enough? Maybe they don't think there's enough playable spots within Lava Siphon, with the distance they are away. Either way, does seem to be a little bit different from what we usually see from the Australian team.
I was also thinking, like, is it also the pressure that we saw from the other two squads that were there as Ascend is rotating away? Yeah, because Ascend could also rotate from the hilltop, then take the high ground, and then since no other squad has been rotating away from Fragment, we really noted that MDY had rotated quick. You could hold the high ground, overlooking a lot of the teams in Lava Siphon. But then, with the circle pulling away from there, if they have that information, which they can, they could see that if they does pull away, they're going to be out in the open on that hilltop in the line of sight of 4 other squads that have already taken control over those buildings north of Lava Siphon.
Right, so maybe a bit too risky for them to make that play that early. Either way, now we have a look at Ascend here, who are pulling up. So the choke just to the left there, that's where Moist essentially were having to make that decision that we've just been discussing, and that will make them the most northern team in the game right now, with the 18 squads left alive. It's been a pretty chill one, actually, to start off here, Vicky. Most squads kind of just finding a home, but of course, you know what that means. It's going to be bedlam. It's going to be chaos at the end of this one.
And that's my middle name when it comes to seeing a lot of the action. It's my favorite part of Apex Legends here, as long as I'm not the one on the receiving end, of course. And Ascend holding onto this hilltop, I like this, but again, it's about the information. If you know that the circle is going to continuously pull away, is this the risky spot that you want to hold with other teams that do like to play the edge to fight you for that next circle once it rotates out, which is actually something that knocked them. If you saw that side by side, they were holding that choke point on the other side of where you currently see Ascend, over to the left side too. So let's see how the Ascend plays this, maybe expecting a squad to try to slow rotate on the other side if they want to try to gatekeep, but it's about holding this high ground that it looks like is their game plan, because then they can also rotate from the left side, take a little bit of circle damage if they want to try to overextend through that entry point.
Okay, we've just had the next circle pull up. It is going dead center. And as a result of that, I believe it's going to be finished somewhere under that crane that you see to the north of Lava Siphon. Of course, that means at the moment, Gambare Otosan, they are in prime position. That said, I mean, it's not the easiest spot to hold. It's not like you've got some real fortifications there. So we'll have to see if they can stave off all comers from all sides, honestly, because there are going to be people posted up all around them at the moment.
It's like literally living off the land in that tiny little building over to the north side of the Lava Siphon area, but then you're also in the line of sight of the squads that could take roof, where you actually see Furia in. You can see Panders taking shots at Ascend from the hilltop, but it's so risky because you're still putting yourself in the line of sight of those squads and the squads coming behind you from Lava Siphon, where TSM is rotating from.
Exactly, so you've got to worry about all these different angles, but they have pretty much the best composition to deal with that. Newcastle, Watson. Sia, of course, chuck him in there, always pretty much. It'll be great to see some of the overall legend picks at the end of this, but certainly as the core of that composition pretty much is that Watson Newcastle that allows them to set up on positions like this. We've seen it a couple of times through this series already, where this APAC North team has been setting up on roofs a lot of the time, right? So they'll take the top of a building, which usually people would have too many sightlines on it, but Newcastle Watson allows you to fortify that better than most other teams. So let's see if that works for this crane as well.
First, looking at what the game plan is here, wondering for Ascent, because this is a situation that I was worried about for them in this rotation. We knew that there was already so many teams as the Nemesis tries to blast through the Seer, it's Furia. who have been in these two different buildings, just trying to hold these two different angles, which is great, because Sarah has a very slight angle over the hilltop, but who has a better angle than him is going to be his Watson and Panders, which, by the way, also seeing the swap up, it's not going to be the Fuse this time around in this final game, it's going to be the Bloodhound for his Watson.
See you later, Moist, by the way.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, they posted up.
That Arc Star.
They posted up in the bridge here that you can see right ahead of you, and yeah, it wasn't the best choice.
It was like a shish kebab. Like a moist shish kebab.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds disgusting, doesn't it? I don't know if I want to eat that, but...
I don't think so.
Furia wants to feast, though. I mean, shooting it to the cat wall, it may not be the Rampart with the shield, just beam him down, but you got the Nemesis. Works very similar out here, as he's got the height, he's got the advantage, he gets the crack, but there is a Gold Evo shield right at his feet there, so the reset could come quick with the shield cells. Is he going to let him happen, though, as his Watson has the information from the Bloodhound scan here. He's also got the Beast of the Hunt active. Nice. Umi-chan has not had a break. Just looking at his Watson has costed him so much material when it comes to shield cells and the syringes.
Yep, resources are low right now for Fnatic. Options, honestly, I would also say are kind of low at this point because, you know, Furia, they're in the power position. They've got the roof there. They're going to try and make the most of that, grab some KP while they can, because they do have to cross that bridge as well. Like, it may as well be Khazad-dûm. Like, who is actually going to make it across here? Well, it's going to be a tough call.
Impressively, as they were able to look at Fnatic here.
Oh, looking at the side by side. Okay, I got a little hint at Nice Wig actually getting really excited. Also talking about Fnatic, which is important. By the way, talk about making up your own cover here with these amp barriers. MDY White also have the Loba Black Market over on the other side, so that way they can get extra loot, because they've been holding on to this spot for a bit on the low ground, because if they were playing on the high ground, well, what's happened in the Roto Order would happen to them, because there is that squad on the height that will know exactly where they are, and there's another squad by the tunnel area too from Lava Cycle.
Not in a great spot here, Yu-Gi-Oh! It was all middle order at the start of this series, honestly, but it feels like, even though, look, they're still in third spot, so they go out with 47 points. You know, I think they'll be happy with the series overall, but it might be a little bit of a sinking feeling that, you know, they started so well and then really struggled to finish it off. That said, you know, Furia, they've only got 22 points, so they are looking to just max that out here in this last game, and you can see them ping it. Here's some people. We want to go in and grab the KP right now. Vexed will be one of their victims.
Thank you for that, but the Horizon Gravity ult is going to at least try to block that doorway, forcing his Watson to go on the other side of the doorway. Sees that the gold knockdown shield is right there, but he's holding onto the doors while the rest of his teammates take different off angles. Zero Tricky is going to try to give him some surprise fire. He loses out on the shield, and so does Panders. Panders cannot reset here. They know that he's playing off the back of the gold knockdown, and Knockdom get taken out. Furia now looking to go for the reset. Just to put it into perspective, we got 11 squads left, and it is so split up in this next circle. It's actually insane, because there's a good amount of open ground that would expose these teams if they try to overcommit around these corners or the natural cover that these buildings have provide for some of these teams.
Furia, they've stormed into that circle and they need to do it again here.
Goodness.
Have a look at this. You got so many teams getting posted up here. Watson fences everywhere. That's a lot of space that Gambare Otosan have built out for themselves here. But the circle isn't actually pulling to the crane here. Throw out all that stuff I said earlier. It's going a little bit more south to that. It'll be one of those ones that finishes just to the north of the command building, and that means teams like LG below that could have a good finish to this. We've got Lobas everywhere, by the way, compounding issues in this final circle and phase.
Furia get eliminated in the feed, as you can see right there, rotating from away from the entry point where you would see from Harvester was getting called out by KCP, but now KCP is stuck on the other side. Optic Gaming, by the way, actually flying up all the way over here when they have the opportunity, are looking to get the reset. Let's not forget that they rotate away from Big Mod, just trying to go in for that reset as the Newcastle says, get down, Mr. President, hangs on with his ult from the high ground, but you just gave that over to Optic Gaming to work with once that stun goes away.
Does manage to get the reset. All right, this is prime position here. Need to be watching these teams and working out how they can take, you know, maintain control of this space here. LG on one side, outside a little bit more exposed than FaZe on the inside. They will have the slow walk out at the end. Another couple of teams in here. MD White going to go down, and then most of the other teams just have to kind of make it in from the north. It looks like KCP are going to make a late push for it up there, but you've also got Pulverex in a really solid position with Rampart by the looks of it, sort of in the middle.
Yeah, that Pulverex was the team that was holding onto the tunnel from the other side of Lava
Yeah.
Siphon. That's why MD White was forced to hang out on the low ground for the longest time until eventually Pulverex cleaned them up. So now Pulverex was able to move up, get that KP. LG on the other side is going to be able to put some beamage down on the team inside too, as F-Chan gets the knock onto Nasky. KCP desperately having to play from around the circle, taking some of that damage, and now into the line of sight of Complexity and Pulverex.
Yep, see you later. We see Complexity trying to make their way up this hill. Hopefully we don't get Pulverex turning their attention to them too quickly, or Sheila could start doing some serious damage here, but they have to pull out against Gambarayotsu-san.
He could have clipped him right there. No, the big head's coming in from Complexity. Having to be careful as Drop gets taken out as well. Complexity fighting for the life. It's Monsoon, the last one alive. He's beaming with the R9. He's got to reload. He's got the knockdown shield playing off of it. They're literally one. It takes it away by Pulverex on the other side. The Sheila coming in as well as LG Chivas looking to take the opportunity to avoid TSM in their line of sight with FaZe right behind them.
Okay, they try and isolate the fight here. TSM goes in, catwall down, black hole in. They're doing some good damage, but FaZe, they realize this is their time to clear out their side. They move out earlier than they needed to, and it's not a conservative play from the North American team. They want to put both of those other teams in the ground.
Still with this performance right now, Fnatic not being here, this means that LG probably is now taking that #1 spot in the overall standings for this group. FaZe now shooting right through the Catalyst wall, having the Prowler in hand as LG do get taken out, but they get taken out in 5th. Let's see how this is going to affect the outcome of the overall standings as Snipedown looking for position but doesn't want to overextend. You got some extra loot here, maybe want to put down a black market if you're suffering, but at the same time, you don't want to just be stuck here while so many other teams are trying to rotate through. F-Chan with the Kraber shot onto Lufka.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice little package weapon for him to use on the top side there. 4 left alive, and FaZe, they kind of let TSM live there. I'm surprised they didn't peek over and cause some real trouble for them, but that means they are still a factor in this last one. Pulverex, they swing around the corner. #1 in the group right now, but can they come out here?
F-Chan is going crazy this game here. They take care of TSM, but they can't live long enough. They give the win to FaZe, taking the final game in this Group C versus D lobby. But did you see the amount of KP F-Chan alone was able to secure for the rest of his team?
He had 8!
Say hello to my little friend. He pulled up that Sheila real quick from the tunnel side of Lava Siphon and cleared out that entire west side of the exit zone that would be forced into the line of sight that they were holding with the amp barriers, with the Sheila, with the Kraber on top of it all, because they also had the fact that they had the black market available to them with F-Chan being on that low bar.
Yeah, 14 kills for Pulverex. I think might just net them first place in our first group matchup here. That was, of course, Groups C versus D. And that's the 6th game there. They're going to FaZe. It was a... I mean, look, they had the position, right? They played command. We got that south zone, south relative to where it was starting off. And yeah, they really played that well, especially their timing of taking out LG. That was critical.
The fact that Pulverex got that KP, they got that placement over LG. We talked about LG real quick, about how that spot alone could have put them in the first place, but Pulverex doing that final game better probably put them up in first place by like 5 points. I wouldn't even be surprised. Again, that KP alone probably accrued enough points. It's not even just a placement. Yeah, it helps here too, but just with the KP, they would have elevated themselves to probably take that first place spot. Amazing looks with how close head-to-head it was for those top 5 squads before going into that final game, and with FaZe ending it with a little cherry on top for them.
Yeah, it's nice to see, isn't it, when it's close like that? And wow, that's a fantastic way to start off this LAN tournament.
I love it, and FaZe needed that too. I believe right before that game they were struggling a lot, and then after that win, they've secured themselves, I think, 16th place in the overall lobby for Group C versus D. We're gonna have to check after we see the score in general, but that was so exciting. I mean, really, that's our first group sets already? Like, are you kidding me? So much good Apex out here in LAN. That's why I love being able to see these players in person, feel that energy, see how they are affected by the crowd hype too, because you're under some of these heavy lights, but you know what? You got some more action. I'm gonna throw it over to the desk. That's gonna be it for Genome and I, and we still got some more Apex action for you guys.
All right, great job, Vicky and Genome. Thank you so much for closing out this first group of matches. We got to talk about what we saw in match number 6 because storylines, they're starting to form. Specifically, we talked about it when we were off to the side there. Pulverex really passive at the beginning half of the day, only going for those placement points. Now, coming up huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, another thing to point out is after a long day for FaZe, really struggling throughout the whole series, what a way to finish, you know?
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And they came into map number 6 with 7 points. 7 points, Dia. Now, you know, who only knows what they finished after that because they needed that win.
Yeah, I think that, I think you can probably speak to this, RKN, the ability to reassess your game plan as the day goes on, especially swapping between them and stay focused on especially like your IGL and the game plan that you've developed before the series really helped them there because honestly that end zone wasn't anything crazy. It's nothing that we haven't seen before. It's nothing they haven't seen before.
Yeah, of course. Like I think one of the biggest things about Battle Royale in general is that every game is a new game. It doesn't matter where you're at on the leaderboard. It doesn't matter how the last game went, the game before that, the game before that. Every game is a fresh start, and they really took to that and proved that they could come out on top, game 6, and recover their ability on the scoreboard.
All right, well, you guys are talking about those final moments, a huge comeback for FaZe, even a comeback there for Pulverex when it comes to that aggression. Let's take a look back at the final circle, break it down a little bit for us here, RKM, because there's a lot for us to talk about.
Yeah, this is just a pretty classic kind of execution by FaZe. Pulverex is in a position to just clean up free kills. FaZe is on the other side, controlling the vast majority of the zone, not having to do too much. Really, they're just in the kind of position that they can just sit around, wait for other teams to fight, and then slowly clean it up. And sure enough, like, as they're controlling the height, they're picking off free kills. Pulverex engages on a fight to try and, you know, gain themselves a primary position in the zone, and in doing so, they open up an opportunity for FaZe to move up and ultimately just third party and close this game out.
Well, what's really cool about Pulverex here in this moment, we were talking about it, their drop spot is tree. So they were able to quickly rotate, utilizing the legend comp, including Loba and Rampart Crypto, getting information, grabbing loot along the way. You see that FGen has the Kraber. He's running Kraber Volt here, and he's just able to pick off frags, do damage while pushing through. As soon as they take down TSM, FaZe, yes, comes in and cleans it up, and it was textbook from there, but very well done.
And to speak to the composition as well, it's interesting watching Loba be integrated into this because Loba's almost taking the place of Valkyrie, just better here because you can use the ult in order to gather evac towers. It's a big game for them. It's a big day. Glitter?
I mean, looking at these scores, 14 kills go the way of Pulverex. They get the second place finish and still have more points than FaZe, who take home the dub. This consistency is going to be massive for Pulverex moving through the rest of the competition. See TSM up there as well, couple other squads. Second page though, RKN, any surprises here for you at the end of this first series?
Yeah, absolutely. So something that we talked about in the first half of the series is Startifight's performance. Due to their contest on Thermal, they did not close out World's Edge possibly how they would have liked to, losing 2 out of the 3 fights to Entropic at Thermal, and that probably put them much further down the scoreboard than they would have liked after their first half performance.
Yeah, definitely not the way they wanted to bounce back, but lots of teams had some pop-off moments. The 2 wins on Storm Point for LG. We want to see who came out on top in this first series, and it was consistency followed up by aggression, because the winner of this series is Pulverex, coming out on top after a phenomenal match 6 performance. We'll take a look at the full series results, but that has got to feel good, Dia.
It really does, especially considering how Pulverex entered the world stage, right? They, as a duo, played throughout champs. They looked really good, and to see the team here and able to roll up as a 3-person squad and actually take the first block of the day is really big.
Yeah, it was really big, actually, because their Storm Point was anything but special, in my opinion, right? And that's uncharacteristic for them, because if you think back to their APAC North and the Split 2 regular season, they averaged 9.7 points per game, and that was far above average compared to how they performed here on Group C versus D. But the tides turned as soon as they went to World's Edge. That's where things started to pick up for them. They had it was 3 top 3 finishes, then they doubled down, get double-digit eliminations, and if you think back to the regular season, 6 points per game on World's Edge. I mean, can you kind of allude to talk about that? I know you're a heavy-hitting rotation team when you typically land landside, but rotating out a tree, talk to me about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Pulverex really showed their strength and their ability to not only master their macro, their ability to move around the map and hold their positions, which is kind of what they're known for. But they also showed there in Game 6, like we saw, that they are able to clean up and get the kills where they need. And that combination of being able to get the placement and get the kills is ultimately like what leads you to the top of the leaderboard.
All right, well, we keep talking about them. How about we talk directly to them? Because we have Blaze standing by with F-Chan for an interview, so let's check it out.
Thank you so much, Glitter. Apex fans all around the world, give it up for Pulverex as they come out on top in our first set with 61 points. And I got F-Chan with me. And F-Chan, the first question I want to ask you is that going into World's Edge, what was your strategy there? And talk to me about that final circle and what was the game plan on coming out on top?
おめでとうございます。F ちゃんこちらにいらっしゃってくださっています。まず最初にワールドエッジに戦略のことをお願いしたいんですけれども、お伺いしたいんですけれども。
ワールドエッジ全体の。OK です。ありがとうございます。ワールドエッジではランパーとクリプトローバーっていうちょっと特殊な構成を使っていて、で本当に中に入ってポジションをキープしてローバーウルトで本当に装備を集めて、そこから最後戦っていくっていうちょっと姑息な戦い方でやっています。
Well, I'd say that my strategy was rather sneaky. That like I used the rover bolt and なんだっけ?
Crypto.
Crypto. Yes. So it was. I'd say that like I strategically used some sneaky strategy.
Nice. Now, F-Chan, talk to me about Pulverex and their journey coming to London. How did you all prepare for this tournament?
このトーナメントにいらっしゃるにあたってご自身もそうですけれどもチームとしてもどのようなご準備をされたんですか？
そうですね。今回のスプリット2始まる前かなに大きなアップデが入っていろいろ本当に環境がガラッと変わったので、僕らが扱えるなんかいい戦略を本当に考えて、ここまでやってきました。はい。
There was a drastic change in our environment right before the split 2 started. So we worked out strategies that would work best for us, and we got here.
Well, you guys worked out some very good strategies out there, and it showed in the first set. Any last words you want to give to those fans out there supporting you all around the world, F-Chan?
すごく戦略考えてここまでいらっしゃったと思うんですけれども、その成果がよく顧みられる戦いだったと思うんですけれども、最後にファンの方たちとか皆さんに何かおっしゃりたいことはありますか？
はい、正直ロンドンこの大会が始まる前は割と自信がなかったんですけど、最初のこの1セット目で1位を取れたので、このままの勢いでもうできる限りのことをしたいなと思います。これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
Well, to be honest with you, before we got here, we were rather inconfident if we could make it. Because lots of things happened. However, that we are so glad that we made it in the first round with this outcome. So thank you so much for your support, and I appreciate all your support and continuous support. Thank you.
It was a pleasure having you. One more time for Pulverex and F-Chan, everybody, as they come out victorious in that first set. But that's going to do it for us on the stage. Let's get to the next one.
All right, thank you very much, Blaze. I cannot believe they said they weren't feeling confident. They are a team that we talk about time and time again, but they turned it around. Even if they weren't feeling confident, they turned it around.
Well, it's tough. You heard them talk about the change in environment. Yep. Typically, that's going to be the landmarks or POIs that they're going to be shaking up, right? In APAC North Split 2 regular season, they were landing Survey Camp and Stormcatcher. So now here in Group C versus D, they are rotating in from a completely different side. And talk about some of those things, Arcan, how tough it can be. Last minute, switch up your major POI. You have to learn loot patterns, relearn your macro, and try to approach it that way.
Yeah, you often have to think about the pros and cons of whether you actually want to contest for your POI on LAN. There's a lot of risks that come with it, and if you're a team that is pretty like substantially based in your macro and you're confident in your ability to play from other POIs, sometimes it's just not worth it because it puts those 0-point games. So you just adapt and you play from different POIs and you make the best of it.
All right, Dio, that's pretty much done for the day for us. Final thoughts from you on how this first series went?
I really enjoyed it. I'd keep my eyes out on Ganbare-Oto-san. I think they had a really good day.
Ooh, I like it. Who are you keeping your eyes on, Tiff?
I mean, still Fnatic in any of the APAC North teams, but I want to say North America, it was a little lackluster for them in Group C versus D. So when I think about our next group that will be C, Groups A versus B later on, I'm going to say, hey, North America, what you got?
Arcan?
Yeah, this was definitely not a strong performance for NA. I'm personally just going to rely on Luminosity. Those are my boys.
All right, I love it. I am here for it. All right, well, if you guys missed any of the action or you need to keep up with all of the action at home, obviously head on over to @PlayApex Esports so that you can see every single fight, the results, whatever you need to make sure you're staying on top of, it's going to be there. It's time for us to send it to a short break. Obviously, like Tiff said, we've got more groups coming up right around the corner. A versus B will be coming up next. 6 more matches on the line for these teams when we return. And while we're gone, make sure you guys are checking out some of the best moments from Nice Wig Stream. We'll be back in just a short while.
Here we go again, the Apex Legends Global Series Playoffs.
We have 40 of the best teams in the world gathered here this weekend to compete for the title of Playoffs 2 champion.
We head into game number 1, match 1.
Nail is a monster, and Nail is left golden against 3. You cannot stand against KCP. Crack Yanya almost take him down, and Cheeks pops over on the rampart, getting melted by Jet. LG Chivas take game 1.
He has to reload. He armor swaps as well. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
No way!
And MDY White, Mingyu, he clutches in against Dreamfire. Riddle Order trying to claim their first win at LAN, and it's split 2 playoffs. They do it in game 2. Riddle Order representing. Is this LG with their second win of the day in game number 3, Dia? It is.
Next Gaming with the opportunity, the timing, take game number 1 on World's Edge, our game 4. Dreamfire has the advantage, they have the nuts, they have the position, and they're about to have game number 5. Dreamfire wins. F-Chan is going crazy this game here. They take care of TSM, but they can't live long enough. They give the win to FaZe, taking the final game in this Group C versus D lobby.
The winner of this series is Pulverex coming out on top.
My name's Wig, also known as Loser, and if you ask people in high school, probably a lot of other really mean names. And this is Greek. If you want to ask me,
probably the most athletic person you've ever seen on the B stream. Never mind, we had Grayson Allen on here. I take that back.
We had Grayson Allen on here who plays professional basketball. All right, let's see if anyone's landing anywhere or on anyone. DF looks like they're going to Jurassic again, so that's going to happen for sure. Surdell and them are going to be landing over at Mill, and it looks like LG is not contested this time, maybe?
Nasky and them are free. Dreamfire going Jurassic.
Yep. I think they're all good. I don't think there's going to be a contest here right now.
I don't see where Noctum is at.
I don't see where Noctum is either. I'm very concerned.
They landed outside of Cascades.
Oh my God. Brother, that loot is egregious.
Yeah.
That loot is almost impossible to operate with, bro. That's tough. That's really tough.
If they get 2 blue armors, I'd be surprised.
If they get, well, I'm surprised they got 1 blue. I'll be completely real here. Holy shit.
All right, this is looking like low-key, maybe an antenna zone, maybe? Off zone 1 call here.
Press the equals.
You can do that? Bro. Oh my God, we can do that.
Greek, we've been doing this for how long? You didn't know we could press equal sign?
I've been waiting for teams to hit the beacon.
Dude, we learned about this in Raleigh.
Professional and professionals.
I'm not dapping that up. Oh, ew, hello? Wait, where's someone's going down here? Who is it? Is that K Swinney?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's going to be E6 now, getting aggressive onto the boys. I knocked him here, and I think K Swinney's probably pissed.
Yeah, you know he's not happy about some of his loot getting taken away from him there.
No, not at all.
But smart choice. You know, I will say it does hurt. It does hurt because they have no crafter in Cascades. They are on double white armor. They just lost even more meds. And now they got to rotate early with even less resources.
Yeah, I mean, somehow he has a gold mag on his Nemesis. I don't even find those in the 37 ranked games I play. He lands outside of Cascades and finds a gold mag. RNG is crazy. Looks like they're ratting this, by the way. They might be ratting the boys over at Ascend.
That's not.
And I will let you know, if Noctum does indeed rat successfully onto Kashera, we might see a monitor thrown across this venue.
We might actually see just a full-on meltdown.
You might see Lufka just fly across this venue from the boy Kashera picking him up and throwing him.
Yeah, so it does look like a back antenna zone maybe, but there is a potential for a front shift.
It's happening. They're coming.
Oh, my God. Ascend with no seer. They might get ratted here by Noctum. Kashira the first to go by, and he gets ratted and instant kill by Noctum. Noctum now with a man advantage, and they're looking to close out this fight.
Oh, my goodness. It is indeed successful so far. Post-kill is going to probably go down here, too. They can get banners.
Oh
Lufka just has to get away. If Lufka gets out, they can get the banner reset because of the Newcastle.
And
but
tragedy strikes for the boys over at Ascend, man. You hate to see it.
And I respect Noctum not hitting the finisher on Kashera there. They do just get the full kill. They get all of the loot from Ascend. I'm not going to lie, man. It's a good play from Noctum, bro. It is a really, really good play. We don't like ratting. I know a lot of people don't, but I got to admit, recognizing that the boys from Checkpoint are going to rotate in, recognizing they have no seer, remembering that, and committing that play.
Yeah, and I
really
mean,
smart.
That's just one of those things, chat, where, you know, you got to obviously prepare for the unexpected, but something like that, man, you can't really prepare for it. You know, they played 2 games out, didn't have to worry about a rotation like that, as this is our 3rd South Zone, so you know Ascend has done that second time now. And how could they possibly expect that?
No, they can't. What the hell just happened with that Trident? I don't know what's going on. The Beamer, Benz, or Bentley is just going crazy here. And I'm not going to lie, I got to say this. It's our 4th South Zone. That one reset, bro, was a beam zone. So it's 4 South Zones pretty much in a row here, which is crazy.
Yep, we see Start a Fight taking yet again another good position in the zone. Pulverex, the antenna team, in a good zone. And we see Optic here whipping the 4 into the top cannon. I actually really, really like this spot here from Optic.
You do?
I like it. I think they can hold it.
I think I've watched them play this in scrims, and I don't know if it's just because of how scrims pan out, but this is hard, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they got good armors. They got good loot. Drop's got 3 bats.
But look at this already, bro. KCP's already going to start causing problems for the boys over at Optic. I just think that spot is way too open. The one spot that you can play that safe is behind a rock and you just get grenade spammed out of there. I don't know. I'll be surprised, bro, if they can survive that. Yeah, maybe. Looks like Optic's going to throw that bang ulti to keep KCP away. And now they're already using resources to keep him out. If this does push the boys over to KCP down, though, into Shipfall and make them stay there, that was a very, very, very worth bang ulti.
Yeah, I think the catalyst here for this hold for Optic is I don't think they can three-man sit in this corner. I feel like they have to take a little bit more space.
Yep.
This is not that cozy now. They gave up a lot of space here.
Yeah,
and KCP's free to walk right back up if they want to.
Yeah, and now not Luminosity. Complexity's now walking up. They're getting shot in the back from the boys at DF and Entropic. Entropic and DF are just vibing over in the barometer side. Not really too sure why they're not moving in, but it looks like they're pretty content with where they're at. Imperial Howl now flying over FaZe. So FaZe is going to be walking in from Launchpad. And we need to keep a lookout for FaZe here, Greek. And chat, you do too. 2 bad games in a row, bro. Going into World's Edge, I think they're a better Storm Point team than World's Edge too. So they have another bad game here, man. It might be detrimental to their overall score in Block 1.
Yeah, and I mean, FaZe is another one of those teams, man, where, like, if you would have told me there was going to be 3 South zones here, I would have told you FaZe would have 3 banger games.
Yeah.
But once again, man, it looks like they're having, yet again, another slow rotation.
It's weird, though, right? Well, last rotation was really fast and they died, and now FaZe is trying to get into that exact same spot they got into that first game.
And they're taking another fight.
And they're going to be fighting this, bro. I'm very, very surprised here. There's going to be a TSM versus FaZe fight. This is a big-time fight for FaZe and a big-time fight for TSM. At least TSM does have some points here. FaZe pretty much non-existent in the leaderboard. They want this, too. 100% they're taking this
man,
fight.
I don't think they can back up now.
Oh, man. I don't really know if
Verhol's taking a really good angle here on the roof. He might be able to get some really, really good entry. Aiding out the guy behind the boxes.
Nice shots here, dude, from Hal as well. Good ulti.
Yeah, FaZe is in trouble here.
This is really bad. I like how Evan is on the roof.
And Verholz drops down, gets the first knock here on Defrex. It's going to be TSM in a 3v2.
Yeah, this is not looking good for FaZe. Back against the wall here. Hal and them playing every angle possible. I think we're about to see Snipe
And Reps
down.
goes down. It's going to be a 2v2 here. Verholz with a really, really good angle. As Hal goes down and FaZe gets eliminated. Verholz wins the fight here for TSM.
Damn, so that's a really good job by Verholz there, bro. Without Verholz getting those angles and making sure FaZe dies.
And here comes a third party.
Oh my god, Verholz.
MDY, and Hal picks up 2.
Wait, what the hell? Hal just went absolutely nuclear there. Great job picking up 2 on MDY White. They had white armors, Greek, and they decided to push this off the third. The Trident now going away.
TSM holding off the third party, and Hal going absolutely nuclear as MDY is eliminated.
MDY White goes down. It's going to be TSM taking down FaZe and then holding off the third party for the boys at MDY White. And then MDY White backs up, takes the Trident. They go down. Hal, though, and Verholst. Honestly, man, it was a great Syracuse by Reps, but the damage they just shitted and farted out was the game changer for TSM, and now they're going to have 5 KP heading into round 2, closing in 2 minutes with 18 squads still alive. Look at this.
And I'll tell you what, chat, obviously you guys might not be in the arena to feel it, but when TSM gets into a fight, you can literally feel the energy in the crowd. It gets silent, and the second they start unloading big damage, they get a knock, or they win a fight, you just feel the energy in the crowd. Everybody's like inhaling, and then just they hit the exhale when TSM's okay.
And now Ascend gets the full reset, by the way. So they're all the way in down Beast. We got the boys at Noctum, man. I mean, they're going through it every way, shape, or form in this first scrim block, and I think this is going to be what they're going to have to do this whole LAN in order to make finals. They are all the way in North Pad. That is bad. Rotating from North Pad.
3 teams in Storm Crafting.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. They have to go literally Lewis and Clark across the fucking spot. What up, big dogs? We got Ryan here for 100 Thieves, bro, and Logan, literally the fucking goats. Ryan is the manager, chat, that I always talk about, bro, that brought 100 Thieves really healthy snacks and made Scurry not eat McDonald's. That was really good, so he's the goat. All right, well, multiple teams now, Greek, inside of Antenna, and we see that zone pull here, too.
Another very similar zone here that we saw LG win on game 1, but this one is going to pull away towards the cannon side.
I'm not going to lie, bro. I think there's another LG W here, depending on how they play it. I think it's going to pull towards the rocks here, right outside of the respawn beacon. And if it pulls a little bit more in, I think they lose. But if they can actually hold that exact spot they did in that one game, I think it'll be good. And look at the fucking orgy we're having over here. We got Furia, E6, and TSM all next to each other, bro, with a 2-way catalyst wall, making a plus sign.
I gotta say that's one of my favorite additions to Combat has been the addition of Catalyst. I think it is such a cool character, and the just triple wall, quad walls and shit on in the end games is
spectacular. It's literally spectacular to watch.
It's so much fun to watch.
I don't lie. It sucks because for a long time people were hating Catalyst because of Seer. Seer was the problem with Catalyst. Catalyst was never a problem. I think that character is actually super fun. It brings like a Valorant slash like kind of strategic game style to Apex that I don't think many characters do. And I overall enjoy Catalyst gameplay so much when Seer's not involved.
Absolutely.
I hated Seer for a very
One
long
team
time.
that's in a really good spot too that we haven't really talked about is KCP, man. They have the entire south side of the zone to themselves, and I think they're going to be in for quite a bit of time.
I think so too. As long as this fence line doesn't get pressured too hard or doesn't get like put out just a little bit more of the zone, they'll be fine. They do have a beacon hit too, which is great. So now they know that the zone's pulling down just a little bit more. So they have the recon that we do, which having that extra circle, bro, is big time. And here we go. I don't know who's fighting, bro, but the crowd is going crazy. I don't know what is going on. It doesn't even look like anything's happening.
TSM.
They're just screaming right now. There's nothing even on the screens right now. So I don't know what the fuck they're yelling about, bro. Ascend does get that revive, though, so they're going to be good. Iarka and Entropic are still over in Barometer, man. They're still in Barometer. These guys just don't even rotate, bro. They don't
double
move.
gold, though.
No, not at all. Yeah, they literally don't move.
Who just picked up a kill in the
Lustquin getting a knock onto the boys at Pulverix?
Yeah,
that is.
the two teams in Antenna in the building.
Yeah, and
they're not pushing, though.
And I have to give a huge shout out, bro. We're certified.
Yeah, I mean, their zone calls so far have been nothing but immaculate.
Yeah.
They've been setting up in really, really good spots. Haven't been inting, playing very smart, and they're getting the placement points.
I mean, one thing I got to say, too, is that the South American region have a lot to prove going to the Slam. They have a lot to prove. So if there's a couple teams that can really make finals, bro, and make a statement for the boys over in South America, I think this is going to be absolutely huge for the region. I'm excited to see what they do. I think they're a little bit more of a toss-up than ever before because a lot of new teams, a lot of new players now making LAN are going to be involved. So I'm excited about that one, too. This man, dude, Greek, you're too funny, bro. I don't want to expose you right now, but I want to so bad.
What?
That man, we're getting pictures taken of us right now, and instead of having the mic right next to his mouth, that man Greek moved it down here, bro, so the pictures look better.
So you can see the mustache, bro. What you mean? I'll admit that 10 times out of 10. Of course I did.
I knew that shit, bro.
Do the lip bite.
All right, here we go. Fury gonna take a fight on the TSM here, man. Here we go, baby. Nice, good shots coming out from Panders. A 109. How?
And Tricky picking up the knock on the Hal. TSM down to a duo now. Can they bring it back?
Good job, Hal getting full kill here too. They have another team on their ass though, bro. They need to fight this tactfully. They cannot get knocked here. They have to stay up for this 2v3.
And this is tough for TSM as Rep's going down.
Oh my God, E6 eliminated by Fnatic. And those boys at TSM just got ran over. Great opening damage from Furia. Great job from Panders. And that man's R9 hits different. Do not forget, Furia is one of the only teams that has the luxury to craft R99s on Storm Point. They are always crafting R99s, bro.
Yeah, and we see it again for Holst. The lone solo in Antenna.
Yep. And Noctum's going to start to make the move up to Riddle here, man. Riddle needs to get these kills in order to rotate in. Noctum's going to back up here a little bit. They're getting shot from Lufka and Ascend. Bro, I think Ascend dies to Storm.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty close here.
I think they die to Storm even with a Valk ulti.
Where are they?
They're all the way in the backside of Jurassic.
Yeah.
I think they're dead. There's no way.
It's going to be a tough Valk ult to get over, and they don't even make it over the wall.
I don't know. Yeah, let's watch this. Let's see. This is interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, and I mean, remember, chat, Ascend did get ratted in the very beginning of the game, so their rotation off rip was chalked as Verholst goes down, TSM getting a 17.
And Watson picks the KP up, too, on the Verholst, so Fury gets the full 3 KP onto TSM. It's crazy.
Yep, and here we go, Zone 3 close. We do have the info on the next zone, and it does shift a little bit more towards LG.
Yeah, it's going to pull a little bit more down towards the boys at LG. Like I said, I think it's going to keep going to that right side of the beacon. LG is going to be in a great spot. They're not really a team to watch right now because they have no action to really be played. Nothing to really do here other than just stay alive. We're going to see the boys at Ascend now trying to rotate in as Noctum, and then we're going to start to move towards Riddle. Here we go, man. Noctum. They need some light, man. They need something to give a little spark, a little fire under their ass to make them keep moving forward and keep pushing forward. But this might not be the one with Riddle in zone and them just completely not in that building at all.
Yeah, I mean, Riddle looking to pick up these kills. They have the height. They have really, really good angles. I'd be surprised if they died here.
Yeah, this is really rough.
The Horizon ulti coming down. Little nade spam.
Yeah, and there it is.
That's a huge therm, and that's going to be worse going down there. Riddle now with man advantage. King's going down.
Yukio
Knocked him,
stays
eliminated.
up. Yukio stays up 2. There is no third-party opportunity.
Oh my God, good shots there from Mia.
Oh
and picking up the knock on Kashira.
Holy shit! Mia K with a great knock. Kashira goes down. It's going to be a 2v3 here for Ascend, and they're wide swinging this building. They take the first floor angle. Oh my goodness. What a gross hip fire, Greek.
Yeah, and huge shots there from Mia K. As Complexity's going down, Riddle getting the full reset here, and now looking for 2 more KP.
And they're getting aggressive, bro. They want to get this KP. They want to wipe this quick.
The G7 hip fire. Oh my God. And that's going to be Ascend going down. Dreamfire eliminated as well.
Oh my God, now Furia fighting, getting fuse ulted. Oh, it's gonna be Vex, my apologies. Going down now. Oh my God, Tyler with some great shots. Unlucky Andre is gonna be knocked here, dude. And they're gonna be in a rough spot. It's gonna be Vex along with Furia still alive. They're now taking shots on the Riddle.
Yukio going down to Panders.
Oh my God, and Furia somehow making this work, fighting off 2 teams, one on their front, one on their back, as Optic is now killing KCP on this backside. Brothers, what are we watching? This is a great set of games right now. And game 3 is off to a phenomenal mid-game.
Yeah, and I mean, there's 33 seconds here, Wig. And Furia, you know, they're holding out a team, but let's not forget, they still have to make their way to zone 2. They're in the middle of a shit sandwich right now.
Yeah, it's a shit sandwich, Greek, and it's in the middle of that bread is just diarrhea all over. And we're going to have... You can't laugh when I say that, dude. And we got KCP now on the front side of Optic, and they're getting the sucking fuck. As the boys of Riddle are going to be in a tough situation. A tough situation. Zane almost going down.
Riddle potentially putting down a tower.
Dell getting knocked here, Greek, and they're dying to LG and Optic at the same time.
Skittle goes down as well.
This is really rough, and they're getting sent on by Entropic, I believe.
Oh my God, Riddle going down on the tower. Optic eliminated as well. We're down to 10 squads alive here.
Optic dead, Riddle dead, and it's going to be the boys at KCP trying to get this reset on Adele as they're getting pushed from the right side by Entropic and shot from the left by LG.
Yeah, I mean, great job there from KCP. They take the spot from Optic. And I'll say I was wrong. I thought that was a decent spot and a decent hold from Optic, but I was wrong.
Yeah, we know, man. It's how it usually goes, to be honest, man. We're both washed and retired. That's just how it goes. Panders almost going down to zone, bro. That was tough. Grenades coming out. How are they alive? They're not. That's
Watson
the
going down.
curse.
Zarek Dickey going down as well. Panders getting a bat off here. I don't know if this team in the building, which is start a fight, I don't know if they know he's there.
And look at this, bro. Fnatic and the boys are getting aggressive on the KCP up top. They're picking up a lot of KP, also taking down by Entropic, and they're going to move back down to their house. I don't know if I like this play from Fnatic. I think they should have got a little more aggressive here, and that's going to be Furia.
Eliminated.
Umachan, the boy, picking up 2 KP onto Furia. His Watson and company is eliminated as they have Entropic on their top right, KCP trying to stay alive on their outside building, and Fnatic is the team to watch here, Greek, as KCP's eliminated.
Yeah, Fnatic with a very good games thus far. They do have to rotate up the hill, as we saw Umachan Lovici as kill leader with 5. And as we talked to Yuki yesterday, man, he said it. You know, he's a very, very big vocal pillar on the team.
Yeah.
He keeps their momentum, and his comms are probably his biggest strong suit.
Yeah, we actually found out from Yuki yesterday, bro, that, I'll say it again, Yuki, yeah, that apparently Umachan's like super vocal, has like really passionate, powerful comms in his words, and like he is really, really an important asset to the team. He also said he's his best friend. So Umachan's also Yuka's best friend, and they can play competitive Apex together professionally. It's really hard. If I play with you, bro, I'd fucking maul at you. Gamba right now getting Gibraltar ulted. I don't know how they're surviving this, bro, but the Watson gen is huge. Juicena with the super glide tap strafe.
I thought if he would have stuck him there.
I would have shit everywhere. This man has the movement of a god, bro. One of the most fun players to watch. Let's see what they can make this work, Greek. 0 seconds now till round 5 starts to close.
Yep, and LG comfortable as ever.
Yep.
They won game 1 in a very, very similar fashion, and I think they're going to do it again, man. I really do.
Yep. I think so too. LG just has to work with literally nothing. They just literally sit there. Gamba right now making aggressive plays on the top left. Yep, Matafe going down here. Lusquin going down. Tyler getting 2 kills here. It's a great job
Good
of that.
shots there from Juicena. He picks up the knock on to Pricey. Start a fight. Eliminated.
Nice. Juicena needs to move forward here, bro. He has to get this KP and solidify some extra placement. Nice. There it is.
Eliminated.
It's a great job by Gamba and Tropic eliminated on the 2. It's going to be Tyler walking down to... Come on, baby! Stop fucking with them!
And Juicena's PK hitting harder than the We Need to Talk tech.
Oh my god, it is indeed as they go down. The caster curse is real. But look at this, Pulverex coming in for the third party on the Fnatic. Can they get it going? They don't even get a knock yet, Greek. They're actually going to go down, and Fnatic holds off Pulverex.
And here goes LG. We saw it in game 1, and they're looking to do the same thing here in game number 3. The Horizon ulti from Yanya coming up, and LG working their way up the hill. Yanya with a 1 clip onto Yuka. It's going to be a 3v2 now here for LG.
Oh, baby, LG is looking for another one. 1v2 now as well, 2v2. Malcero with some great shots. The boy Umatron trying to stay alive, but it's going to be the president. LG!
El Presidente!
LG! Vamos LG, baby!
2 out of 3 games for LG.
Goodness.
Well played, man.
2 out of 3 for the boys at LG.
And chat, I want to mention, you know, obviously they're the fish farm teams, and the game is pulling back antenna, and you know, they still have to win out the game. They still did everything correctly. It is a little bit of a gimme zone, but sometimes you still got to capitalize.
No, I mean,
you know, there's one way to get rid of ads real fast, chat.
It's okay. Don't have to use your Prime subs. If you want to, you have to use your Prime subs, bro. Use them on Greek.
No.
Yes.
All right, so Entropic on the Gibby Caustic Horizon.
Yep.
Watson still on the Fusey.
Which I like. A little interesting, though. Don't forget, we had this contest happening over at Trials, Greek.
Yeah.
But keep a lookout, keep a lookout, see if you see anyone else fighting. Good shit. You're the GOAT, kid. So Moist going to be good, all out Overlook. And this is going to be a 3-man shit show, chat.
There's
Literally.
nobody Sky East, by the way.
Yeah, no one Sky East, so now Vex is all by themselves, Sky West and East. Oh my goodness, that boy K-Swinney is sending it.
Starterfight and Entropic at Thermal.
Okay, so we have Starterfight and Entropic at Thermal, and look at this. They land height. They get beat on the drop spot so badly, bro, that they back out, and Noctum's going to be in a shit sandwich again.
Thorfinn picking up a knock here on Sleep.
Nice
Lustwin trades it out. It's going to be a 2v2 here.
It's a great job. 2v2 here with the Caustic and the Horizon, though. They have 2 really good characters. But then, Start a Fight, bro, is playing so good. I want to see them take this W right now. That's so bad.
Yeah, Entropic does still have the Caustic and the
Skittle
Horizon.
knocking Kashera?
Oh my god. Ascend landed at Mod.
Ascend landing Mod and taking down Skittles. They get the res here, too. Optic gets caught out of nowhere, bro. Holy shit, what is going on? Wow, when did they decide to do that again? Another random-ass landing, Greek.
Yeah, and now Ascend 3-man up here in a 3v2 here against Optic.
Yeah, Entropic eliminated. Start a fight, bringing it to him. No audio on that Crypto at all. Drop's gonna get
go
dropped.
down. It's up to Noct.
And Noct is not gonna get knocked. He's gonna run away here. And Optic is not up to a good start, Greek. That is a caster's curse, to say the least. Noct is 1 HP, an absolute hair.
What kind of hair wig?
Not going to say that one on the broadcast here, Greek. We are indeed #sponsored, #ad. And that's going to be Kashera and the boys taking that out.
I want to pull out here, man, and say
curse.
LG with a launch site zone. Our 4th South zone here, and LG could potentially run away with this one, man. They're going to hold their signature back building here, and I think this pulls to the platform.
This is written in the stars, Greek. 5 South zones out of 4 games because of a restart. And now it's going to probably pull towards this backside launch. As a team starts to rotate in here, it's going to...
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs live in London here at the Copper Box. Already, we have had a phenomenal day of Apex Legends action here so far, and we're about to keep things moving and continue in that same vein. My name is Glitter Explosion, and now we have the phenomenal Vicky, Kitty, and Genome down on the desk with us for the second block of games on the day. Phenomenal job casting. Vicky, you ready to be down on the desk now?
I am. I'm super happy to be alongside you guys. It's like my first time being able to be with you guys on the desk, and I'm so excited after having that action, Genome. I can't even believe that we're already done with Group C versus D, and then we got some even more heavy hitters coming in for Groups A versus B. There's so much to look forward to here.
Yeah, you got to do a little bit of both now, Genome, down here, analyzing the star, up there, casting to finish. How's your day been so far?
Yeah, look, back and forth, but you know, I'm happy to do it all, and there's definitely a couple of teams who are trying to do that as well.
Listen, we've got even more groups, more teams to talk about, but first, let's take a look at the schedule if you guys are just joining us to see what you can expect for the rest of the day. Obviously, we started things off with Groups C versus D in the morning. Now we're moving into Groups A versus B, and then we'll be closing out the day with Groups A versus C, 7:30 p.m. BST. So, needless to say, lots of Apex Legends action that we have going on. And like I said, if you're just joining us, we're going to give you a little bit of a refresher on what just happened as well. We'll take a look at our standings so you can see where everything shook out after the first set of matches, because Genome, Pulverex popping off, coming out on top with 61 points.
Yeah, I mean, they had some incredible endgames, didn't they? The fact that, you know, we saw that reset when there was only the two of them, but they were just constantly making it there as... You know, in contrast to LG, right, who were coming up with the massive games and then a couple of quiet ones. So a big contrast there between our top two teams.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see the difference between the teams that feel comfortable on Stormpoint versus the teams that feel like they're at home on World's Edge, such as LG, that didn't really have the performance that we were expecting on World's Edge after they took 2 games on Stormpoint. Meanwhile, Pulverex coming through with F-Chan not only with the Kraber shot, but at the very end, holding that position in the tunnel train area, north side of Lava Siphon, all came in clutch. They were running the Loba, they were running the Rampart, they had the amp barrier set up, they had the Kraber because thanks to the black market with the Loba. It's crazy to see how close, though, our top 5 squads were in that lobby alone, and I want to see a repetition of that here.
Yeah, I mean, even after we got a chance to hear from F-Chan with Blaze in that interview, they said they weren't feeling that confident coming in. Well, now they're at the top after that series, so that's got to feel good for them. But like we said, we've got Groups A versus B coming up right around the corner, so let's start talking about them, okay? We alluded to them a little bit at the top of the show. Now we have an opportunity to highlight some of these squads. So who's jumping off the page for you here, Vicky?
Oh, there's so many, Glitter. I mean, okay, let's get started with Alliance. Alliance coming through. Get the cheers going down in the crowd. Effect, welcome out here. Crazy top fragger. Only 18 years old, by the way. These young bloods, man, they really put me to shame. Aurora's another team. Are we going to see the redemption shot? I want to see this team come through. Dark Zero, of course, it is a miss if we do not mention Dark Zero. Again, there's so many amazing teams. NRG, obviously, all the fans watching them from home. 100 Thieves, my Texas boys, always got to see how they do in these events. But Genome, I'm curious, any team specifically to you that you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, I'm really curious about NRG as well. I mean, these guys, they got the most points in the finals of our Split 1 playoffs, and you know, they were sitting out here making tweets being like, yeah, well, we were the best team on the day. So can they do that again here? I don't know. I don't think they've looked as good this split, but it is one of those kind of teams you can never count out. Then you got Onyx, you know, perpetually in the shadow of Moist Esports. They came 7th, just behind them, 1 place in the Split 1 playoffs, and again, 1 place behind them in our Split 2. So they're always liking to sort of, you know, they want to be the best team in APAC South, and it feels like they have to break that out before they can break onto the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, so many points can be made about all of our teams playing in this next group. We have to do it, though, every single time. We got to keep our eyes on a couple teams specifically that we think could potentially do some big things here. We've got Exet as Vicky's pick, Dark Zero as Genome, and I went with Alliance. But Vicky, I want to hear from you first.
All right, when you talk about the heavy hitters from North America, you got to talk about the #1 team that placed at the end of all the tournaments that we had in the Pro League, and that's going to be Exet. By the way, Nod's coming through #1 in the amount of damage that he's been able to put down in NA. First in the North American League, which is why we keep highlighting this squad. He does so much damage that the second team isn't even half close, and that's like him even being Dark Zero out here with the amount of damage that not only they take, but they also put down when it comes to helping them with a lot of the pressure. But Exet has also been this team where after the first LAN, I got to talk to them a little bit. They felt very just deflated in what they could have done differently. This is a team that is very consistent. I love Hot Stick. He's an amazing coach. He really sets this team up for success, but we have to see that transcend from their performance in the Pro League into LAN. They don't usually have LAN jitters, at least from what I've seen. They seem very tuned in to what's happening in front of them. Basically just another day at the job for them, and they know what's important, and I think that's something that you need to highlight when it comes to looking at Exet and their approach in this group.
Maybe not LAN jitters, but they have struggled on match point. Right?
Yes.
And that is in stark contrast to Dark Zero, the match point specialist. 2 LAN wins to their name. They've just taken out the Split 2 NA regional finals again in match point. But of course, if you hadn't seen them last time, there's been a change-up. They are still an Australian team, and as long as there's 2 Australians on that team, you cannot tell me otherwise. They have added, however, finally some North American flavor after moving over a couple of splits ago. So they've added in Zainu now, replacing Sharky, still of course that core of Zero and Jen Burton, and they're just looking so good. I mean, you got to remember, he wasn't playing the whole split with them, Zainu. You know, they tried a couple of different things, and finally, when it was time for match point, Zainu popped off. I mean, there were some incredible moments from this guy. He's so young, and he's just so damn good.
All right, well, you two keep talking about young players that are just so good. I told you my pick was Alliance. We got to talk about Effect. I mean, you even mentioned it yourself, Vicky. 18 years old, coming in, top kills in the EMEA region. This was a pickup after Vibes had stepped down from the squad, and honestly, Alliance is someone that I constantly have my eyes on when it comes to us watching them play at LAN. They are known for their ability to control these fights and be dominant, as well as their ability to pretty much play any comp that they want to play. We've seen them bring so many legends here to the table, so they're someone that I'm very excited to keep my eyes on, not to mention that Hackys is obviously one of the best IGLs in the world. So, I mean, we've got some great choices here, but we keep talking about these young guns as well. I'm excited to do a little bit of a comparison here between our 2 squads, Genome, for these young players, all right? Because honestly, between the 2 of them, things are very close.
Yeah, okay, so I believe it was Zainu and Effect, both kill leaders for their regions, if I'm hearing that correctly, but you can see Effect was ahead in a couple of important stats here. Kills, assists, and damage all going in favor of the man on the left of your screen. But everyone keeps calling NA the best region, the hardest region. Does that mean we have to balance this out a little bit? Is Zainu better? Well, there's only one place to find out, and that's here at LAN.
It's so important, too. If you take a look at the legends that were picked for both of these players, you could see the way that Effect plays so aggressively on the Valkyrie, the entry fragger, to just go in and out, open up an opportunity for the rest of Alliance, and they have so much synergy in following through. And also, it's great to see the gang in person together. This young legend that you keep highlighting between these 2, to see them in person, to see the success that they have at such a young age, I'm all here for it to see how that's going to transcend through the rest of this LAN.
Not only this LAN, but the future of their entire competitive career, right? They have so much potential time ahead of them to learn, to grow, to get better. And if this is the level that they are already at with less time than a lot of the people on the stage under their belts experience-wise, I am terrified to see where they end up.
And not only that, right, you know, we were talking about the IGLs on these teams. Huckus and Zero, they've got so much experience to draw from and learn from now, right? I mean, they've obviously got the mechanical skill, the raw talent to take on anyone in the world, but with these guys, you know, molding them and giving them all the extra help to help their macro and the other parts of their game, two of the smartest players. Oh, it's just going to be wonderful to see how these guys develop.
It's like Hockey sending out his Pokemon out here because Zainu has like the most kills in NA. It's like, go get him, Zainu. And it's like what you said, having that short time to build that up together, it's like, all right, he did the D, now we all go in together. And it's having that communication and that synergy transcend into this in-person experience that is going to be able to have not only the most fun throughout this LAN, but then the experience that you could apply in the future.
All right, well, we are just moments away from getting our game going, but while we're letting our players finalize their setups and get themselves ready to go to kick off our second groups of games, we have some more fun content your way. I mean, obviously, we can't bring all of our players out here to London and not test their London knowledge, okay? So we had Mark and Dan sit down with some of the teams and teach them some London lingo. So let's check it out.
Hello, fellow Apex enjoyers. It's Onset and Gaskin. And, of course, we are in London here for the Split 2 playoffs. Now, no better way to welcome the teams by, you know, teaching them a little bit of the London lingo, a bit of UK slang. So what we're going to do is we're going to have some teams through here. We're going to give them a phrase. They have to guess what it is. We'll give them a sentence, maybe, for them to guess. And we'll see what they come up with.
Oh, we've got some excellent teams as well. We're going to be talking to 100 Thieves, Dark Zero, Vexed, and LG Chivas.
First up, we've got 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves.
Hello, 100 Thieves.
Hey, guys.
How are we doing? You want to get straight into this?
Let's get straight into it.
Let's do it. Go into it? Okay. Your first word is chinwag. Damn, put it in a sentence.
Man. Zone's closing.
Sure you didn't want to start with Charlie?
Need to have a chinwag about that.
Oh, I feel like a talk. I feel like that means you gotta have like a talk, you know.
Like context.
Okay, la zona está cerrándose, necesitamos como un chingua de a dónde vamos a ir. It's like maybe an idea, like maybe an idea where to go next.
Converse, deliberate, talk.
I'm gonna have to push you for an answer.
Can I get a language of origin?
No. UK.
London.
Make sure. Converse, deliberate.
It's pretty good. I'll give him that.
Yeah, we'll give him that. That is correct.
Give me some. Oh my God.
Next one is going to be faffing around.
I'll give you a sentence. Stop faffing around and watch this spot for me. This is a good one for you, Matape.
Messing around? Trolling? Yeah, messing around.
Messing around? Yeah, we'll give you that. Messing around.
There's a little nod there of confirmation.
I'm looking
as well.
forward to
like
Vex listening now, by the way. I'm just going to hear Matape say, hey, stop faffing around.
Full of beans. Mark, can you put that in a sentence for me?
I can put it in a sentence. You have 5 kills already. You're full of beans today.
Oh, that's rubbish.
No way.
That's its own word.
Cheating, maybe?
Is that your final answer?
Is that final answer?
Just like good, like feeling good.
Dude, no. Hear me out. This is a sports reference. You know how they say you ate your Wheaties that morning or something?
Tell me what that means.
Trust me. It means you're going crazy.
Let's get an answer.
It means you're popping off.
Okay.
It means you're popping off. You're going crazy.
High energy. I think it's pretty good again. I will give you that. It's like high energy. You know, you're kind of like bouncing around the
You're
place.
confident, you're feeling good. Yeah, we'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. Next word.
Next one is minted, or as I would pronounce it, minted.
I've got so many heals this game, I'm minted.
Rich. Jack. Like
Does he live in England?
I think he might do.
Yeah,
Rich is bang on the money.
This one, that's a good one. Next one is
Rosie Lee.
Oh, this game's making me thirsty. I could go for some Rosie Lee.
Beer?
It's like wine or something, I think. Just drink, anything.
Total confusion.
Sure. I'll allow you to play this round if you want.
I don't know, I'd say wine or something like that.
Wine.
Do you want to trust your Englishman here?
No, I forget.
It means cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
Cup of Rosie Lee. Cup of
Rosie
tea.
Lee, Cockney slang.
Cockney rhyming slang for you.
Damp squib.
Okay.
I'll put it in a sentence for you.
Put a sentence, please.
10 teams alive, Zone 2. This game's a damp squib.
Okay. 10 equipos están vivos en la zona 2. Este juego está como damn squid. Es como está como arruinado. It's chalked.
It's chalked.
That's like
awful. Bad, awful.
Bad quality, waste of time.
Yeah, come on, surely, come on. I can see you.
I'm not sure. It means like disappointing, a little bit, you know, not really great, not a lot of excitement. Next one is load of old tosh.
Just finished looting. I'm leaving with a load of old tosh.
It could be with no loot or with no
And what would you...
Gotta be like garbage.
Looting?
Yeah.
Is
that another rubbish answer? Yeah, he like just finished looting. You know, you're leaving. You got nothing good. You're like poor.
Oh, the time.
How would you feel if you left with like bad loot?
Broke.
Broke, like rubbish.
poor,
Rubbish. Poor. Yeah. Yeah, bang on, bang on. Dan's trying to be really harsh on you, and I don't know why.
Just a rules man playing the game. Next one is bants.
Sentence. It's just a bit of bants.
Just a bit of bants.
Can I say it?
Like, you might have pushed someone 1v3 and died, and then go, oh, it's just a bit of bants.
I do it all the time. Like I'm always.
Push 1v3?
I'm always like, no.
Oh,
I mean, when I push, I always come. But like messing around.
Messing around, joking around.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's pretty good.
Just definition of banter.
Next one is mug.
You died so easily, you mug.
I say it's an idiot, right?
Yeah, I think it's an idiot. It's simple.
Like bloke, you know, type of thing.
Bloke.
Es una manera muy cheap. It's like, you're an idiot.
Bang on, that is, I'll give you that point. That's 100% perfect.
I got it
Ding, ding.
correct on Spanish.
And you can,
next one is bog roll.
my nose is running. I could use some bog roll.
In that room, we were talking about the hotel. What is at the hotel? What was I saying was bad? Toilet pressure? Yeah, he said it. Toilet paper. Toilet paper?
Toilet paper. There you go. Bog roll.
The toilet paper's bad in the hotel?
Single ply.
Oh, hate it.
Comment.
No comment. Next one will be...
Next one is skin.
I just check his eyes every time. Skint.
Yeah, like,
I'll give you a sentence in a minute, just in case you want to blurt one out. No? Okay. Anyone got any spare ammo? I'm skint.
Yeah, like poor.
Poor.
Dude, he just gives it every time.
You either minted or skin. There's no in between, right? Next one up is peng.
You should have seen that shot. It was peng. It was peng.
It was crazy.
Perfect.
It was nuts.
That's perfect.
It sounds like perfect.
It sounds like perfect.
I mean, it sounds like perfect, but I mean, you know,
when
trolley
you know
doesn't sound like shopping
like,
cart to me. So it was perfect. It was good. It was, you know, it was crazy. Something like that.
It's
Again, yeah, pretty much solid.
Last one. All right, the next one is buzzing.
Feeling great.
Feeling great, feeling good.
Yeah.
I think you should be, because you were pretty damn good at that. That was the last one, wasn't it?
That was the last one.
Yeah,
Solid hero.
Damn squib, you can't convince me. That's not real.
Oh, a bit of a damp squib from some of those teams, but I tell you what, it was a great effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I think they'll be ready for the streets of London now. We should probably pop down the apple and pears, though. We've got a stage to get to. So.
Kushti.
All right.
Not really sure about those apple and pears, but why were DZ and 100 Thieves so good at that game, Gino?
Zero knows, man. Whether it's the lingo, whether it's where the zones go, he just always knows.
No, hold on. My favorite had to be Luminosity. Luminosity was not having it. They're like, what the? I felt them because when I went through the notes and I saw them, like, I have no idea what I'm reading right now. And then Mark and Dan just seemed like in their normal, just like environment. Like, what do you mean? How do you not know this? I'm like, what? Well, a bog? Is that a frog? Like, it wasn't even. I probably would not have done any better.
I think that one applies in Australia actually as well.
Oh,
so
really? All right.
They really should have got that one.
All right, well, you know, we had to have a little bit of fun with our players before we go into the seriousness of everything. Our match is just a few minutes away, so it's time for us to start talking about a few things before we jump into it. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about these teams, a lot about some of our favorite players. Well, if there's anyone that you at home want to be keeping your eyes, whether it's on an individual, a team, multiple teams, maybe it's the map feed. Well, our award-winning multi-view is here for Split 2 playoffs of the ALGS. You can go to the command center down below on your page right now and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you want to follow so that you can watch the ALGS your way. Multiview, make sure that you are checking out because this is just one of the coolest things that you can watch when it comes to the ALGS. Talk about customization, but also talk about stuff that you at home can be getting for yourselves. We have Twitch drops, all right? Twitch drops will be active all 4 days of the Split 2 playoffs with a chance for you to get all of these drops during the finals just in case you happen to miss those drops from any of the 3 first days of play. Obviously, all you have to do is watch for 60 minutes each day. You can claim these skins. First, we've got that R99 skin, the Charbroiled, the Wraith skin, Fiery Fractals, the Hollow Spray Ratting, and the Gun Charm Predator. Or you get them all together on Sunday as long as you hang out with us in that chat. Get these added to your account. I mean, Vicky, what's your favorite on there?
It has to be the race skin. I actually am really excited to see how that plays out because, you know, you really do stand out, and I like to be obnoxious in my own games and not blend in with the environment, so you know how that goes. No, honestly, also the weapon charm. Can't wait to see how that plays out. I always try to watch in the back so that way I can always get the prizes so I can flex in the game. I also still have that holo spray from the second playoffs last year, so you always have to be able to flex in any way you can if you get any of these drops on Twitch, and it's always nice to see too, so you can represent your favorite team if you let anybody else know that you also watch ALGS.
All right, well, hopefully everyone has gotten a little bit of a rest in. You've got yourself refreshed and ready for the second series of matches on the day today, because it's time for me to send it up to the London lads themselves on Set and Gasket.
Thank you very much, Lauren. It is an absolute pleasure to be back here, Dan. We've been waiting in the wings all morning long, watching the games, enjoying everything that's been going down. Good news for everyone at home, I've actually managed to find some trousers. I completely forgot yesterday when we shot that I had shorts on. But how are you doing? You excited?
Fantastic. Yeah, I've been waiting for this a long time. I mean, it seems like a little while since we've been from online. Now we get to land. Players are just about ready, and I feel like these two groups, there's just so much tension between a lot of the teams. We might see some contests going down, and also we've got regional champions going to be competing against each other.
We certainly do. I mean, this group is looking like a little bit of a bloodbath, to be honest with you, with some of the names that we've got in here. Of course, there's been talk about Alliance, understandably, with Effect making his LAN debut. Finally, Alliance getting to play with their full lineup. But speaking of people making, you know, a little bit of a return, we've got Fire Beavers who are going to be in this lobby as well. They're welcome back onto the main stage, and they're going to be looking to upset. But then, like you mentioned, you've got the likes of Exet, you've got Dark Zero in here, you've got Northeption, who have been absolutely looking so solid in the build-up to this event. I mean, you can kind of just take your pick of a team at the moment, and there's a story behind them.
Yeah, I think the fact that we have so many regional champions means that we've got teams who are very good at match point. Of course, we're not in match point just yet, but it might give us a little teaser of how things are going to be when we get to that championship Sunday. Are we going to get an idea of the squads that are good, getting those victories in, can get those match point victories? I mean, we saw Dark Zero there. They are the kings of match point, it seems, at this situation, and I'm sure they're going to be there or thereabouts when Sunday comes around. But it's all built around today in the group stages. When you get those initial points on the board, when you start to mow your way towards getting into that winner's bracket and hopefully not going down to the elimination bracket.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a long time to go. We've got, 4 days of action here from the Copper Box in London before we get to that finals lobby, and seeing how stacked this tournament is. And as we see Genome just taking center stage there as he walks across. Give us a wave, Genome. Too late for you, unfortunately. But I mean, it's going to be a real battle to get in. This is the first time I feel that we've seen teams in their full kind of lineup, full capacity, everybody here, everybody who deserves to be here on this main stage of this event. And there isn't kind of a weak-looking team. Every time you're looking around, you're like, okay, this team is looking absolutely ridiculous. They've got the ability to do this, X, Y, Z, whatever it might be. But I think it's only right that we focus on the two teams who not only, have looked very strong in their regions, but also have two players making their debut. You have Effect on Alliance, and of course, you have Zainu, who's coming in for Dark Zero.
Yeah, and I think for Alliance, they have shown that they really are a major threat on international competition. Not only were they performing incredibly well with a substitute the last time we saw them on LAN, but throughout the online season, they have looked like a team who should be, if not at Sunday's finals, winning potentially Sunday's finals. They're a team who can compete with the very best on the international stage, and I think their Effect is going to have those pressures though, right? Your first time playing on LAN, is it going to be a situation where he's a little bit slow out of the blocks, or is he going to be incredible? Is he going to be the kid that we saw playing online, the kill leader, unbelievable, but there is always going to be that extra pressure on your shoulders.
Of course, there's going to be a lot of eyes on him, but there's no two better people to be alongside to make your LAN debut, right? You've got Hackis, been there, done that, seen it all. The only thing he hasn't managed to do so far is lead the team to an international victory. This team has been kind of the beacon of Europe, and as you can see Effect on your screen there, giving us a little bit of a smile and a wave. The man in the middle there, alongside who was one of the clutchest players out of the entire tournament in the Split 1 playoffs, Yuki. It's the perfect foundation here for Alliance to move forward and show that this could be their tournament.
And we were lucky enough to speak to Pierre, the coach of this squad, and he was saying how if any of the teams get a little bit hot-headed, maybe if Yuki's pushing in, getting a little bit aggressive, they just speak to Effect, and Effect calms them down. And that is a crazy thing for me to hear as an 18-year-old being the calmest member of the squad and just bringing down that energy when it's needed to. I think this is going to be one of our teams that we have to watch, not just in these groups, but throughout this entire tournament. I would be shell-shocked if they don't make Sunday.
So a lot of expectation, understandably, on the shoulders of Alliance, but then you have other teams in this lobby who we haven't even mentioned yet. One of them came second place back at the Split 1 playoffs, and that, of course, is going to be NRG. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride so far. Maybe
here in London this time around in the Split 2 playoffs, it's going to be their time.
Yeah, I think the amount of times we've seen NRG get onto match point and have that opportunity to win, but then just kind of not really get over the finish line, really struggle over that final hurdle, and I think it has to change here. We need to see NRG perform that extra level better if we're going to call them champions, right? They need to be getting to match point early enough, but also putting that game to bed. I think it was 3 or 4 matches we saw them at Split 1 playoffs not be able to convert match point, and then of course TSM ripped it away from them.
Well, let's have a look at our map rotation. You can see groups A and C are going to be going up against each other right now. Excuse me, A and B, I can't read. Our first map is going to be Storm Point, as it was a little bit earlier. 3 matches here on Storm Point before we move over to World's Edge. And there's a couple of teams, I mean, we would say in general, everybody's kind of managed to even themselves out as far as how good they are on each map. But as we take a quick look at the expected drop points here, Dan, a couple of teams still certainly, I would say, shine when it comes to Storm Point.
Yeah, and there has been a little bit of change here or there throughout the last week in scrims, but for the most part, we believe this is there or thereabouts where people are going to be landing. In the contest we'll focus on is going to be Onyx and Aurora down at the southern side of the map. Definitely a chance to maybe take advantage of Aurora playing with, of course, a substitute, but that substitute is Malawan, who should have played for them at Split 1 playoff, so I'm very excited to see that team perform. Everyone else has kind of dished out these POIs quite evenly. There will be one player kind of dropping off away from the rest who might, you know, be contesting a 1v1 just to try and get a beacon, maybe try and get a little bit of extra loot, so we'll also be keeping an eye on that.
And of course, I gotta say, I'm very excited to keep an eye on Sonoto Cave and the crazy rotations that come out of a certain team called Fire Beavers, because they are unpredictable, they are a lot of fun, and they certainly can get on a roll. It's going to have to be interesting to see how effective that is in this lobby, Dan, when we've got some of the best in the world taking those 3v3 engagements.
Well, we saw how impressive it was from the likes of Pulverix earlier on today, playing placement, not worrying about kills, and then suddenly in the last 3 games they just burst to life and they become a squad who's able to top the table. Is this going to be a situation where a lot of teams are playing placement to begin with because they're easing themselves into LAN, and then Fire Beavers can either A, take advantage of that by catching teams off guard, getting that push, maybe getting a Seer queue down and then jumping on a team, or will they struggle a little bit because there's going to be so many squads and rosters that are just going to be bunkering down. They are going to be getting into those final circles nice and early.
As we see, match 1 is about to go live here, and we're about to get into our first game of Storm Point. A couple more stories just to keep in the back of your minds. We have Crazy Raccoon, of course, in this group as well, and they haven't quite made that jump to a finals lobby yet, so a group stage performance from them going to be certainly very, very, you know, almost pivotal to their performance and confidence. But also, I think they can take a little bit of confidence out of what we saw a little bit earlier from the APAC North region. Fnatic looking amazing, Pulverix looking amazing, and I hope that that confidence flows through them here, and we're going to see CR pop off.
Well, I will say it has to be North America that needs to step up in these groups, because it has been the other regions that have shined that little bit stronger, but of course some of the biggest hitters in North America are in this lobby. You've got XA, you've got Dark Zero, so I'm expecting very large things as now the teams are going to be dropping into the map, and as we said, there could be a contest happening. Onyx versus Aurora.
Yeah, very interesting to see how this goes down. This is a battle that has gone down for a number of weeks in the build-up to this event that we find ourselves at right now, and as you can see, nobody seriously really wants to give this up. They want to play from this POI. We're going to see 6 players drop here, but who is going to be the first to fall? Aurora, of course, back on LAN. They did have to make this last-minute change with a previous teammate coming back in Malawan. Onyx, of course, representing the APAC South region. It's going to be so interesting to see how this battle develops.
I mean, if you can get anyone to replace a current teammate, an ex-teammate is always going to be the best because the chemistry is going to naturally be there. But Onyx already going to be trying to utilize these smokes to cover some sight lines and get some good angles here to work together and get some shots down.
Yeah, Onyx also got some guns, which is always a good thing to find. Oh, Shady needs to pop a few shield cells, but all of a sudden, it looks like things are getting a little bit dicey as both teams try to look for that first knock. The only problem is, the longer this fight goes on, it's whoever does the damage is going to have to pop away those shield cells. They're going to find Meds going down. Oxygen Esports have fallen on their contest as well, as Aurora now find themselves in a 2v2.
Yeah, there was a fight happening at Barometer. Oxygen have lost that one. Aurora now, as a 2, need to make sure they work together. Ratch is trying to shield up. Needs a little bit of assistance from Cleve, but he's got a good angle here. He can watch and make sure he doesn't get easily pushed. But with a charge rifle and EVA rate, this is an awkward fight to be taking because you either need to be close or far away. There's not really a mid-range option.
Ranch is looking to fire through the smokes. And now you can see Onyx Esports trying to pounce on him. Damage being done, there's another knock. Onyx Esports down to 1. Shady in a 1v1 for the Beans, and to see if they can put a little bit of a marker down on this contest. Not quite having the P20 is the best thing in the world. It's not going to do the damage, especially up against the EVA 8. And Aurora, welcome back to the main stage here in London. They will win the first game of this contest.
New teammate, no problem. Perfect start for Aurora, and now they can just loot freely here on the southern side of the map. However, bad news is going to be where this circle is going to be moving. We're going to be heading to the northeast, up towards Stormcatcher, maybe just a little bit below Thunderwatch. So teams who have been dropping over in those areas are going to have the nice, easy early rotation.
Yeah, speaking of teams who are in a great spot, I mean, Dark Zero, they are bang center of Stormcatcher at the moment, bang center of this zone. They're probably going to try and hold down some of the staircases, I would say, because we have seen this zone just pull slightly south, maybe it pulls slightly north sometimes. It's a very interesting zone to see how it will develop, but Stormcatcher is certainly going to be one of those areas we would expect to see being contested towards that end game. But very interesting to see, where are Fire Beavers? They are still over at Cenote Cave. Fire Beavers, if you haven't been watching the EMEA region, famously like to go back into the zone, craft themselves some extra bats, a few med kits, and approach very late in a very aggressive style. And when they have their success, it's usually based on completely clearing out one side of the map and then walking their way in afterwards.
Yeah, you can see they already are thinking about that. And something we learned, I believe, in the opening couple of games here today in London is that teams who don't really get the ability to get the beacon information, the ring console, they've really been struggling to try and prioritize their rotations, sometimes getting involved in fights, and it is just sometimes how the cookie crumbles. So that's why you want to prioritize rotating towards a beacon if you can, get that ring console, get that information, and that's going to really help you out with your situations when you get into the final circle.
Yeah, just trying to find that little hole to expose and that place to play, especially if you've got the option of an evac tower to try and kind of thread that needle. Obviously, Valkyrie kind of found herself a little bit, I would say, not picked as much now that the evac tower is certainly in the conversation of kind of taking her ability, her ultimate ability, the Skyward Dive, out of consideration for a lot of teams. You get a little bit more utility with some of the comps and a little bit more legend flexibility, I would say, for teams to approach the zones from and how they want to play this game. Speaking of approaching the zone, just looking to the north of where we expect to go, as you can see Glitch Energy on your screen. It's going to be Exet who are making their way right to the north past Thunderwatch at the moment, trying to thread the needle and trying to play the eastern side of where that zone's going to be pulling.
I mean, as you mentioned, Exet, it's quite good. They were on Storm Point. They were the highest performing Storm Point team that we had in North America. 4 victories for them, an incredible 13 top 5s as well throughout the season. So they are definitely going to be a team who will be performing well on Storm Point. But I think what's more impressive for Exet is the fact they have an exact 50-50 split across both maps for how many points and victories they've been able to get. So I think that is impressive when you talk about consistency.
Yeah, I mean, that's an absolutely ridiculous statistic. I mean, as a team, that's what you want, right? Complete and utter parity when it comes to Storm Point and World's Edge. Looking at Glitch Energy at the moment, they're getting a little bit more information on how they want to approach this next zone with their rotation into Command Center, and it's a pretty good place to actually hold down towards this end game, because you might be able to hit a late redeploy and kind of find a little place to play into zone. Speaking of Exet, you did mention them, and we're going to see them on our screen right now. The composition going to be one that, if you've been watching Exet for some time, is kind of their Storm Point go-to now, and it's great to see Fun, in my opinion, one of the most mechanically elite players in all of Apex Legends, being able to flex his mechanical muscles, shall we say, with Pathfinder in the pick.
Yeah, he was unbelievable in the Split 2 season, and it's been very impressive for this Exet roster. At the moment, they're holding out Alliance, by the way. Of course, Alliance dropping over towards Lightning Rod. They were trying to make their rotation down towards this circle, and Exet denied it instantly, and they've walled up, and they will be more than happy to now hold this choke. For the decision on Alliance's side, do we try and get round this? If we do, we're going to be running into even more problems. We're going to have to try and get all the way around, maybe through Command Center, and then we've already got a few teams posted there. So it's about delaying the inevitable or just trying to push the aggression here now for Alliance.
Yeah, the good thing for Alliance with how they drop and the time they take, to loot is usually they're going to leave the northern side of the zone in a pretty good position to fight. Exet now, they look like they're ready to fight. We're going to see Thermites going down. We're going to see them trying to block the doors off at the moment, but the walls are going to be met with a couple of Watson fences. You can see that Sheila was warming up the lungs, getting ready to sing, but no shots fired quite yet.
Well, Exet obviously noticed that there was a few teams starting to set up behind them and said, well, the choke's not going to do us much good when we get to endgame. Let's try and prioritize the position that could win us the video game that we are playing. And now they're going to be able to get into a spot where they can at least try and take these fights. And they actually bullied their way into said building. Now they can hold for a while. Jailings are also going to be in the area, and they've managed to post up quite well. We haven't mentioned J-Lings yet, but of course, a lot of pressure being a European side, and I'm sure they'll be looking forward to this one.
Yeah, J-Lings, you would say fundamentally very, very sound team. It just seems like the fighting capability hasn't quite been there in those big moments. And when you're looking at the composition as well, you can see maybe just a lack, you would say, of aggressive fight-taking options in that composition in comparison to some others, but certainly know how to get to endgame and know how to find great spots to play.
But of course, JMW, a LAN champion in his own right, and you've also got two players who featured on Invictus Gaming. They were one of the best teams that we saw on World's Edge, for example, in Split 1. So I do think there's a lot of potential for J-Lings, and we're going to learn a lot in these 6 matches of how they are going to hang with a lot of these international squads.
Well, Dark Zero, who were one of the first teams to zone, this is where they've chosen to play. Like I mentioned, right on the eastern side of where this zone is going to be pulling. For now, though, it's a little poke battle, a little prod battle, and a little expedition to see if they can get those Evo shields leveled up a little bit. All on blue at the moment. You want to obviously try and get those up to purples for that end game to give yourself a fighting chance, but you can also see the team that's going to be above them, and the high ground is such a difficult thing at all times to try and fight against, especially when you're getting smoked off.
And NRG just holding out as well. A lot of teams now who are on the outer side of this circle are starting to be greeted by the late rotators, and we know which teams traditionally do rotate late. Fire Beavers and North Epsion still in the red, by the way, and I'm not really surprised that's what they like to do. They'll be joining the game a little bit later. Sometimes it gets you those extra placements, but of course can get you that extra loot as well.
Yeah, so it's a playstyle that becomes more difficult to be effective and I would say consistent with as you move through the lobbies, especially with the quality of fighting teams that are usually holding down spots in zone and kind of looking out to gatekeeping you, but with the talent and the mechanical ability that is on Fire Beavers. Plus, I would say, I'll use the big P word, passion, that they show in those team fights. It's always a lot of fun to watch them. But Alliance, they're trying to do a little bit of watching themselves right now as NRG, who were poking away at them a few moments ago. For now, they're just trying to hold out this north side, clear their backs and make sure their path towards where that zone's going to be going is going to be clear.
I think there's only 6 teams who are outside of this current circle, so in 49 seconds, they're all going to have to make their way in. There might be a couple of rotation clashes. I mean, Fire Beavers are making their way through, realize they're going to be ahead of them. Blackhand are going to be trying to go for a sneaky rotation on the eastern side of the map, and Aurora are still going to be moving in late. I cannot stress enough how important it was that Aurora won that initial fight, because they pretty much hold the entirety of the southern side of the map because of it. They will be one of the last teams to arrive there, but that's going to be good. They should be able to get at least top 15 and then start to think about their positioning.
Now we need to talk about the importance of this little poke battle that's going down at the moment. This is Alliance versus NRG, and both these teams are currently holding down the very northern side of where this zone is going to be pulling. And if they completely block off any teams from being able to rotate behind them, one of those teams who might be thinking about that, by the way, is going to be Glitch Energy. Crazy Raccoon may be thinking about making a late approach as well. Then they are going to have such a great priority position for this zone. They're going to have the high ground. They know there's a lot of teams already in zone. There might be a lot of KP for them to pick up if they're the team who comes out last for that northern side.
Yeah, you can see there's going to be 3 teams potentially that could all be rotating towards NRG and Alliance. They might come through Thunderwatch. Glitch and Crazy Raccoon will probably fight first, and the winner of that then probably faces NRG or Alliance afterwards. So they know there is potential KP on their way, but it's just what's going to be happening. And if you look at the southern side of your map, southwest, Fire Beavers are still in the red. They don't care. They're still looting. They're still getting that information from the ring console as well. They are more than happy to join the fight a little bit later on, as also Aurora have done the same.
I mean, it's just crazy to see, right? Fire Beavers, they play the game their own way, and it's been effective for them in the EMEA region. They were in zone a few moments ago. They decided, hey, let's go back out, let's get a little bit more info, and let's play for this late game in the way that we want to, with everything at our disposal, right? Not only able to craft on their way in, but also, like you say, with the information from ring console to give them the best spot, that, or I should say pathway, that they can see to try and fight their way into the zone. The difficulty with it, though, Dan, we still have 18 teams alive, and finding a way into a zone with 18 teams looking at you, it's pretty tough.
Very impressed with North Epsion's rotation. They managed to push themselves through Command Center and avoid the Crazy Raccoon drama that's happening on the northern side, but they will be met by Realize. Now, I said earlier that North America has Exet, one of the best Stormpoint teams. Realize are the best Stormpoint teams. 7 wins they had across regular season, and I'm sure they'd like to put some on LAN as well.
Well, let's have a look at Dark Zero then. They're still holding down the exact same spot that we saw a few moments ago last time we were on board with them. And as you can also see, still quite some way off of those purple Evo shields. So it's been a little bit of a game of hide and seek from them so far. Speaking of fights actually taking place and a little bit of damage being shared, we can go over to the northern side of things now, and we're going to see a fight starting to break out. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon. We've got a lot of fans here in London, of course, hoping they make their way towards a final. We've got a lot of fans, of course, sat back at home as well, hoping the same thing.
Yeah, and we knew this was gonna happen. Glitch versus Crazy Raccoon on this northern side, but it is gonna create a lot of commotion. NRG and Alliance will hear this happening, but because NRG and Alliance have been having that poke battle, neither team is gonna want to step away from where they were residing.
Yeah, also, you know, if you step away, then you might be the team who ends up getting fourth party if you try and go in and you don't clear that up fast. But Crazy Raccoon made the play off the back of the EMP, and here is Raz. This man, don't miss too many bullets. He's gonna take down Tricky, stays alive after doing the damage as well, and now says to Parker and co, it's time to push in, boys. My job here is done.
Having a Crypto and a Seer, it's 2 initiating characters if you get that Q, but it is going to be 2-2. No, forget it. Glitch are eliminated. Incredible play from Crazy Raccoon, really utilizing the fact that they have got those initiating characters, and they could just get those fights, get the EMP down, get the Q from Seer down, and just delete teams quickly, because you want to be effective, you want to be quick, so you don't get third party.
Yeah, you can see NRG not interested whatsoever. Just to give you an idea of the story we were telling a few moments ago of what was going on with NRG and Alliance being somewhat close in the vicinity to this, the fact that that fight was ended so quickly, I don't think they would have even had the time, to be honest, to even get into a position to look. The res was in, the shields were swapped, and Crazy Raccoon, good KP on the board for them. That's going to be 17 squads now remaining as we have 30 seconds left on Zone 3.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different zone because we now have about half the lobby, maybe just under half, who are outside of the next circle and are all going to have to move at the same time. And everyone who has posted up in some of these more prioritized positions and they have the height advantage, they are going to be able to rain down hell on a lot of squads that are going to be joining late. So it's about, do you go over teams here? Do you have any evac towers? Are you brave enough to take an evac tower? Speaking of Fire Beavers, the team who likes to arrive late, they have arrived, but they are being griefed. They've had to do so much work in the zone, just staying alive, utilizing meds, and here comes that evac tower that I was talking about.
Porty Balloon is up, and they're up in the skies as well, but can they find a place to land? This might catch a team off guard. Not expecting Fire Beavers to be moving through the skies, and they might be able to find somewhere to play. The pings are going to come in here, and it looks like they should just about be safe. Not a huge amount of damage being done, but the two EMEA powerhouses from Split 1, well, they look like they're about to go head-to-head, and Cleaver's going to send in the Horizon ult as well to see if he can catch one off guard.
I do not condone this EMEA on EMEA action. Be careful with where you push, because it is going to be against the Fire Beavers, one of the best 3v3 fighting teams that we have seen throughout the EMEA region in this season. But at the moment, they're on the back foot. They are retreating. They are trying to find a safe space. Ults are going down everywhere.
They are going down, but as you can see, Taskmaster using that Q to avoid the Rolling Thunder from Bangalore, and now he's got the ult available. The Black Hole's going to go down, but it's a little bit of a trade-off for the Qs. Crazy Raccoon eliminated in the meantime. And as we see this fight start to develop, Fire Beavers will be safe. It's Aurora who are trying to force themselves into zone here, and Fire Beavers are going to hold.
Fire Beavers happen to hold. They were able to retreat for a short while, but 9imps goes down. Now just 2 members of Fire Beavers remain. Great damage from Orion, but it's not going to be enough to keep 2 of his teammates alive because there are 3 squads in this area, and Orion might just have to back off, might just have to retreat at this point.
And it's Northampton who have arrived a little bit late to ruin the party here. Ranch is going to have a little poke and a prod as well as the Newcastle tries to get the res in, and there's the power of Newcastle. The res comes in, but it isn't going to be enough. Ranch's clutches up here. He keeps Aurora in this game, and they will command this side of zone.
Maybe Orion's still alive. It could still be actually a real damaging factor. Aurora's chances of staying alive here. They're not going to be aware of how many players have been eliminated. If he got the res, it could be massive.
And 100 Thieves are having a look at this as well. And the interesting thing was, as Northampton poked in, like I was saying, it gave the opportunity for Fire Beavers to reset here. So what looked like was going to be game 1, watching from the lobby here for Fire Beavers. All of a sudden, they're back on their feet. All of a sudden, the shield bats are going to be popped, and they're coming back for revenge now.
This is now going to be ugly because it's going to be 3 versus 1, maybe a 3 versus 2 with the res. Aurora eliminated. We're down to 10 squads. During all of that kerfuffle, we saw the likes of Alliance get eliminated, but now we've got other teams getting involved.
Here comes 100 Thieves. They want a little piece of this. They're going to throw all the utility they can, and they're going to get that first knock as well. However, Fire Beavers trying to hold their ground, but this looks like it might be the end of the road for them. 100 Thieves time it perfectly. They throw all the utility, the Black Hole. They see the mess going down. They clean up. Now 100 Thieves, good news for them. They've got a second here just to breathe and calm things down.
I wonder how much London lingo is going down for 100 Thieves at the moment. Very impressive in the London lingo contour piece, but also I think the 100 Thieves, they mean business at this tournament. I think they've got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They were very disappointed with previous performances at previous lands, and they believe they should be up there or thereabouts. They want to be winning championships, and we've seen it on social media, questioning their performances. They want to be back up there at the top.
Well, while all this carnage was going down, of course, other teams have been eliminated in the meantime. We'll jump over to watch FC Destroy, who are right bang in the god spot on top of this building inside its zone, but I was talking about the NRG Alliance fight. Well, NRG, they were the ones who came out on top. NRG now trying to push, but you can see the FC Destroy are doing exactly what their name said. Nathan down, Sweet down, NRG all up to Gildersons, but with all players healthy here from FC Destroy, they're holding it down, and NRG is trying to watch from the lobby.
FC Destroy and Dark Zero both got to this far eastern side of the map, and they have been able to lock it down, hold it down, and they should be the two teams with the most likely chance to win this game. But there is still squads who could put a real threat on everything that's happened on the western side. You can see J-Lings and Exit are holding this building together. Now we see 100 Thieves start to push as well to leave no witness who are going to be in the area, but they've already taken a lot of damage. Need to be careful.
Wingman headshot's going to be good, but now the push is coming in, and all of a sudden you can see Exit say, this is an opportunity for us to get a little bit of KP. Vaxilon left on his own, taking zone damage. He's got Arc Stars in front of him. He's got frags to deal with as well. It's ATH who are trying to fly in. 100 Thieves eliminated in the meantime, but can they survive this barrage inside of this building?
Because of the circle and the way it's pulled, everyone now is jumping in on this free KP, or at least a chance of KP, because they know it is going to be such a struggle to get onto this eastern side of the circle that has been locked down by FC Destroy and Dark Zero. Now, a team who could maybe throw a spanner in the works is Naked. They're on the southern side of this circle, and they're trying to push Dark Zero out of their area, and have successfully done so. They may be able to push Dark Zero towards FC Destroy here, and if FC Destroy can get some damage, it could open things up for Naked.
Big news, though. Big good news. Big good news. That kind of works, right? For Dark Zero, as they got that Catalyst wall down. The Dark Veil is going to keep them alive. You could see on the map overhead there, the third person, that both players, I think it was Zainu and Jem Burton, barely any health, just about stayed on their feet there. And the Dark Veil keeps them alive for now, and most importantly, keeps them in this game and keeps Naked back.
The fact we have 3 teams on this eastern side is good news for all that are on the western side, because they're not going to be focused as heavily, because everyone's going to be contesting each other on the eastern side, so all the western teams can kind of worry about each other as they move across to the map, and it is going to be really about keeping an eye on that kill feed, seeing when teams are eliminated, are you going to have a chance to maybe take a spot? And I tell you what, there is a nice little drop looking in the middle there. Is anyone going to be brave enough to grab that one?
Yeah, it might be a little bit risky. Maybe the team who comes out as the successor on that west-hand side may be able to pick it up on the pass. Maybe Fun on the Pathfinder will be able to grapple in and steal it away and find himself a Kraber. Who knows? For now, though, FC Destroy, top of the tower, looking down on everybody who's trying to cross. J-Ling's eliminated, Exit eliminated. The western side is taking so much damage at the moment as we find ourselves down to 4.
Well, everyone on the eastern side just ignored each other for a second. It's like they all banded together and said, let's just shut down the other teams that are going to be moving in. Naked still trying to find their position on this east side, and they just hold the southern side of the circle at the moment. They've been hugging this red very effectively and bullying Dark Zero over and over again, but Leave No Witness have been able to just sneak their way on the northern side, and they're going to be a real threat to FC Destroy.
Yeah, all the talks about North America, EMEA coming into this, but it's been APAC South, it's been South America, and it's also, of course, been APAC North, who have looked so good in the early stages of this tournament in the group. Of course, a long way to go, but as far as the regions are concerned, a lot to celebrate for them as we see Dark Zero making their way into the bottom floor. This is what they do so well. Zero, one of the best in the world at navigating these tight end games.
At this point, I think North America very happy to kind of have Dark Zero as one of them. It counts.
You have to fight Geno for that one. Those hands are going to have to be thrown a little bit later because FC Destroy have been controlling this spot for so long now, and Pinky's going to get a knock as well. Naked, they've kind of slowly, like we mentioned, approached from the southern side, and they can have an influence on this game. The difficulty for the teams who are trying to fight from the bottom right now is that FC Destroy up on the high ground, they have the Watson. If they have a gen down, any utility that comes down from a Bangalore or someone similar, it's just going to get eaten up.
Yeah, a lot of these ultimates are going to make a big difference in this final circle, and especially if you are on top of it, you need that protection. So Watson gen is going to be extremely important indeed, but also being inside the building here for Dark Zero means that they can prioritize just staying alive, putting damage out the windows, out the doors, and let everyone do the damage to each other, and then just wait and try and pounce on those teams who are a little bit weaker. But because it's 4 squads, it's very difficult to try and navigate who to prioritize in this position.
And you would say, maybe, just maybe, Naked with this rotate to the bottom of your screen, as you can see it right now, they're going to have zone. Everyone else is going to have to leave. Everybody else is going to have to come out of this building towards them. And if Naked play this patiently, wait for that damage to be done, and can execute as people leave this building, then this might be their game. FC Destroy, they are eliminated. As you can see, Naked now still in this position. as Arufa becomes the kill leader in the game as well.
And I like this cross that they're holding as well, holding these angles so that they can just eliminate a team from both sides or eliminate players from both sides, but they could be exposed a little bit by some ults. And yes, okay, we see Bangalore ultimate come down now, and now it's going to be a chance maybe to get a little bit of extra damage as both teams who are on the building are eventually going to have to force themselves out of these spots.
Yeah, all eyes on Arufa here. If he's got the ability to hit the Horizon Q up into the sky, the grab lift to get over all the utility and hit a black hole as these teams try to leave, then he could change this game. But Dark Zero escape. They use the Dark Veil to cut the zone in half, and Dark Zero navigate perfectly once again.
Dark Veil's so important in these final circles just to escape the sightlines for a little while, but then as soon as it comes down, you need to be ready, you need to have utility.
And now they're going to be forced into this fight. Dark Zero, having used the Dark Veil, now they've got to be careful that zone isn't the one that takes them to the grave. They're doing a great job, and they take down Leave No Witness as well. They've still got the Dark Veil down to reset, but Naked still holding the line, still holding strong, and it's looking like this will be yet another win for the region. Naked are your champions here in game number 1.
And it was such an impressive rotation as they bullied Dark Zero on the southern side of the eastern tip, and they slowly worked their way around to the wall. And as soon as they saw where that circle was going to be pulling, they knew they could just hold off. They knew they just had to be patient, and the way they executed it in the final circle was impressive at the very least. They made sure they were watching those angles correctly. The ultimates came down at the right time, and I do think that both teams coming out of the building struggled. And I might be a little bit frustrated if I was Dark Zero because they kind of got sent on, but I think it kind of had to happen. With so much vision that's being impaired, it's going to be a situation where one team just has to commit to a fight.
Yeah, 100%. I think Dark Zero did a magnificent job of just getting out of that building towards that open ground with the Dark Veil. It just shows how that ability for me is one of the most vital in endgame for numerous reasons, but being able to cut off sightlines, cut that zone in half, find your way into a position and leave one of those buildings that's so highly populated, very, very impressive from them. But I mean, it's the rotate from Naked. They showed such little presence up until that endgame, just sneaking around the southern side behind Dark Zero, forcing them back and almost forcing them inside of that building. That was the game-changing moment for me when they took that position away from Dark Zero, who only had those blue shields.
And looking back at it, Dark Zero might say, should we have been a bit more aggressive at holding that position and keeping Naked back? But when there's 6 or 7 teams remaining, you are very unlikely to actually try and take that fight because you don't know if there's another team that could be moving afterwards to third-party you. So they're more likely to step back, take a safer position, take a top 3, which is pretty much what they did, and just hope that maybe you can be the team that gets the zone pulls towards you. But I think that Naked, we just have to be very impressed with how they made that move and how they bullied one of the best teams that we have in this lobby.
I mean, we can take a look at that final circle from the point of view of Naked as well, so we can really kind of encapsulate exactly what went down in those final moments. And I mentioned how important it was going to be for Arufa in those final moments on Horizon. Well, he almost did his job perfectly, but Dark Zero just about managed to kind of skate past just as the black hole went down and used that Dark Veil to avoid it, but he still did a pretty good job of getting up into the skies, doing damage as teams left, and then being able to clean things up.
Yeah, when you see there's 2 teams in or around a building and you have a black hole available and the grab lift, you're feeling in a pretty good spot and you can communicate that to the team. But the Dark Veils here, they just cut off so much vision from Naked. They've been setting up that angle, they've been setting up that crossfire for quite some time, and they had to back off and they had to accept the space. But it was the damage that Rufa was able to put down initially that forced the team over towards Dark Zero and just meant that Naked could hold the majority of the circle for this final circle.
Yeah, really good CQ there from Pinky as well, just making sure that everyone was silenced on that side of the wall, meaning that, you know, Leave No Witness really didn't have much choice other than to try and navigate around, because if they climb over that wall, they're dead. They're toast, guns are down, and it's just going to be easy pickings, and then having to step through the Dark Veil, the zone helps them out, and it's easy pickings at the end of the game for them. Very, very well played and very well manipulated on what was going on in front of them, what team's utility had, and what they had managed to cancel.
And also just knowing how to expose Dark Veils. Even though Dark Veil, very impressive ultimate, it can be exposed if you can get some height over it, whether that's via a wall, whether that's via a grab lift, and they managed to just find those angles to do enough damage to really force the fight in a way that they wanted, which always dictated the pace. And I think as soon as they got that initial damage, they were very confident they were going to win that game. It was very unlikely they would be throwing it.
Yeah, 7 kills as well along the way, and a lot of those coming towards that end game, like you just saw as well. So Naked, once again, APAC North turning up today, by the way. I'm sure that the fans at home and here in London are very, very happy with the performance from a region who some will question, I will say, some will questioning coming into this event. 7 kills alongside the 12 placement points puts them on 19 after game number 1. Dark Zero managed to steal away in 2nd place, and you can see the placement points alongside their kills. They were, once again, very early rotate from Dark Zero, leaves them with 13. Leave no witness, though. Very impressive from them. FC Destroyer there in 4th.
And I love the kind of second to last, third to last circle where we had 3 teams on the east, 3 teams on the west, and I was really concerned for those teams on the west of whether they'd be able to successfully traverse across the map and survive. I thought maybe there would be enough gunfights that would just be able to allow them to sneak through, but it seemed like they all just agreed they wanted to take down the western side, and they were more than happy to then be the last 3 or 4 remaining teams. Those who struggled, I mean, we saw the early fights that went down. Onyx lost their contest against Aurora, and I'm sure we'll see that fight happen again. But we also saw a contest happening in Barometer, and Oxygen lost that one.
Yeah, we'll have to see if those contests do continue, or if we see someone finally wave the white flag, so to speak, and try and find a somewhat of a no-name POI just to get something and have some sort of game to play, because it is a little bit frustrating sometimes when you are that team all of a sudden and, you know, 2 games are gone, you've got no points on the board because you've decided to contest and come out on the wrong side of it. But we're going to have to wait and see what happens with those contests, because it's time for us to go to a break. We'll be back with game 2 in just a few seconds.
Circle was going to be pulling. They knew they could just...
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to London, and welcome back to the Copper Box. Game number 2 is about to get underway here in Groups A versus B. And as you can see, that beautiful trophy is what everybody here in London who has made that journey wants to take back on that plane, or maybe keep it here, who knows, in the UK, when all is said and done on Sunday. We've got a lot of action to get through, of course. Game number 1 being taken away by Naked, and now we're going to have to see if there's going to be another challenger coming in our game number 2 as we head back to Stormpoint.
The first time Naked have won a game on Stormpoint throughout this entire season as well, so it does show that the transition from online to LAN, we can see a few statistical anomalies that do float through, and teams just really progressing, learning from maybe a lack of success in some of these maps and making sure they push on.
Now, I would say one of my guilty pleasures is a good redemption arc, right? I love it when you come into a tournament, there's a team who has a perfect opportunity at a redemption arc. Now, Aurora, you're going to be that team for me during this tournament. Reason being, they qualified for Split 1 playoffs. We know that. They couldn't, unfortunately, make it over here, but they are here. Well, they should have been here as a full team as well, but then, unfortunately, they had to bring Maliwan back in. It's been a whole thing, and, you know, that would have been the team that we have right now in the Split 2 playoffs that would have been playing at the Split 1 playoffs. They win that contest in game number 1, and I just got a funny feeling, right? They've been contesting pretty much for the entirety of the scrims in the build-up to this. They haven't looked great. They haven't had a home, Dan. There's been Harvester, Dark Zero. That's been difficult as well on World's Edge, but they've won the first one. All of a sudden, They didn't have the best of games. They got some decent KP.
Are you saying just imagine?
But I'm just saying imagine. Just imagine that story.
I will play devil's advocate.
Why?
Just because there was a reason why there was a team change and why they made that team change initially and Maliwan was taken off that roster, right? They replaced with Sunset, but now Maliwan has the chance to redeem himself. So if you want a redemption arc, maybe it's an individual one rather than a team one as well. An amazing opportunity to reinstate yourself on a side, and who knows? I mean, we've seen some crazy things. Aurora were a team who looked like a team that could be LAN champions back in Split 1 in the online regular season. They didn't kind of have that same consistency in Split 2. Maybe the meta changes really hurt them in their play style, but when you get to LAN, anything can happen.
It's very, very true. We'll keep our eyes on that one, of course, and we'll certainly keep our eyes on the contest as well. And Oxygen Esports, I think, has been a fascinating story in itself. I mean, we've been watching two of these players literally go from the trenches to where they are right now. You've got Reed's Aiden the Destroyer. You know, we were casting BR, arenas, tournaments with these two guys in, and all of a sudden they went through challenges. They've been, on a lower tier roster, really fought their way into this position now to be here on LAN. And that's another great story, right? Teams coming from nowhere, putting the time in, putting the effort in, and finding success. And you see Vayne in the middle there. I mean, it's a great team, and I just feel like this is a team that you've got to keep your eyes on. Maybe right now might not be perfect time for them to go and lift a trophy, but in a year's time, 2 years, who knows with this roster?
I mean, it's the kind of Verhol story, isn't it? It's very similar, just individual AIM stars that come together that were really good at playing in those arena tournaments and have slowly transitioned into BR and have been teams that have been amazing in those 3v3 fights, just sometimes lacked a little bit of the macro, sometimes lacked a little bit of the positioning and just learning. But with the fact that we have such a stacked lobby, the fact that we have such impressive teams throughout these regions, they've been learning very fast. Everyone has to adapt, otherwise you very easily slip down that pedestal and you might find yourself not even being at LAN if you're not quick enough to adapt.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about APAC North and the fantastic start they've had here in London as well, and the success that we've seen coming out from numerous squads. And coming into this event, we were discussing, I was like, do you know what? I feel like this meta, all of a sudden, like a little shift with the SMGs. I was like, do you know what? This kind of suits the playstyle of APAC North. If you get a Prowler, Peacekeeper, whatever it might be in those close-range battles, now that the R9's been kind of shunted into the Crafter, I just feel like it kind of, those short-range fights become a little bit more viable for some of the best M&K players in the world.
Well, I mean, you can see it from the results today. I mean, APAC North has been dominating. We've seen them up there in every single game so far, so I'm not really surprised. And if that is the reason, then I would say replicators are very important with where they are going to be, and we need to be keeping an eye on it and what teams can pick up an R9, for example, to deny any sort of M&K player from being able to get into a position to take that fight, get up close and personal, and use your aggression where it is possible.
Well, keep your eyes on APAC North right now, because they certainly have been the standout region so far as we kicked off day one of the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. For now, though, it's time to get into game 2. As we head back into Storm Point. Naked the winners of game number 1. Question is, as always, who's going to come out as champion?
Yeah, and are we going to see a similar circle in our first set of games today? We saw 3 very similar circles, and Luminosity Gaming took full advantage of that. I think a big thing in Apex tournaments is finding victories when the circle is really coming towards you and not squandering them, not throwing them away, because those chances won't come very often, and you may find yourself with your backs against the wall a little bit later on in these groups, and you need to be picking up as much points as possible in those circles that are going to be close to your drop spots.
Well, first things first, we've got to race through the skies. It's back to Onyx versus Aurora down here at Shipfall, and we're going to have to see who is going to be able to take this win. Last time, of course, it was Aurora who managed to clutch up in those final moments, and we're going to have to see who gets the guns, who gets the loots, and who is left looking a little bit, shall we say, sheepish in the fight. For now, Onyx not going to find too much. Mozambique, so that's not going to do too much, but it's going to do enough, maybe. Raki does get taken down, though. The alternator, the ultimate contest gun, is going to be picked up by Cleve. He finds 2, and the Nader is swinging.
1-2, buckle my shoe. It's going to be as easy as that for Cleve, and Aurora should be able to win this one comfortably now in a 1 versus 3. Fussy does get the Nemesis, and that's always a concern for me, because the Nemesis can do some crazy things, but no, it's not going to be a chance for Onyx as they go down again. There is, by the way, still a contest happening at Barometer. Realize versus Oxygen, they're still fighting over there as well.
They certainly are, and look at that, jumping straight over to this fight that's going to be going down, and Oxygen trying to do what they can to win this fight. They do have control of the center spire here at Barometer. Reeds has got himself a purple armor, but just looking across elsewhere, it's a little bit of thin pickings, you would say, with Rain and Aiden the Destroyer finding themselves some white shields.
And realize we were able to win this fight initially on the previous game, and they're going to get aggressive yet again. Reeds tries to hold strong. It's an exact trade 1-for-1, but Oxygen have now lost 2.
Vayne, though, hits a big Splat with that Peacekeeper, 22, maybe not what he wants, but that's a little bit more chunky. And now he makes this a little bit closer. Can he get the shield swap? Can he win the 1v1? He's barely got any HP, and it'll be Oxygen Esports eliminated. They will fall in the lobby, and it's Obley who comes out as the clutch master for his squad.
So Realize, formerly Fun 123, as I mentioned earlier, one of our, if not the best Storm Point team that we have in this entire tournament. They had 7 wins throughout regular season. They have been unbelievable on this map. My only worry, looking at those stats, is how do they progress over to World's Edge? But they don't need to worry about that right now. Just focus on winning these fights, getting to those late games, and trying to pick up some big points on your best map.
Okay, well, as the initial, shall we say, exchanges of fire have been exchanged. We're going to talk a little bit about where that zone's going down. We are going over towards the sort of, I would say, the northwestern side of Launchpad here, maybe towards somewhat of a waterfall zone.
Yeah, it could be waterfall. We're definitely over towards Launchpad. You can see a few teams that are going to be already moving to that eastern side. So it is going to be an eastern pull again, just not as far. But this could be really good for ATH and 100 Thieves who are already in prime position. You can see FC Destroy again are going to be moving very quickly. They got into one of the best spots so fast in match number 1. They just weren't really able to capitalize on some of the rotations that were being made. Another team that moved very fast in the previous game and got into an amazing spot was Dark Zero. This isn't going to be as comfortable a rotation because there's a lot of uneven ground to cover. There's going to be a lot of different heights that could be held by squads that maybe Dark Zero could be peeked out on if they're not careful.
Yeah, it's an interesting zone, this one, and they've got to be careful here, Dark Zero, because they might be in a little bit of a pinch here because Exet were having a little bit of prod at those spiders, and if they're not careful, all of a sudden the reticles of Exet players can move from the spiders towards the body of Jim Burton, for example. Zero's given responsibility here to just make sure he's holding down that choke. But of course, this could well be an end zone that we see as well, pulling up towards that launch cannon. We've seen that many, many times in and around the Pro League of Dark Zero now. They say, hey, let's have a little bit of fun shooting some spiders ourselves.
And I really am worried about some of these kind of northeast teams that are going to be all moving down at the same time, because we're going to get very congested down in this choke point where all are going to have to try and fight their way through. And as I mentioned, when you're sliding down this hill, it's a lot of open terrain which you're very vulnerable from some of the teams that have already found themselves in position to just shoot down. There's not much cover, so you've got to be very quick at making that decision of when you want to move. Exet now trying to get a little bit of cover in one of these buildings where they can just kind of put up a tent and they can hold tight for a short while.
NRG making their way towards zone as well. Just on the other side of the mountainous range to Exet, but Exet on our screens right now, of course, quite rightly we should focus on. They were involved in that end game. Unfortunately, the zone pulling away from the building they fought so hard to get into, which made it a very, very difficult cross. We saw them get cut down in that previous game by FC Destroy as they tried to do so. Nocturnal going to be on the rampart once again. This is the classic composition we expect to see, and it looks like they might be just trying to hold out teams moving from the north and trying to work their way down that hill, as we see so many teams do here on Stormpoint.
And I think that Exet, with how they performed in Split 2, the best North American team, Nocturnal, I mean, a lot of the reason why was because of him and his IGL ability and how impressive this squad has been throughout the season. But as we get to LAN now, I'm really curious to see on international competition, are they going to still have that impressive way of how they just manage and manipulate the map in their own way to get to these final circles? Or is there going to be some teams that just pip them to the pulp a little bit, and do they find themselves having to think a little bit more on the fly? I still think they'll be fine having to do that, but it's a very different environment on the international stage than it is playing just regionally.
Well, if you're wondering who the team that they're shooting down on right now is, that's going to be NRG, who are just kind of stuck into the zone ahead of them. They did have the Sheila out, the ultimate coming in from Rampart to try and do a bit of damage, maybe pick up a somewhat of a free knock, but NRG too smart for that. They don't get cut down, and now NRG will hold down the bottom of this zip line of building. Elsewhere, I always find it fun to look at the map overhead and find out where Fire Beavers are, because it takes me about, well, I would say a good 20 seconds or so. I expected them to be somewhere, and then they're just somewhere else. But they're actually in a pretty where you're expecting.
I mean, the same with Northeption as well. They are a team who will going to be moving late, and again, they're going to still be in the red as our Fire Beavers, so we'll worry about them a little bit later when they start to join the action. As for the teams who have been able to move into good spots, J-Lings, ATH, FC Destroy, Crazy Raccoon, 100 Thieves, all in really good positions for where this next circle is going to be pulling. And the next circle is going to be a big one for a lot of these squads, because it's quite an open space at the moment. If it pulls towards some of these buildings on the southeast, it's going to be great news for those who have moved quickly. If it's more of an open area towards the waterfall that you were talking about, this is far more difficult for any squad that's going to be moving from the northern side, because there's not going to be any positions to play. So instead, you're going to have to fight your way into those spots. You're going to have to bully your way, similarly to what we saw happen from Naked in the previous game.
Yeah, and I wonder if Exet and NRG are going to have a little battle over map room scan that we kind of near to both of them, just to the south of where they find themselves, or if they've already hit it and have that info on where teams are setting up. But sometimes that can be a little bit misleading, especially if the zone does do something a little bit funky towards that end game. We can see the Dark Zero on our screens right now. They're using a few abilities to pick up a few kills as well, and they're going to get that kill onto Pyrrhus as well, which means that they should be able to hold down any teams now moving over towards their position. But Zainu, I mean, a lot of talk about him down. We've got him on our screens right now. He's on the sit.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good position from Dark Zero as well. Very clever that they're not trying to force their way into zone right now, because they know that if they hold this position, there is potential KP they can pick up. They'd be very vulnerable if they start sliding down this hill. That being said, they were in a similar spot in the previous game. They saw an opening, or they heard an opening. They might just be waiting for a little bit of gunfire to go down before they move. One of the most important things in Apex is just getting your ear to the ground sometimes and listening to what's around you, because you can use it as a distraction technique to get one moving, and maybe Dark Zero are looking to try and take one of these spots a little bit shorter.
See the bow check being picked up as well by Zero, so he's going to be able to ping a few arrows into any flesh that walks past from any legend, and certainly let them know that he is in the vicinity. NRG now making their move down to the northern side of this zone, and I think everybody has started to realize with that zone pull down that we are probably looking at the zones that we were thinking a little bit earlier on towards the start of this game. Naked though, they're way outside of zone right now. They are making their transition just past Barometer at the moment, to past the island, and they're going to be trying to move their way into position to win game number 2 after their big win in game 1. But also you can see these teams stacked up here as well. This is a potential end zone location, or certainly where we will see a lot of teams fighting to try and rotate into, and Glitch Energy, they're having to hold down this, I would say, a very transitional place right now, and they've also not got a lot to work with.
And this is where the practice, this is where the scrims really comes into fruition. This is where teams who have learned what are going to be the spots where teams are technically and temporarily going to be, or are they going to be prioritizing them often? Do we see any patterns when we see these circles? You know which teams usually you're going to be coming across. So Naked, they might be just trying to avoid the likes of Realize, but they will then know, I know Aurora are going to be down there because of their rotation as well. And you have to be very knowledgeable about comps. You need to be knowing what you're pushing, who you're pushing, and that takes a lot of research, a lot of prep, and a lot of that can come down to the coaches that are going to be stood behind these players as well. A little bit more freedom at this event for the coaches, I will say. I'm great to see no tape for them, and I'm very happy for them.
No more squares.
Especially, no squares to be sat in. I'm sure that we've heard a lot of coaches that were happy about it, but Jaylings are going to be holding a position that I mentioned earlier. They're going to be more than comfortable here right now, but they will have to slightly shift across when they see the next circle.
Yeah, this is a zone which Jaylings are probably thinking we have a great position for KP if we can find lines of sight with this extreme high ground, and also the scout and the weaponry to go alongside it. But the problem is when you have to leave, right? If you can't clear a couple of these teams out that are playing these low ground areas just under those piers that extend out here from Launchpad, then you can find yourself kind of having to fall and really not having a soft landing, so to speak, with everybody keeping their eyes on you as that zone starts to close. So Jayling's going to have to manage this end game. A lot of pressure maybe on JMW here, up on the high ground, to level those Evos up, so when they do have to drop, they're going to be in a position to at least get as good as they get.
And right now, I mean, they know no different to Jaylings. They've been just working the map and looking at where it's going to be pulling without a ring console to work with. They might see a couple of teams start to move across, and it will give them an idea of where the next circle is going to be, but they might think they're in one of the best spots right now. They have high ground, the circle seems to be coming towards them. I think it's going to be a little bit later on where they're left scratching their head saying, okay, how are we going to try and get across? Is it going to be the Valkyrie ultimate? I'm wondering whether we're going to see Valkyrie start to come a little bit more into the meta as this tournament develops. It was a very quick and sudden meta shift that a lot of teams had to adapt to, and comfort is everything in Apex Legends, and I think that there is going to be a couple of people and teams that are playing on Legends that maybe aren't comfortable for them.
Well, very interesting to see here. I was going to say 100 Thieves with a team that were forced back to wrap the zone, having seen Jaylings up on that high ground, but they have now run into Dark Zero, NRG, who are all in the vicinity of each other, and it's very interesting to see on our map overhead at the moment. Everybody is scattered from the teams. Nobody wants to take this fight. However, look at the kill feed. Nags has gone down from Jaylings, so all of a sudden, they find themselves in somewhat of a shambles.
But this was the horrible bit of terrain that I was talking about, where you are just so vulnerable, especially if now Dark Zero were to be pushed from the northern side. They were holding out teams at the top of Stormcatcher for so long. They've done well to actually get back up this hill and now re-engage with what a potential fight this could be at the choke at Stormcatcher. It looks like Alliance might try and avoid them, but Northeption could throw a spanner in the works. They're going to be coming down and flying down towards these teams on the northern side. Great from 100 Thieves to force Dark Zero back and just hold their ground there.
Yeah, you can also see that good from Dark Zero to recognize that maybe the audio cue was enough. Maybe it was just looking and expecting a team to Valcol, or maybe just try and take the high ground from them, just to force them away. A couple of extra shots there in that position, so vital just to force the team away. Northeption from the position that they are holding. Where that circle is going to be pulling, though, that you can see on your map overhead, interestingly, is going to be towards those kind of mini waterfalls that we were talking about. So teams that were set up on the high ground are going to have to leave as well. Aurora in a good position to approach late, as you can see from the southern side of the zone. But you are pointing out a fight that's taking place right now, and it's going to be NRG and Exet, and I'm pretty sure that Exet just lost to NRG.
I think it was Alliance actually who took them down in the end on the northern side. And unfortunately for Exet, they ran into an Alliance squad who were avoiding Dark Zero, rotating around, and Alliance taking them down in a very quick, effective fashion. Did not mean to use the word effect, but I think they'll be very happy that now they dominate that northern side, as Northeption have been able to make their way over the top of so many teams. And we spoke about Jailings earlier. They were going to have to drop. They weren't in a spot that they could stay, and they've been forced out of their hidey hole. They get eliminated.
Yeah, they're out of here, and Northeption are bullying their way in, and Satsuki is so fun to watch as a player as well, and I've really enjoyed watching Northeption in the build-up to this event. Their ability, especially on Tyler, to find some really, really funky spots to play in that end zone, using that walk from Newcastle, the ultimate to force teams out and around them and kind of navigate through and just say, hey, we're playing here right in the middle of everyone, and we're going to try and take this fight in the end game. Is really, really fun to watch, as I say. So Northeption once again trying to do it here for APAC North and show that this region is coming here to play in London.
Yeah, now they've got the high ground and the weapons to grief teams here as well. This could be really tough for the squads that are going to be down below them. There is going to be smokes going down just to cover them ever so slightly. You're going to be vulnerable to a lot of damage, and Northeption could start to take a push here. That is enough damage to generate a push 100%, so they do think about it, but they're just going to try and reapply their angles to try and get into a better spot.
Yeah, Tyler just taking a little bit of an off angle here, but you can see that Satsuki, he wants to fly in. He wants to really deal some damage, but he does get scanned, so he's not going to be able to use the smokes. However, he'd already got some down. He has the Digi as well, and here comes Tyler to try and follow up on that damage. But I tell you what, Tyler, even though he's hitting the shots, they're not hitting very hard. He's having a problem with this black hole as well, and Northeption, who got that initial damage, now find themselves really struggling here.
There's going to be a last chance, though. Razy's still alive and still has a Prowler to work with, but has to work with 2 teams and 2 players around him, as Blackhand have done so well to hold off this squad. But ATH are in the area, and they're going to definitely try and third this. I think this might be the end for Northeption, though.
Blackhand trying to be involved, trying to pick up KP and trying to hold down this spot as we find ourselves with 16 squads alive. The Nemesis, once again, a troublemaker for these teams. Northeption will go out, and it will be Blackhand who hold.
Naked also very close as well, and could make this life very difficult for Blackhand because they're not able to get third player back up. Yes, they've got the banner, but at the moment they're just going to have to hold as a 2, and you can see, even though they've got the chance to maybe get a respawn beacon down, are you going to be given that opportunity? Will Naked allow it? Because Naked do have eyes.
I think they're going to be safe. I think they've found a position for that respawn to be called in and deny the line of sight. NRG, though, big damage coming in, and it's a perfect time to jump into the comms now with NRG as they take this fight.
So much damage. Waiting for the bang rockets, waiting for the bang rockets. I'm stunned, I'm stunned. Back up, back up, back up. See, Nate. Back up. I got shit on by that. I'm mulling. I have my Circu in 20 again. He threw in the air. I'm shooting the ult. I got fried. Back me up. Cat cracked. Okay, Gil, that was a really bad cat wall because you need the wall from where we're at to give us a time to back up. So you walled us only for the push, but we need the wall for the whole...
How the NRG comes back into the game because they are eliminated. And you can see that they got trapped. It was almost their own wall that caused the problem.
Yeah, a couple of teething issues. Again, comp changes and people switching their legends. Catalyst is not the easiest legend to play because that wall really defines moments, can make or break a situation for your team. And unfortunately for NRG, they will go down. 12 squads now remain. Leave No Witness will just try and rat out to get some extra placement points. Elsewhere, Blackhand were able to get back up to a full 3 and eliminate the final player from Naked, who go down. But down on that southern side, Aurora now are starting to take a look over towards Blackhand.
They certainly are indeed. And look at this, Dark Zero peeking over as well and saying, hey, we might fancy a little bit of this. And it might be Blackhand who find themselves in somewhat of a pinch. And that's why they're having a wrap now into one of these peers we were talking about a little bit earlier as a potential end game. Now it's just a safe spot to reset here for Blackhand, but they've managed to do so. Dark Zero holding both these teams out, but look at Aurora. They're trying to push up onto Dark Zero, and this might create an opening now for Blackhand to go in third.
And I mentioned earlier, when you get to this situation in this circle, there is not many players that can play in areas. So there's going to be 4 teams in this circle, 4 teams outside of the circle, and there is going to be a big clash as everyone starts to arrive. The likes of Dark Zero are holding off. The likes of Go Next, FC Destroy, and Alliance are also holding buildings. By the way, Fire Beavers have finally got themselves in the circle for, I think, for the first time in this game, but they're definitely going to be involved in this late game.
Z-Flash now moving up as well, but there's so much damage being done to him. But look at those nades. All of a sudden, Dark Zero have to find themselves playing defensively, finding a little bit of cover just to try and reset, but this is where they're so good, Dan. Just when it looks like Dark Zero are in trouble, they manage to survive, but they're getting focused by the lobby. But like I say, they're still alive here.
Still alive, got the Dark Veil down to protect them, but now Dark Veil goes, and Black Hand maybe will try and prioritize taking down this squad. Digi-threats are out, Smoke is down, but they've got the vision, they can get the damage, but at the moment it's just avoiding the damage from the rest of the lobby. But now you've got to send it, now you've got to get it as Dark Zero go down.
Black Hand left with just one though, it's Bugi left on his Todd. Knockdown shield is there for him, but that's going to be eliminated as well. Black Hand will fall. We're down to 9 squads, and it's Aurora who were the third-party beneficiaries from that fight from the southern side.
Aurora now will lose one. Cleave goes down, Ratchet and Sunset left to try and go together, but we are going to see whether maybe Aurora can do a job here. Ratchet is the last remaining player, has to go huge for his squad.
Gets the shield break, and he might be able to win this one, but no! Aurora will be eliminated as well. 8 squads now remaining as ATH make their approach onto this zone.
Unbelievably, look where Fire Beavers have let themselves get to. They were on the outskirts of this map throughout the entirety of this game, and then suddenly they just crawl on into one of the best positions for this final circle. No one was holding this building, the circle pulled towards them, and they just somehow looked at each other saying, this is the freest victory maybe we're being given here.
Hey, look, all I'll say is they're called Fire Beavers. They found some water, right, and they're now going to pull up the dam and see if they can hold out all of these teams that are trying to approach. One of those teams is going to be FC Destroy. Alliance also involved in somewhat of a scuffle here with Glitch Energy. Leave no witness with a solo player, still a problem. 100 Thieves, though, who made that counter-rotate away from the fight that we saw a little bit earlier from J-Links, they're still here, they're still healthy.
Still here at the moment, they will take this building, but of course it's not going to be safe in 38 seconds, so they have to be thinking about that next move. They know there's a lot of noise, they know there's a lot of shots being fired to their northwest. Do they try and maybe pick up some KP here, or do they use that as a distraction to get inside the circle and maybe do what Fire Beavers did? Now you've got to make your move as everyone's starting to just slowly maraude their way to this next circle.
The solo player from Leave No Witness was eliminated, so now we're down to 6, and FC Destroy. Well, unfortunately for Hammer Drill, he's the one who's on the receiving end of some damage. However, can his teammates clutch up here? Good damage coming in. As Pinator now moves in, it's ATH eliminated. FC Destroy now once again using Newcastle to the fullest to get the res, but now can they hold off 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves push in, they heard the damage, and that was the exact time they needed to move from this spot, take this position. Now they own the eastern side. As you can see, Alliance now go up into the skies to try and avoid the Dark Veils. They send it over towards 100 Thieves.
They get over the Dark Veils, like you say, but they are taking damage. Have they won this fight? 100 Thieves trying to take advantage as well. Alliance win the fight against Glitch Energy, but now the Beavers. The toes are a little bit wet in the water right now, and they're maybe thinking about a little game win here in game number 2.
They just need to be careful because they don't want to push in too early here. They don't know how weak some of these squads are, and also may not know if it's a full 3, but they get a Q, they get that info, and now they can full send and they can do the damage. But this is maybe an opening for 100 Thieves as well.
Oh, Ryan has to stay alive, and he manages to do so. Is this just starting the fight here from Fire Beavers? Do they want to now reset? It looks like that's the call, but are they able to do so? They get the bats down. Are they able to finish off this fight?
This is carnage. Alliance, 100 Thieves, Fire Beavers all spread out. Everyone scattered around to try and get some initial damage. This is going to be a potential 1v2v1 right now.
Taskmaster desperately trying to get back to 9 Impulse and does so. Can they get the res? Can they get the reset? That's the real question.
Hold on.
All of a sudden, though, the Nemesis is doing damage and Taskmaster cannot finish this kill. The piercing spikes on the floor are going to cause damage. Taskmaster's in all sorts of struggles, and the sticky stuff on the floor is causing all problems.
Manages to get a shield swap, though. He was at 6s and 7s, but temporarily can just reset. 100 Thieves maybe have taken the priority position at this point. Omnu manages to get away, joins Vaxlon, and now we have a 2 versus 3 versus 1. As Yuki is just going to be hiding away and maybe trying to escape. And we'll push on to Taskmaster.
He's going to try and take second place. He'll do so. Yuki does it for Alliance, but it just opens the door for the full, healthy squad of 100 Thieves to move in and claim that champion banner. They will be your winners of game number 2.
And 100 Thieves just left shrugging their shoulders a little bit, saying, all right, we were given an opportunity, and boy, did they take it. As soon as Fire Beavers sent in on that initial damage, 100 Thieves then said our priority has to be getting the high ground, getting to a position where actually we can dance around and maybe get some shield swaps from the teams that have been eliminated early. It was a good effort from the likes of Alliance, and Fire Beavers maybe will be a bit frustrated with that one, but what a hectic final circle we had.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy that final circle as well, because it was the piercing spikes left by certain players on the floor that were causing all sorts of problems for everyone to try and navigate through. Fire Beavers certainly finding that themselves.
We also saw how important it is to have knockdown shields, and very juiced up knockdown shields as well. Being able to hide behind it was absolutely massive. Taskmaster, even with a Nemesis, could not penetrate said knockdown shields. Very frustrating for him. And I tell you what, hats off to Yuki at the end for just full sending it and saying, I'm more than happy to take the 1v1, but Yuki has always been that kind of guy. He likes taking the 1v1s.
It certainly does indeed, and that's another thing you have to recognize in those crazy endgame moments, right? Is this a 1v1? Can I get the jump on my opponent who maybe doesn't realize that situation and not only get the KP, but get the extra placement points for getting into second place as well? But I think it all came down to those final moments. 100 Thieves winning that fight on the southern side of the zone, really being the team to hold things down. And Fire Beavers, I think the idea was right, but maybe just a little bit of overextension in those final moments, just took a little bit too much damage and weren't being able to reset. We'll take a look at that final circle though from the winner's point of view, and of course that's going to be 100 Thieves.
And it was an impressive rotation from 100 Thieves, as they were just, as I said, ears to the ground. They were waiting to hear what noise was happening. And then when they got themselves into the final circle, you always want to be the last team. I know I always say it, everyone knows that you want to be the last team to engage. They lost Omnu, and at that point you may be a little bit worried, but looking at the kill feed, they knew full well that other teams were going to be a little bit weak. And what they did well was getting onto the high ground and also sticking together, not scattering around and separating. We saw it for Fire Beavers. All three players at one point were taking different fights. You want to be focusing the same players to do as much damage as possible. And the fact that 100 Thieves were given the opportunity to res Omnu was of course massive.
Yeah, very interesting endgame as well. It was a little bit messy, a little bit of a scuffle, you know, multiple teams finding themselves having one player go down, having two players go down, and then 100 Thieves kind of the beneficiaries. I think they had the most space between them and the other teams who were fighting just to maybe get that res in. Yuki wins the 1v1, like we say. And then 100 Thieves come in and just manage to mop up. But what a fascinating story 100 Thieves is coming into this tournament, right? We'll see the results of match 2 in front of you, and you can certainly enjoy those at home. But 100 Thieves, it take me back to Split 1 players, did not make that finals lobby. They missed out by 1 or 2 points, I think it was, if I wasn't mistaken. And my memory serves me right, which is always worrying to say, because we all know that my memory's not the best at times. But I remember the tweets going out saying, I can't believe, I feel like I've let everyone down, and you know, numerous players just showing extreme disappointment. But 100 Thieves coming into this event, there's nothing like a win, Dan, to get yourselves going, to make you believe that you're going to work not only through the groups, but through that winner's bracket and work your way to go one better, be in that final and a chance to lift a trophy.
As I said earlier, a chip on the shoulder for sure, and sometimes that's the perfect way to push you on and give you that inspiration. It's so difficult mentally to try and prepare yourself for some of these long days, these tournaments that can be drawn out for 4 days, and you have to be on your A game at every single moment. You can see again, the teams that struggled at the bottom, those who lost those contests, will they get the chance to do it one more time? Yes, they will, because we have Storm Point again, but this is how things look after the first 2 matches. 100 Thieves will be at the top with 27, closely followed by Naked and Alliance. And what we didn't mention from that previous screen, Alliance, with the amount of kills they had, technically they actually won that map because they had the most overall.
They certainly did indeed, and they're looking strong after that game number 2. It's always fascinating to look down at the other end though, no surprise, the Onyx and Oxygen losing those contests at both times. The question is, will they give up that spot? Will they say enough is enough for now, or will they continue to fight and scrape and claw to see if they can claim it as their own? But Alliance is going to be very interesting to watch, especially with the confidence that they're going to come out of that game with after a bigger KP game. But enough from us for a few seconds while the players get set up and they get ready to get into game number 3. Blaze is down on the floor with Sabs. What have you got to say?
Thank you so much, Onset and Gaskin. Yes, I am down on the floor with Sabs as we have been watching these awesome matches and enjoying you guys out there in the crowd as well. But Sabs, how are you doing out here in London watching these games?
I'm actually so excited because I would say it's my first time, but I would lie. I was already on the desk, I was talking a little bit, and I'm actually excited so much for seeing the finals.
Yo, the finals are gonna be absolutely crazy, okay? But now, as we've been watching some of these matches on the stage, like the first set was awesome, but even thinking about that last round right there, okay? Because he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Yuki coming out on top, getting his team those 20 points. They got second, but they were still on top at the end. How did you feel watching that crazy moment?
I think UP helped a little 100 Thieves to win the game. Fire Beavers almost had it.
They almost got it.
I
He just
had hope
stole
for
it away from him right there in the end.
I had hope.
We can hear the size in a home crowd.
Yes, I was actually, no, 100% Fire Beavers winning this game. Then last second, Yuki is literally like, oh, hello guys.
I'm here.
I'm here too. I'm just hopping for a second.
With some of the quickest armor swaps we've seen there all year,
Yes.
getting it done for his squad.
Yes.
But now, my next question for you is, what are you looking forward to next, okay? When it comes down to this group, what's another team that you think can come out on top?
I think Energy will come on the World's Edge. I think XSET too.
Yep.
I think like that's my two bets.
All right, NRG and XSET. We'll see what they can do, all right? But that's going to do it for me and Savs for right now. Onset, Gaskin, let's get into the next series.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry. We'll get into this next game as soon as we can. It looks like the lobby is almost ready to go, so we're going to get into it as soon as we can, Dan. But it's been a fascinating one so far, hasn't it? And I had questions about Fire Beavers coming in. Would this playstyle work on that? We have seen it from Vex previously. They had to learn some hard lessons in the Split 1 playoffs, but I just feel like Fire Beavers, there's just something about them. Like, nothing can stop them at times.
Nothing worries them. They're a team who are fearless when they're approaching the way they want to play the game, and they are more than happy to be patient, but actually push the tempo at the right times as well and take these fights. I do think they got a little bit overeager in that final circle, and they probably could have held off a little bit longer, but at the same time, Fire Beavers play the way they do, and they qualified for the reason that they did, and another circle may have gone their way if they had just been able to connect with a few of those shots and actually prioritize some of the players. I think it was the other teams who outplayed them a little bit by making themselves very difficult kills, scattering around. Alliance in particular really ruined the chance for Fire Beavers by just elongating that fight and just pushing them away and then frustrating them to the point where 100 Thieves were able to take the priority position. But really excited that we have Fire Beavers back on LAN. A top 3 is still impressive for them, and I think if other teams aren't wise to it, they could consistently just sneak into some of these last circles when there is going to be areas open.
Yeah, and it's a team who's actually, didn't know if you knew this, just powered by pure vibes.
Pure vibes?
Pure vibes is what keeps these guys going. A lot of camaraderie, a lot of friendship, and a lot of hype and passion, like I mentioned. Listening with Fire Beavers, some of my favorites. They're cool enough to upload some of their games that we have from ALGS, and luckily for me, they translate them as well. They give some English subtitles, and trust me, there's a lot of energy. That guy's looking pretty chill as well. He's going to get some energy. Look at that pizza. Get that down, yeah.
That pizza looks too big for that animal.
See, that's where you're wrong.
Is it a mouse? You're not even sure, so maybe someone can tweet me, let me know.
It's definitely a rodent.
It's some sort of rodent. Rat?
It's but a mouse.
Might be a rat. But Alliance, they got second. I think they'll be delighted with that. Yuki in the 1v1 in the previous game, he saw his opportunity. He knew full well there was a player who was going to be down, and he took that fight. And they will be more than happy to resign to second place as Effect just pops his hair underneath the headset. He was voted best hair at this event, actually, from the classroom of Rain Day. So
he was.
Nice for him. Good for him.
Yeah. Congratulations to him. I mean, first LAN, first award.
You sound jealous.
Knew it was coming.
Knew it was coming, indeed.
Very predictable from you.
I do think that going into map number 3 now, a lot of the teams that have really succeeded in Storm Point throughout this season need to be putting points on the board. I want to be seeing why was Realize so good throughout this season, right? I want to see them be able to do it yet again and get some points. Otherwise, you're going to be going into a map that you haven't been able to find points, forced to maybe play in a different playstyle in a different way that you have been all season.
Yeah, it's fascinating groups as well, because obviously you have this consistent kind of rotations of different teams matching up against each other, different POIs being contested, different rotation times, different all these wonderful things that Apex Legends throws up in front of you, right? And even though game to game, you get 3 games in, it's like, okay, we're starting to get a feel for how this lobby is playing, which of course, it's going to play differently here on LAN at a live event environment to how it does in scrims in the build-up, right? Then you flip over another map. So it's just this constant test for every team of every facet of your gameplay, how you want to play it, how you read these zones, and of course, how you execute in those final moments. Well, speaking of final moments, this is the final time in this series we are going to go into Storm Point. The game is live, the game is ready. Who's going to be top of those leaderboards when we flip over to World's Edge?
And of course, we are expecting the early contests again at Barometer and Shipfall, and I do think that we have seen 2 teams really struggle. Oxygen, by the way, are going to be so frustrated. They thought they were going to be able to own Barometer, realize when Mena dropped over towards kind of mill area, but avoided it because of Dark Zero, and realize we'll be saying, well, we're going to stay here because we're winning these engagements. We are winning these fights. I would have expected better from Oxygen. I mean, we've seen how amazing they've been at taking 3v3 fights throughout this season, but they just maybe haven't got the rub of the green when it comes to getting some of those weapons.
Well, Match number 3, contest number 3. Onic are not giving this one up. They want to force Aurora to think again. Because of course this contest is going to continue going for quite some time because Onic and Aurora find themselves in the same group. The last one was pretty convincing though, in the way of Aurora. And sometimes you just got to roll the dice, open that bin and hope there's a gun in there that's better than your opponents.
It does look like Oxygen might be getting the better of Realize over towards Barometer as well. You can see in the kill feed, but for now, Aurora, they managed to get a Havoc, does cleave. He did a lot of damage in the previous game with the Alternator, but this time a very different weapon to work with. But Aurora, they like to prioritize these bins and just roll that dice.
Yeah, it's going to be Oxygen who do win that contest as well. Realize will fall this time. And in the meantime, Aurora finds himself, I should say, with a blue shield to play with. On the other side of things, interesting to see what Onic have. The smokes are down as well, just to kind of slow this fight down. But all of a sudden, after the slowing down, it's time to really step up the action here. And you can see Sunset with that scan from Seer. He's thinking about pushing right now. Aurora taking damage, though. The Thermite a problem.
And of course, Malawan instead of Sunset, the replacement. And it is amazing to see this squad back together, even though it's under unfortunate circumstances, of course. My best towards Sunset, who will be extremely disappointed, but hopefully we'll see him on the LAN stage one day. But Aurora now, just being able to back off a little bit, reset, get the meds in, and then re-engage. It's about trying to find these little cheeky angles where you can initiate that damage and then take advantage of it with a push.
Problem is here for Clay, you've got no shield cell, so he's going to have to maybe just kind of death ball this, see if how much damage he can get down as quickly as possible and hope these two teammates can move up and finish off that damage. But look at Onic, they hit the grav lift, they now take the high ground, and Aurora make the call that this fight's taken too long. We need to either try and match them, get ahead of them in that zone, otherwise they're just going to have the height and we're going to be easy pickings.
And this is probably worst case scenario for both teams, to delay the fight and then be pushing out with such little anything, such little loot. You don't really have the weapons, you haven't got the heals, and at least Aurora are able to get ahead of them, so I'd say they are winning this race, they're winning this engagement, but Onic will then go to the southern side and try and loot a few of those areas. Elsewhere, we are going to now see the circle going to quite a similar location. Yet again, it is going to be somewhat central, but pulling over towards the east. I would say slightly northeast if we compare it to the previous one, but it is definitely going to be good for those same teams who are landing on that eastern side.
Yeah, a lot of battles going down in and around Stormcatcher at the moment, and Dark Zero, they're going to be trying to hold down this choke at the moment. Those darn spiders causing problems once again, but also giving them the opportunity to find a little bit more loot, which certainly is going to help them out the longer that they stay in this position. But rotating to the northern side of the zone. We talk about Storm Point all the time, Dan, and when you do have that zone information, the northern side is always so strong, and it's the simplest of regions. You have that height advantage, and you can hold teams out, you can harass them. And I'll tell you what, Dark Zero, a little bit blessed by these spiders.
Dark Zero have been a little bit blessed with where the circles have been pulling, but they've not necessarily been able to capitalize on it, but they get a third opportunity here. But there is going to be a lot of teams that are around Stormcatcher, so this is where you've got to be careful. Not only are you trying to loot up with the spiders, then you've got to be thinking about where you're going to move and where can you actually hold. Someone's got to be scouting, someone's got to be looking. You can see now other teams have got the survey beacons, the ring consoles, they can have more information than you have, so are you going to be able to move and maybe mirror some of the positions that they're taking?
One interesting thing just to highlight about the group as well is it's pretty tight between not only our top spots, but kind of as you go down place by place, there isn't a huge difference. I mean, when you're looking here, 100 Thieves leading the way at the moment, 27 points. Just behind them, you've got Naked, 23, then 21, 17, 17, 17, 17, 15. So 4 teams tied up on 17 points. Just shows that one game can completely change things.
And of course, very different from regular season, where the points would then give you an overall amount of points from that match week, where you would get 25 for winning, for example. No, it will be your total points that is then added up throughout the group stages. So it's about just trying to get as much points as possible. If you can have a pop-off, if you can get a 100-point series, you're going to be in one of the best positions to get into that winner's bracket, even after just one series played.
Yeah, you drop a nuke in groups, you're in a pretty good spot. It really is that simple. So it really is a case of, even though you might have a couple of shoddy games, you can really put a big performance together and really elevate yourself back into contention, and certainly making your run towards the grand finals a little bit easier. But for now, we're going to see a little bit of CR on our screens here. Crazy Raccoon, quiet so far for them again, Dan.
Yeah, it has been a quiet performance so far, but again, there are a team who can just pop off. We saw it before when they get into those final circles. They are a team who really threats, as any team from any region in this tournament. I mean, everyone's here for a reason, right? Everyone has been performing well and succeeding in their region. There are a few teams who probably feel a little bit more lucky to be here than others who just scrape through on the borderline of their regions, but they could still be one of those who just steps up at the right moment, and they have that LAN performance that they will be remembered for quite some time. We almost saw Onyx and Oxygen fighting yet again on the southern side, but Oxygen are just doing the same thing. They're staying ahead of Onyx Esports in their rotation. Fire Beavers and Northeption are still going to be waiting and arriving late. I will say I've expected more from Northeption. They haven't really been the team that I thought they were going to be so far, but a couple of difficult fights where they have been third-partied, and that's how it is sometimes with Apex, and that's why it's so difficult and why we should praise consistency.
Yeah, a couple of difficult zones for them as well. They've had a long way to go over from the northwest side of the map to try and force their way into zone. They've always been arriving late. They're a team who would rather be there a little bit earlier than have to force their way in. But just to give you an update on what's happening between Onyx and Aurora. Onyx went all the way to Barometer, and Aurora now heading north towards Antenna. So that looks like both those teams have kind of decided, hey, let's settle this a little bit later when we do match up again. But on your main screen, you can see right now, NRG making a little bit of an assault on those staircases just below Stormcatcher.
Stormcatcher is the place to be. You can see Leave No Witness, NRG, FC Destroy, Dark Zero, 100 Thieves, J-Lings. Everyone is there or thereabouts, and then you're also going to get a little bit of a scuffle up towards Thunderwatch. Alliance and Glitch at the moment. Alliance, of course, dropping over in the northeast side. They'll be more than happy to play these areas. It is their home, it is their turf, and they will know how to navigate that accordingly. So Glitch just need to be careful with which position they are going to be taking. Now, Glitch, with where they are, they can, of course, take the different choke, and they can go down through Command Center and avoid Alliance entirely, but then you might be throwing yourself out of the fire pan into the fire.
Interesting to see Xset's approach to this one as well. They're currently up at war, getting a little bit of extra information, trying to see if they can force their way into the zone, but kind of just avoiding making a quick rotation over from Cascade Falls towards the zone, which is always interesting to see when that decision is made and what the theory is behind it. Speaking of Alliance, like you were mentioning it, here they are, just on the edge of zone, and they're watching for that zone wrap. They're expecting this maybe from Glitch Energy.
Yeah, they've seen it not only before in scrims, but they would have seen it earlier on today, and you have to be aware of those teams and where they could be pushing you. Otherwise, they could make your life a massive nightmare, and I think that Alliance, it's very smart that they restrict themselves at the moment, because as soon as they push down south, they're going to have eyes on them for a lot of these teams, and they know they would have been beaten to Stormcatcher, so it's about arriving late and thinking smart about your decisions, as now there's going to be gun engagements going down.
It certainly is indeed. It's going to be Blackhand that are trying to force the pace here, and Arufa has already gone down on the other side, so Blackhand have got time now to reset, knowing that they've got the numbers advantage, but all of a sudden, well, that's turned on its head, and Naked now find themselves in a 2v1 with 2 quick knocks back to back. Well,
so good for
oh
Naked,
my goodness.
and they should be able to clean up. Blackhand eliminated 1, 2, 3 as easy as that, even though Rufa went down. Pinky and Lyco were able to just band together there and make sure they got the crossfire, and now they should, hopefully, if they can hit him back, get all the way back up to a full 3, but there is going to be eyes on them.
There is no purer kill in Apex Legends than a wingman. When you're hitting every shot like that, it just is so satisfying to watch, knowing the skill that goes in, knowing the mechanical ability of these players just to go bap, 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 and really drop a player in almost no time. So Naked survive, Naked win that fight, it's 3 KP to their name.
I mean, I get dopamine just from watching them hit the wingman shot, so God knows how it feels for them to hit them as well on LAN on the biggest stage, especially when you're in a 2 versus 3 as well, be able to do so. So Naked will survive, and of course our winners from the first game of today will try and put down some serious points to maybe take first place. At the moment they are in second in this group, just 1 point behind 100 Thieves, but of course getting those kills just put them even closer, as now we can see Aurora making their move. They had the contest down at the southern side of the map, didn't win the engagement, both teams were able to escape. But now Aurora still have to move, and even though they've been able to survive so far, Oxygen have got ahead of them. This was a race that's been happening for quite some time, and you really need to be the team that leads the race because you can then hold out the other.
Yeah, just as you say that though, it looks like Oxygen are maybe thinking about going north, and the race kind of continues between the two. They're running parallel to each other at the moment, up to the north, I should say, with just this mountain range kind of splitting them. But Aurora will be safe. I would say that they've been pretty happy with how the contest has gone so far. Certainly don't have any losses to their name. This one we'll call a draw for now, but Northeption, again, it's a tough zone for them to make their way into. Fire Beavers now making their way after doing what they do best, which is, of course, hitting the armory, making sure that when they approach that zone, that they usually got a couple of red armors already in the locker to play with, and For now, it's a game which is going to come down to final moments, Dan. Everybody realizing, I think, the games are kind of disappearing quickly here on Storm Point, and you need to put in a big game, especially if you're in that bomb tent.
Yeah, just look at all those teams that have been able to find themselves over to Stormcatcher, and I think you're completely right when you pointed out how close this group is. It's so important that you aren't falling in the early stages because there is points that's available. You can walk out of this group in a very healthy way, and maybe these two groups are realizing this is not going to be the group that we pick up that big amount of points, and maybe we can take advantage, I've said maybe about 6 times in a row there, of some of the teams that are going to be in the other groups, because there will always be weaker groups than other, even though I don't think there is many at this tournament. I think that these two groups are very evenly matched across the board, especially on Storm Point anyway. World's Edge might throw up a completely different result.
Well, Onyx Esports, who had a nice quiet time at the start of things, managed to get out of that contest all alive and finally got to play some Apex Legends. Well, Fire Beavers have just beaten them to the zone, and they are going to run into them in just a few moments' time. Even worse, North Epsom are just behind them as well, so they could be in a horrible, horrible position if they're not careful. For now, though, on our screens, we can see Oxygen trying to kind of posture up against Aurora. Nobody really in control of this fight for now, but Aurora, they don't need to be asked twice to push if they get damaged.
Yeah, they're just waiting as well for this next ring information as round 2 closes, and now they know where they need to be moving. As I look across the map feed, I can see that Dark Zero and Alliance find themselves in some of the better spots. They might be a little bit vulnerable from certain areas, but they are certainly within the next circle. And Stormcatcher, it won't be the actual Stormcatcher building that we finish on, and I think a lot of teams would have known that, and they would have started to think about that. We do move just slightly southwest of Stormcatcher for this circle.
Possibly down on that cannon, which is very, very interesting all of a sudden, because everybody at the moment is up to the northern side of that drop-off from Stormcatcher. So teams who are on the southern side of the zone certainly might be in a better position. However, Onyx Esports, I mentioned that this might be an uncomfortable time on Storm Point for them. Well, all of a sudden you can see exactly why, because they're trying to wrap back in, but boy, are they going to be surprised, because there's a couple of beavers hiding in the bushes.
Fire Beavers were more than ready for that. They heard the shots going down and they primed themselves perfectly to wait, get the damage and get the knock. Now they don't need to overextend here. They don't need to get the finish. They need to be using the map where they can. They have a little bit of cover and they need to be aware that another team could be in the area, because Aurora are taking a look at this and Fire Beavers have lost one and could lose more if they're not careful. I think that Aurora might send this onto them.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? You know, you've seen the knock come in. Onyx Esports, of course, eliminated in this, but can Fire Beavers now find themselves in a position to reset? Ranches will be taken down, so, I mean, this isn't looking good for Fire Beavers right now. The question is, do Aurora want to send it? You're seeing the answer on your screen right now.
The answer is yes. Get up, get in the faces of Fire Beavers and try and pick up this KP. Aurora know that their rotation is going to be difficult, and at this time it's about just baiting and switching, utilizing your armor where it's available, as Fire Beavers will go down. They made life a living hell for Onyx, but Aurora will at least get sweet revenge for the team that was eliminated previously.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, is that going to be counting maybe to... I know Onyx will obviously ran into Fire Beavers, but I'm just saying maybe Aurora forced them into them. I'm just trying to give a win on I'm just trying to wipe Genome up, okay?
I will say Fire Beavers maybe could have backed off and perhaps didn't have to get so heavy on their push, similarly to the final circle that we saw previously. But at the same time, they're probably thinking, all this noise, we might just be vulnerable from behind, so perhaps we have to push this advantage. Maybe we can then get shield swaps, and who knows, maybe the team below isn't going to push. A very difficult scenario to try and navigate.
Yeah, interesting to see Fire Beavers didn't use all the utility and ultimates in that fight as well. You saw the thought of the black hole going down, but I think they just thought they had enough damage. But one team who's taking damage right now is ATH. You can see the Black Lotus is down. Black is trying at the moment to get back to his feet, but now you can see Trinity fall over. You can see Asleep trying to do what he can to keep his team in this game. This FC Destroy poking across once more. You can see Hammer Drill trying to get into a position alongside his teammate to really put some pressure onto these two teams and try and hold this ground.
And not just that, now Crazy Raccoon also joining the fight, also managing to get Seer Ultimate down. Exhibit is going to give them so much information as to where those players are, and maybe they can just pick up the pieces. But Oxygen also hear what's happening. You can just see them hurtling themselves down the hill. They want to get involved in this fight as well.
It was the best example of a Geronimo you'll ever see coming in from Oxygen Esports. They slid from the northern side of this hill all the way down. and they smell KP right now. If they can clear their side of the map, not only will they come out of it looking good as far as points from kills is concerned, but they clear the entire side of this southern zone.
And it is crazy watching the map overhead at the moment because there are so many teams who are just looking towards this southern side as Crazy Raccoon get eliminated. Oxygen have done the job to clear out the majority, but FC Destroy will still be alive. Elsewhere, 100 Thieves just holding off Aurora at the moment, who want to push inside this building. They want to take the fight to 100 Thieves.
They have to. The problem is as well, you can see there's other teams in the vicinity. This is where you have to be careful. You have to approach these situations with a little bit of trepidation, knowing that if you're not perfect, then all of a sudden the team will ruin your game, even if you win that fight yourselves. But Aurora, what a story this would be. Glitch Energy eliminated in the meantime. 12 squads now remaining with 60 seconds or so until that zone starts to force these teams in towards each other. They want this, Aurora. You can see it. And I think the Sunset is just maybe trying to delay until that queue comes back up. It's 15 seconds until it does. If he can hit a couple of players, then that would be the sign to push, as NRG will fall.
So Aurora just holding these angles. No one's really stepping out of line at the moment for 100 Thieves, but someone's got to move. But now as soon as you get this queue, this is where it's big for Aurora. If you can get a solid hit and you can silence an entire team, then you can definitely push. And it's why we see teams get the aggression down as soon as that CAQ comes through.
Bangalore ult isn't going to do anything here. Ranch is just trying to bait at the moment, trying to see if he can get some damage out. And you see 100 Thieves have taken the high ground. The black hole goes down but won't be effective. Evac tower going to be called in here as well. And I just wonder if they're going to use this as a little zip line to take the high ground off of 100 Thieves. This is a big, ballsy play coming in here from Aurora.
They want to, but I think they heard Vaxlon was on the roof, but Vaxlon now backs off. Ranches goes down, and again, now they could use this to get on the high ground if they want to, but they're also well aware that there is going to be players who could just poke out of the window, do some damage. Utility is going to be huge here. Grenades are everything if you've got them available to you. But there is a lot of heals that are being used. Dark Veil goes down, and 100 Thieves said, we are out of here.
100 Thieves make the cross. They cut the zone, and they leave Aurora behind. Aurora might be able to use this Dark Veil themselves now to maybe shadow them, to maybe mirror them, as 100 Thieves just run into a hail of bullets here underneath Stormcatcher.
Yeah, Stormcatcher is just going to be a breeding ground for gunfire at the moment. There are a few teams that have been able to go to the southern side where this circle is pulling, but a lot of teams are still stuck in Stormcatcher, and they have to move in 10 seconds. Leave no witness. 100 Thieves, Jay Lings, North Eption, Alliance, Aurora, they all are in the same vicinity. We are going to see a lot of players fall.
Little bit of action coming in for Dark Zero as well. You can see Zero in that kill feed, taken down. Hammer drill from FC Destroyer. Now 100 Thieves.
Here we go.
They're going to take to the skies, but is it going to be the damage that they want to see? The answer is yes. They get that first knock, and now they can take their time. They can reset and re-engage with this fight when they're comfy.
FC Destroyer eliminated on the southern side. Dark Zero still hold prime position right now. I will remind everyone they are in one of the best spots to win this game, but of course, anyone arriving late, if they push correctly, could still be a real detriment to their chances. As 100 Thieves, they're trying to break the walls down like Chris Jericho, and they will be able to take down Leave No Witness.
Leave No Witness will fall. Just a solo player left alive. 100 Thieves chunking away in that initial fight, and now looking maybe to turn their attention back towards Aurora and Alliance. It's Aurora who are still alive. They are calling in a respawn beacon as well, as one player did fall, but look at North Eption here. North Eption in complete control of these staircases just above where Dark Zero find themselves. Also naked in the vicinity. So 2 APAC North teams again, Dan, involved in our endgame.
Yeah, we've got about 5 teams on the northern side. Naked hold the eastern side right now, and then Oxygen and Xset are on the southern tip. Dark Zero hold dead middle, and they will be having the best position, but at the same time, if they get pinched, if several teams push at the same time, they could be in a vulnerable spot. So they need to make sure they are set up, which I'm sure they are, because they have the ability to do so. Their main concern right now is probably Xset. As for North Eption, they will be able to hold this kind of northeastern side, but as they move in, it's about whether they get pushed by the teams that are above them. That's what they're worried about right now, is the height advantage that some of these squads have.
Zone about to close here. Round 5 is about to kick off, and 9 squads might go down to about 2 or 3. North Eption in a great position here, Dan, but you can see they still have to move, and having used the ultimate, they're going to have to use the mobile shield to just walk forward behind it, hope the damage is done behind them, and just try and kind of keep their heads on a swivel for what's approaching.
There's so many teams that this game is not in their hands. They just have to hope other teams make mistakes, as Vaxlon is currently in the kill feed. Branches goes down as well, though, as Hackers is doing damage. Alliance are in the kill feed, so are Aurora, and it is a head-to-head fight, but now North Eption decide they want to get involved.
Aurora gone. North Eption do damage, but it's not enough to really solidify this side of zone. There's all sorts of nade markers, but they survive through it all. Tighter now, having to survive. 100 Thieves gone, Xset gone. Also, Jailings will fall in these final moments, and Suzuki will go down as well. North Epsion eliminated, Oxygen eliminated, 3 teams remaining.
And it was Naked again. Naked's fights have been incredible today, but now they've got to go up against Dark Zero and Alliance. We have 3 of our giants from each region at the moment, all going toe-to-toe. Dark Zero have held this position for so long in the game, and now they're trying to use the positions that they've been able to hold down. They can just seek out Naked here as we see the sight line cut off by Alliance.
It's brilliant as well because Effect went down. Now they have completely cut the zone, even though they will be able to get Effect back to his feet. Have they used the Dark Veil too early to get the resin and now not be able to rotate from it? Alliance putting a lot of faith in Effect back on his feet to do damage to force them into zone.
Zainu was able to silence the entirety of Naked there, so they know full well the position of where they are. I mean, it's such a horrible spot of where they're hiding. Respawn beacon goes down just to give that extra little bit of cover, just something they can hide behind. But I think Naked are just going to be hoping that Alliance can be some form of distraction here, as the circle will start to move forward and move in and force these teams together. Smokes go down for Dark Zero just to give them a little bit of cover fire. It really is going to be on Alliance and how they want to play this.
How many got hit by that Q though? That's the question. Dark Zero, they know they've got to hold. Alliance, they know they've got to be aggressive to get out of this position, and Alliance have taken center zone, but used so much to do so, but now they can reset.
Dark Zero still hold the western side though. Naked now have been able to swoop round to the southern side and actually have angles on some of these players, but Alliance are so healthy and they have the walls. This is what's important. As long as they just hold this one area and this one choke, they should be in one of the better positions, but another Dark Veil to cut off some angles. As soon as that goes down though, we could see very exposed players.
Well, you can see the calls being made right now. They are game-changing calls. Who wants to wrap on who? It's a 3v3v3. Alliance, they're in center zone for now. Dark Zero know that. They want to play and try and force these two teams in towards each other. CAQ is available for Zainu as well. If he hits this, it's going to silence the lobby.
Yeah, Effect gets silenced, and maybe that could be a chance for them to push up, but they're well aware there's another team down below them. Naked are waiting, baiting, hoping that damage is done before they can push up, but eventually this circle is going to force them north and force them into this wall. You do not want to be climbing when you take this fight. Alliance really hold one of the best spots in the game.
100% Alliance. The longer they hold this, the better, but now all of a sudden, you're seeing Naked make the play. They take to the skies, but there's Effect in the kill feed. There's Hackers as well, but having the attention taken away, has it opened the door now all of a sudden for Dark Zero to make their game-winning play?
Dark Zero will push in, and they do so much damage, but there's still a chance in this one for the other teams to be able to just reset, get a shield swap, and get back into it. Alliance have lost one, but Effect gets a shield swap. Down goes Naked. Here comes Dark Zero. They push in to get the final damage. It's gonna be a melee as Dark Zero find themselves taking match number 3.
Easy peasy for DZ. It's as simple as that in game number 3. But boy, did they navigate that end game well. You could see they knew that they had to stop that wrap from Alliance. They held that head glitch for as long as they possibly could and the attention away. Yes, the game might have been made a little bit easier by the move from Naked to try and take that grav lift to cause problems for Alliance, but you have to say, again, credit to Zero in that end game. The trust of his two teammates alongside him to trust those calls he's making, that's what wins DZ these games.
At some point in those final circles, you just need to trust your IGL and where he's going to be positioning you to try and delay that fight as long as possible. If you can be the last one to engage, it's as simple as that. Sometimes you should be winning that fight, but it was a little bit more complex from Dark Zero. They held the best position, but they had to give it up just so they could encourage a fight from the other two teams, and they were more than happy to do so. It was big brain plays for them, but then also not missing their shots when they did get involved in that engagement.
Yeah, Zainu, obviously, that's going to be his first win on LAN as well for DZ. So, smiles on the faces. We wondered if it's going to be Effect who comes up first for the win. Is it going to be Zainu? Now we have our answer, but Effect certainly having an effect in that end game for Alliance. Alliance, again, with another very good game. They're clearing out that north side. They certainly will have some KP and certainly some good points once again for them and their tally so far.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, Naked, Dark Zero, Alliance, they are all within 1 point of each other at the top of the leaderboards right now. This lobby is so difficult to try and just get any sort of gap, any sort of cushion from some of the other squads, because the consistency we're seeing now at the top seems to be over and over. The same teams are starting to appear in those final circles.
And congratulations to North Epsion as well. A pretty tough rotate for them to make it in towards that end game. Still managed to do so and certainly had a little bit of participation in the end game. Unfortunately, kind of just forced out into the open with the amount of teams that were flying in at that point. But again, another good showing from them. But DZ, a lot of talk about them coming into this tournament. It was, I would say, it was probably one of the most turbulent splits for them. I would say split 2 in the Pro League, with the team changes, with the ins, the outs, what felt like at one point a revolving door of third players for DZ. But they get the win, and it looks like Zainu's the man that's certainly going to carry them forward. And for DZ, the win in Game 3 certainly looked good. But that's going to do it all from us. Good start. Quite happy with that. You happy?
Enjoyed that.
Cool.
Yeah,
all right, well, let's throw it down to the desk and see if they're happy with those games that we just saw.
I think we are happy, to say the least. That was a fantastic first 3 matches for this next group matchup here. It's time for us to break things down a little bit. So this is the analysis presented by PlayStation. All right, guys, Arcane, we got to talk about this. We just talked about it leading up to this because there are like 6 different storylines that we need to try and hit in a very small amount of time. So much going on. Let's start with the comeback a little bit of NA.
Yeah, so of course, like you said, there's so much going on in this lobby, a lot of things to touch on, but of course, we've got a showing from NA finally. Both 100 Thieves and Dark Zero finally showing some strength from the region. That is something that we've been looking for after our first set of games today.
Okay, Vicky, we were yelling about this while we were watching the end zone happen. We talked about it before these matches even started. Alliance versus DZ in the top 2 there at the end. What a show off.
It was like, honestly, the script writes itself, because it was also, even if they didn't come out on top, Naked would have taken their second dub in those first 3 games that we saw since they took game number 1. Alliance versus DZ coming out on top first, but what an insane end circle regardless. Even with the Moby that you saw Naked put down, and then you had the evac tower put down too, you try to get like spicy with it when you had the gravity lift too from the horizon, so that way you can at least shoot from the high ground, but then you're also overexposing yourself. Very difficult situation to overextend.
All right, now we're going to take a look here at the match 3 results. 9 kills going the way of Dark Zero. Like we said, Alliance following them. But Naked, another storyline we need to talk about here, Dia, because this is a strong performance. But they also have the dub from match number 1.
They did, and honestly, looking at the way that they played this, it's clear that their end game play isn't just happening upon them. Seeing the way that they approached the last circle, they're clearly like sussing out other teams and honestly positioning appropriately in a way that doesn't require them to be in a dominant position. It's been a big step up for the region as a whole, where we're seeing their end game play really come to shine in international competition.
A couple really strong moments here as well. I mean, we saw Oxygen on there with 8 kills as we take a look at the second page. On the flip side of that, any squads that you're surprised to see down here, Arcan?
Yeah, I mean, typically we've actually been really impressed with APAC South. We're off to a little bit of a slow start with the Onyx versus Aurora contest. Went down 2-0 to Aurora, and then third game kind of split and ran away. That's not exactly the start that they were looking for, but we'll see what happens.
Aurora on their Twitter had tweeted free KP and quoted the clip of them landing together. So that's going to be interesting to keep in mind once they fare against each other again. What do you think?
I will say again, it doesn't look great for Onyx. Like, it's not an awesome look when you're jumping in. However, because we're just in the group stages right now, they have this time to actually figure out the contest in a very high-stakes lobby. This could very well be Onyx preparing for when we get to those winners and losers brackets.
I like that. I like that theory. We'll take a look here at the series results. 3 games in for these teams, and it is DZ and Naked tied because of that performance at the top of our leaderboard, tied with 100 Thieves, 1 point behind his Alliance. Vicky, this is neck and neck.
Are you kidding me? I mean, after the last group, what we saw was like, you know, I want to see a top 5 in our next group to be close. I wasn't expecting a 3-way tie, and Alliance by 1 point, sitting in that 4th place spot. This really does highlight how close in skill these 2 groups are faring against each other.
And it really shows also that we've got a little bit of a point sponge going on right now, Dia, compared to the teams down there at the bottom. They're just not able to get some of those numbers on the board in the way that they would really hope to.
It's true. I'm just taking a look at the way these points will shake out now with 2 of the teams that are tied for first place starting off in Group A. I mean, they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable, but it also causes a lot more problems for the rest of the teams in Group A because there simply aren't as many around. It's going to make it so that, yes, you know, you can relax a bit as a team like Dark Zero or Naked, but going on from here, things are going to get really tough for anybody who isn't in the top 10.
Okay, now we can see this story playing out a little bit more here as we kind of expand on those Storm Point results specifically here, RKN. Which teams were you mostly impressed with?
Yeah, I mean, this is the story of Storm Point, right? We're going to see a lot of success from the teams that love to fight. Dark Zero, big NA fighting team. Naked, leading APAC North fighting team. Alliance, leading EU fighting team. This is just the kind of story that you expect to see from Storm Point. Teams that excel in fighting are typically the teams that take away the most points from Storm Point.
All right, now we would be remiss if we didn't talk about this. We were talking about it in the green room when we were watching these matches. Let's deep dive DZ just a little bit. I mean, team that shows up on LAN time and time again. People have to be looking out for them when they see them coming, and now we've got such a strong performance here in this third match. Talk to us about it, Marcan.
Yeah, I think no one is surprised that Zainu has really shown up for the squadron, especially with the mid-split roster change. We're talking about rising NA talent here. Young kid, really just got a lot to prove here on LAN, and boy is he doing it right now. Zero's always proving to be a leading IGL, and once again, just showing strength early on.
Remember what we talked about when Zero's just like, go Zainu, go, and then they get the first stock, and then that is the opening opportunity for Dark Zero. We saw it play out perfectly, especially in this spot alone, in the end circle. You saw that they were able to hold against the wall, and I love this position here too, because even when they have the advantage, they have to be careful with the circle closing in right behind them here too. Dark Zero is such a consistent squad, and I want to see this aggression transcend over to World's Edge, like Arcan was talking about.
Onset and Gaskin even mentioned it on the cast, but what has felt like a revolving door of thirds for this roster has really been brought together now by what we're clearly seeing in their game plan from Zero. He puts the team in a good position to succeed, and he says, go, sick him. Figure out what works and fry. So the pickup of Zainu moving into playoffs clearly paying off early on, and the game plan that Zero has also clearly tried and true at international competition. I think we can expect a lot from the squad.
Okay, now before we continue in our matches, I actually want to talk to you guys a little bit about this because the scoreboard right now, very close at the top. Right now we're switching maps, heading on over into World's Edge. Which teams do you think that's going to be beneficial for, or what do you think we can expect out of that map switch after what we saw in our first 3 matches?
Yeah, so World's Edge, is typically the map that favors more of like a positional zone play style. That's not to say that Edge teams don't also find success on World's Edge, but right now our top 4 is dominated by like 3 fighting teams and then only 1 zone team, which is 100 Thieves. So expect to see possibly a big move from 100 Thieves here to try to close out the set.
That's actually really exciting too, because it's kind of very similar of what we took away from a previous group playing off against each other with their results, looking at Luminosity and how aggressive they could be on Stormpoint, now transitioning onto World's Edge. I'm actually curious, will these composition swaps now from Stormpoint into World's Edge allow these teams to play more of that passive-aggressive playstyle, Dia?
That's what had me wondering as well, because I was thinking specifically of Northeption moving into the next match, because they were running Newcastle, Bangalore, and Bloodhound. They're opting to go without a beacon scan, without the ability to look at next circle. Zones on World's Edge tend to be a little bit easier to predict just because we've seen so many seasons of it. And so if they choose to run with the same composition, and I'm hoping that they do, I think it'll get a bigger chance to shine, because with Newcastle, they'll be able to set up in better positions naturally just via game experience.
All right, well, I think that we have gotten a very good day so far of our Apex Legends action. Obviously, if you are all at home and you're trying to keep up with everything and you're finding that a little bit difficult, make sure you're following us on social media, okay? @Play Apex Esports for all of the information you need regarding this weekend, whether that's the scores, the teams. I mean, it's been a lot to keep track of, so make sure that's where you are for all of those information and updates. All right, like we said, we've got a map swap coming up right around the corner. We're gonna play a little game just before we go.
Oh.
I just want one team, okay, that you think is going to absolutely dominate now that we have this map switch. I know you kind of said 100 Thieves. Are you sticking with them?
Yeah, I feel like I have to, because I'm trying to get a little bit of NA love going back on here, and
oh, okay.
Outside of Dark Zero and 100 Thieves, still not looking great.
And then I'm gonna be the one just coming out of left field. I mean, it's not a left field pick, but it's not an NA, and it's APAC North. I got my eyes on Naked. I think they're gonna stay consistent, actually going from Stormpoint into World's Edge. I think this is gonna play into their play style.
I'm going to go APAC South on this one, mainly because Onyx will actually get to play the game this time around. They should be dropping solo tree, so their score is going to improve vastly, thousands of percentages.
It's a split desk. It's a split desk.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? I like that. I like that we've got the different regions going and that we've got some different ideas here ready to go. As far as we're concerned, it's almost time to get into the next match. Before we do that, we're going to be sending it to a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs. We are in the group stages, A versus B, and I'm Spider Tiff. I'm stealing Genome from Vicky for a little bit, but how are you feeling, homie?
So good. I mean, we just came off a Dark Zero win. Obviously, I'm a happy man after that. And yeah, look, another 3 games to go. See if they can back any of that up on World's Edge. I'm definitely keen to see it.
I mean, you know, Vicky was calling out Naked early on. They were your match 1 winners, 100 Thieves. That game was absolutely wild. For the moment there, I thought that the Fire Beavers were going to be able to take it until Yuki completely decimated that from them. You mentioned Dark Zero, but going on forward to World's Edge, Vicky said she's keeping her eye on Naked, and I really love to see that because statistically, Naked got a lot more points on Storm Point in kills than they do on World's Edge, but you saw how strong their Storm Point was.
Exactly, and you know, yeah, now that we go across to World's Edge, everything changes. We get different contests, different legend compositions, so much. And as we can see going across the map here, we don't have, I believe, quite as many contests in this group as we did in our first series of the day, Tiff, but we do have some. Down here in the southern side of the map, it's all okay. North Eption, they get Stacked and Big Maw to themselves. You can see actually maybe a bit of a you know, contest. Well, I feel like it's not quite a contest, but it's just like who gets Mirage à Trois, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong, but my eyes are going to be on Onyx. Dia said it right there. They get uncontested. They don't have to deal with Aurora, at least off the rip for World's Edge. But Aurora, no stranger to contests. They're doubling down in Harvester.
Yeah, that's the one that we want to have a look at because Dark Zero are going up against Aurora. We saw them really put paid to Onyx in those first 2 matches, and then, you know, they kind of went their separate ways in Game 3. Now, they're warmed up, they're ready to go after those contests, and they've got to take that to, I'm not going to lie, a harder opponent in Dark Zero.
They definitely will, and I know we were sitting back there in the green room just amped up, ready to go, and as that contest was going forward for the first few matches, I'm sitting there screaming for Aurora, and you were like, what is happening, Onyx? And I don't know if that's a regional thing or if you were sitting backwards and missed a couple of things, but maybe we need to go back to class.
Yeah, Onyx, you know, perhaps could use a little help on that one. Okay, that's the one change we've seen to Harvester, of course, with that extra loot down the middle. It looks like Aurora are going to be the ones to grab some of that.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta get an alternator and get in on their melee for a little bit of a help, and just like that, you said it, Genome. Dark Zero was gonna be a little more hefty for them, but Aurora come out in style.
That loot in the middle is quite important. You know, had a little bit of a chat to some teams who've used Harvester as a POI before and tried to get a sense of how these contests do play out at this POI. And as you see, the emotes come out here from Aurora. Yeah, you can see them getting that, you know, honestly is a big factor in the fight. That said, also heard it can be a little bit random at times as well, right? It's not... you know, it's 50-50. We call it that sometimes. I think it's actually more 50-50 on Harvester than it is on some other POIs.
It definitely is the case. Well, Maliwan, switching on over to the Caustic, we've seen a few people elect to utilize the Caustic for World's Edge in particular, and it's not a bad choice because Maliwan is such a strong player on the Caustic from what we had witnessed from Aurora, especially back into Split 1 when this was actually the trio for the team, and too bad Sunset, PK, MK, they can't be here, but still very strong as we get a good look at the map. Genome, NRG, that's not a bad one for them.
Not too bad at all. Having a look at that, it seems like Oxygen might have got Mirage à Trois to themselves this time, but you know, NRG not too worried about that when they are dead center of this circle, as you say. I wouldn't be calling this one straight away, though. I think there still is a chance it pulls down to the southern side of those mountains there into Thermal, but most likely, I think, yeah, maybe up in the staging kind of area.
So I look for teams like J-Lings Esports to kind of hit the head going. They're rotating immediately fast, but Alliance, who lands Thermal Station, they're not necessarily going to be leaving that POI anytime soon. I think you're right. They may elect to play those houses just north of Thermal, but I'm keeping my eye on Onyx, who did not have the best performance in Stormpoint.
They have to make up for their points here, right? I mean, yeah, 2 games they essentially didn't get to play, just straight out 20th place or thereabouts with the contest. So yeah, it's really up to their World's Edge here where they do get Tree uncontested.
oxygen as well. You can see they were able to grab Mirage à Trois, relatively uncontested, as Nenergy basically went to their normal positioning there. Guild the only one with a purple shield, and Nathan and Sweet stuck on Napkin, as Nice Wig would say. I love when he does those armor checks. He's like, napkin, napkin, purple?
All right. Looking a little further afield, we've got plenty of teams here. Some of those more edge, style teams, Tiff, right, like North Eption, still hanging around stacks. I've got time to come in. Leave No Witness. They're set up pretty early. Realize Glitch, Aurora, all coming in now. Now that they've won the contest at one of the best rotating, if not the best rotating POI in the entirety of World's Edge. That's why those two teams are fighting over it.
We've been seeing a lot of Loba here today, and it's been really impressive utilizing the black market to be able to grab attachments for your weapon. The Nemesis comes stock with 20 bullets in it, so if you can grab yourself a purple mag, it just makes such a large difference. And we did just have a crafting rotation change as well. It's going to be the Skull Piercer and that purple sniper stock, so I can imagine a lot of charge rifles in the hands of some players.
Yeah, Chargy, look, they took 2 bullets out of the chambers, and it's still, honestly, I don't think it made that much of a difference. Players still keen to pick it up, still does the same thing, still hits hit scan, and from that point on, you're going to be happy to have it in your hands. I was about to say, especially when there's less Valks in the lobby, but of course we're having a look at one of the teams who still is opting to play that that legend. Obviously not really going to come that much into play this game, or at least I wouldn't have thought, considering the circle's right on them. 0 rotation really needed for NRG, just the setup, but they also have the heroes, the legends for that. They've got Rampa, and they've got Nathan on the Loba.
Skull Piercer on the 30-30, so they're just going to be looking to hold that position, level up their Evo shields to the best of their ability. Renatricky going down, but we're talking about the rotation, and it's kind of crazy, right? We have Fire Beavers, North Eption, a lot of teams that don't necessarily want to make their way, but the action is starting to unfold.
So you leave No Witness here, just getting pushed out a little bit by that Bang ult, but they're happy in Dorito. This is a really good spot to hold for at least probably 3 to 4 circles here on a staging ring. So they're going to be very happy that they've gotten one of the, maybe not God spot, but it's a very defensible position. Gives you a lot of options late into the game, even if we get one of those switches to a thermal zone that I was talking about.
Well, it's going to be really tough, right? You got Sweet Dreams on Rampart, inside staging, just kind of throwing up the amped covers all over the place and bringing out the Sheila when he needs that defensive positioning and just kind of keep the people away from him, which I like. I saw him in passing, and I was like, hey, dude, I really hope you get enough ring consoles. And he was like, excuse me, what did you say? And I was like, ring consoles, my man. We had a whole discussion on the regular season broadcast about your spawn rates, and I was just hoping for that to happen for you.
Yeah, those IGLs that love the rotates. Exactly, that's what they're looking for at the start of every game. It dictates how they think about it, where they're going. We saw, there was one game in that first series I was casting, right, where, I thought Moist had a ring console. They didn't in the end. That's why they were making such a strange decision to stay in Geyser. So that kind of stuff just changes your game plan entirely if by, RNG, BR, you don't get that ring console spawned.
Can make things really tough, especially on rotation. You'll just be running into teams that you didn't really expect to have been there, but as we get a good look, our teams are still occupying this. They don't necessarily want to full send it, and you want to maintain that high ground. And stop laughing. I know you're laughing at North Eption. Stop it. Stop it right now.
Oh, man. I'm watching the whoever's controlling the observer feed be like, oh, it's time to zoom in. Oh, no, wait. North Eption's like way out in the hinterlands.
North Eption still in big mod, electing to come in whenever they so please. Naked still alive as well. Fire Beavers, though, electing to stay in that north side of the ring, but leave No Witness. Inching ever so closer, they were able to grab that Hemlock, and that can deal significant damage. They just have to find their opening break, and you can see they can deal it, they can do it. But so many people utilizing the Prowler. The R9 went into the Crafter, and the Prowler has just been the mainstay.
Yeah, it's fantastic, honestly, isn't it? I mean, it's scary when you come up against those edge teams because they have had the ability to craft R99s, and you definitely will see people spending the 30 crafting mats on that. It's a solid weapon, but yeah, as you say, the Prowler is still kind of nuts. That said, that one had no heavy mag, and that's I would say the one big weakness of the Prowler is a stock Prowler.
Yes.
It kind of falls off.
Definitely does. Leave No Witness maintaining their position, still utilizing the low, but a loop back up. But I mean, man, you got 102 charge rifle ammo. What more do you need?
Oh boy. Well, Black Market, as much as you want, infinite almost sometimes, it seems like. But yeah, look, Leave No Witness going to be solid up there for a little while. The ring pulls again towards staging, seeming to confirm that it will be somewhere around there. I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those ones that sort of cuts off the that little the front section of staging, and you get the high ground, low ground cutoff. It's often interesting to see how teams play with that. Anyone who's got a horizon on their side might be doing well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and have a chat about that, because when people start to rotate specifically towards staging outside of Harvester, that's where things can really start getting congested. So I'm looking at teams like FC Destroy, J-Lings, Crazy Raccoon, who have really haven't done what I want to see today for Crazy Raccoon, but they are going to have their work cut out for them, because when you think about rotating in Aurora, and that's a heavy-hitting team that's been gatekeeping a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of their game plan, right? Their game style. Oof. Seeing GoNext taking a CQ there, coming out. Thermite's blocking them off. 10 seconds, you know, where they can't use those abilities, so they are going to have to reply in kind. This is a hell of a stay away from me kind of sign.
Doctor's popping the shield bat, wants to get back in the fight, but he's going to get knocked from the back. Vlatow with a 30-30. Now Bambino and Oslab, they're going to have to fight forward, because at this point you do not want to get sandwiched, but Thermites are holding you back. Seer Exhibit might be only up for just a little bit longer, so let's see what they can do here.
Well, the Knuckle Clusters may have bought them a little bit of time here, maybe even enough to get the revive off. Okay, solid. That is a reset here for GoNext. And with 4 points halfway through the series, they needed that, Tiff.
Look, the only time that we've seen something similar to this was in our C versus D, you know, phase. They had 0 points for quite some time, and then finally 7 started putting some things together. But FC Destroy, they are in trouble. Yuka, Binata, Hammer Drill, last alive for the team is going to have to make something big here. At this point, you need to play your life. Good thing we are only in group stages right now and not bracket play, but this is where you start to get a feel. 7th place going down. 17 squads remaining, though.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, another team who hasn't really performed yet this series, but there is still time. Harvester, seeing a few teams struggle to make their rotations through there so far. Northeption, they finally made it. Well, one of them. Okay, no, they've just gone back out. They've gone back. I'm not even in it.
They'll get here eventually. Sometimes you're just late to a party, but Naked.
Are we there yet?
Maybe. Just wait till we get there. But it's going to be Alpha from Naked, your first place team on the day with 38 points. That's running into a little bit of trouble as they're trying to just survive a little bit longer in that ring on the outskirts of Harvester. Nags and Noises, J-Lings, they're going to be gatekeeping essentially these teams. It'll be the first kind of boss that you go up against on your rotation towards staging.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Fire Beavers are actually coming in through the ring behind them as well right now. So I'd say Naked are in a pretty rough spot. Very hard to get any kind of reset here. Maybe if they can get down to Lava Siphon, there's some crafting meds down there, some respawn beacons. But yeah, look, low percentage chance, I would say. Crazy Raccoon, though, you know, they get the scans, I believe, on Firebeaver there with Maney's drone. They're actually pushing in for this fight because they've realized they hear the bullets when Naked goes down, and that just allows them to get the easy CQ and push this.
Hey, focus of attention coming in. Clutch is going to stun him for just a little bit, but when those arc stars and that nade spam starts coming in, it can make things so difficult, but they're going to get flanked from the Fire Beavers. The Beavers, they want to build a dam out of Harvester.
No shot, they actually come out on top of this. They were caught completely off guard. Their position revealed to Crazy Raccoon, and somehow they still don't win the fight. That's honestly something that Crazy Raccoon are going to have to go back and look at.
At this point, if someone's going to be alive, let it be your Crypto player. We have seen more Crypto resets than anything in Alliance, running into some difficulty. Hackis, Seer, IGL for the team, typically in an anchor position, but Effect doubles down and takes out Northeption. Look, they arrived to the zone, and Alliance denied them entry.
I mean, you talked about how long Alliance were going to take to leave Thermal Station, and you see it there where, I don't know, 10 minutes into the game already, and yeah, Northeption, as soon as they get out of the zone, are met with that. Man, that's gotta feel kind of bad.
Look, we were talking about the Wingman being with the Skull Piercer and the Crafter. Effect has one in stow, and the last time I saw him utilize the Wingman, it was absolutely disgusting. But as we get a look at where that zone is typically more pulling, we are still going to the front of staging. So all of the congestion that's going to be happening here at Harvester is going to be tough. Nags, Noises, Jailings, they have such a good position over Fire Beavers. They just need to maintain the high ground. So if I'm Fire Beavers, how am I going to approach this rotation?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, right? I mean, they will be in on top of this for the next zones. They don't necessarily have to make that decision quite yet. They could see if Jailings go out first. You know, do they have, is there an evac tower somewhere on this team? Perhaps that'll get them, you know, over towards the tunnel choke. Yeah, I think there's definitely a couple of options yet. And I think the next 2 minutes will give us that answer.
Ooh, hear me out. We have Bang ult, we've got
There's an evac
Horizon ult, we pop a evac tower, we throw the black hole onto Jailings and let it erupt.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect plan, honestly. Yeah, now that we can see they've got that evac tower, they have the option, right? It's not like, oh, we have to force this fight or we're just stuck. Here we go, Crypto ult to get in there.
No, that's from Maney. Maney was able to get the reset because he got knocked. There's no way. That would have been a full send on to Crazy Raccoon, so he was able to keep the team alive. It's like, no, Ron, no, you're going to sacrifice yourself.
All right, looks like the game is still going. Just having a look at the map feed down here. Fire Beavers and Jailings still having a bit of a crack at each other. Several members of the Crazy Raccoon still up as well. So I don't think this the fight has kind of resulted in any permanent damage just yet.
Look, as long as Crazy Raccoon, the two members that they just respawned, can get in, grab a gun, and go forward, but who's going to do it first? It's going to be Fire Beavers, 9 imps, taking a little bit of damage, trying to throw down, get that entry fragging on, look for an opportunity to keep barreling forward. They are just outside the next zone, but the question is, they can still wrap around.
All right, so many teams here still in contention, but looks like we are going to get a little bit of a disengage from some of these guys, right? Like Jailings, Fire Beavers seem to be pulling further and further away from each other. And might be someone else that spells their doom in the end. The ring has actually moved just slightly south of the main building and staging, so NRG, they've just been holding on to you know, the sort of basic building there from staging for the longest time. That'll do them pretty well right until the end. Exet's behind them though, and they are very much focused on them. But Jailings, yeah, look, these guys are going to have to worry about their next rotation.
Well, Tommy, speaking of rotation, Fire Beavers did actually decide to wrap around. They ran headfirst into ATH, so I can only imagine what is about to go down because Go Next was occupying the tunnel just ahead of them, so it's going to be an all-out brawl.
Yeah, it feels like we're up to option C for Fire Beavers here. They try and get around. Oh no, that's blocked up top. It's blocked down the bottom. Okay, time to pock the evac tower and just see where we land, I guess.
Take to the skies, find something free. Will we get another bout of Aurora versus Fire Beavers? A little Amiya on Amiya action.
Okay, well, the train car is unoccupied at the moment. Well, now it's occupied by fuse flames.
Look, that is the last thing you want, is a fuse in your way. Taskmaster down, Oirein down, 9 Impulse going to fall just like that. Fire Beavers are eliminated, 13 squads remaining, and Jailings still occupying the high ground, throwing down damage, looking at this from afar. But there's no need, they have that gatekeeping ability here.
It's the exact opposite story for Jailings, right? They just got to walk in. You know, occupying that space up the north made this such an easy rotation for them, as opposed to the nightmare that we just witnessed for Fire Beavers.
Well, you start to think, why didn't Fire Beavers just choose to send Jailings? And then they could have fought for this position and rotated in accordingly, but they didn't do that and see just how much chaotic it got. But think about this. 34 bullets left in the charge rifle here for Noises. This is the team where I'm just like, you know, a black market would be nice right about now.
Who knows? Maybe they can take out NRG and just pop in and take theirs over?
Hey, maybe. Aurora, though, eliminated off-screen. Sweet Dreams able to pick up 2 of them. Now, 11 squads remaining. The calm before the storm. As we hop on to Noises' little iPad here, we want to get a little sky-high view of the chaos that's happening inside of staging.
EMP is ready to go here. We've got JMW fortified this position very well. Exit, I believe they're playing underneath. Just having a look at the map view right now, I think they're directly underneath NRG. But all 3 of those teams, Jailings, Exit, NRG, looking kind of good to just come down to that next circle. And then you've got people on the train tracks up the top who are looking not too bad either. Go Next and Crazy Raccoon, but we're about to see in the next 20 seconds, those three teams have to go at it.
EMP being brought out. Looks like JMW's gonna go down. Let's jump up forward with NRG. Sweet has the shoe out. Let it sing. Killed. I want to see what you can do, my man. And just like that, they're able to grab a knock onto Nags, a full onto JMW. Noises is hiding out somewhere, and he must be found.
Solid from NRG here. Wow, I mean, I thought Jailing's position was pretty good there, but yeah, look, NRG better. Apparently now up with the double reds, they got the zone gifted to them, and that's exactly the kind of thing that I would say Sweet usually converts.
Glitch fully eliminated as well at the hands of Oxygen Esports, and I feel like we have to finally see some movement going from them, but NRG are going to have to walk ever so slightly into zone, but I would be really curious to see as we jump on board. Exed, 12th overall, 15 points, 8 squads remaining. They have 4 eliminations, Gino. This could be a solid start for them to start getting that momentum. Yeah, definitely. Exed looking not too bad there from underneath. NRG all of a sudden just run into a plethora of grenades. 100 Thieves are going to completely eliminate. That was over in just a flash. Alliance out as well. Onyx actually still in this from the top tracks. Most of the teams over there, and then you've got 100 Thieves and Xset on the staging side. Backslide forced down to a solo, able to grab some shield swaps available for the last bit of the game, but they are so high in positioning here in this group stages, it's got to be pressure, but fun. Come on, Nocturnal already down, the IGL for the team, and Go Next has high ground. They can just shoot down like fish in a barrel. Does feel like as long as they can find the angles that the high ground team should have the advantage here, but it's a little hard, right? You jump up on top of those little railings there, you do expose yourself to the other team, so it's just a little bit of a gamble. But the 4 teams left alive. Xset just trying to get, you can see they had a little bit of cover to play with, but they're split. It's honestly kind of rough. Xset alive, Onyx alive, Crazy Raccoon. Hey, let me just tell you, that Crypto Reds really let them go, but Go Next, this is their game to win. If you can maintain the high ground, keep shooting down, that's another one. Raki down, Xset eliminated, and now Onyx is once again in trouble, Genome. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the ring that probably forced Onyx to make that jump down there and say, I don't know, maybe we just have to play for 4th here. Also, play for 3rd, because now they have got themselves right underneath the others. Will Go Next and Crazy Raccoon be forced to fight each other, or can Onyx bring this out after that decisive send? Well, it's like the Spider-Man meme, right? You just want to point at everyone. It's like, you go, no, you go, but they don't have to move just yet. I mean, this is exactly what we saw in Game 3, right? With the last 3 teams there alive, Alliance and Dark Zero. So they really just rotated around each other. It was a ring around a rosy until finally one of them was forced to pull the trigger. Bambino on the fuse, and honestly, I want to see more Fusey, right? A little bit of Knuckle Cluster denying that space, but as that ring starts to collapse in, the Seer exhibits going out, and look, Shady, Fussy, Raki, they're able to get a full reset here. They're looking down the barrel of a duo of Raz and Parka, and that's pretty scary. I mean, they're so willing, and they just need to prove themselves after losing those contests to Aurora and having such a shaky start to this. I mean, 7th place finishes last land. They have to be thinking there's no way that we will be sent into the losers bracket after the group stage. Now Onyx need to make that happen. Fuse ult has been expelled here by Bambino. Time is of the essence. 19 seconds before this ring has finished the center, and able to grab a knock onto Raki. Onyx Esports eliminated. Go Next dropping down from the high ground, and they are letting it rip. They should be able to take this. Bambino, though. Go Next are your winners of map number 4. Love that finish from them. I mean, I was about to say this could be a heal-off, right? I mean, most zones have been eliminated where you've got, buildings stacked on top of each other, and, you can even possibly have that sort of zone where, a team could have stayed up the top there, a team could have stayed in the tunnel, and they could have just tried to heal off, but no, Go Next say, okay, we're just going to go for it. They go straight through the piercing spikes, through the Dark Veil, and still come out on top. Look, this is really tough, right? They just announced this is the former Eternal roster on June 29th, got signed by Go Next Esports. So getting that initial victory on land just has to feel so good.
it's a big moment for them, I think. You know, any win, doesn't matter, you know, with group stage, brackets, whatever it is, it gives you such a huge amount of confidence, and it makes you feel like you're, you know, on top of the world, frankly.
I am on top of the world, actually, Gino. I'm standing next to you. I'm actually 6'3". Who knew?
Nice.
I know, right?
How's that feel?
It feels good.
It does feel good.
I can look people in the eye now. Yeah.
Well, I think they're going to be able to look each other in the eye as well after that one. They're, yeah, they're just going to be feeling fantastic. I think they played it really well. Obviously, yeah, those lower ground positions looked a bit sus, right? Every time someone went down there, kind of got finished off. Onyx, so it was exit first, I guess. Sure, it gives you like maybe what was that, like top 5 position or something like that. And then as Onyx goes down to finish them, you know, maybe you grab 1 or 2 extra placement points at that point, but you also kind of signed your death line.
You really did, and to be fair, this World's Edge, the first time we're seeing it for Groups A versus B, was rather difficult, right? We saw a lot of initial rotations and then backtracking from that and trying to find another way, and it just seems like their macros are being tested.
Yeah, I mean, staging's a funny one, isn't it? Because you know, you get that kind of zone. Obviously, the team that lands there just stays there, as we saw with NRG, and then you kind of have to gather around it, and then it's like you're all just kind of jumping in the pot at the end, and you just get boiled up. But yeah, the last one to kind of do that generally is one who can come out on top and go next. Certainly managed to engineer that situation for themselves.
Doing everything that they need, and as we get to see the ends of the celebration, we get ready to go for the next game, and I can't wait to see how that goes. I mean, do you have any predictions, Gino? What do you think? What do you think we're going to see for map number 5?
I'm really looking forward to seeing the contest once again. You know, DZ taking the L this time. I believe the coaching rules got changed so that you're allowed to talk after your team goes down. At one point, you couldn't talk until the end of the match. Now, if that is the case, that means they've had so much time to discuss what and how to change that initial contest to win it next time.
Oh, that's really interesting, as we got the stats for Go Next here from that map. Bambino, 3 kills, 7 assists with 2,400 damage. And how much do you think of that was from the Knuckle Cluster? Bro is probably just popping it out, dealing damage all over the place.
Yeah, look, that might be something to check out on ALS and grab some of the stats there. It certainly would have been a decent amount, I think, with how many teams were just really pushed into a corner by that. But yeah, look, 12 kills on top of the 12 points is a fantastic result for Go Next.
Look, if you're in group stages and you pick a game up that's north of 20 points, you are performing well within that group stage in your matchup. But Crazy Raccoon, you think about that play that Maney had made, able to get out, get the banners remotely with the crypto drone, get the res and offset. Sure, you gave up your life for it, but you were able to get your teammates back, who were able to put down a 15-point game. But Onyx being able to play for the first time, double digits, as we jump on over to the back half. FC Destroy, Naked, North Eption, Firebeavers, some teams that I had been performing on Storm Point, but not necessarily on World's Edge for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, even Aurora, right, they get 3 KP from taking out DZ at the start, and that's about it. There's only one more placement point in it for them after that. So having a look at how the group looks after game 4 here, we can see Alliance with that consistency coming in on top at 45. 100 Thieves, honestly surprising me a little bit how well they're performing here. Let's see if that continues for the rest of the tournament. Naked, a team a lot of people were talking about that you know, maybe some people hadn't heard of as much before, but were underrating coming into this tournament. Sitting on 38 is also a great result, and another one for APAC North.
You know, I've been really impressed with APAC North thus far, and EMEA as well, especially now that we're getting to see Alliance in effect for the first time here on LAN. And hey, it's paying dividends, right? 45 points, but only 3 points are going to be separating first through second, and we still have 2 more maps.
Exactly. Still a couple maps to go. I mean, we're looking at, you know, 35 points is kind of what you're targeting per series if you want to get into the winners bracket. So, you know, some teams already eclipsed that. Yes. Some teams still have quite a bit to go. Maybe they can make that up tomorrow. Maybe they can make that up later today.
Hey, we're just going to have to wait to see. Hopefully some teams can get that 35-point threshold. But we're going to cut to a quick break. Go get some water. Go hydrate yourself, because we have 2 more maps to go. Can Alliance clutch this one up?
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'll make sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs. It's the first day. Group stages are underway, and we've got A versus B. 2 more matches left. But Genome, we just saw a little bit of action where it was talking about EA's most positive player, and I'm like racking my brain of who I think that could be, and honestly, the only one that comes to mind right now. No, not the only one. Look, just hey. Monsoon, though. Monsoon from Complexity. He joined us on the desk for the Split 1 playoffs, but he has qualified and he is determined to seal that ticket to champs. But man, he's just got such good vibes. Always happy every time you see him.
Yeah, that's actually a fantastic pick. You know, I don't know if it's just the bias. I was thinking of Jen Burton, another guy who just stays lovely, stays positive all the time. Doesn't matter what's happening. You know, honestly, always a great guy to talk to.
He really is. Every time I tune into one of his streams, it just seems all around just
Yeah.
fun, right? And we always see Papa Jen out there supporting him, and that's just really good to see because that's the funnest part of LAN to me. Not only are the players interacting with each other from all the different regions, but it's the families that come out to support their teams.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that, and there's, you know, some of those fans right now. Fire Beavers, of course, you know, a team that we've seen some cool things from today. One of the fastest armor swaps, not just in this tournament, that I have ever seen in Apex. Oh my lordy, I think it was game 2.
It was.
And Taskmaster, I believe this is what happened. I think he hit the armor swap literally like during a jump animation. So there was like a death box at his feet. He jumped over it. By the time his feet landed on the other side of the death box, he had a new armor. It was like a Spider-Man move. He's like jumping over it, like webs the armor like onto himself, and then like, oh my God.
He's really known for that, right? It's just super mechanically gifted when it comes to situations like that. And during the regular season, it paid dividends. We saw just how impressive it can be when you're navigating those fights and you need to clean up or clutch up. You're the last one alive and you need to play it forward, especially on World's Edge. Some of those clutches have been there, and I want to see more. I need a Fire Beavers victory, and if you're here in the crowd in London and you're a Fire Beavers fan, make some noise.
There we go.
I see the jerseys out there. Look, those jerseys were on social media, the font on the back that says Fire Beavers, and I was like, hey, are you guys gonna be selling those? Because I definitely need to pick one up. Oh, look at that. I see some friendly faces right there.
Oh, the beautiful original Nessie hoodie there, the yellow one. I'm definitely keen to get my hands on one of the purple ones that they've jazzed up for this event, but looks like match 5 is on the cards. Oh, we're gonna get that contest again. Aurora's certainly at Harvester, and I think someone's joined them.
Look, I don't think Dark Zero is going to back down from Aurora in any way, shape, or form, but if you have a P2020 in the hands of your fragger Zainu, that's not what the...
Double thermite hit, let's go. Okay, that changes things.
Oh, it does, but not able to push, right? 20 bullets in a P2020. This is what they're trying to do, anchor that space. Jen Burton on Caustic, Molly on Caustic as well, but Wig, welcome to the mainstream, baby!
Oh, but Zainu's so scary that even a P2020 keeps them at bay while they manage to get the revive off. Ooh, focus of attention misses. That ability is so important in these interactions. But as you said, both teams with the caustic going at it, that gives them some ability to keep the opposition away.
Well, let's talk about it, right? If you're going to have a caustic on the hands of Molly1 and it completely changes the cusp of your contest, are you going to jump on board with that? As we see Sweet right here running it back at staging, we look to what we have. A ring console is available for them, so they'll be able to get that next zone information.
Okay, it looks like Dark Zero may have disengaged. I'm seeing one of the members actually come up towards NRG's position right now. So I don't know if they're ratting. Oh, actually, that's him. You just saw in the X-ray there on the lower half of the screen. I'm not sure if Sweet actually got the vision. Maybe he wasn't expecting someone to be there. But you can see with the pings, they're probably thinking about third-partying this contest.
Look, but it's not done. Ranch is able to grab the knock onto Zainu, and Jen Burton last alive for Dark Zero, keeping it moving, able to grab Zero's banner, so that's one recovered. Can we get Zainu back up? But he only has 14 bullets and an RE45. Such a terrible situation.
Needs the other one. You know, in the other resets we talked about, you've got a Crypto, there's a support legend, you know, maybe a Loba there that you can craft the banner. That's not going to happen here if he doesn't grab Zainu's banner. It's done and dusted for him, but Jen is going to get out with his life just barely. It looks like actually NRG, I thought that was a ping to say, hey, because you can see the kill feed, right? Like you can't see who's in it, but you see if a team goes out. So if they don't see that Aurora or Dark Zero has been eliminated, they can, you know, deduce that there's still going on. There's something happening over there. Maybe we just pull up and try and grab some of the extra KP ourselves, but they haven't done that. They've gone for the full rotate.
Look, I don't think people realize just how much goes in those players' minds. They manage everything. They know just where every bit of the rotations will be. The moment this res goes off and they didn't see a team eliminated, this is going to signal to them there could potentially be one or two members from either Aurora or Dark Zero that we should take notice to. But maybe, hey, NRG playing their game because they've already made their way towards that next zone, prioritizing their rotation.
We'll get someone else potentially doing that. We've got Ath down here to the southeast of Lava Siphon, and they're occupying the building in front of that vault. Sometimes you do get the Lava Siphon, you know, pulls that will go down a little bit more south. We saw one earlier that was sort of the north side of Lava Siphon, but they will pull in front of that vault tunnel occasionally. So if that happens, of course, Ath in such a great spot.
Yeah, those actual zones are very tough to play, right? Especially for the teams that maintain their position in Lava Siphon. If they have to jump off the ledge and go down towards the low ground, you will typically get eaten alive on drop.
Very, very true. NRG, they're going to look towards Command Center here. They've taken up a central position, gives them some of those options themselves. Of course, they did get the ring console spawn over in staging. That's probably one of the reasons why they made that that quick choice. Did you get to see when they pinged? Yeah, they would have pinged that earlier on, of course. And so yeah, anyway, gets through to Lava Siphon and just having a few pot shots here. That's Crazy Raccoon, who've got the cat goo everywhere over the command center.
Look, I really like the positioning here from NRG specifically. They're just holding that next ring console hostage. You think of Lava Siphon, you immediately think of the ring console that is just out that door in front of them. And if they can make a play to get that to really secure that knowledge for the end game, I think that could be really beneficial for NRG, but I can't imagine someone's gonna let them scan that.
Yeah, because, you know, there's been so many iterations of, like, how you use ring consoles past, let's say, like, Zone 1. Right? You know, there was the Gibby meta, where you were able to bubble it. It was pretty easy, honestly.
Bang smoke.
Then we had time when, yeah, you know, you pretty much couldn't do it at all unless you had Crypto. Someone actually trying to come in underneath them right now. Looks like that's Blackhand.
Excuse me, Blackhand. You know, you can't just show up on a gondola in NRG's building here, but they were able to get inside, prevent massive damage from occurring at the hands of NRG. And honestly, for them, there's no need to full send that fight just yet.
No, not at all. Very risky play. Yeah, and then just to quickly go back to that, you know, they do have Rampart, though. I guess that's the only option. If they can maybe get you know, the amped cover up in time. Like perhaps, yeah, look, I agree. It's a low percentage play. I'm just trying to theory craft a little bit here.
I mean, it's really tough, right? You think about the amped cover, it takes 2.5 seconds just for that lower half to be built up in a full 5+ seconds for the entirety of it to be built out. Not to mention if you're trying to like section it off, maybe put 2 down, that'd be a little tough.
Well, as you said, they'll be in position to do it if it even is possible. But certainly a lot of other teams will be having a look at that. Having glitch energy here. Yeah, over towards the southwestern side of the map. You think I'd encompass this by now. It's been a while that I've been casting Apex, but no, apparently not. Anyway, Alliance, once again, on the late rotate from Thermal, are the only ones sort of within distance of them. And they're quite spread out, Alliance, actually. Don't know if that's for their foraging for loot, foraging for KP, but one way or the other. I think they'll probably find some soon. There's, what, 5 teams outside of this, of Zone 2?
I know what they're doing. Glitch is sitting here just wanting to go get that ring console information from inside of Thermal, and you know it's going to be safe. You might take a little bit of ring damage, hit the lava. You just pop a couple syringes, you're going to be totally fine, and you get free knowledge of information. But the issue with getting this ring console information is you have to think about the teams that have already rotated. The first thing they do, they pop a ring console, they move immediately.
And it's definitely going to be going to that southeastern side of Lava Siphon, so that's a definite on that one, with that Zone 3 knowledge now coming to us as well as Glitch. But most teams have read this, I would say. You know, Go Next, they're kind of north of Siphon, so that's either haven't read it, Gatekeep, you know, it's always one of those, right? Like you can never say for sure, but Oxygen, Gold Helm, good pick up for them, and then Exit were one of those 5 teams that we were talking about that are outside of that Zone 2.
You know, I had a chance earlier, I'm not going to say why, but Nocturnal, I had a chance to talk to him, and I was really impressed with a lot of his ideals and the way that he approaches Apex and kind of the Hodsick and how the effect he's had onto Nocturnal, and they just haven't really been able to get something moving in their favor just yet. You know, they were incredibly dominant during that Split 2 regular season in NA, but for some reason, the first 2 groups that we've seen today, NA is just not stepping up to the occasion. You look at our top 5 right now, you have 100 Thieves and Dark Zero, and that's pretty much it. Oxygen is the next closest one in 10th place.
It's weird, isn't it? Because I actually, had a quick chat to him in Nocturnal in the player lounge as well, and it was like, man, I love the comps you're bringing out. He's like, yeah, man, we're bored.
We're bored?
We're bored.
Explain, my man.
During the regular season, we're bored.
Oh.
It's too easy. NA is too easy. Like, they need to be on LAN. I feel like almost to have that, to have that impetus, that's something to play for, that's going to push them to play something, something real, something better. But as you can see, they're going for Bang, Sia, and Horizon, which is, a fairly meta comp right now. We're seeing, what's interesting about this comp, actually, Tiff, is that we're seeing, teams from hyper-rotate teams like Moist, 2 more aggressive teams play versions of this comp, or this comp exactly. It's interesting that just how much things have changed with the introduction of the evac tower, taking out those 100% picks like Valk, and it's just allowed people to be so much more creative.
It really has. I mean, so creative. We had a Pathfinder in the lobby on Stormpoint. Fun was playing Pathfinder, and I love that for the movement, right? The zipline buff that they had at the end of Split 1 playoffs. One of the final things I said was buff Pathfinder, and we kind of got a little bit. I did. Man, what should we ask for this time?
Sia focus of attention nerfs is probably top of my list.
Well,
I don't know about you.
Well, I thought Seer already got nerfed, though. Nah, that's a funny joke, right? Seer got stronger. You just have to utilize it a different way, that's for sure. But on board with Exet, Fun on that charge rifle, just looking for something to kind of poke at. Still, 20 squads remaining. We think about Dark Zero. They were able to get Zero back into the lobby. I don't believe they were able to recover Zainu's banner, though.
Yeah, right. Okay, so that's only the 2 members up for those guys. But I mean, who needs NA anyway, right? Just stick with the Aussies. That's how they win. Well, actually, I lied. They had JMW that time.
How's Onyx doing?
Last game was okay?
Yeah, no, it's good.
Last game was okay?
It's
Yeah,
good.
okay.
No, honestly, I'm not going to talk anything about Apex South because the last time I met the boys from Moist, I was actually frightened by Waltzy.
He's a big man.
And I'm tall. I'm actually tall. No, I'm a small girl.
Yeah, you should, next time you talk to him, just take the box with you.
I'm gonna look
like,
you.
yeah, what up, bro?
I look you right in the eye. Let's do this. But as we see, we got a beautiful free cam shot from our observers. You can see Jay Ling still here in Lava Siphon. X-Set just in front of them towards the left side, holding this down. But
okay.
100 Thieves, right? We started talking about championships earlier today, just this morning, and how mission critical it is to find yourself there. 100 Thieves is on the cusp of significantly qualifying for champs, and they need a strong performance here at Split 2 playoffs.
Yeah, those stakes are high, right? I mean, there's definitely, obviously stakes for this land, but it goes beyond that. You've always got to keep that in the back of your mind somewhere, that these teams are still qualifying for one more land left here for year 3 of ALGS. Now we're having a look over here at Geyser, Oxygen Esports, 100 Thieves, North Eption even sort of lurking in that area, but the zone has moved very much south, Tiff. And it's actually going to be realized in Godspot for this.
Look, we're checking this out right now. Oxygen, they have a sense that there is a team and they want to make this happen, right? This is their time to gatekeep it, and that's going to be 100 Thieves inside. So if I'm Oxygen Esports, now granted, Thornton Smash, a member of that team, they have a massive team built out to assist Vayne, Aiden the Destroyer, Reeds, the former BR Demons. They have underwent a massive journey when it came to finding the right home. And right now, it's Oxygen Esports for them, and they have built out that program. And Thornton was like, why are you sleeping on us? Well, I'm ready to see what you can bring to the table here at Split 2.
Okay. What that is, of course, Glitch going in here, and Aurora just sort of disappear into their death boxes without any further ado. But I think Glitch might do the same, honestly. One team throws their nades, the next team lobs them all in there.
These RVs are a death sentence. You cannot just hold them willy-nilly. You think about the people that are able to secure these down. It's the Watsons. They can fence it up, throw it. Jenny and a Pyrus right here, able to grab wind with the Volt through the window, but we're going to be able to play off of Kirev's knockdown shield, and this is critical. You hear it all the time. Sometimes when you're going up against a 3v3, if you have the ability to play a shield, you can get the benefit.
Okay, they're gonna knock down that reinforced door straight away. Leave No Witness is going to do just that. Glitch goes down, and they have the RV to themselves. I mean, these teams don't have that next zone information. I guess maybe that's why they're going so hard for this RV, because right now they're playing like it's Godspot. We can tell you that it's not. It's not going to be in Ring 5, and with the way teams are set up right now, Ring 5 is going to be where everyone just gets crushed in together.
Well, as round 3 begins to close, let's go ahead and take a look at where that next zone is going to start pulling towards 100 Thieves. Hey, sometimes you just get a little bit sniped. You look at your shield utility there, 1 shield bat left, and you just utilize it. But you have 13 cells, so relatively okay.
Yeah, look, it's going to be very fun to see where the next ring goes and what teams, well, the teams are about to find that out, right? Very few of them, if any, would have the information right now. Gets revealed, okay, they have to start thinking about their next steps. You can see Alliance and Realize are going to be doing a good job down the bottom of just being able to stick it out there. Leave No Witness finally managed to reset off the back of that absolute cluster that happened down the bottom, and then you've got Crazy Raccoon in this Southern Siphon building who are also going to be in an okay spot.
J-Ling's on the north side, but what my eyes are going towards is that main Lava Siphon building. There is still a ring console available to them, and if now Dark Zero, NRG, if they can fight for that information to really solidify their knowledge of where they need to go, but as we see, this is going to be a historic fight. Fire Beavers and North Eption inching ever so closely to each other, and of course, Taida on that outer edge. Fire Beavers have the advantage. If you think about it, they can gatekeep all they want, but sometimes things can turn very quickly.
Oh, it's about to turn quickly. So let's just have a quick look at this map here that we've got, Tiff, because as you can see, don't get bamboozled by the Loba ult up the top. It's the white circle down the bottom. That's where the zone's going. And as you can see, nobody's in it. It's just Realize and Alliance. Everyone else in 30 seconds is going to be fighting for like a patch of dirt, pretty much. So they either need to go now, and that's where we're about to see things start to kick off.
You called it, right? That north building of Lava Siphon, J-Lings and Nags. Nags made such a splash here initially in Split 1 playoffs, and JMW, a former LAN winner, has the unique ability to excel extensively on Watson, and the fences are going to be able to just deny, but the knuckle clusters, the nade spam coming in from the fuses that are in the lobby are going to put a thorn in your side.
Fuses. I'm just surprised that there's like fuses plural in the lobby. It's a crazy time to be alive, 2023, but I love it as well. And for this kind of zone, it's going to make it so much more fun.
Hey, and the action just keeps on coming. Parka going down in the kill feed, and 100 Thieves just trying to go for a little bit of reset here. They're playing an interesting angle here, right? They can just duck down every time and utilizing the bank smoke, smoking off that line of sight, denying people from being able to look out and see a good cat wall so they can push forward. They're almost into that next zone, but North Eption, sometimes a Sasuke just falls on you and you are going in. Good Newcastle wall from Taida as Go Next was eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, 18 squads were alive a second ago. I can guarantee you that number is about to fall rapidly. Onyx going down now. North Eption trying to hold off both North and South.
All right, well, let's do it. Let's jump on board. We got to listen in with North Eption as they continue on their dominance.
No. 俺も負けて左の大下さん気をつけて伸びてるからねここ車線俺アンチやけど左右から攻められるあれ右エバックル無理だかもオッケーちょっと待って時間ないエバックいらんこれ歩いとこ右までできるよこれエバックルそうオッケー俺歩いてってる一回巻く俺アンチ切れるよこれでもこれ両方キープ無理やからさオッケー一回スキャンしてみるよアビ来て一回アビ食べようこれオッケーこれ誰の俺のスキャンしてしたよさっきおった上終わってる一人だけもうワンパー俺バンガルド食らってる無理下がろう後ろだけど200下が食らってる俺巻いてる俺じゃあ一回いや俺いけんマジでワンちゃん引っ張れる無理ベッチこれベッチ
Unfortunately, North Eption not able to survive the onslaught. They were trying to take down Alliance. Effect able to grab the opening knock there, but Naked has been performing so well here in A versus B, and they decide to 3P this, but it's Oxygen that should be on your mind. This team came in 10th place to map number 5 and are finally here to play.
Yeah, they've got the high ground on one side. Realize, though, they have been down that bottom for all of this time. Finally, we do see the rotation coming out here with Val. Karumpu does pull the skyward dive, and they find the perfect position. No doubt scouted in advance by Obley and his drone.
Ooh, just inside the next circle. They throw the Jenny down and immediately hop into the drone. They want to get the EMP out and make sure that they can keep on moving forward. Now, when I start to look at how this is going to go down, we've just got a couple teams left, and Alliance is all alone.
Yeah, it looks like Oxygen are fighting both Realize and the zone, though they just managed to stay inside and find some cover behind those bank smokes. While these, with the 4 teams, it seems like we've got 2 separate contests here. But as they start to really find their feet again, I think we're going to see these teams start to work out where all 4 teams are playing from, and someone eventually is going to get crushed by that. Who will it be? It looks like Naked just below Oxygen. Rough spot for them, I reckon.
All right, hear me out. Oxygen starts focusing on to Realize. Naked wants to look for that third party, and you can just see they are inching to make that happen. Alliance going ahead and shooting out that Jenny out from underneath them. That's a really smart move here from Hack, is waiting to use that focus of attention. It's going to go out just like that, and this is where everything is about to go out. You can see the Catalyst wall in the distance.
Yeah, Alliance seem to be in an okay spot because they've got, Yuki and Effect looking one way, and they can afford to have someone looking the other way, whereas the other teams very much focus just on each other. Okay, Oxygen.
They needed that fight. They were running low on ammo. You got 100 rounds of ammo for 2 weapons, inclusive of the Prowler, so you wanted to take that fight, loot up the best of your abilities, and then focus on the 3 remaining squads. You have Alliance, you have Oxygen Esports, and you have Naked.
All right, Oxygen Esports, they pull into the middle. Not sure that's where they want to be as Naked swing from one side and Alliance from the other. Alliance looking good from this down the bottom. Oxygen inevitably get crushed between the two teams.
This is what we want. Oxygen Esports has been eliminated. We have a 3v3 Alliance versus Naked, and Naked able to just clean it up. They win another one from the preseason qualifiers in Year 3 Split 2. The second team from the preseason quals to make land here from APAC North. Stand up for your APAC North region. They're on fire today.
Killing it. People were counting them out before we came into them. I counted them out in that last fight, and they're showing everybody up at the moment.
So let's talk a little bit more about how that went down, right? We had the 3 remaining squads, but Naked was always just hanging back, utilizing that rock as cover and just playing it safe. They were looking for a third party. They knew if they could be the one doing the third partying, that they would come out on top, and they were able to just clean it up.
Yeah, it was... Look, honestly, probably a little bit lucky for Naked that the initial 2 fights didn't kind of come to anything because at that point, everything got reset. Pretty much every team managed to get back to full health, to full shields, and then that just completely changed the dynamic.
It was an interesting dynamic, and prior to this, I had a chance to speak to Naked's analyst, and they provided a lot of information surrounding this trio. The IGL is Leica, and one quote that just goes to show how important this team is. Now, not only are they mechanically gifted, but the analyst said, if Leica says a black crow is white, then it is absolute, and that crow is white. You must trust in your IGL, and Leica obviously knows what they're doing.
We've seen it time and time again in Apex, you know, an IGL who commands their team. They don't ask questions, they give orders. And yeah, the decisive way that Naked really took several of those last fights in the last just few minutes of it honestly speak to the Leica's ability there.
Well, this is exactly what they want, right? A versus B is their first showing here at Split 2 playoffs. And when I was talking to the analyst, they had mentioned, I was like, what team are you most excited to see? And they had actually mentioned North Eption, who was inside this grouping match playoffs. And they're like, you know, they're a very respected team here in the APAC North region, incredibly talented. You can see just how well the immediate time that Taida needs to throw down that Newcastle wall, just instantly throws it and starts healing. Then he also throws up the shield for the back cover. Like, a good Newcastle is something that is so pivotal. I could never, but watching it is so beautiful.
Yeah, look, it's a pick I certainly had some reservations about coming into this LAN. We've heard Alliance talk about it a lot. Of course, they were the one who probably played it the most, or at least had the most impact, did the best on it throughout Split 2, I think, of any of the regions, honestly. And they've talked about how it helps them be consistent, right? It helps them with their resets. Of course, his you know, passive in Retrieve the Wounded, you know, really helps you get up in situations where otherwise you just wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, it is really challenging, right? But as we get a look back at that final circle, Realize has just been eliminated. Pinky with a Kraber in hand, trying to shoot through that catwall, not going to connect. 4 bullets in the chamber. But this is what I'm talking about, right? They're utilizing this rock for cover. They don't want to overextend because it's not necessary just yet. But if you can get an opening damage and maybe force the other 2 teams to engage with each other's first, they're looking for the third party.
Let's watch them, how they take this first 3v3, I feel like was probably the key one. Okay, yeah, so the 2 teams down the bottom just engaging, exposing their backs to them, that makes it pretty easy. And I think that team in the middle, Oxygen Esports, did enough damage that really it made this final one not too bad at all, with Alpha just coming down off the gravity lift to finish it off. Okay, right, so I think from their POV, that final fight made a lot more sense. So it was really actually taking out Realize that kind of got that got Naked in the winning position there, because Alliance and Oxygen griefed each other enough that it felt like Naked was always going to win that top 3.
It's true, and they've been so consistent, even throughout international scrims, that these teams were duking it out, fighting for POYs throughout the weeks leading up to Split 2 playoffs, and you constantly heard it. They were underdogs. As we jump over to the back half of this 20th place Aurora, the contest went a little bit uneasy for them against Dark Zero, with Dark Zero actually being able to make it out. But Glitch, even though they went out a little bit earlier, still able to grab 3 KP alongside ATH as well.
Onyx not going to be happy with the 0 there. Of course, it was a 0 for the first 2 games for them, so just way too many donuts. It's like a Krispy Kreme store in there or something for those guys so far today in 20th spot, well off the pace. 35 points we were saying they need to make into the winners bracket, as you would have expected them to do, and they are just so far below that right now. In complete contrast to that, you've got Alliance on 60, Naked on 56, who are actually getting some real front runners in this series, I think, unlike the first series, which was quite tight.
They are incredibly consistent, and Dark Zero, even with the contest on Storm Point, and they're all 38 points, it's really not that bad. Leave No Witness, Go Next, a lot of these heavy-hitting teams from other regions coming in and just showing out. But Fire Beavers and Aurora, we have one more map, and honestly, I still need to see another EMEA victory. But speaking of EMEA, look, I heard we've got a really cool interview with Blaze, so I'm gonna throw it to you. Who do you have to speak to us?
Tiff, I have the one and only Nasky here with me on the main stage as we watched him earlier today just set the stage ablaze as you guys kicked off that first set fantastically. But firstly, tell me, how have you been feeling so far being in London and being with this local crowd?
I mean, we're back here. First time it was a horrible feeling because we didn't play too well, but the vibes here are still great. Vibes here are phenomenal. Great. Let's keep it at that.
Yeah.
And it's awesome, obviously.
It has been awesome, okay? And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say you got the first kill of the tournament to kick off our broadcast. And the Pioneers was looking great, but you guys did fall towards that loser bracket. Tell me about how y'all feeling and how y'all going to bounce back tomorrow.
We're not quite there in loser bracket, and we definitely won't be there this time, because tomorrow we're going to take it away. I promise you. I'm feeling good. We're feeling good. And you'll see.
Yeah, you're not in losers bracket just yet. We got to tally up all those points from the groups, but you guys got some points on the board and looking good. But my next question is that what do you want to say to these Pioneers fans and these fans that's just cheering for you behind me and getting wild over here?
All I'm going to say is that tomorrow we're going to put on a show for you guys. It's going to be great.
It's going to be a great show from Nasky and the Pioneers here in London, but he needs to go get ready and get some rest because I know he's ready to go. But that's going to do it for us for now. Tiff, Genome, take us back.
Hey, thank you so much, Blaze. Always good to hear from Nasky. Honestly, you really never know what he's going to say. Kind of like myself, Genome. You never know.
Surprise package, yeah. Yeah, something you've got in common? Agreed.
Hey, it's not a bad thing to have in common, let me tell you that.
Yeah, look, Nasky's got some qualities. Some of them, yeah, I'd take some of them.
Okay, what would you take?
Let's not go.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll focus. We have one more match here in A versus B.
Being that good at Apex, that's what I'd take, yeah.
That took you long enough, really? That good in Apex? Look, I would give my left toe, or my left big toe, to have just a 10th of the skill of one of these players here. But as we get a look at the map rotation, our final map, Naked, dual winners here in our 6-game series, 100 Thieves, Dark Zero, Go Next. With that being said, what is going to happen with this contest at Harvester? Is Dark Zero going to run from it, or will they stand up, fight? Because they need to find something a little bit more than a P2020 this time.
Oh, man, that was, a little bit sad to see. And, that does lean into that sort of 50-50 that we just keep talking about. That said, Dark Zero have so much faith in themselves, right? Like, that's how you get 2 titles. That's how you lift the trophy. That's why Zero won the MVP in Sweden, because they just have that, just unshakable faith in how good they are at Apex. And from talking to them, I think they did pretty well in their contest throughout scrims, right? So I think if you've done that well, and then you come into the tournament, you're not going to leave that easily.
No, I wouldn't leave. I mean, look, you're a former LAN champion. This is your time to show up, show out with that confidence. You got Alliance on your screen, a little bit of a radio. I see Piet in the background. Effect has the best hair. Hackis, you might be a close second there, buddy.
Suave looking man. There's definitely a couple of them down there. Oxygen having fun at the very least. As we start to see some teams lock in their picks here coming into map 6. Actually, we haven't seen a lot of Black Hand so far this series, Tiff, and look, that's probably up to their how they've been playing so far, honestly. But they have changed it up with a Watson, Wraith, and Bangalore comp. exactly for World's Edge. It's you know, Strafing Flame called it his brainchild.
Brainchild.
Yeah, you know, they said, look, we've got a weaker POI, so we need to change up something to make this work. We're going to go for this really cool rotate comp. You know, rely on the evac towers for early, and then have the Wraith portals for later. And I honestly think it's a decent pick. At least the Wraith. I feel like Wraith at the moment is a little underutilized when you do consider how prevalent evac towers are at the moment.
I really don't mind the Watson because every bit that I've seen of Blackhand, their ability to just maintain a location, specifically when they took that gondola in map number 2 towards Lava Siphon. But here we go. We're running it back for the contest. And this time Dark Zero was going for the loot on the bottom, but Zero doesn't have a gun.
Yeah, I mean, did all 3 members go down there, or were there 2, or like was that Aurora members and Dark Zero members trying to slide through and grab that? Hard to say, honestly, but it does look like we've got a similar split to last time, as in Aurora playing from that mid room where they get all the pills, and then Dark Zero on the lower portion of the map, which I feel like, yeah, honestly, the loot not necessarily as good down there. I mean, yeah, having, what is it, like 4-6 pills in that middle room is pretty gas.
Usually you find at least 1 shield in there, and a lot of these teams, they'll have specific looting paths for contests. And that makes a big difference. Like, you hear Raven talk about it, especially at Lava Siphon when TSM does it, but Harvester, you mentioned it, right? Had that high ground, that middle room, but this forces them to kind of run out through the snake tentacle of this area, and it's tough.
No, it's literally down to like the patch of loot on the ground sometimes, you know, just trying to work out exactly where they can get that first gun. Of course, there's guaranteed weapon spawns, right, that you can plan your contest around. That knowledge does exist somewhere.
I'll just go mine it for us. We'll get it. Where is our weapon that is not a P2020 so we can really excel in this? But Jen Burton just getting completely lit up. Has a Nemesis, 44 bullets to spare, and it's Spitty. So I think that this is okay to turn around and go back now, but you've already burned through a chunk of health.
Yeah, I mean, there's not more than like a single clip in reserve for Dark Zero right now. We just saw them take some damage. I mean, come on! Blue, blue, purple. How on earth are they going to turn this around?
I mean, Maliwan only has 8 bullets in the G7 Scout, so he has to have a very high accuracy. And you, okay, look at that, 3 stacks of ammo. No, this is it. Dark Zero, take your loss here and just kind of continue that looting pattern forward.
Yeah, well, I think because of...
No, Zainu's going down.
Oh, no. I was just about to say, because of where the circle is right now, they might actually think about just playing in the snake and fortifying the position, you know, with the core stick and just seeing what can happen. But no, that pick on Zainu, I'd say, will probably get this done. Unless some massive shots come out, Ranchers almost risks that, but they still do have the other 2 members who can go toe-to-toe with DZ.
The issue here for Aurora is they have good shield utility, but they don't have a lot of ammo. But it doesn't matter. They're able to get a shield crack and deal significant damage there with the Havoc. They just need to clean it up, and a little bit of Mozambique going ham with the Mozam.
There is no way they can bring this back, right? Not with that disadvantage on the shield. Zero, Prowler Vault. Can he actually do this? We've got some people ticking in the gas here. It's a 1v1. Jen Burton, he's already done 449 damage in this context.
You can deal all the damage you want, but it doesn't matter if you're not getting the eliminations. Jen Burton, keep crawling forward, utilizing your shield from your teammate, because they go for the res. He might get it.
Okay, Fleet, he has time to get that ultimate down. Is it enough? Oh, it went down to the last 25 health.
Look, dude, oh my God, and a third party. That contest took way too long, and look who it is. Blackhand is coming in. They want a piece of the action.
They get there just in time. Jailing's actually also in Harvester right now, so one way or another, that contest was going to see the end of both of them.
So let's talk about this, right? Because you had mentioned the Watson pick. There is a ring console at Harvester, so maybe they had already anticipated that the contest would have been finished, and they were looking for the ring console information and just happened to come down on the end of a third party, pick up 1 elimination. It was like a little free gift, you know? Free gift with purchase.
Yeah, we'll take those every now and then. Take a freebie. Now look, we've also got some action happening down here at Thermal Station, or today up here at Thermal Station, and Alliance say this is our home, get out. Ath will go down. Look, I just want to touch on the scores quickly, Tiff, because, you know, honestly, I think Dark Zero are happy with that result. They're sitting up at 38 points. They've got they're like, all right, cool, job done for this series already. whereas Aurora sitting down at 27. Okay, so they picked up more points throughout the series. Dark Zero, honestly, they just don't want to be in the same bracket, in the same finals as Aurora. Because if they can get rid of those other teams that play Harvester, all of a sudden, it frees up for them.
You just hit the head on the nail. It is all about freeing your POI up for the finals lobby on Sunday. And speaking of freeing up that POI, Alliance, right? They want Thermal Station to themselves, they want Lightning Rod on Stormpoint to themselves, and by continuously placing first in their first showing here for A versus B, carry that momentum forward, they should have no issue.
It's been their home for such a long time that, yeah, it almost feels kind of tough for anyone else to really come and take that away from them, especially not with how well they've been playing and how scary some of these players are to go up against. A nice catwall there actually kind of denies them, so, you know, good job from Crazy Raccoon.
This is going to be a really unique fight right here. I was talking to Pierre from Alliance, and he was talking about kind of the legend composition that they were going to be working towards this week in Split 2 playoffs, and it all comes down to Yuki, right? We've seen Yuki play Rampart, excel on it. Now, he's also going for that Caustic. That was the big change that they made. You've even seen Hackis double down and dabble with Newcastle. Back on the Seer, though, specifically since the changes had happened, and it's really paying off.
Yeah, just speaking to Alliance's flexibility, they're, you know, like other top teams in their region, right? You know, especially Exet, I would say, in a similar mold where they can seemingly play a lot of things and be very, very successful on them.
That has, I think, been one of the biggest things that when I was reaching out, talking to coaches, talking to analysts, that they were working on for those teams. It was having a multitude of different legend compositions that they could utilize, especially as our lobbies start to advance from the group stages to bracket. It's being adaptable, because they said that was their biggest weakness and kind of led to not making the finals in some of the areas, especially North Eption.
North Eption, you mentioned them. Guess where they are? No, look, we don't even need to go there. Obviously, they're in the zone. And having a look at some of the teams who are still, sorry, not in the zone, in the ring, I should say. In the zone, of course, many of the fast rotate teams around them. So, you know, they've read this as a thermal circle, certainly. NRG have come in quite quickly. They're holding their houses on top of the north of Thermal. We've got Onic who've come across from Tree, and they're holding Dorito down the back. So teams aren't reading this as like a far back, you know, thermal circle that's already been kind of cut off. They're thinking it's going to end up probably somewhere in the middle.
Look, they may be way outside in the ring, but this is a strat that is working for them, right? They're running the Bloodhound. They have the recon character. There's a survey beacon available to them. So I love that Satsuki is able to just go ahead and smoke it out, even though they're so far out. No one should be remotely near them. Every precaution matters.
Yeah. Look, is 20 points, is that working? That's my question.
Not yet. You think back to Split 1 playoffs. Where did they end in the group stages, Genome? Second.
Damn.
I mean, they weren't in the finals lobby, but don't worry, we're making changes here. Let's talk about it, right? Before Split 1 playoffs, North Eption had only been a team for 6 months. That was their first time on LAN together. They were in the preseason quals alongside Naked. So this just goes to show you how long APAC North as a region has been working on leveling up and finding the best teams, the best talent to come forth at a global LAN and say, you know what, maybe it's our time to hoist the trophy.
Yeah, look, maybe a bit of a changing of the guard over there in Japan and Korea. Okay, this is, we've had the circle there for a little while now to kind of show you all those teams rotating in. Oxygen like their position up north of Thermal. It's always fun to see if the zone pulls there or not, because it's either you just get gifted God spot or you have a fantastic gatekeep position. So love where they're sitting up there. 100 Thieves, it's a little bit rough for them, but of course they're coming from East Skyhook. That's a rough rotation all the way down. You know, you're coming in behind teams from, you know, Landslide, from Lava Fissure and Staging that you know are just going to rotate faster than you.
Look, I don't know what's going on with all these southern zones today. It's been kind of crazy, but Alliance has now had 2 World's Edge zones where they really haven't had to go super far, and it's in their benefit. It's probably why they're in first place at this point, or maybe it's just their skill. Maybe it's Effect's first time on LAN. I was alluding to some of the interviews that he'd been giving out, talking about one-clipping people, and it is working.
Yeah, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, I think, for them, honestly. Yeah, it has favored them for sure, but they are just a monumentally impressive team. And, you know, there's someone who knows how to play a home circle. There's someone who knows how to craft up and just deal with the rest of the lobby summarily.
Looking at this zone, now that we are able to get a good picture of it, Fire Beavers going through Harvester once again. This is the same rotation that we had witnessed them make when the zone was pulling towards staging earlier today. But the issue with this was their rotation out of Harvester. They had kind of made the wrong choice in a sense. They went through 3 different options. There's like plan A, plan B, plan C, and then it didn't work out. When you really should have went for plan A. So I look at this, I see Xset looming down the horizon, similarly to where J-Lings had positioned themselves.
Yeah, true.
What's the choice Fire Beavers makes here now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is a different zone, right? But you are right that, you know, it could be a similar choice there for Fire Beavers. I don't know if Xset's the team I'm trying to throw myself at, honestly. That's a little bit of a scary one, but, you know, Naked to the south of them, you know, no easy beats either. But you're right, you know, Fire Beavers left it way too late last time, and I would like them to commit a little bit earlier if that's their plan.
Why is it that when we're talking about someone being late, we always cut to a little bit of North Epsham POV here as they're making their way just on the outskirts of Lava Siphon. They're going to look to rotate in to the northwestern side of Tree, but the issue is a lot of teams are working on solidifying their back, right? Round 3 is about to be underway and is just now, so the ring is really going to start to hurt. But there's still a possibility to survive, and if anyone can survive in this ring, it is Taida, it is North Epsham.
I'm wondering if at this point it's so predictable that North Epsham are going to be rotating in, you know, sometime in maybe Zone 3, that teams are just gatekeeping that, right? Like,
yeah.
you know, a team like Go Next is literally, you can see they're actually quite spread out right now. There's 2 of them in the tunnel, one of them at the southeast buildings from Thermal. They might just be looking out for those guys and be like, hey, all right, we'll just calm that and then try and grab them as they come into the zone.
We were talking about this Xset and Fire Beavers exhibit. Hey, dabbling with it fun, not necessarily looking to enact that just yet, because I believe the Fire Beavers here decided to throw down the Rolling Thunder, all of the funness from the bang. And maybe it's time to disengage, because you can already see that Xset is like, you know, we are going to do a negative rotation out and towards that zone to reposition ourselves, because we haven't necessarily had the best day so far.
Smart teams they never want to take a fight with a disadvantage, right? So all these ultimates coming out, bam, disengage. But they're still kind of in the same spot.
So, yeah, they didn't go very far.
Exactly. They've gone around the other side, the other exit from the tunnel, and they may run into each other very soon. But some other teams, of course, being forced into those positions as well. We've got SC Destroy as well as Blackhand down here.
Honestly, FC Destroy is such a cool name, and Hammer Drill, he wants to lay the hammer down, the axe coming out, but he gets dropped. We do have the Jenny available, Yuka going down to Pinata, last alive for the team, able to get a knock on a strafing flame, and Blackhand is eliminated. Gotta get a shield swap, take care of yourself first, because I can hear the triple take shots coming from high ground.
Yeah, I don't think that was a clean 3v3,
no.
Was it? There were definitely a couple of other parties getting involved there, but again, the Newcastle with the reposition does allow them to get at least 2 back into that. Interesting spot to play, honestly. I feel like it's almost good until someone else sees you behind that box, and then, as you saw, they can wrap you from every side.
It's tough, right? You're holding this corner, but if you are going to have someone in a precarious situation, you want the Newcastle with the wall, not available, does have the shield, but it's not as good as having a wall, but I don't think this is where they want to stay. We want to prioritize maybe getting Hammer Drill back into the lobby.
Okay, it looks like Leave No Witness and Naked kind of running into each other, and maybe even Xset and Fire Beavers up the top as well. I dare say some of these teams up to the north side of the map are probably going to get into some fights.
Alpha able to grab a knock. The entry into the fight is occurring, and they need to keep pushing forward because the ring is at their back, and you don't want damage from the ring while you're in a 3v3 fight.
Some teams might not be able to avoid it here, and here are one of those ones that we were talking about. Leave No Witness will not get the better of Naked. Meanwhile, it's not just Xset and Fire Beavers, we've got Glitch and 100 Thieves as well to the north of them. Who knows what's going to happen with that fight and who's going to start it off.
Look, if Naked can perform incredibly well here in this 6th map, we could see a duking out for that overall position here in A versus B. But we get a good look a little bit. Hey, let's find some shield swaps. Let's see what's happening. Meanwhile, Bambino, FC Destroy eliminated, 13 squads remaining.
Okay, and this is where the tension is high on the map right now. Okay, Fire Beavers, Exit, they've been dancing around each other for minutes, but now 100 Thieves also in the fray.
Sometimes they call it the Dance of Dragons, but here today it's the Dance of Demons. Fun, throwing up the Seer exhibit, looking for that information, focus of attention, ready to go up, maybe silence them out, gives you just a couple seconds to be able to slow those enemies down. But 100 Thieves, they still have to rotate in, but they have the high ground, and all this chaotic mess is just in front of them.
Still looking for an opportunity to get in there, but with 100 Thieves looking directly down on top of them, you know, Exit, they were just climbing up the walls. It was like, how are they honestly going to get out of this situation, especially with Fire Beavers looking at them as well?
Evac tower available, but you can see Exet running into a little bit of trouble here, forced to go inside the train cart, losing out on Fun, getting knocked. Now Sykes and Nocturnal, here's the deal though, they have a Bang Smoke available, but once they have that opening knock, there's gonna be a full set. Panic, able to grab another knock. Sykes last alive. Exet, your split two winners of North America going out early again.
Yeah, this time it's the smart choice from Fire Beavers. They don't engage on that, and they're going to join NRG in the buildings north of Thermal Station. Little do they know, though, that's not where it ends. To the left there, you see the Dorito building on the bottom of your screen. Onyx Esports occupy it, and they are in the prime position in this game.
Onyx really on the same trajectory as FaZe as we had witnessed, but NRG, Sweet, Nathan, and Guild, nade spamming. You see the shield crack occurring, but Sweet is 1 HP and a dream, but you've got to get back at 9 imps, though. The res coming in super quick. The ability to reset for the Fire Beavers is insanely fast. I'm going to have to time it one of these days.
I believe NRG were trying to split hold those buildings, but at this point, it's just too small for that, right? So I think they managed to get the knock onto Fire Beavers, and then they say, okay, this is getting too risky, we've got to pull back.
North Eption eliminated, and Fire Beavers are in trouble. Oil Raid is going to have to hold on, but it's not going to be enough. 100 Thieves asserting their dominance and taking this space away.
See NRG profiting from it as well. The Loba ult managing to grab them even more loot there from the fight that they didn't even have to participate in. But hey, they've all got red armor now.
Hey, look, sometimes you just gotta say 100 T. Now that was a W there. 100 wins for Nathan and Co. They're just utilizing that black market, ripping the shields away from them. But Alliance, they are now officially going to have to leave their drop spot POI. It is time, now or never. 8 squads remaining, but they're on double-digit eliminations.
Yeah, wow, 10 kills for Alliance. This is an absolute bomb of a game, as you would expect if it pulls straight down to them, but they're not done yet. Effect might be 1 HP left. Can his teammates keep him alive? Well, they win the fight, but they need to get this reset. They don't want to just leave it at 12. Suddenly, someone's dropping on top of them, or is it just the shots coming afar from Crazy Raccoon?
Oh, it is. This is the negative aspect of letting Crazy Raccoon leave in the donut building here in Thermal Station, right? They had moved in on Alliance, and now just trying to survive.
Oh, but they've got to get this res off. I mean, look at this, 4 seconds left. Crazy Raccoon are looking at it, but they're not in the zone. They need to make this happen right now.
Oh, but they have an evac tower. Hackus, drop that evac tower. You're going to have to heal up as quickly as possible and make your move, because it is now or never. Time is of the essence, hitting the grab lift, prioritizing. This is where that gold shield is going to pay dividends, because you only have to do cells. But Yuki, he gets stunned and is slowed, and that ring is at his back.
All right, they somehow make the full heal, full recovery, full reset, and now they want the win as well. 13 kills already. That's more KP than a win is worth. But how many more points are left in this game for Alliance?
I don't know. We'll have to wait to see. Let's jump into a listen-in with Alliance as they approach endgame.
Look left, look left.
Go to the balcony, go to the balcony.
Keviano, drop down. Go on, barrel is door, block it. Okay. Play on the corner on me, safe on me. Can we kill left, boys, kill left. Yeah, one sec, healing first.
Pump the map.
I have Q left.
I'm nading.
Nice. Team outside on left. Nading left.
I'm low.
Pick up my nade.
Can we reset a second? I'm low.
I'm a stop on the left, I'm batting. Yeah, reset.
Yeah, reset.
Top 4, I'm healing. 5-second Q and swing it on my left effect.
I'm healing.
4 seconds. Swing left and fighting. 2 seconds.
I got 5 seconds.
Go now, swing. I cannot. I'm kicking them. Look in there.
Can we go a little bit slower, please?
Look in the air. Just come down, Sticky. Okay, I'm coming left.
Nice, two collective.
Where's the one?
Swing left.
Swing left. Swing left. In knockdown. Carry. Space low. Last team. Just space low. Okay.
Swing it right.
Last team. Armor stopping. Q in the roof.
1 HP.
I got him.
Last one.
No ammo.
Two more.
Slow,
You
Sarkis.
guys got it. On the roof, buff on the roof. You can fight my race.
One
Break
sec, I
the
need to
fence, break the
I'm coming,
fence.
quick. Break
Break
it.
the fence.
Go. Hey, go get him, Marcus. No, run now.
Yes, you
Finish,
can.
get it, finish. Get in the corner.
Do it. Stick it all the way. You watch. Feed your face.
I am. I'm climbing. Top left.
I'm climbing up.
Popping heals. Get ready, I'm gonna stabilize. Hold on, stabilize. The resin as well. One is that side. One on the balcony. I'm top here. I'm watching you. You good. I got a bat. One on the roof. Watch me. One is top left. They're gonna come to us.
Look at Horizon. Oh shit, behind me.
50 on Horizon. I did damage. Where's the one on top? Put a bat. Swinging me. Put a bat.
Horizon dead.
Pop a bat. How can we win this?
They're both here on my team.
Get him out. Swing this, Yuki. Swinging. Give him out. Play him out. Gas the fucker.
Pop a pad.
I want to pop a bat.
I'm bleeding out, you can armor stop me.
Stop shaking here. Carry gun.
Play my armor stop.
I'm watching.
Play my armor stop.
Got the runner.
Armor stop me. Hacky, scroll closer.
I'm going closer. Swing on the barrel.
Yeah, going.
Give me knock.
Fuck me, man.
Nice try.
What has just happened here in the Copper Box Arena? I think we've all seen Yuki in that position before, but what we haven't had on the other side was Onyx Esports, Gino.
I think that's the longest 1v1 I've ever seen in Apex Esports. I mean, even the 3v3 went forever, and oh damn! I mean, we like once they got that gold knock res, we were like, there's no way Onyx let them have this. And once they'd got it up, I was like, oh okay, no, it's over, and it just traded back and forth. Unreal scenes there.
My palms are so sweaty from sitting here in the booth watching it. Can you imagine the heart rate, the levels that it just reached trying to navigate that? We're talking about the 2 different knockdown shields, the players hiding behind them. Hackus even had gold, that's 750 damage that it can take. Yuki walking behind Hackus as they inch ever so closely, barrels going forward.
Onyx were in 20th spot coming into that game. Oh, okay, I'm so keen to see this. Now we've seen, we saw and heard how Alliance were playing that the entire way through. Now we get to see what Onyx saw that entire time. I mean, I'm almost just keen to let this play out. It's so exciting.
Do you just want to sit here and rewatch? I wish we could get the comms that were happening from Onyx Esports.
Can someone get some popcorn up here right now?
We need the popcorn. We need a little bit of a beverage, water, of course. But this was so beautiful. The catwalk, Shady. Then it all fell onto Raki.
And the Nox tries to go into the box. A second box, still not finding the armor. He's got 19 ammo, does have time to switch to the light though. Gets the Seer. Focus of attention's on it. I mean, oh man, this was so close.
And this isn't even over yet in any way, shape, or form because Yuki still hasn't gotten to the point where he's hiding behind Hackus now. Hackus' shield is up. This is where Yuki starts barrel crawling towards Raki.
Right, and you see, the first one, it was such a great shot to knock that one down. That one he has to eliminate. At this point, he's down by 75 health and still comes back up to win. What a clutch!
Not like I'm seeing some members of Onyx Esports right behind us right now. Just big smiles on their face. Onyx Esports, 19-point game, very well needed. But Alliance, you cannot deny that the synergy is working out for them. You heard it in their comms. Safe on me, play left, and they were just moving so strict throughout that end game. 25 85 points, 16 eliminations, Gino.
I started wondering whether they were actually going to get a world record game there. It's probably one of the highest kill counts we've ever seen on land, 16 for them, and a top 2 finish that easily could have gone the other way.
Hey, it could have gone the other way, but it did not, and it is no surprise. Now that we've seen the match 6 results, we've got to know who was our group stage A versus B winners. And hey, it's to no surprise, Genome, you know exactly who it's going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm seeing some Alliance. We heard the Yuki chants, and hey, maybe that 1v1 didn't necessarily pan out for you there, but we go next.
Oh, yeah, the crowd was definitely on his side, man. The chance coming out with that one were unreal. 85 points for Alliance. They picked up in a single series. You know these guys are just in a fantastic position. I can say it right now, we will see them in the winners bracket.
Look, I mean, I was thinking about who I could potentially have for maybe a top 5 here this week, and Alliance, I did immediately put them in there because you think about it this way. Mandy, the super sub in Split 1 playoffs, now that they have the full roster, this is just the beginning of what we are going to see, the greatness from Alliance. 85 points. You know, you're looking 24 points down is Naked, but APAC North. 100 Thieves, though, they did not make the finals lobby in Split 1 playoffs, so starting off on a good foot here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I'm tingles after that one. I need to focus on some of the other teams, though, of course. Yeah. Look, North Eption, not a great start for them. Exit on 21. That's probably the biggest surprise out of anything here. I mean, 21 isn't, sure, you got 15 points off the pace. Will they sneak in and probably grab a winner's spot berth, winner's bracket berth right at the end? I'd still predict that from this point. I think they're that good, honestly. But it is a shaky start for them.
Ooh, now that we've had 2 group stages matchups play out, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall standings on the day. And no surprise, Alliance on top with that dominating performance. But Pulverex, that match 6 in our earlier series today is really paying off. But I'm not gonna lie, Genome, the only thing I see right now is NA and APAC North. Alliance is the only EMEA team in the top 10.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? And I mean, honestly, I feel like that kind of reflects a little bit the how the region is going. Alliance are crazy. They're amazing, but there is a little bit of a drop-off after that. However, APAC North being so prevalent is something that's, I don't know, I'd say there's a few people out there who wouldn't have expected that.
Well, it's a storyline, right? Where they were all thinking about qualifying for champs, and I said earlier today, Fnatic is the only team from APAC North that has secured that auto qualification spot. But Gambare Otosan rounding out your top 10, TSM starting there in 9th. But overall, I'm so impressed with what we've seen so far from C versus D and A versus B.
Yeah, now everyone's played 1 game each, right? They've got their, got themselves locked in. They're getting that feeling back in of how it is to play at LAN, of how different it is from sitting at home in the comfort of your own setup, of having the crowd buoy you.
Well, now that you mentioned, playing from home can be remotely different. And honestly, I think Blaze is sitting down with some really awesome members from Alliance, and maybe they can shed some light on their first time at LAN.
Thank you so much, Tiff and Geonome, for the fantastic cast. And I have HAKIS in effect with me on the main stage as Alliance comes out #1 in this set. Now, HAKIS, okay? As I was talking to you, you got all the dope fans up there in the top row as they've been cheering y'all on all weekend. Now, you come in here, you get 4 seconds in a 7th, and we see the last fight there at the end. It was a 1v1. It was epic. You don't come out on top of it, but talk to me about how did it feel, just the way that y'all was playing in those last final moments?
I mean, we're a little bit unsatisfied, like our goal is not to get second 4 times, it's to win all 4 times. So we're definitely working on improvement our game. So we just want to keep improving the way we're doing, and so far it's looking good.
Hey, and you know what, that's said well too as well, okay? Because you want to make sure you pace yourself, but you want to win everything out there. Now, you wasn't satisfied with the 4 seconds, but let me ask you this, were you satisfied with your teammate's performance on his first LAN to play as well as he did?
Yeah, no, Effect is playing amazing. Like, he's keeping me on my toes, and he's even calling things, like he's going crazy right now, so I can't ask for anything better.
You know what, Effect, let me talk to you for a second, okay? How are you feeling? You played phenomenal, help your teammates come out with this dub. What has it been like playing on the stage and playing in front of all these fans?
I don't feel fantastic, but I don't feel that much pressure, and I play like online. Like everything feels the same, and I feel very comfortable.
Spoken like a true professional, if you ask me. And it sounds like you're gonna have a long career here if you keep playing like that. Now, the job isn't done. You guys gotta get back up here and play in our final set of the night. But as you start getting prepared for that, what do you want your fans to know out there that's been supporting you guys? These guys in the top row, everyone at home?
Just want you guys to know, even though we got 4 seconds, we're still gonna lift that trophy. So I hope you guys cheer for us in the event.
You heard it here from Hawkins. At the end of the day, they're gonna lift that trophy. Now, I'm gonna let them get back to playing. That's gonna do it for us on the stage. Gentlemen, appreciate it. All right, now folks, we will be back. And when we come back, we will be our final set of the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Phenomenal day of Apex Legends action here so far.
I mean, this group is looking like a little bit of a bloodbath, to be honest with you, with some of the names that we've got in here.
Naked, still holding the line, still holding strong, and it's looking like this will be yet another win for the region. Naked are your champions here in game number 1. He's going to try and take second place. He'll do so. Yuki does it for Alliance, but it just opens the door for the full, healthy squad of 100 Thieves.
Dark Zero will push in, and they do so much damage. Alliance have lost 1, but Effect gets a shield swap. Down goes Naked. Here comes Dark Zero. They push in to get the final damage. It's gonna be a melee as Dark Zero find themselves taking match number 3.
Easy peasy for DZ.
Onyx Esports eliminated Go Next, dropping down from the high ground, and they are letting it rip. They should be able to take this Bambino, though. Go Next are your winners of map number 4. This is what we want. Oxygen Esports has been eliminated. We have a 3v3 Alliance versus Naked, and Naked able to just clean it up. They win another one.
Give me it all, give it all. What me, man?
All right, chat, here we go. Game 4 on the way.
All right, any potential... Oh, yeah. Harvester
Oh,
contest.
you can? All right, then we're just horrible.
Harvester contest.
Harvester contest for DZ and Aurora.
What do you mean we? I said you could do it. Don't bring me into this.
You're also wrong. If I'm wrong, you're wrong. We're a team. That's how it works.
All right, NRG with the Loba, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not against that. I do like the Loba Rampart play from them. I think they're really good on it. I think Nathan's a really good
Anything
Loba.
out of...
No, there was nothing out of the ordinary at all. I think I saw anything different. Exit, I don't think is running Pathfinder, though.
All right, well, DZ
in first place.
Yep.
Aurora playing well, and they're both about to go head-to-head here.
Yeah, so we have two really good teams here about to square up. We got Jen Burton on the caustic, the stinky man himself.
Yeah, and you know, this might be the first look we're getting at this contest, man, because neither of these teams scrimmed international scrims even one time in the thing.
No, 100%. No, 100 Thieves should not be contested. They're going Sky East. If you're contesting Sky East, then we really got to figure it out.
They're chill.
Sky East might be the worst PLI in the game. Yeah, and Aurora is going there. So it's going to be DZ and Aurora here about to fight off over in Harvester. Chat, who do you guys have, man? DZ or Aurora? Put it in the chat.
There's looks like Geyser contest, too.
Yeah, we're going to have a Geyser contest with CR now fighting as well. Oh, my God. Caustic v. Caustic. He's silenced. Jen Burton's going to go down. The Spitfire coming out.
Oh, my God.
1v2.
And Aurora sticking it to DZ.
Oh my God. Aurora takes down DZ over. Come on. Give it up for Aurora, bro. We're going to give it up to the contest here for CR versus the boys over at
4-0
Go
on
Next.
contest.
4-0 for Aurora on contest today, pretty much. They walk out of 1 and then still get a higher placement than Onic on it. So it doesn't really matter. It's a 4-0 to me. Tell you that much right now. That is actually nuts, dude.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
Technically 4-0, though. I would call it 4-0. We see the zone here, Greek. Let's get a little zone call here before this fight starts up.
I'm going to go. I think it ends on the tracks.
Up here.
Yeah, I think NRG is going to go hold Dorito and then just walk it down.
Is NRG getting a little bit of a blessed zone here, Greek? I'm liking this, to be honest. I want to see the boys at NRG do well.
They don't have a zone. They don't have a beacon.
Oh, they don't have beacon, and they're leaving. They're going towards landslide with no beacon, Greek. Wait, I think they recognize a team flying in, so they're going to leave.
Flying in there, so they might just default and hold inside.
I don't know what they're going to do. I'm not too sure. They're making a lot of different decisions right now. Nathan going to go up and go back
They're
down.
Just going to hold inside.
They're going to hold inside. It's not really a great spot, to be honest, bro. They could have got a way better one if they had a beacon hit.
Knowing
that sucks.
Sweet, he's probably like, of course, the one game that we get zone, we don't get a beacon. I already know it.
You know what's crazy, though? Is we talk about, like, the TSM plot armor as a joke, but genuinely speaking, like, actually, I feel like NRG never gets zoned. They actually don't. And when they get zoned, they don't get beacons.
Yeah, every time.
It's actually, like, really unlucky, and I think it's so funny that, like, Sweet jokes about it because it's low-key true. Like, very, very true.
I want to say, though, credit to Leave No Witness, man. We've seen the teams from the South America region have been playing phenomenal zone play.
Yeah, I got to give it to them.
That is a crazy fast rotation to take that from them.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta give it up to the South American region in general and just say they learned a lot over the last year. And bro, like one thing I've been saying for a long time too is that everyone's catching up to NA. A lot of teams are now closing that skill gap between the NA region. I'm hoping the more we watch ALGS, the more we see other regions start to perform. Especially with South America, bro. They have so much potential. They don't have every opportunity like other regions do. NA has the most opportunities. We always talk about it as well. Most tournaments to be played, most practice time, all that stuff. So seeing the boys in South America who are extremely dedicated when it comes to scrims, really, really practicing every day and not missing any games, it's really nice to see, bro. It's very deserved. Very, very deserved.
Absolutely. Not wrong.
Oh no, I don't know what's going on with my mouse again. I can't really see it. What is going on with this mouse? Look at that. Speaking of them, speaking of South America and the boys, Glitch Gaming going to rotate on in. I don't like this spot though.
Taking bottom crane. They have Watson, but I think Rampart does better here. This is going to be tough, man.
Yeah, I don't think this is the spot. It's a really good rotation and a very good early one, but if NRG decides to get a little bit...
Oh, you already know Sweet's going to wide swing it.
Yeah, and NRG is not going to let them sit there, bro.
He literally asked for the armor so that he could do it.
Yeah.
Sweet is about to grief.
For sure, and he has the Nemesis too, and the 2 times. This is an NRG special, a Sweet special specifically. He loves doing this to teams and making them uncomfortable. Only thing I get nervous about
Sheila.
this... Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's
Sheila's going to start singing.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's wild.
Once that
boy
smoke goes down.
Yeah, that boy Sweet wants the KP right now. He's forcing him to the other side of the crane.
And
he's trying
him in LOS of Nathan, it looks like.
Yeah, I think so too. They're kind of helping each other out. Now, one team up top. Who is that? Don't forget that Sweet really can't escape, bro, once these teams start to get angles. It's going to be who? Karev up top. It's Leave No Witness leaving
He's
the...
playing out.
Yeah, Karev is getting aggressive here. I'm kind of liking that as well. No team's really fighting, by the way, chat, right now, so you're all good. You're not missing anything, I promise. I don't know what's going on with the mouse, but it's really not working. We're going to figure that out in a little bit. Resi and the boys over at NTH are still vibing too. They're over at the stack side. They're good to go. Nocturnal and them still over there too. Who? Resi? Yeah, it's going to be Naked. Taking away Resi and NTH's vault here too. And that's one thing I want to say as well. Chad, don't forget how important having armories and how important having vaults are. It's a big part of your gameplay. If you're used to that all scrims, then you come to land and don't get that, it's actually a big hit to your loot and a big hit to your overall confidence of what fights you can take.
I mean, especially when it's a team like Northeption, you know, their comp is good, but it becomes twice as good when they get a gold knockdown shield. So they rely on all vaults, hitting gold balls out of the air. Like, they need to get the gold items. Gold helmet matters a lot for Bang. Gold knockdown on the Newcastle, it's like very, very important.
No, you're 100%. I mean, Newcastle gold knockdown is literally the most game-changing thing possible for majority of teams. Anyone rocking Newcastle or any players in the chat that know about Newcastle, bro, when you have that gold knockdown, you're actually just like invincible. You actually feel like you can res your team through anything, and it doesn't matter what you're going to fight, that you're going to actually stay alive. It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Where's TSM? They retired.
All right, so Rena Tricky going down for Glitch.
Yep.
And Finn, that's going to be their crypto, so they can't even get a res. Now Glitch is going to be left as it. And I wouldn't be surprised if Leave No Witness kind of aggro.
Yeah, I don't know.
They started out with double white armor. They're already up to double blue. They have a charge rifle as well with the Loba. They're kind of set up here.
I'm liking what Leave No Witness is doing. I wonder if you're right, though, and it pulls to the tracks, or what if it pulls to the choke? Then I don't really like where they're at all.
Yeah, no, it definitely could. Oxygen could be in a good spot, and potentially even Alliance could be in a good spot, depending on what this pull is.
Bro, I absolutely love seeing charge rifles. I know that might be a really hot take, but the damage that I watch people do is just so entertaining.
Yeah, seeing someone track like a Valcolt out there with like a charge rifle is
super
aesthetically.
Yeah, I know it's like very annoying, and I know if I was getting shot, I'd be losing my mind. But overall, it's so fun to watch when you're the spectator watching someone get crapped on. It's a great time. Like seeing someone else get hit for a 6,005 off one charge rifle shot is amazing. And if I get hit for 26, I'm vaulting.
Yeah.
Actually, not really. Oh.
It can tell us the future.
Where's this going?
It's far, but it can be useful.
Just back to where. Is this going up to where Aurora is?
It could be on the track.
I think so too.
I thought it was initially here, which I mean it still could, but there's this, and then there's the one over here.
I don't know which one's gonna go to.
I have no idea.
We'll see. I think Aurora, regardless, is in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean NRG's pretty cozy now too.
Which is great. So they made a little bit of a misplay, but not. Yeah, they made a little bit of a misplay, not going to Rito, but apparently that misplay is going to turn out to benefit them overall because they're going to be in a good spot. Exit now fighting Realize here over in the tracks inside of the cart.
Yep, Bangle going down here. A lot of chaos. Sykes looking for an entry here as he does get slowed by their own Bangle, but the team is doing a good job covering for him. Sykes looking for an entry.
Yep, you have Stuki getting a knock right now on the top right, 2 on a Naked.
Good shot there from Sykes as he gets the one clip on the Sangju.
Nice job, bro. What a good shots from Sykes. He's gonna go get a reset here. Team now moving on the left side. It's gonna be 100 Thieves. It's a good play by 100 Thieves. Maybe a little bit too early, honestly, on the third party. Maybe she'll let that cook a little bit more to actually capitalize off the damage.
Yeah, now both teams backing up here. Probably gonna be resets all the way around.
Yeah, I don't know. What's going on with Exit here? I feel like there's a little bit of a, not a late rotation, but an awkward one to make through that front side of cart. Oh, they're going forward again, bro. They do not care about 100 Thieves at all. They just want to fight this.
Oh, the knock is still.
Yeah. Oh my God, the 171 from Sykes, and then the 106. Come on, man. That's the guy who can fight a bear. Come on.
Sykes is locked.
He doesn't need nothing but his aim assist, bro. That Grizzly Bear stands no chance. Good job from Sykes. Well played. And 100 Thieves doesn't even look for that third party.
He's not here to make friends.
Yeah, we went to Sykes, bro, earlier in the day. First day we got here. And he had his AirPods in the corner of the player lounge talking to nobody. And I said, what are you doing? Because I'm not here to make friends. And then he proceeded to talk to me for the next 25 minutes. But he was definitely locked the hell in for sure.
Now, that's a big, big fight for Exec to win there. All jokes aside.
Yeah.
Good momentum for the boys. Sykes, definitely a momentum player. And having 3 kills there, you already know he's about to start wide swinging.
Oh, without a doubt. That's good. That's really, really important for Exec's confidence. They've been a little bit down right there in the first 3 games. I'm really proud of them for now keeping it going, not letting down the pace, and they're going to keep it up now, hopefully moving in. The momentum can actually keep carrying them forward. We'll see how it goes. I love Sykes.
The bear.
Dude, Bear's crazy.
An actual grizzly.
I looked at his phone, bro. He had a Rock Lee background on both his like lock screen and home screen. I showed him a Rock Lee like remix song, and he said that shit was the worst thing he'd ever heard. When it's actually so good. I was like, bro, it's literally Rock Lee talking. He's like, I don't care. What was that?
Bro, I still can't read the zone. I don't know. It
Oh,
could
who's fighting right now?
pull.
Naked fighting? Along. Where's who?
CR.
FC Destroy, yeah. And that's going to be FC Destroy going on down to CR, baby. We love to see that, dude. CR.
And Naked going down as well. They're down too.
Yeah, so they're going to be one man up now for Naked. CR taking down both teams here, trying to make it work in the Harvest side. I think that was a third party.
Yeah,
correct?
I was going to say Naked and FC Destroy were fighting first.
Yeah. And look at this J-Lings, man. A little bit confident now, taking some space over in the Harvester side. I think they realize they have a lot of room to work with here. No one on the Cliff side at all on their end near landslide, so they can actually get a little bit more aggressive here.
KP.
Yeah, Nags really wants some KP, bro. They need some points too. Don't forget, J-Lings is not doing phenomenal right now. I believe they're going to be in 13th place, so they got to pick it up just a little bit here, get some more KP, get a little bit more aggressive, or just look to rotate here to a little bit more in the late game.
Yeah, and I mean, J-Lings, like you said, with a lot of positioning here, and look at this. The solo running into Fire Beavers low-key.
Yeah, I feel bad, man. Arufa, the movement god himself, is going to have a struggle bus here with the boys over at Fire Beaver starting to move on in.
Where's North Epsion?
North Epsion, I believe.
Oh, my God, they rotated all the way around.
And they're going to be fighting Alliance here. It's going to be an NTH Alliance fight all the way on this backside. Oh, I think NTH is in the worst position possible for themselves. Now, I don't think they expected anyone to be here. Oh, my God, that ulti was so cool, man. Newcastle coming out.
That's
Horizon.
actually a really good ult. It sucked them out and around the shield.
The Alliance.
Oh, my God. Effect's in there.
God, Effect is in there like swimwear, baby. There's
Tida goes
no
down.
hesitation. This kid is so damn good, bro. Tida's going to be knocked. Effect all by himself. NTH is going to be a duo. Rod's going down. Parker going down now.
CR in a tough spot.
Yeah, CR's probably going to die as Alliance is looking to take down the boys over at NTH.
Yep, and NTH probably going to be going down here. Hawkus with the Prowler in hand, looking to close out this fight.
Yeah, and this is very surprising for me, Greek. I don't know what that rotation was from NTH, but I don't expect them to ever make that again. Because they went far, far left into Thermal. For no reason, coming from Stacks. It's a great grenade from Resi.
Want me to be honest with you?
Wait 1 second. Resi, is he about to do it to him or what? No, he is not. Effect has a lot to say about that and does not allow for that to happen.
I think they were expecting it to be a back choke pull, so they went with the long route, and then the zone ended up pulling away, and they were just too committed to that they couldn't go back and storm.
Which sucks, because these zones are a little bit hard to predict right now. We can't lie. So definitely makes sense for NTH to be struggling just a little bit here, but definitely a little bit surprising no matter what. And look at that pull here too, chat. We're going to see.
I think it's this.
Yeah, I think it's going to pull right outside of where NRG is, baby, and they're hitting the fucking gritty right now. Sweet is absolutely
no beacon,
levitating.
By the way.
No beacon. Little bit of a misplay turns into a beautiful opportunity for NRG. We might see some big-time plays here and some big-time placement for NRG.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the best character for a zone like this with the Rampart, and they have a Loba to pick up more loot later.
Yeah, no. We'll see what happens. Sorry, I heard something in the crowd. Let's get the shit out of me.
What?
I heard someone go, ah! Or some shit. I'm distracted. We see Aiden here too, bro. I like what he's doing. Holding off the teams in the choke if they want to push through. Yeah. I don't think anyone's going to go that way. Reed's almost going down. Oh, my God. He's actually the definition of one. He is literally the definition of 1 HP.
What did he just get hit by?
I don't know. Thanos? 100 Thieves now with an evacuation tower, too. We'll see where they go. A little rotation in for the boys. They are in what right now? Second place or third place? Third place. We'll see.
They're going to go in the same spot as... They're going Crane, I think.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I don't know what Amu's doing, but he is nowhere near his team. Anmu couldn't be more far away from 100 Thieves. His jetpack pulled early, and that man landed on bridge. He's dead for sure. Energy's not going to let that res go off. Sweet gets the KP, and Anmu's going to be full dead here. A little bit of a misplay from Anmu.
Now they should be able to Loba loot it.
Yeah, I think so too. So that means Energy's going to get more and more loot here in this situation. Now let's see where the zone officially goes.
Yeah, Nathan just got bad.
Look.
And he's putting down another one.
Pull going to go right here.
Oh, my.
So 100 Thieves going to be most likely dead. Scurrying them are going to try to stay alive. It's not going to be too good. Energy still in. Aurora still in as well. And ATH is probably going to fight Alliance here, bro, on the backside near the cliff.
Yeah.
On that top side, right out of Thermal Station, we will see what happens here.
There's going to be a lot of fighting going down here. Strafing Flame goes down to the Catalyst spikes.
Yeah, I don't know who was spiking that shady spikes, man. Blackhand's eliminated after the spikes hit him hard. Unfortunate, man. The boys over at Strafing Flame.
Yep, we're down to 14 squads alive. Zone 4, man. This quality has been good.
We love to see it.
It has been good.
Bro, the quality of these games, chat, has been phenomenal. We don't see this in North American scrims or international in general. Hack is getting cracked. They do crack for crack here. I mean, Effect getting danced on a little bit right now. I'm not going to lie. Some good movement out of this bang. It's a really good Syracuse.
Here.
That's a caustic ulti
and
onto
the fart comes in. Hawkus, though, getting his first knock.
Bro,
it's going to be a 3v2 here for Alliance.
Effect's positioning, man, is unbelievable. Dodging that grenade, dodging the caustic ulti while also
swing right here and queue up to
yeah.
give them room.
He might want to save it. 30 seconds till zone. They might want to queue up as the zone starts to close in and fight them for ATH's spot. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. But, man, this boy, Effect, dude, just knows how to move on a roller, just knows his positioning better than anybody else. And look who came in for the third. It was Fire Beavers trying to third-party ATH, and they're going to wrap back around. They only got 13 seconds. Where are they going? Their evac tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is really their only play. They can't go around to the right. The only place they can land is ultimate low ground underneath the tracks.
Yep.
I don't really see them landing anywhere else.
I'm not too sure either. We'll see.
Unless they just land on Manches by himself. It kind of looks like they want to, and Fire Beavers is going to do just that.
Let's go. We love to see that. It's an aggressive play out of Fire Beavers. I like this call a lot. Not a lot of space to work with here inside. They're getting
oh my God, they are getting bombarded right now.
They are dead, dead, dead.
An absolute subterfuge going down there on top of Fire Beavers.
I don't even know what that word means. What does that mean? ATH eliminated. Aurora somehow getting the reset down below. Ranches is 1 HP. They're doing a good job of staying alive, though, with one team above. 100 Thieves still alive, too. Reeds and the boys still alive. LNW also still alive from the Dorito side, but they're going to be in a tough spot and probably dead here, to be honest, Greg.
Yeah, Leave No Witness in a tough spot here. Purse getting eliminated here by Effect. And now Kurev going down, too. It's up to Burtis.
I didn't realize that Sweet got that longbow on him. We love to see that. Hey, great minds think alike, dude. #1 longbow player in the world right here.
Exit making their way underneath them as well.
Yeah, now we're going to have Parka and Crazy Raccoon now fighting on this backside, and Aurora is going to be eliminated by Sweet. He takes out 2 of Aurora with that longbow, doing the dirty, dirty. Not with the 30-30, though. And J-Link's going to be right outside Energy, right next to them on their ramp at their door. So I think they're going to have to fight Energy here for this spot, moving from staging.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams on this side of the map. Xset's one of those teams. Well, Sweet kind of trying to get some info here and seeing what's good. That's another kill and kills Leave No Witness.
Dude, my man Sweet is on fire with that longbow, bro. We absolutely love to see it, even though we haven't seen it once. We'll see how this goes. 4 kills, 1,200 damage for Sweet. That is big time KP, bro. And you know, people say, yo, Wig, longbow sucks, longbow this. Shut up. It's a great gun, man. And only the best of the best use that.
Killed, getting fried there.
Yeah, it's going to be J-Links, man. That's Nags putting down some damage, I believe. Hack is going down now, 2 in the kill feed. Energy really has to kill J-Links here, Greek. Oh, my Sheila.
Nice. Oh, my God. The Sheila is singing.
God. Let it sing, baby. Let it sing. And Sweet Dreams is letting it happen. He's hitting all the notes, Greek.
He's got 5 kills right now. Kill leader in the lobby. They know now that Noise is his last left on his team. They might just look to clear this for even more KP.
That was gorgeous. That was a great play by Sweet. Good aim, too. It's not easy.
Eliminated.
I want to point out, it's not easy to swing with a rampart like that, dude. It's actually really hard to hit your shots that up close, even if you're on mouse and keyboard. Or
looking to raise the bridge.
Up top, though. Glitch is probably going to go down. Glitch Gaming eliminated by Oxygen Esports, who is doing pretty fucking well right now in this game. 2 KP, top 5
They still have Exit on their
moving
low
in.
ground here. If NRG falls, they might drop right on top of Exit.
I don't think they realize that either, Greek. I'm not too sure if they do. Hack is going to be going down to the top right. Reed's getting more KP here. Effect going to be dead.
Oh my God.
Yuki by himself. Can he make it happen? I don't think he can.
Caustic trying to make some plays. Somehow still alive.
Vaxlon takes out NRG, and 100 Thieves is wiped by Vaxlon all by himself.
Oh,
what is the boy doing? NRG dead.
Alliance eliminated as well as Nocturnal goes down. It's up to Fun and Sykes.
NRG gets wiped by Vaxlon solo, Greek. What just happened over there? Oh my goodness, the rat of Vax absolutely griefing NRG, and he's getting more kills.
Oh my God, another armor swap. Good
Oh.
try there from Vax, and that's going to be Oxygen dying for it, as well as Go Next
On the ultimate height here, Onyx on the low ground, Xset on the low ground as well, and everybody's on the low ground. This is go next.
I don't know
what's their game to win.
I don't know what's going to happen here. Can they get the reset here onto Knock? Probably not, right?
I don't know. It also sucks is he's the one with gold knockdown.
Yeah, I don't know if they can get this reset. And he's the bang. So no smoke cover at all for the res. Nocturnal's going to get full killed.
I don't think they go for it.
No, I don't think so either. It's going to be Onyx down below. I kind of like where they're at too, Greek. I don't think it's that bad of a spot. They have a horizon if they want to lift up two to fight Go Next. And we'll see how this goes. Go Next has been very quiet all game and all series, so it'll be a big game for them right now.
Right, and here goes Onyx looking to clear Xset.
This is a big time swing. A big
Wacky
time
picks
swing.
up one. That's going to be Xset eliminated, but they did lose one for it. Do they get pressured or can they get the reset?
They have to get the reset here. If they don't, I think this is a bad play. It's not really worth that aggression right there onto XX. They were a duo regardless. This is pretty safe, and I think they're actually going to end up getting the reset, so that's a great play by Onyx.
Good shots there from Fussy.
Yeah, that's a great shots, bro. The 2 times on the Prowler, bro, is pretty ridiculous. I can't lie. I'm liking it, though.
So we got Go Next on ultimate height. We got Onyx on the low ground.
And CR.
And then CR is a duo.
CR is a duo with no horizon, so they are stuck low ground, which is actually bad for Onyx here, because that means they can't queue up and take the fight with Onyx onto Go Next. So Go Next ultimate height is actually extremely strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen here is Onyx probably going to have to fight CR here on the low ground in this hallway. And if they're able to kill without getting knocked, probably play for a triple Q up.
I think so too, without a doubt. They're doing a good job right now of dodging all the grenades, dodging all the bullshit. Roz and them are down below though, man. So Go Next looking real good.
Too, man. But this fuse is about to go.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how much fuse damage does come out of these next 30 seconds. This is gonna be crazy.
He just picked up 100 damage there.
Yeah.
Bambino's almost at a 2K.
Which is nuts. Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Slab is at a 2K as well.
Oh my goodness, look at the angles of the fusey. Look at this. That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous angles to cut off the rotate for Onyx. That is beautiful. They are actually
Next
putting
doing
them
a phenomenal job here. They're going to force the last 2 teams to fight. And do they try to play for the heal off?
Oh my God, the damage from the fusey.
And here they go. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness!
CR almost did it to him, bro.
Go Next takes the W. CR almost takes that 2v3. Go Next with a big time win, baby.
Close.
That was beautiful. What a time to be alive. The fuse play, bro. To cut off those angles to make sure that team can't get inside. He did so much damage taking everybody. That was insane.
Yeah, I mean, double 2K out of the boys. That's a huge game for them. Out of tree?
Yeah.
It was 2 a.m. Pip squeak.
Okay, dude. All right, chat. Game 5 is on the way, baby. We got one more game after this on World's Edge for Groups A versus B, and then we're going to have another 6 after this. So there's 18 games today, bro. Let's lock it the fuck in. I have no idea. It is 6 p.m. here. I have no idea what time that is in North America. Chat, what time is it in NA?
What, 2 games left?
Yeah. No, we have 2 games.
Yeah, so probably be done here around 7 with this set, then hour break, probably start last set at 8.
I think we're going to start a little bit earlier. I think it's going to be a 30-minute break. I don't think they want to start at 8. It's kind of late. All right, let's watch the contest here, too. Who was it again? Aurora contest versus DZ, man. Chat, who do you guys have, bro? Aurora or DZ for this W here for the contest over at Harvester? I'm saying, who do you say, Greek?
I think DZ brings it back.
You think so?
Yeah, I think Aurora's due for 1 loss. They've won way too much today.
That's fair. I think Aurora is definitely due for 1. So it has to come at 1
But
point,
I can't lie, with how confident Zero's been and the shit talk he's been giving him in scrims, to come here and get 3-0'd would be a hell of a statement from him.
That would be pretty fucking crazy.
It looks like they're beating him off the jump, though.
They are, dude. I think Aurora's actually
He might miss it. Oh, my God.
They get the middle, though. It's not good at all.
Yeah. Aliwan, no gun.
Oh, no. I think it's going to happen what happened to Jen Burton last time. Is going to happen exactly to Mollywan this time around.
And Cleve gets 1 on 0, though.
How the hell is Cleve getting a knock in this situation, bro? What is Aurora on today? These guys are incredible. Can we get a piss test on aisle 3?
Jen Burton, though, getting a reset.
This is insane. No, he does not.
The thermite.
The thermite from the boys over at Aurora actually hits hard. And now Zero's going to be dead again. Jaburn's going to be 40 HP. I cannot believe what I am witnessing right now. Aurora is bringing it to him, Greek.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora now with the ultimate height. Zero crawling away. Jen on the low ground. There's not much right now looking good here for DZ.
I cannot believe this. I really cannot. This might be a 2-0 to start the day for Aurora here and going into game number 3. Who is that? Who's all the way on the other side? Is that going to be Jen trying to stay alive? It is.
Yeah.
Jen's going to be running away. They're not even going to look for the fight anymore. And there might be a chance, bro, that we see DZ not get this banner. I think Aurora might camp these banners.
They're running it down on Zainu right now.
Oh, my God. They are actually just chasing.
And Jen Burton is running into 3-man of NRG.
Oh, my goodness. NRG is coming in now for the third party. They know what's happening here. They're looking for
go down. Jen running for his life right now as NRG is hawking the shit out of him.
No way NRG comes through with that big-time third party to cause DZ now to be forced inside. Jen does get the banner, though, Greek. And there's a chance that the boys at Aurora do not see Jen get away here at all. He should be able to get the res maybe on a 0 unless Aurora realizes that he's running away. I don't think they do. They do recognize he's running away.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to chase.
Aurora?
It looks like they want to right now, yeah. They're
yeah,
running
no, they
after
definitely do.
Oh, my God. I don't think Aurora right now, chat, really cares about the game. I think they actually just want to kill off DZ.
Yeah.
Well, now they're going to have to just leave. They don't even know where he went. So Jen Burns going to get the banner of 0. So 0 is going to be alive here with a chance, potentially.
I mean, if he reses here, he low-key just gets ran down.
I mean, I don't know where he's going to res in general. I think Jen Burns might just be fucked here, dude, in the solo.
Look at Leave No Witness. They're landing right next to him.
He's sticking it, man. He's not really hesitating. I guess because you have no point not to, right? You should probably just stick it regardless. There's no other chance for you to get the res for the rest of the game. If you're going to be a solo for the rest of the game, there's a chance that you don't even get top 10 anyway, so fuck it. Stick that res, baby. Let's see what happens here, man. No, DZ not eliminated yet. The res comes out.
Nothing happens to it, okay.
Well, Zainu's banner is for sure gone.
Yeah, that's done.
That's definitely done, so there's no way they get the res onto Zainu, so DZ will now be a duo for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Aurora, I'll consider that another W on the
I'm definitely considering that a W. They forced them to run away and leave. There's no way that's a fucking neutral game right there. They forced them to be a duo and run away. Yeah, I think it's an Aurora W, bro. They take a 2-0. I don't know. Where do you think this goes, Big Dog? What are you feeling?
I feel like normally this would be like a stalagmite ending, but since they added this new house there, I don't think I've ever seen a zone end there.
No, that house is pretty ugly, too.
I don't know what it could be.
You think that house is actually good for the game?
I kind of like it there.
Really?
I thought that area of the map was like very shitty.
Yeah.
And it added like an extra spot that someone could play.
I guess.
Because people can still play the stalagmites, and then a team can hold that house. Because like beforehand, bro, like there's nowhere to play.
You're not wrong. There's actually 0 room to play.
I'm a fan of adding more places for play lately.
Yeah, I agree. So Energy gets a really good rotate, by the way. I like that call from Energy here, too. It's going to be a lava siphon zone / stalagmites. We'll see if it actually
could
pulls
pull
there.
back and be that RV zone.
That's what I'm thinking. And look what Energy has again. Fully decked out Nemesis and Sweets on the longbow yet again.
Yeah.
Longbow with the Rampart walls, chat. Let me tell you a little something about this gun. For those of you who don't know, okay, this longbow used to hit for a whopping 60 damage a shot. Okay, you were 3-tapping the blue armors. This shit was crazy. If you were here for that meta of Apex Legends, I'm sorry, but also it's a great time.
Hit?
I don't know. It was
with
a
the
lot.
Rampart shield.
It was a lot.
With the,
It's a lot. No idea. It's a lot. It's hitting like a mini.
Like a 110?
Yeah, I think so. Pretty wild.
Because normally it's what, 106?
Yeah.
Maybe even a little more.
Did you ever see those patch notes when they buffed the longbow? See what it said? It said, literally, we have buffed the longbow to this damage, and it said, "You're welcome, nice week." One of the devs put that in. Swear to God, it's so funny.
That's funny.
Hilarious.
And look at this.
Who's that underneath them?
It's gonna be Strafing Flaming Company.
Oh, okay. I like that. Good play. My Blackhand here to take that across. Not take too much damage. Yeah, but that's a good play, bro. Look what they get for that now, too. It's so fucking worth it.
This is the first time we're seeing Wraith.
That's true. That might be the first Wraith of all day right here out of Strafing Flame.
One Wraith, one Pathfinder.
Oh, Jay Beebs literally typed in the chat, "You're welcome, nice week."
Dude.
What up, Jay? Love you.
Jump shot's ass, though.
True. You're like 7'6" and you still can't hit a jump shot. Please stop shooting threes. You are the center.
All right, not much else going on here
No,
in game.
Very, very, very relaxed mid.
A full day in London. It's always a pleasure being here on the other side of the world. For some call it home, and obviously some treating it like a war zone. That would be APAC North and South America. Most importantly, showing up ready for war. Will it continue to go in their favor, or will we see a bombardment from EMEA in our final sets of the day? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to London here in the Copper Box Arena. My name is Rain Day, and I am joined with the loveliest fans in the world. I appreciate all of you coming out on Thursday. I know Friday and the weekend will be a little easier for our responsible folk. And speaking of the irresponsible, I've got two gentlemen on the desk right beside me that you know very well, Dan Gaskin, Mark Onset. Dan, how are we feeling about the day so far?
Oh, it's been brilliant. We've had a little bit of everything, haven't we? A few surprises, maybe a couple of regions performing better than we expected, and some maybe a little bit worse than we expected as well. But now a chance to redeem yourself with the final series of the day.
Mark, been a roller coaster.
Certainly has, and I think, like Dan alluded to, I think I've been super impressed with APAC North. I think they've really come out of the gate swinging. And the great thing is, it seems like all regions have had moments so far throughout the groups that we've seen where they've shown that they can win games, that they can get towards that end zone and they can convert as well. And that just sets us up so beautifully for the next couple of days, not just in groups, but when we get down to those crunch elimination games as well. It's going to be a pretty wild ride.
And you set me up pretty well also to talk about how this tournament works. Not just a couple of days, we've got 3 more days. This is day number 1 though, and obviously it's going to lead into what is setting up for more group stage play, ultimately a winner's bracket, a loser's bracket. I know we have a slide to show you guys a little bit about how that works for our tournament. We'll bring that up for you right now. It starts off with the group stage these next 2 days. We'll hit the bracket stage on Saturday. That's where you want to be here in the stands if you can, online, absolutely watching. Then of course, finals will be on Sunday. Group A and C, D and B will play each other in round robin style. So everyone will get a chance to go at everyone. What does that mean? Well, we'll find out who are the best in the business, at least up until about halfway. That's when we start knocking people out of the tournament. The winners will continue on into a special waiting room where they will wait to see who makes it out of the gauntlet of the elimination bracket round 1 and elimination bracket round 2, which will include the second half, the bottom winners, the best losers, I guess, into this moment. But of course, we all have to joke about that because everyone's a winner when it comes to being here at this event, the top 40 in the world. Match point threshold is where Apex shines. On Sunday, 50 points, and then you've got to win. You cannot win on 49. You'll have to go again. What you do win, though, after all that, it's pretty impressive, guys. $300,000 to first place. That's not a bad day at work.
No, and of course, the playoff points as well. Get yourself towards the Apex Legends Global Series Championships, what everyone wants to achieve when that prize money gets even bigger and even better.
Absolutely. It's all fun and games until it gets to that moment, and we've seen different styles of how to take the cash. I always mention Furious play style, going for points instead of trying to win. Still earns you a cool over $200,000. Of course, this is also all leading up to championships, which will happen later on this year. We don't have official dates for you yet, but it is coming. The Split 1 and Split 2 playoff winners will obviously earn their spots there, but each team will earn points. The top 30 teams qualifying for championships based on points, and the outside top 30, they're going to have to go through the LCQ, which is taking place 2 weeks, or at least a week after this event. So it's going to be a very fast summer, an even faster fall potentially, and it's going to lead us to some great Apex Legends, Mark. But again, the story goes, today sets up for all of that success and maybe a harder road that you do not want to take.
100%, and I think the proof today is that all of a sudden everyone stepped their game up, right? I feel like, I said this while we were casting, this is the first event where I feel like we've got everyone at their full strength, pretty much, on this main stage. You know, not a lot of subs in. Unfortunately, Aurora, you know, pretty good sub, let's be real.
Yeah,
you know, they're picking up a player that they would want to split with. But it's fantastic to see all of a sudden, you know, the likes of Pulverex, who I think is a great story at Championships. We saw them playing as a duo. Everyone wanted them to succeed. Then they play as a 3, but it's not their main 3. They have fill-ins. And then today, I mean, we've seen what they're made of. Everyone's been waiting for Pulverex, the full lineup to be here. They are here. And boy, have they looked impressive. So I think this is going to give us a really good indication, not only what's going to happen over the next few days here in London, but, you know, moving ahead to the championships, it's going to be tough to get there, man.
That's a great point, bringing up how we're seeing regions adjust and know that this is a moment they have to perform. Group A, B, C, and D on your screens now. Boy, oh boy, each group, Dan, has somebody special in there that makes it look like not too much of an easy road.
Yeah, I mean, some of the groups have several regional champions as well, which is what's pretty terrifying about all of them. But I think Mark's alluded to it. This is possibly one of the strongest lineups we've ever had at an Apex LAN. I mean, of course, that would be commiserations to those who didn't qualify, but that's the reason why. It's been such tough competition. And when we look at championships, when we look at who is going to be there, there is only a certain amount of spots, and it's going to be so difficult not seeing some of these squads at the championships.
It really is going to be a heartbreaker, but that's the drama of this esport, and that's what makes it so interesting when you see performances like this. Teams who have a chance at Split 1 playoffs, like Alliance, don't quite get it done. Working with Mandy, the sub, super sub, many might say, in terms of a personality and a player, but with effect. Take top of the group here coming into the beginning of their group stage performances. We'll have a chance, after looking at the back half of this, Mark, to see Alliance go again soon.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance probably just want to get us straight back into games. And I always find it fascinating when we have an interview with a team who's just done really well, but you can see that there's still a want and a drive to do even better.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that shows, I think, that Alliance have turned up to this event and recognized that, hey, we've had some really good performances. You know, on the world stage. Everyone always talks about us as being the best team from the EMEA region, but we haven't got a trophy to show from the world stage. And I think that when Haki says, you know, we've played really well today, but we had 4 second places, and that kind of ticks me off a little bit. You know what I mean? I think that shows a lot about their desire, what they want to achieve. By the way, I didn't need to throw it in there. Effect has been just, special.
It's unbelievable.
Special.
Considering the fact this is his first LAN and there was always going to be that pressure, I think in the back of my mind I was like, is he just going to choke a little bit? Is he going to get too much? Maybe day 2 he starts to pop off.
Everyone questions.
It's been unbelievable today.
And it's honestly one of those things where you can see the youth on him, right? I mean, great lustrous hair. We're happy about that. Glitter was right in the little class skit that we did, but the idea is to take that not only a young age, but an inexperience at LAN, and then do exactly what everyone else said to do, and that you would do, which is perform at the highest of levels. Effect, obviously standing out in a very big way. We'll see if that continues to be the case for Alliances. They have a chance now to go into our final 6 matches of the day. It will be A versus C. This sets the stage with 2 different types of juggernauts. One, maybe Alliance from EMEA. We got to see one of the others, Xset, in the previous matchup. But now we get to see TSM again, maybe bounce back, Dan. And I want to start back with you. In terms of A versus C, who do you have your eyes on in terms of these groups?
I think someone else, I mean, excluding the ones you've already mentioned, Aurora, mainly because they will again be contested in their group, and they have been winning their contest today. So that's someone, 6-0, maybe 5-0. One of the teams ran away a little bit, but
not bad.
They've been winning those contests, but will they have more success getting points? They had a pretty average amount of points, around 27, which is okay.
Yeah.
If you can get around 30 points each series, you're probably looking in a pretty good spot to get into that winner's bracket, but you just want that extra oomph to push yourself a little bit further.
Mark, you said they're not satisfied, but how important is it really to get off to a good start in day 1? It feels like it can kind of just be a routine thing to say, but does it really make a difference over the course of such a long tournament?
It's tough, right? I think day 1 you want to do what you have to do. If you win the group, it's great. It fills you with confidence, and it certainly sets you up for the next couple of days. But you always want to be going into Sunday playing your best, right? I mean, it's a very obvious thing to say because that's where you win your money. That's where you pick up a trophy. But for confidence, for teams who are playing together on LAN for the first time, day 1 is vital because you need to feel the synergy. You need to feel comfortable. And I do feel like a lot of the teams are looking comfortable. And I mean, you look at the group that we're about to have in front of us, Rain. This group, for me, this matchup of A and C is terrifying, genuinely terrifying with the amount of talent there.
I mean, I was surprised all over the place. Not only, South America, their performances. We've seen North America in LG Chivas specifically, but they get a little bit of a Mexico rep, and I think they've earned that one as well with their players hailing from there. But also just the way that APAC North has been high and just on fire in terms of some of the ways they've handled these end games.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just the big name. Fnatic had a great start to the day, right? Okay, everyone kind of expects Fnatic to be the shining light, but then you look at Naked. Naked winning games earlier on as well and looking extremely strong. And I think that Dreamfire as well, I mean, you could throw so many teams out there at the moment that are just looking very, very strong. And of course, I mean, I've got to say, by the way,
some of the best fans.
Some of the best signage I have ever seen at an eSport event coming out for the APAC North teams. And I mean, it glows. It glows a little bit like Dan does when he smiles.
Wow, that's a nice compliment that I didn't expect to have. Throw me a little bit off. But we have 4 of our top 5 at the moment in the overall standings competing in this series. So that shows the juggernauts that we're going to be seeing. I mean, Naked, Pulverix, Alliance, they're all going to be up there as our top 3. And then you, of course, have Fnatic added to it as well.
Well, let's start off with you, Dan, and take it right back. In terms of ones to watch, we've highlighted a few teams. Who's your pick?
Yeah, I mentioned them earlier, and it is Aurora, and the reason why is because they have been fighting so well in the initial game, but what I want to see from them, and the reason why I'm watching them, is because they need to be performing in the late game. I want to see them get to those final circles and truly show us what they're made of.
Of course, Aurora are going to be playing right now on your screen, Pulverex, and they're a team that we've been paying attention to as well, Mark.
Yeah, 100%, and why wouldn't you? You look at the leaderboards where Pulverex in a great spot, and I think it's been very exciting to watch them play today. I know they have a lot of support here as well, and I think they sort of gleaned a lot of fans from around the globe with the journey that they've been on, but now that we're getting to see them in their final form, boy, are they playing some good Apex Legends.
Oh my God, this team as well. I'm excited about not just that APAC North mention, but Naked. Yeah, I mean, this team has shown up. Second place in the group that they just played before, but Alpha, Pinky, Likey, it's such an incredible performance from a team that we didn't expect, Dan, to come out here in this way.
I think what's impressed me the most about Naked is how they've been rotating, how they've been pushing the narrative of we're not going to be bullied by other teams. Instead, we're going to be the aggressors. We're going to bully other squads. They were bullying some of the biggest and best teams that we've seen on the international stage. They have so much confidence at the moment, and they know exactly the positions they want to play.
There's always a team which you hear whispers about as well coming into an event. It's like, oh, this team are playing really, keep your eyes on this team. This team could surprise a few people. And I was hearing that about this Naked squad. So I'm expecting them to continue with this form, and I think that everyone who's in their lobby is certainly going to be very, very aware when they see that comp and they see him run him up.
Well, listen, I think one thing to note, obviously you had mentioned Aurora. I think we have to say it again since we're going to see them featured here as well. One of the themes coming in was, can Aurora finally a part of the legacy of EMEA in terms of our online play? Can they finally have that moment here in the sun at LAN? Unfortunately, one of their members, Sunset, is not able to be here, and it's Maliwan who, strangely enough, was actually their former member earlier on in the season. So again, just Dan, quickly, any concept of how this is going to look for them? Obviously, you know, day one, you're going to have your jitters on any team, but is this an Aurora, because they're so familiar with each other, that has maybe even a little bit more to prove in some ways?
I think so. I think especially when you look back that they weren't able to attend the Split 1 playoffs, there's always going to be a chip on the shoulder.
That's right.
They want to be able to perform. They want to be at their very best. But at the same time, it's about surviving in this group and getting out of group stages into that winner's bracket, because when you're contested, even if you're winning those contests over and over, you're still then delayed with your rotations. It's still going to be frustrating. You might not get as much loot. You might be too late to get to the circle. But if you can average out at a good amount of points getting into that winner's bracket and maybe getting there with the other teams who are contesting you do not, you're going to be in a far better situation. So it's about surviving and then hopefully winning the battle enough that you can secure the drop spot for yourself.
It's a great plan. Obviously executing the biggest part of any LAN like this. We're getting ready to go into the games very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, watching at home. It's our last set of 6. But if you are watching, make sure to leave that stream on, even if you have to take a break. We know it's been a long day, but Twitch drops are still available for all of those who put in the time. And Mark, I don't know, you feeling this?
Always.
Always.
I love
You're kind of greedy with this stuff,
I love
huh?
free stuff.
Yeah.
You've seen me reaching into your snacks.
I know, and I say it's okay. You almost ate popcorn off the couch earlier today.
Almost.
Almost.
If
It was just banter.
if he hadn't have missed his mouth, he probably would have.
I think that was the case. He was just firing them left and right. We're not going to keep joking about that, though, Mark. I can tell it's getting sensitive here.
Soft spot.
Soft spot. Fellas, always a pleasure with you. Always a pleasure here on the desk. We'll be back after a few games, but right now we got to send it to our casters. Up top to get it started, it is our final set of the day. Let's get ready, London, and see how it goes. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Brain Day. Onset Gaskin, you were amazing as always, such solid points, but I'm gonna need you to throw me some popcorn. I don't care if it was on the couch at all. Like, honestly, I just want a couple kernels. Thank you so much, guys. But we've got a crazy matchup on our hands. Spider Tiff here, Dia. Man, your first day, ALGS Split 2 playoffs, you've been killing it.
I mean, I'm feeling really good, but it's hard not to with the amount of energy that we've had in the arena. People have been going off, and it's my first time being in a room with a bunch of people who are just as excited about Apex Legends as I am.
This is your first time being in a room with people excited about Apex? Bro, come on, we gotta get you out, Lord. We gotta get you out, but let's look at the map rotation. We're gonna be kicking things off on Storm Point for the first 3 matches before jumping back on over towards World's Edge. Dia and I will be taking you through the first 3 games, and when we think about what we're gonna see, because I just came off casting the prior match, A versus B, we saw C versus D earlier, and a lot of standouts, and Alliance right now is topping the charts of everything that we've seen. Everything except the average placement on World's Edge. But if you total in both maps, they run the gauntlet of just all the way around. 16.67 points per game.
And this is the nice thing about the 3 games that we have, is that we get to turn our blinders on. World's Edge, who is she? I've never heard of her. We're jumping right onto Stormpoint, and you and I get to see arguably the best of Alliance and the best of a lot of squads who were even foreshadowed by our wonderful analyst desk. I mean, I'm thinking even of Naked, who in their games today managed to clutch up both a first and a third place in just the 3 games they had on Stormpoint alone.
It's kind of wild how impressive they have been, and I know I had mentioned it previously. We were talking about just how APAC North as a region as a whole has completely elevated themselves.
Yeah, the level of play that we've seen is unlike anything that we've seen at other lands, and as I was discussing, we were, I think, on this analyst desk together about how it's the end game play that is really coming to fruition. We love seeing the fans in the audience, and trust me, the players out here have definitely felt the support. I saw the MDY White sign. Remember, this is MDY White's first LAN that they're performing at, and already it's been a very, very good start.
And that's what's so cool, right? We're seeing our players coming into this building, their first LAN, and the pressure is not getting to them. It's actually wild. Effect, his first LAN, but the amount of damage that he has been able to do thus far, 8,798 damage.
Ooh.
No one even close to that.
No, not at all. And I will say, one of the things that I think is really contributing to this is just the leaps and bounds that we take as a scene every time that we hit international competition, because coaching staff continue to improve. Players and IGLs get better at coaching their individual, first-timers through the rigors of LAN competition.
You're not wrong. As Apex Legends kind of evolves as an esport itself, all our teams are expanding, and there you can see right there our previous match group winners hugging it out. A good wholesome moment. Let's get it. If you're an Alliance fan, let's hear you roar.
Give a moment for the crowd to express their enthusiasm. I'm really enthusiastic about the little rat stuffed animal they have. I think it's a rat, right?
It's Radio.
Radio.
That's the name.
All right. Well, today I learned that Alliance have a mascot. It is a mascot, right?
I mean, I would assume so.
Yeah.
I heard they have a merch booth, actually, and they're out there selling merch and potentially a radio. So, Dia, I mean, if you want to secure yourself a radio, but...
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. He looks mighty cute, and evidently he can tap strafe like a beast.
Speaking of mighty cute, I just saw Raven there, full decked out in a
Oh,
suit.
right.
Oh, man. We had so many memes coming out of Split 1 Playoff specifically, including him. But Kim Chili back there, man, Complexity, Monsoon, he was my nomination right there. If I could give a nom for the EA, like, most positive player, Monsoon.
And let's not forget, you guys at home can do that. So when you see players out here acting in ways that you think are positive, that you enjoy seeing on stage, be sure to check that out and nominate them for this distinct honor. Now, I will say, you touched on Kimchi while we were there. Complexity have had wonderful organization when it comes to their intergame segments. They perhaps haven't had the really high highs that we're talking about on ADs to set up for our big heroes of this matchup. However, Complexity are a squad that I'm absolutely keeping my eye on, because in the post-game, their comms, their improvement is organized, militant even.
Well, the trajectory is going to keep going up, but you mentioned teams to watch. Well, you know what I want to see run it back is actually going to be another contest. We got to keep our eyes out, actually, but looks like we're going to be jumping into World's Edge, so maybe that's going to be the first 3 maps of the day. So I lied to you earlier. You can blame me, guys. We're running it back with World's Edge.
Yes, we are. Let's do it. I mean, you know what? I'm prepped, and jumping into it, we've got some big things to acknowledge. Of course, Aurora this time not going to be taking on Onyx. However, we've seen their contest happen over at Harvester before. It's been quick and dirty.
It has been, and I think a lot of that is attributed to the fact that Aurora just mirrored Dark Zero's comp and just landed on them full send.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, and landing strategy is a big part of it. NRG, with their positioning over at staging, I've had a bit of a lackluster day. A lot of people had high expectations of NRG coming into it, but you're trying out a comp that very few people are actually working with. A Valkyrie, Loba, and my personal favorite, Rampart.
Look, I really do love the Loba Rampart together. The utilization is specifically for the black market, finding that loot as you make that pathway and keep going. But Aurora, this is the contest. Ranch is already down. Cleave, Maliwan. This is the thing. Maliwan on Caustic, already on a purple, can just kind of throw those barrels out immensely, but Jen Burton equally running the Caustic.
A very valuable pick in a position like Harvester as well. A lot of chokes that you have to run through, so Caustic's valuable. value just gets quintupled even as we jump into the contest for this POI. Sense that the last one standing already, but he does have the assistance of Gas. With a little bit of body blocking, he almost makes it work, but Aurora bite the dust, and Dark Zero take Harvester.
My, how the tides have turned. Dark Zero was not happy about this contest that happened at A versus B, and they came in with a plan. Previously, it was Dark Zero that primarily held the P2020s, but as you can see, it was Maliwan that had that this time, and they completely flipped the switch.
It's so rough when you have contests within your own group. No matter where Aurora play in the next 2 days, they cannot escape the fact that they have to fight for their POIs constantly.
Exactly. You move on over to Storm Point. On the latter half, it's going to be Onyx again. So they are just fully contested all the time. And granted, you want to be in group stages and you want to hit that certain threshold so you can throw yourself in that winner's bracket instead of fighting it out in the elimination bracket. But sitting on 2 purples, a white, Dark Zero, now they can focus on playing their game.
Now we know where we started. I want to take a look at where we're going to end up because the map is already starting to evolve. We've got plenty of rotations happening as teams try and find themselves some beacons, and most notably actually, NRG has started rotating up from staging over to the landslide area. They were cut short by Leave No Witnesses, who are still looting in this area. A surprising thing, especially because landslide really doesn't have that much, but it's worth noting that this is specifically because of the way that staging and landslide beacons are spawned off of each other. If staging doesn't have one, landslide almost certainly does.
And then you have to kind of bide your time, right? Because at the beginning of the game, you know that beacon information is already going to be occupied, so you want them to hit it, and then you can rotate out and mirror them and get that information and carry forward. But NRG has been rotating entirely quickly, and that alludes to the composition that they're running.
It does. It's this quick loot 'em, scoot 'em, boot 'em, and they'll make their way in, ring data or not, I suppose, and they're going to have the unfortunate, unenviable task of walking by Dark Zero. Our ring, however, pulling straight up and into the northeast, where we've already got a lot of squads piling in. TSM, of course, notably over by Overlook right now. MDY White have their position over by the bridge and start a fight. The team to watch for me from these first 3 games this morning have put themselves all the way in the corner.
Something about when you go to where the circles kind of connect,
yep,
it can always be a safe bet, but it doesn't always pan out that way because we've seen some crazy pulls, especially today, and this is one of our first zones that we've actually seen pull up towards the northeastern side so far.
Yeah, it definitely used to be a rule of rings, right? When you saw the edge touch, you wanted to go there because the ring was going there. It's not always as true nowadays, but as you talk about, the benefit of that is that you've got a lot of safety. Safety that Vex simply don't have.
Vex does not have that. IG Almatafe already down, and when your Seer goes down, you can't utilize that focus of attention to stun and really help the fraggers, but looks like they're going for the instant reset, and I really respect that, but you do have to burn a bang ult in the process. But they're sitting on some beautiful shields. They've got great weapons, and they should start feeling really confident, especially earlier in their early matchups. They were doing, you know, pretty good.
They were. I mean, Vex, terrifying for a reason. Terrors of EMEA, and hey, we're still on a technical level in EMEA. Now, they've made their way into this tunnel, and as you talked about, got cut off on the exit, had to go back, and Apex isn't a game known for its ability to, you know, have takesies, backsies. You've got to commit to the decisions, and unfortunately for Vex, they did get sandwiched for a second there. Forgiveness was allowed, and they're going to be able to continue on the rotation, but it's now stalled, delayed, and Vex don't have priority where they would have otherwise.
So let's talk about that a little bit more as we look towards our rotation before anything kind of breaks out. They have to keep moving forward. They land Skyhook East. Pulverex takes Skyhook West in Trials. And if you're already rotating towards that zone that's pulling towards Epicenter, you're going to get mirrored upon if you get held up here.
Yeah, even Vex trying to, I suppose, mirror Glitch. I cannot believe the confidence of scanning a beacon in the face of Vex, but somehow they make it work, and everybody gets out alive. Still, 19 squads standing, so things have been pretty slow, although those of you with a keen eye would have noticed that we had TSM going up against Optic in a quick exchange of 30-30 shots.
Sometimes you just have to get that initial poke information, look who's kind of throwing down the damage, find out what kind of shields they have working with them. Is this a smart fight? Can I actually just grab a random knock and maybe just take this 3v3 before someone rotates in? But so far, all of our teams are doing pretty well. We got 19 squads, and they're just kind of all playing that. But I think we're going to see a lot of congestion on that northern side, specifically around our teams looking to get out of Skyhook.
Especially those. I mean, we already saw the way that Vex has been bounced around between squads, so we now know that there are at least 2 teams ahead of them on the rotation. But as we alluded to earlier, Optic already quite close to TSM are continuing to take space in Overlook where they can feel safe with Skittlecakes Caustic to back them up. The world famous Caustic.
I know it's world famous Caustic, but Skittlecakes on Horizon is wild as well. But Noct is going to be finishing that rotation. But there's a lot of things that Skittlecakes, when he played Horizon, would do. You know, instead of utilizing the gravity lift to block a door, he would actually throw it on enemy teams and shoot them up into the air.
Affected that.
Yeah, affected that earlier today as well. And that's what kind of jogged my memory. I was like, you know who I've seen do that? Skittlecakes.
Yeah, it is a truly amazing Horizon player when you recognize I don't need this mobility. It's better to burden someone else with the responsibility, and you just offload that. It's a big risk because you get rid of a large tool for your team, but great recognition of that has clearly earned some big players their titles. Now, Optic have settled in. For the moment, this is going to be some pretty stock standard Caustic stuff. You lay down in Overlook, and unless some act of God uproots them, Optic are staying.
Yeah, they're not going to be moving. TSM likely not going to move as well, but what they are going to want to do is keep poking, burning the health utility on teams around them, so they force to have no more shield. But you say, hey, they're not going to move. Look at this right now. Drop says, no, man, we're full sending it.
What on earth is this? Just pushing on, evidently, Reps and Verhulst who were holding the building as a duo. Hal has to run all the way back, but with the Catalyst, TSM do have a lot of safety, and there are a lot less entrances into their building. Overlook is going to be a pivotal point for this map, but mostly because the rest of the zone is coming here. You want to eliminate people right next door to you, and unfortunately, Go Next don't even get the chance to show up.
Definitely don't, but here's the thing. Skittlecakes may, oh, okay. Started by Esports doesn't either. Finds a rat, and Imperial Hal able to put 4 bullets together and 30-30 him to death.
Startify just evaporating out here. They started up with a really quick rotation and have ended up just sort of in the middle of nowhere. It's not their ideal for sure, but their first 3 games, as we talked about on Storm Point, were not mirrored with great performances on World's Edge. It looks like, unfortunately, they just haven't solved that problem yet.
Okay, so that's tough, right? Let's talk about that, because when we're in group stages, we can kind of flesh a lot of those nuances out. Maybe World's Edge isn't your strong suit. It has been the map that's been in the rotation for competitive structure longer, right? More so than Storm Point. So a lot of teams would typically favor that. It's that comfort map, but some people just excel much better on Storm Point.
And it definitely has to do with their game plan as well. I'm talking to, oh Lord, Korev going down. Glitch in a fight for their life. Do have just a moment to secure this building, and actually are going to try and push out of it aggressively, even with Rena on low HP. Panic thinks he's got this, but with an Arc Star inside, everybody's got to back away, and Glitch now have no safety, but neither do Leave No Witnesses, who expire right outside.
Realize also eliminated, and I like kind of the way they're trying to play this slash right there, utilizing the bang smoke, trying to get some loot on the way. They do have 2 eliminations, but they were dodging the Arc Stars and shaking off the heals, but they're going to have that focus attention connect to them. That initial stun is like 2.5 seconds. It slows you down, but now Vex Gaming, they want a piece.
And Glitch on the inside do not have a catalyst. For Vex, it's a matter of controlling the lines of sight through these doors. Unlucky does a great job of applying pressure through the roof. And now it's a matter of who gets first move. Tyler gets chunked a bit, and that lets you push forward as Glitch, as they drop down, should be able to pick up at least a knock here, if not a full squad wipe.
A black hole being expended, and so is an entire clip. They are able to grab that knock, and Unlucky finding themselves quite unlucky, fully eliminated. Now we're looking for Matafe and Tyler, and you can see they've got that information of where they are, and they're just gonna hold the top of the rock. But when 3 hungry members of Glitch surround you, dropping off the back, isn't it? Matafe goes down as well. Did Tyler decide to back off from this engagement, maybe run, play your life? No.
And at this point into the fight, if we can call it that still, Glitch have access to the gravity lift again. They're ready to retake height, and you should know, as the last remaining member of Vex, that there's nothing that you can do to salvage your teammate's life. It's a big fight, and really demonstrating the value of World's Edge with the way that Glitch were able to hold on to the high ground building.
Yeah. It was quite impressive. They kind of just started swarming in, and the moment Matafe dropped, it was just the perfect moment for them. And just like that, Tyler, FPS getting out of dodge, but trying to secure the banners before they expire.
And Vexed lost that, I will say, from a winning position. They had control of the building. They were the ones that slipped up. That's going to be tough for them, and it's evidently going to be tough for Dark Zero, who have lost a member to, you guessed it, Effect.
This man is your kill leader of the day thus far, but he is going to get taken down by Zero. Zero said, man, if you're going to go for Jen Burton, I am going to throw it back tenfold. Black hole incoming, and Hack is immediately deleting that. Now we're going to start throwing out some utility to try to find some information. In the meantime, look who's trying to third party. It's going to be Onyx grabbing a knock on a Zero, so this is a good time for Alliance to reset.
They're able to do so with the safety of Caustic Gas as well. Hakis finishes off the kill on Zero from the third party that you alluded to. It's a big turn in the favor of Alliance, and unfortunately, just that little bit of random element that caught Dark Zero in the open.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Alliance so far, after the original 6 games that they have played, 22,000 damage dealt as a team with 45 total kills. They are just throwing it down today, and if they can continue that momentum that we witnessed earlier and find success in yet again going up another group, this could be wild when we get to the bracket stages.
Now, it's going to be tough for them in this game because as they're playing outside of Epicenter, there aren't a whole lot of ways for them to rotate into the next zone. They're going to have to play this one off of high ground. Even jumping into the low ground canyon here seems like a really risky move to me, and that's even after they deal with all the squads approaching from the west. Vex are still making their way in, and Glitch have moved into the very center of Epi.
Yeah, now we've got the map up, look where TSM is, right? We're talking about the buildings that TSM was able to hold, Optic Gaming was able to hold as well. Now, as they can stand the push that Optic Gaming so desperately wants to do, Optic has already shown they want a piece of TSM, and speaking of wanting that piece, Pulverex is eliminated. Onyx Esports now in an engagement.
It's the risk of these very passive positions that you can find yourself in, even watching MDY White and Fnatic, who have propped themselves up in their respective buildings by Climatizer. They're passive spots to be in, and teams like Onyx can come in and ruin your game where you don't have a whole lot to say about it. You don't have a whole lot of lines of sight. It's the curse of buildings. It's the curse of the valley out by Overlook.
See, the thing is, Onyx, in their previous matchup, didn't really get to play their Stormpoint matches because they were contesting Aurora, who is still in this lobby, and clearly Onyx still alive. It wasn't boding well for them. Now that we actually get to see them in that mid-game, now we get to see, can they win again? That 1v1 that we just witnessed with Yuki, and they came out on top. They're going to carry that momentum forward.
With Alliance resetting over by Epicenter, it doesn't seem like they're interested in a southern rotation through the open, but instead one that takes them through the path of most resistance and straight into the faces of Dreamfire.
We hold tight here, go next in the mix as well, able to grab a knock onto Rena. Tricky. Glitch though. Moving forward, we're going for the full. Now shield swap available if they decide they do need it. But all the utilities of ultimates being expended, you just can bide your time, right? If someone's gonna throw a bang ult, or maybe that's, you can just hide out inside. You don't have to tank that.
Yeah, bro, I mean, Rena is the IGL, so unfortunately, not going to be able to make that recovery easily. Glitch find themselves without a whole lot of ways forward. Naked, however, one of our squads to watch coming into this game, now get taken out in 14th place, and the fights just continue as Vex get taken down.
Yeah, but look what happened to them. It was Effect. It was the Effect
Yeah.
just completely went nuclear, and bro, he's literally 18. He is coming in here on his first land so incredibly confident and sweet, just trying to hit this man in the head. And honestly, I would want to take the Seer out too.
Yeah, I think he's got this. I mean, a shield bat peak, but NRG don't have a whole lot to worry about. Their quick recovery, however, doesn't truly exist. There's no Gibraltar, there's no Newcastle, there's no instant safety on NRG, and specifically Sweet with Rampart.
Look, that's Dark Zero over there, and they're just doing a little dancey dance. He's taking longbow shots, Guild and Nathan close the distance.
Nice.
And just like that, Dark Zero Zainu has been eliminated.
It was a smart call to send Guild and Nathan forward, as we talked about, a little bit more mobile on the Loba and Valkyrie, so they've got the opportunity to make their way back to Sweet, scout things out for him, as now they're going to be able to group up together once more. Out of the low ground, 30 seconds left. It's going to be a long rotation for NRG, and one that I don't expect them to make largely on foot.
Yeah, you're going to have to utilize all the means of transportation. That evac tower has been a godsend being added to this game, but Hackis, a lot of people utilizing snipers this go around, but the crafting rotation, we can talk about that. The purple sniper stock, the skull piercer, so obviously the longbow. Longbow wingman, obviously charge rifle, sentinel, you know, charge sentinel, Dia. Chef's kiss.
It'll take your head off. It's very scary. Sometimes I get hit with the Charge Sentinel, and I genuinely think I've been hit with the Kraber.
Yeah, actually, you're not wrong. I was playing, and one of the observers actually one-pieced me right off rip, so I know what that feels like. It must be like going up against Effect.
Yeah, as he takes on yet another squad, he's like, can I 1v3 again? Is that just something that I'm allowed to do? And evidently, it's going to be so, because on this side of the map, there aren't a whole lot of teams coming up behind you. It is largely going to be just Alliance that start pressuring down onto the remaining members of Dreamfire.
Oh, this is going to be tough. NRG just taken out by Imperial Hal himself, and I feel like that one's going to hurt a little bit, right? We always talk about some of the greatest IGLs in the biz, and it's Hal versus Sweet, Hal versus Sweet. Well, there's so many more out there, but those two, I feel like a lot of people always talk about.
And a big part of it is because you look at these IGLs and you go, yeah, they're incredibly talented, but also they could frag. They could shut up, play their game, be told what to do, and do just as well, perhaps if not better. That's the very scary thing about players like this. Now Fnatic, they've taken their steps to mitigate players like that by saying, well, if you want a style, you're going to have to walk through a lot of hurt first.
Look at the setup, 2 amped covers, the black market available to them, and you were talking about walking through a lot of hurt. Well, taking on Fnatic is not going to be easy. The way that they approach these fights, specifically with the addition of Umi-chan, and I just feel like every time we look away, Effect is back bullying someone else, and meanwhile, Onyx has fallen. 7 squads remaining.
He's like, I don't even need to do this. I can just harass other people. I can soften up other squads for my team to then go fight. This RV, a typically very defensible area, is looking pretty juicy, especially when you're running Caustic, and Yuki does have the ability to pop in. Horizon ult goes in as well, and Effect takes out MDYY.
How was that even possible right there? That was so insanely quick, but don't worry, there are other players in the distance. A nearby frag is going to be the end of Yuki, so they want to stabilize a little bit with their health before going back on the reset. Oh, but they pushed up. They're capitalizing on this.
Now, this is multiple squads at this point that are involved in the engagement. Complexity is pressuring from one side, and Alliance up Fnatic on the other, and in the midst of that, a gold knockdown shield connects onto Yuki, and he's right back into the game as if nothing happened.
This is the second time we've seen a gold knockdown in the hands of Hackis, right? And it's paid off dividends in the resets that Alliance is able to get. It actually happened in Yuki's 1v1. Hackis goes down, and it's like, oh, hey, 750 HP on my shield. Let's barrel crawl forward. And obviously, it didn't really pay off in their favor, but we'll see it maybe this time.
It can work, and it's already done wonders for Alliance as they hold the last remaining position in the ring that gives you any sort of vertical cover. TSM fighting for the high ground in this ring are going to be helped out even by, you guessed it, Hackis from inside the RV. A quick catalyst wall separates the ring for TSM as they now have to take a 3v3 on the other side against Ascend, a 3v3 that they almost lose. Hal might very well go down here as the shield bat will just barely finish.
I love that, right? 5 seconds to get that shield bat off, but that med kit takes 8 seconds, and they're not going to have time to be able to get that off if Alliance is going to keep pushing forward. But instead, TSM full sending towards Ascend. We've seen this fight. This is how the Split 1 playoffs ended, and who comes out on top again?
TSM from above take out Ascend. They secure second place, and they know what they did. But Yuki gets taken down, and the tides begin to turn with Verhulst perhaps pulling up the miracle. Alliance will clutch it up, and they had a little help on the way.
Hey, get on your feet, London, for Alliance! They need all this hype. They are just showing you what it looks like when they don't have to play with a sub. They have their full lineup here, and it is paying off tenfold. Pierre with the biggest sigh in the background. He's like, bro, what is happening?
I've run into him so many times in the venue, and he always looks like he's just come out of being super stressed out, like he's a little relieved.
Well, he has a lot of work to do, right?
He does.
He's like, I have to make sure my players are hydrated. Are they sleeping? Is Effect one clipping as necessary?
Yeah.
He is. Effect coming into this series had a 6.17 KD.
What do you think it is now? 8? I could go 8. I could probably go higher.
I mean, you're not wrong. You could definitely go higher.
Yeah.
It's only going up. Alliance stonks on the rise.
Yeah, this is a squad that is looking unstoppable, and it is in the first day of the tournament in the Split 2 playoffs. Now, Onset was talking about this earlier when we were on the analyst desk, but this is the point where it's nice to pick up first place. It isn't what it's about in group stage, and yet, when you're able to secure it at this point, you are throwing the gauntlet at other squads. You not only have to do well, you have to beat us somehow.
You do, and let's run that final circle back. We can see that initial push on Alliance where Effect takes that black hole into that and immediately starts pushing. Optic is going to drop out here. We're at 4 squads. Look, they're already double digits, 12 eliminations.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't! Hacky's making the difference in that final fight, picking up an additional 2 KP for the squad and taking out Fnatic. And it was at this point that TSM knew they had to play for a second. Once you use the Catalyst while the timer is on.
Well, we were watching TSM's POV on that Fnatic fight, and it looked like maybe they had picked up that KP, and Hackis just stands up with the Sentinel and rips it out from underneath them. But they're on 14 eliminations. Now, mind you, they had a 16 elim game in that prior set.
And you know what? They're going to get pretty close. This may not even be the highest height that they achieve throughout the day, but a masterful push by them ultimately opens things up. It did look risky for a second, but that's just the Verhulst factor.
I mean, Verhulst is kind of wild. He's not doing any farmers carries this week, strictly cardio for the TSM boys, but a 29 point game from Alliance here on World's Edge. 17 eliminations. TSM, though, 18, and Ascend with 15 as well. That's really solid. At 18, a 15, I would say brilliant, right?
Utter decimation
but
of the lobby.
29? That's almost a third.
This lobby looks like a truffula tree. That's how top heavy it is. It just, Alliance are ballooning forward, and there are very few points for teams like Fnatic, Optic to pick up afterwards. But Onyx get their chance to play, place in the top 10. NRG and Dark Zero just barely miss out.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're outside the top 10 with KP, but since Alliance point sponged and kill sponged so much of the lobby, there's going to be a lot of donuts on the kills.
Yeah, and that's just the reality. Unfortunately, the teams like Aurora, who really do rely on kills for their points, even leave no witnesses, Pulverex, and one of our teams to watch, Naked, do not manage to grab their points in the first game, but it is only the first.
You're not wrong. It is only the first, and this is a 6-game series, so we'll have 2 more matches on World's Edge then before moving on over to Stormpoint. But I'm really curious what that contest is going to look like from DZ and Aurora. It's been the talk of the town. It's been getting crazy, and every time Aurora seems to be getting the weapons, it shifts, right? The tables flip.
Harvester, very difficult to contest, and it can all change in an instant because of how close you're allowed to be to each other.
Yes.
There's so much cover allowed in these, I hesitate to call them micro buildings, we'll call them corridors for now.
I like that.
As soon as you get a crack, as soon as you find flesh, it's like a 2-step walk forward into just throwing yourself into the enemy's face.
Throwing yourself in the corridors, as Shakespeare would say. But hey guys, we're gonna cut to a quick break, and when we come back, map number 2.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live from the Copper Box Arena. Day 1 of the ALGS Split 2 playoffs underway. Spider, Tiff, and Dia are going to be walking you through the final 2 matches on World's Edge. It's the second one. After such an incredible performance from Alliance, they actually just walked by us, and Hackis was like, that was fun.
Oh, he had so much fun.
Yeah.
I do love when players can have a good time. I do wish that they would let others have a bit of fun every once in a while.
That's true. You're not wrong. If Hackis is over there just having a bunch of fun, a third of the lobby clearly isn't.
Yeah. I will say, though, we'll give them benefit of the doubt. They've got 2 more games, perhaps let a few other competitors in, and we've got plenty of them that are ready for the challenge. It's difficult to take on a team that is so ready to besiege you in buildings. And jumping back into last game, I think we have to talk about that Horizon ult moment from Effect one more time. And I know, we talk about Effect all the time, but that is masterful knowledge of the game and of how much impact just a simple cooldown can have. We've seen Horizon Ultimate used to start fights so often, even in previous metas, that was the way you actually began. And yet, in this case, it wasn't to start a fight, it was to say, hey, I need a few seconds to do some damage. Can you look here for a second?
That's exactly what happened. They got sucked into that black hole, and I think that fight ended in less than 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
It was the fastest fight for a team I have ever witnessed, and we're talking about things, and we had mentioned, north of 8,000 damage from the last series alone. He's broken 10K.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. That's my boy. Let me take a look at second. Oh, yeah. Just a clean little 2K over even second place. And by the way, second place is Hackis, so in case anyone was wondering, the competition at least stays in the family.
The kill leaders have definitely changed. Effect with 32 eliminations. Hackis with 17.
Oh, Lord. And this is why we were so excited to watch Alliance jump in. And yes, we were also talking about teams that perhaps did not get their time in the sun. I'm asking myself, looking at this game, even looking at their performances throughout the day,
right?
What's going on with Vexed? Should I not have asked? Sore subject?
Look, I don't think it's a sore subject, right? They're not happy with the playoff performance they had on Split 1, obviously not making the finals lobby. And the one thing that they said, we have to improve. Honestly, the way they worded it is, it can't get any worse, right? And sometimes when you say things like that, it can get a little dangerous, but they have had some pop-off moments in between. That first World's Edge map did not do them any justice, though.
No, not at all. And now that we're jumping into World's Edge once more, they've got the opportunity to recover a bit of that. I do think that their World's Edge has actually traditionally looked pretty good, even in their regular season, but a lot of that was because they were catching teams off on rotations that they weren't quite prepared for. You're trying to make your way through Fragment? Well, Vexed are there and they're ready to kill you. In a case like this, it's very clear that the rest of the teams of the lobby have prepared their rotations ahead of time, and with relatively few contests going around, a lot of them are making their timers, and so Vexed aren't getting those kills in passing that they were during the regular season of Split 2.
You're definitely onto something there with that, but they're going to have to turn it around starting now. Now, granted, we always talk about this. It is still group stages. These are not the brackets right now, so teams are kind of figuring it out, getting those contests out of the way, and trying to deny the other teams from contesting in them when it comes to bracket, because that is where everything matters. On Championship Sunday, you need to be in that finals lobby if you're even thinking about wanting to get those playoff points that are so needed for the champs.
Yeah, and I am looking at, we got to see one of our teams start a fight who did not get the chance to pop off as they did in the first 3 games previously. Now that we're on World's Edge, it may be that they're having a bit of trouble adapting to this map as well, where taking space as you do on Stormpoint can be a lot more difficult to do in a more solved map like World's Edge.
As we get a look of the dropship, our teams are flying in. The hot zone is going to be the tree, so Onyx benefiting to all of the good loot. But my eyes, I want to see, where is Aurora? Are they taking on Dark Zero once again?
I'm like squinting at the map right now, and it looks like we're going to get Dark Zero pretty much alone, trying to find my way through this one, but Vexed land themselves up by Pulverex one more time. Dreamfire again, putting themselves right next door to Glitch and Countdown.
Hey, sometimes you gotta do it. As we get this, the zone, dude. Dark Zero, they have a survey beacon. This is gonna be so beautiful for them. NRG, we were talking about how maybe a little bit of a lackluster experience for them. This is a zone that they should have the ability to rotate quickly and put themselves into a good position. But look at Countdown.
I mean, you need that second read, and you need it immediately. This contest between Dreamfire and Glitch, though, is one that Dreamfire tried to avoid last game. Both teams ultimately going their separate ways. This time with a 3-0-1 and a car. 3MZ felt a little bit more confident. Didn't get the knock, however, and I suspect we see the same thing. We go our separate ways. We've already split the POI.
That's tough, right? Because we were talking about what are the negative sides of contesting here. You're getting denied loot. You only have 32 bullets of light ammo for that R301. And at that point, I just want to go find somewhere to loot and get off these white shields. You cannot go into the mid-game sitting there with mere HP available.
Especially when you're not running something like a Watson, a Lifeline, or whatever it may be to boost your economy. Even a Loba actually is a good addition to that. Any support legend can really slot in, but if you're lacking that, you need to make sure that you have all of the supplies necessary, and it's difficult if you're not carrying a weapon that takes low ammo count, say like a G7 or even a 30-30.
Ooh, and we've seen a lot of 30-30s, especially in the hands of Effect, with the Skull Piercer being inside the crafter. That just boosts the headshot damage, and that could be why Homie just broke over 10,000. But Ascend, they just hit the redeploy balloon. They're making their way across the map. 19 squads remaining, 57 squads.
Got plenty of time, leave no witnesses. After a heartening finish for them, I got the chance to talk in between this round and the last for the day, and they did feel pretty good about the 6th place. They know that placing top 10, obviously a victory in any sense in this BR, and yet knowing that they can do better, they've still got work to do. A big part of their game plan change, however, was focused towards where they're landing and not so much their in-game decision making. They're feeling really confident with that right now, and it's led them to this position up on the Mirage Etoile, one that is a little bit riskier. With the shield levels that they have, this is pushable, this is shareable, and it's tough to say how well this will age.
Given where the zone is right now, this is not necessarily a bad spot to hold. If anyone maybe drops a player, there's a respawn beacon available here, and typically some teams will try to get and utilize the one, especially on Mirage Etoile, but jumping on board with Naked, Laika, the IGL, Pinky, and Alpha, they have been kind of a dangerous trio to go up against. Sure, map number 1 really wasn't their best that we've seen thus far here today, but you can have that happen in group stages when you're ironing things out. Meanwhile, Glitch is going to go down.
Now, I will say that if there is a place that I want to see Naked fight, it's in a position like Stacks where you have a lot of verticality, where the potential for movement is unlocked, and right now they want to fight for this beacon and the crafter that comes with it. This is a big boost to you no matter where you're at in the game, especially as a squad that wants to mitigate a bit of RNG.
Trying to get that information, but we are in Optic Gaming stomping grounds, and you know how aggressive they can get in the early game. We saw their positioning and trying to take a move onto TSM before it was even necessary, before backing off. So now with Naked in the vicinity, of course, Optic Gaming, you can see them just on the corner, hanging around Big Mod, but shots are being fired, letting them know, hey, you're not alone here.
Not at all, and we've got a lot of teams starting to crowd in, whether it be even outside by Stacks Big Mod or inside the zone. It's a big reason why TSM are going to choose to play the safe route. Use Verholst's quick wall just to make their rotation up towards the Lava Fisher a little bit more comfortable. Yuka, however, looks pretty uncomfortable.
You know, when I thought a Fuse couldn't get any worse, Dia, it's when you put an L-Star in the hands of a Fuse. The L-Star, that care package weapon that has the collat damage, can really make or break a fight difference.
Fnatic will be able to back off because they lost Yuka, and Yuka was playing a support legend. This is not the end of the world for them. You'll be able to loot up really quickly once you get Loba back into the game, and you're able to craft our banner.
perhaps even here in Landslide.
Yes, and obviously they're in that next zone early, so if they can get out of Landslide early, which by the way, guys, in CBD, they do land Landslide as their drop spot POI, but here, they are not actually going to be making that happen. They will be rotating in from Overlook, so they're doing kind of a negative rotation, but Landslide is already occupied by a multitude of teams, and you see post-kill Lufka on your screen, a Bangold in the mix as well, just trying to reunite with Kashera.
And Ascend run the low ground right underneath Leave No Witnesses. This is a team that knows exactly how they want to play the zone. Sitting down here, you've got a great power position as long as you pick one of these buildings.
Ooh, Fnatic as they make their way to try to get their teammate back. Dark Zero is in hot pursuit. Umi-chan Lovechi is gonna go down, but we are talking about Dark Zero having to deal with the contest in that last matchup series at Harvester. Now, it's almost kind of like things are moving in the direction that they had really wanted to have happen, already on 4 eliminations.
Taking a look down towards the south of the map as well, we've got the opportunity to jump into Naked versus Optic as they encounter each other in the south of Lava Siphon. It's a long-distance engagement, one that Optic have certainly been warned against, and we should be seeing these teams pass by each other, but it's 1, 2 30-30 bullets that can change that.
It started over in stacks, right, with Optic occupying Big Mod, and they're now finding themselves trying to rotate towards and out of Lava Siphon. Triple blue for Naked, and Optic still taking the high ground in the building and just keeps rotating further and further away. And I respect that decision because I think you need to prioritize your gameplay and getting ahead of Naked, getting through Harvester and carrying on towards staging and even Landslide, because trying to rotate towards Landslide, you're gonna get gate capped.
And Optic, in a way, do win this engagement. Though they don't fight it out fully, they move their way towards the center of Lava Siphon. They have access to the beacon, the next ring scan, and that's really the benefit of the rotation, the late rotation they took. They're gonna tank a bit of zone, sure, but they had Crafter earlier, they've got plenty of medkits and health to work with. Now they get more information on where other squads are with not just a ring scan, but they hit the People's Beacon.
People's Beacon, and they're gonna know exactly where everyone is, which will, you know, be able to give them a rather easy rotation. They can see exactly where they'll find the most resistance, but Naked finally making their way down. Fnatic looking for a bit of crafting. We gotta get Yuka and Umi-chan back. At least Melcero is able to get the banners, and look at that. At the back of Geyser is actually going to be a respawn beacon. They can maybe craft up an R9 if they have crafting materials as well and hit the road.
I love support Legends. It gives these teams that do suffer early losses a way to play the game again. This, however, is a surprising turn of events. With Melcero choosing to pick up his teammates deep in the ring, you're going to be burning more meds in the long run for the trade-off of being able to pick up more loot along the way.
So you look at it, right? 45 crafting materials left. Melcero only has 1 medkit, so he's going to go back probably to the crafter and immediately drop down 3 medkits.
Yeah, and what you get here by bringing your teammates into the game now is the chance to pick up materials that will also transfer over to the 2 said teammates. Now everybody's going to be able to make a med kit and start rotating in. There's a little under a minute left on the zone, and Zone 2 will not kill this team, but it does set them really far behind in terms of the kills, and they've not earned any placement points yet either. Right now, Fnatic are still sitting at 0, and it's been a tough 0 to achieve.
It really has, and now we start to think back to their drop spot POI, right? In that earlier initial C versus D, they were landing Landslide and finding a lot of success through that. Now, in the Split 2 regular season in the APAC North region, Overlook was their POI, but as you guys know, Moist, Jailings, there's a lot of teams that are looking to vie for Overlook themselves. So in these different group stages, they're either potentially going to be going Harvester, they'll go Overlook, and they'll be going Landslide, but everything's going to change according to that initial POI.
We've got our map up in the upper left, and that's really going to separate this. Take a look at where Optic Gaming and Naked are compared to each other. These couple hundred meters of distance separating the squads are just based off of the earlier rotates that Optic were able to prioritize, the extra mats that they had, the comfortability, where Naked had to stop by thermal and grab a little bit of extra crafting themselves. Now you've got to run through an alliance who's going to be effectively edge guarding with you in the red. The heat gets turned up for Naked.
Optic now able to grab the building in staging, that main building, but when you have Alliance kind of nearby you, after watching them take down 17 eliminations in that first map, that is something that you have to think about, and a lot of our players in these lobbies are very familiar with the compositions that our players are running. The enemies will know exactly who a team is the moment they say, oh hey, there's a Loba, there's a Rampart, there's a Valk, and they're like, okay, these are the two teams that are running that, here's the rotational path, and the ability to deduce that information down. Well, looking at Sweet right here, he's one of the masterminds who thinks 20 steps ahead.
Yeah, I mean, one of the, as you said, historically best IGLs of all time. You got to put respect on Sweet. Sweet, well, he may not put respect on you, as unfortunately, Naked have got to run towards NRG, and you now know as NRG, there's no way out but through you.
I mean, that's what you gotta do. You gotta carry on forward. Sweet was running the longbow early on in match number 1. He's gonna continue grinding that as well. Has the Sheila available to them, but this is just that most beautiful long distance fight. But if you're gonna have a sniper, we were talking about the Sentinel earlier and how scary it can be. You're like, was it a Sentinel or was that a Kraber?
Yeah.
But the longbow just shoots so much quicker, and you can just double down and go 55, 55, 55. Next thing you know, you're dropped.
It's great for finishing off kills, and as you said, consistent damage as well gives it a big edge. NRG are going to quickly relocate, but make no mistake, it's not because they can't defend this spot, it's because the ring has started pulling a little further up towards the north. Look at the minimap in the top left, and we've got a ring that seems to be largely pulling out of the open. There's always the outside chance that this goes Lava Fisher, but as they land with Pulverex right in their face, it's Pulverex that I believe have predicted one of the better zone pulls.
And the thing about Pulverex is, right, historically they hadn't been better on World's Edge, but today they have been. So now if they can capitalize on the incoming Valkyl, now taking that RV, because you can see F-Chan over there on that rock, he's like, hey, what's going on in that RV? And we've seen a lot of chaos ensue, especially with Effect throwing a black hole in there, just nade spam galore, and how preferential those arc stars can be for your team. But let's check in with Vex, because we've been keeping an eye on them and their performance. Only 1 point from game 1.
And they've just pushed back Optic Gaming into a rotation that'll take them just through Landslide. A slow is going to land in the ring, and that actually very well could be deadly. Drop makes a wide swing. He's going to have to back away from this nade, however. And now you find yourself trapped. Optic Gaming do not have a way to relocate unless it be through the squad in front of them, and they got to take tank ring damage to do it.
Fnatic has finally made their way out of their regain from Geyser, rotating in just towards staging, and just like that, Meltstera, who went through the depths to get his teammates back, is fully eliminated, and you can see Fnatic just trying to get out of dodge, prioritizing their life, because there's 17 squads remaining. You can't keep going out early.
This is the most difficulty I've ever seen a single squad go through, especially in international competition, to still have achieved 0 points. Fnatic are clawing their way just to be able to play this lobby, and it should emphasize, Tiff, the importance of rotations, not just for them, but for Optic right next door, who now have the opportunity to jump a little bit hot up on the high ground.
Hitting that evac tower. Big game. Alliance eliminated. So now that point sponge, the kill sponge, isn't going to be here. And it is anyone's game. And as the Optic look to take that engagement on the team that actually single-handedly took out Alliance. But they're on the low ground. They've got the high ground, Anakin.
Skittlecake does almost go down, but a pristine Bangalore smoke should keep the squad alive. It's just a little bit of damage being peppered in, but nothing that you can't live through. But Optic choose to take the high ground. That's well being shot in the back. They're going to find themselves right in the face of the ring, and at least 3 squads. I don't think anybody's making it out of this live, Tiff.
Naked looking for a beautiful third party that they can just capitalize on, turns into an all-out brawl. These are the type of fights that I usually only see past 2 a.m. Just kidding, I've never seen a fight that late at night. But NRG looking to capitalize. Go next. Optic Gaming now eliminated, and Sweet barrels forward.
Really nice play for Pinky as well. Naked will be taken out, but they got to participate in the eliminations previous to that of Optic Gaming. It gets them a few extra placement points as well as KP, and ultimately works out well for them. But this long drawn-out Fnatic Optic rotation, I mean, the story finally ends, and the reality, Tiff, is that nobody wins.
No one wins. I like to call something like that when you start trying to look for the regain on your team. It's the regain blender, and you're just constantly getting churned, and you're like clawing just to get out. And sometimes you get out, sometimes you definitely don't. But you know who's going to benefit against it? That's going to be NRG. Look at all of this. I feel like, you know how when you can be like a really gnarly loot goblin?
Yeah, I do.
I feel like that's like a loot goblin's dream right there.
It is. I mean, you pick up Loba as well, so you're just like extra happy. Sweet's been doing pretty well this game, as showcased even in the game itself. However, this move from NRG has cost them. This is something that Hudzik used to talk about quite a bit, but this sort of hermit crab principle of Apex Legends. When you move out of a spot, especially in the end game, that you know is valuable, as soon as you make the move, be it for KT or whatever, that spot is effectively gone. Right now, it's Vex that hold the previous position of NRG, and NRG do not have a position in the zone. Sweet's been trying to create one by laying down rampart walls, but it is flimsy cover at best.
There's really not that. For an endgame, this is not going to be good. This is going to be a disgusting pool. You're going to see people trying to utilize all of these rocks, but Guild able to maintain just a little bit higher ground than everyone else, finds those angles inside the RV, and continuously push forward and force teams to bait out their ult.
NRG just trying to harass up on high ground will ascend. Go to war down on the low. Lufka with the wide swing takes down one, takes down a second, and that's, well, 2 for the price of 1. Leave no witnesses go down.
He did not leave a witness, let me just tell you that. He did not. Vex Gaming also eliminated at the hands of an L-Star and Arcstar. Sweet, look, this could be a good game for NRG.
Dreamfire are next, though. They took the position of Vex Gaming. Are we? Woo! We were almost Sheila Gaming, but these Thermites, they'll do just fine as we start to cook. Sheila does come out, but the quick silence puts an end to that. NRG still large and in charge on the outside, have the opportunity to call Dreamfire. It's 1, it's 2, and it's 3 KP for NRG.
8 eliminations so far with 9 squads remaining, but it's not going to be over yet. Onyx, who has been clawing, trying to make something happen here, specifically on World's Edge, times this third party with the best of intentions, and now Complexity as well. Luda!
Oh, yes. And bit by the Hermit Crab principle there. NRG, again, leave their spot, go push out onto Dreamfire, and they instantly get jumped on by Onyx. It's an insta sandwich, and Onyx now, well, they're suffering down in the low ground. Start a fight, do go down. It's Imperial Hal that takes him out, and Onyx now have to fight in a 2 versus 2 scenario. The last couple shots being thrown in by Shady. With 1 member left, Raki has got to clutch it up, has no health left to do so, and goes down. Ascend have just 2 members left. Kashera and Postkill with Crypto Watson should be able to stabilize on the low ground, but they can no longer grab Lufka.
They're starting to run a little bit low on ammo for my likings, and TSM holds that high ground above them, because while this engagement was going on, TSM was working around trying to take out Startifight, but Pulverex.
Yes.
This has been different, right? Like, so I've watched them a lot in scrims, I've watched them a lot in the group stages that we've seen thus far, and I think even in his interview, he's like, you know, I've been very sneaky, and as you can see from that shot, they are definitely quite sneaky, just barreled up against the wall, waiting to crawl out for that end game.
This has been a real brains-on kind of play for Pulverex, because they started in the open. They know what the power positions are, but right now, they're taking a gamble by playing out of the low ground that Dark Zero and MDY White will keep them safe by making the other teams unable to drop down into this canyon that Pulverex currently have. They'll grab a little bit of information on Crypto, and a Sky Native may very well find some purchase, but Pulverex are largely alone down here, and it's up to the rest of the lobby to farm itself.
Rest of the lobby farming itself. Ascend eliminated at the hands of Complexity and TSM, but let's talk about Pulverex. They were the winners of C versus D originally, but it all came down to match number 6. Their first 3 games resulted in 0 eliminations. So it consulted down to the 3 games on World's Edge for them to get enough points to secure that top spot.
And it's not hard to see why. With those, as you said, top spots really being the priority, it's placement that has mattered the most to them, and that is the picture-perfect representation of this game. Pulverex are clearly not playing for kills. They're crouched under a rock, but they know how to put up points series after series, and that's by putting yourself in, ideally, the top 3, where they managed to grab 4 top 3s in 6 games.
That's quite impressive, and as I look at this beautiful free cam shot, you can see TSM on the left hand of your screen with Cody, Monsoon, the rest of Complexity to the right, Dark Zero holding this rock, and I feel like anytime someone gets... Oh,
wow,
no,
we're dropping Dark Zero! They want to play! 2 down, 0, falls, it's a 1-for-1. Jen Burton with a quick shield swap, but Pulverex go down to Zainu in the meantime. I meant what I said earlier. When Zero says sick 'em, he really means it.
You're not wrong, Zainu, the young legend that just joined this roster, but the issue is they gave up high ground for that, and look who wants a piece of it. MDY White now have the high ground on the former LAN champions. Jen Burton taking so much damage. A member of the team has already gone down. Maybe we're gonna see Amir, Will Mingyu drop down on top of him.
This is where MDY White's position gets tenuous, though. They want to play for the win. They don't have to play for second, third, fourth yet. They can still hold on, and it means their attention is split between Dark Zero and TSM. Finally, Dark Zero do go down, but it gives TSM the opportunity to wall aggressively towards MDY White, opening up the map. A double silence on Complexity's low ground with a frag thrown out means that now TSM, they're getting a little bit greedy. They're trying to play both sides. They're going to lose a Catalyst wall soon. These Arc Stars are chunking them, and TSM will find themselves out of options in a few seconds.
You cannot focus on MDY White with Complexity barreling down, constantly putting that pressure on you. We're down to the 3 squads, and now the question is, who is going to go for broke? Who is going for that second place? Complexity bunkering down on the low ground, and TSM, they dropped down!
TSM wanted to play for a second, but they disrespected MDY White. It's going to be a quick clean up for MDY as they still own the high ground. They still have the power position. They never gave it up, and they take a win.
MDY White, your champs of map number 2, that played brilliant, right? We were talking about it. They could have jumped down on Dark Zero, and you said it, Dia. They are playing for the win. You little brainiac, you.
I mean, they want to win. It's just Apex Legends, and it looks really good for them. Let's not forget, by the way, first time land.
First time
land, by the way. Yeah. Let's go. And MDY White, I mean, this is, as we were talking about, the global scene stepping up.
Can we see all those signs in the crowd? They have one of the coolest ones, and I know we keep talking about it, but where are these light-up signs coming from?
I don't know, I really want one. I don't think I would have put one in my baggage. I'd be afraid that it would break, but we get the support in the crowd once again. You called for it, Tiff. You're absolutely getting it. The dedicated fans of MD White have shown up, and this was a squad that in even the mid-season was a doubtful nomination for playoff. This is not a dominant team that we're seeing pop in. MDY White had a really difficult time making it into the playoffs, and it was just in the end of the season that they actually managed to clutch it up.
Look, hey, they deserved this spot, and they are showing why. Let's run back that final circle. Dark Zero has been eliminated, and it was this fight where TSM decided to take the low ground because MDY White, coming out of that engagement, had stayed so healthy in that fight against Complexity.
And Dark Zero made a really interesting play moments before. MDY White being able to finish off the kills is largely just because they have Beiju. It's one of the big differences between Valkyrie and Horizon is that Horizon has to expend a cooldown in order to jump onto low ground, making it a little bit more risky. Valkyrie does not, and it lets MDY White open up that play. The mistake from TSM at the end, however, was the big clincher because they tried to jump down onto the low ground, disrespecting MDY White. And I didn't think I'd be saying this about North America, but you can't get away with that in an international land.
You can definitely not get away with that from the action that we have seen from all the other regions. They are represented with immense talent. 20 points for MDY White, Complexity in second, TSM, and Dark Zero, despite going out in 4th place on the low ground, 13 points.
And Pulverex did get what they were gambling for. It may not have been a win, but they knew what they were doing. 4 placement points after doing perhaps 500? I'm gonna say 500 collective damage. It's a pretty good return on your investment, but we'll see how it turns out in the next game. The bottom half of the leaderboard, a big change for the rest of the lobby. As you noted, Alliance going out very, very early, and Aurora never got a chance to play.
You may be asking, where are all the eliminations? Well, that's because NRG picked up double-digit eliminations despite going out outside the top 5. So it begs to ask the question of, what would that have looked like if NRG could just get to an end game?
Yeah, it's difficult when you're coming from the eastern side of the map because, well, when we have a western pole, this is going to come naturally. It's going to sound like I'm kind of silly, but most people are coming from the east, and so by putting themselves in a situation where they were jumping around, farming for kills on this side, they did open themselves up to third parties. It's a conscious decision from NRG, and I think it's a good look given how slow their games have been today.
Right, and they're fleshing things out. Group stages are the times to test, to challenge, to make things work. But we've got a tie for this series just after 2 games, and we will have to work towards that final map on World's Edge.
I'm looking forward to it, as World's Edge has given us a very different look at the game, as it always does. Stormpoint's going to shift things up, and it will favor squads that can take a little bit more ground. And this is something that I'm expecting, say, teams like Start a Fight to jump back on a little bit, those squads that do want to play more aggressive. And what we're seeing now is that teams that have specific game plans that say, we want to own these 10 meters, specifically because they're the best 10 meters on the map, they're the ones that are really able to show up. And it's 2 very different skill sets, but I'm happy to see that both get their time in the sun.
You're not wrong. Let's see who's going to find their time in the sun on map number 3. But before we get there, let's cut to a quick break. And when we come back, the final map of World's Edge. Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. MDY White coming off a stellar performance. Dia and I will be taking you through the last match on World's Edge for the day. And with what we've seen throughout the entirety of our 3-map series, the 6 games, we had A versus B, C versus D, now A versus C. It's just been kind of dreamy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling a bit like it's Sesame Street at this point, and it's why we have to keep bringing up team names, because we need to be tracking how many points they're all getting, and most notably, seeing what tendencies we're getting to emerge throughout the course of these games, because that's what the group stage is all about. It's setting expectations and places that teams can build from. Being able to pick up a win here is a really good sign, and what we celebrate in the group stage is the ability for teams to reach really high highs from here on out and over the course of this day and the next, especially once we get into the elimination bracket and beyond. It's about being able to replicate those performances in preparation for match point.
A lot of the teams, when I was reaching out, talking to their analysts, talking to their coaches, had talked about the adaptability that was needed as they were advancing on through the Split 2 playoffs. Group stages, the bracket stages, and even then the finals, if you can make it. Because some teams that found themselves inside the top 3 in groups didn't even make the finals. And that's really hard to say, and that's North Epsilon in particular. But when I was talking to them, that was their biggest takeaway. They're like, we didn't have the adaptability. We were still a new team. Prior to Split 1 playoffs, they were only a team for 6 months. So you have to factor in a lot of that. Some of these players, it's their first time on LAN, first time playing in this leveled stage, looking at a crowd in front of them, supporting them, cheering them on. And look, we get sweaty up here. I'm not gonna lie. Can you imagine what's going on in there?
Yeah. If you're a fan, now's your time to cheer the loudest for your squad, because when it comes to Sunday, you want them to be used to the sound. Otherwise, I mean, it can be a really nervous experience. So when you see players that you love popping off, give them some love.
Oh, while you're giving them love, let's look at the kill leaders for the board on there. Effect 9, Imperial Hal 9, but someone else that is making a name for themselves that showed out in Split 1 playoffs. Lufka is also in the mix with 9, so pretty wild there in Jen Burton now that they're actually able to survive that contest. They're getting some numbers up there.
Are we skipping Sweet? Because
no. I don't want to skip Sweet. He's got 7. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. And I will say, being able to place among the top there, I mean, Imperial Hal and Sweet are there for a reason. We were talking about it in the first game of World's Edge, but your ability as an IGL to actually carry some fragging responsibility as well, clearly present in these two.
And I think that just goes to show you, based on their legend composition that these players have chosen for themselves as the IGL, but still gives them the ability to pick up the frags. They're not locking themselves down on a character like Seer or playing the Catalyst themselves. They need movement, but look at Effect. Yay, best hair, but Hack is running his fingers through his. Look, they're all challenging for it. You could name a lot of different people here. You saw the boys at Onyx, they got a lot of hair too.
It's true. Now, I in particular, find it a bit of a conflict of interest, you know, nominating for best hair. I think I have to stay silent on the topic and, you know, let the chips lie where they may.
I mean, your hair is almost as long as mine. It's curlier than mine. I'm not jealous or anything, but complexity. Look at this. Monsoon, where did you get those beats, my man?
Yeah, it's funny that, like, every time we jump in, like, we have so much personality built up for complexity, and that's the other thing that I really love about international competition, is the chance to build that up for everyone. From around the world, we're getting to see so much from these different squads, from first-time appearances at LAN to even the fans that have given us a new, revised look.
LAN changes lives. I said it earlier, this is where dreams are made of. A lot of our pro players on the stage also stream quite often, and that's how they're working on building their audience, building their brand, but sometimes a pop-off performance here on this stage in the Copper Box Arena can prove dividends. They'll just have hundreds of more people find them each and every day, cheering them on in their chat. So it's not just a strong performance here, getting the champs, it's just life-changing.
It is, and this is the wonderful part about Apex Legends, is that competing in the ALGS can open so many doors for our players. I had the opportunity to talk to a few of our South American squads, and I'm not going to spoil anything just yet because we got a little bit of stuff coming out, but it really has changed lives to be able to compete in the Apex Legends Global Series and to be able to make it to international LAN, to be able to compete among the best while being able to live your dream is something that on this stage many can take for granted, because we have all of them here. We have the best players in the world here, but it is not something that just anybody can pick up and do.
Well, it's really cool. The player lounge is just on the other side, and, you know, they just banter in there. They get in there. Yeah. It's all fun and games the moment they leave these stages, and they just all see each other, and they're interacting. But here, it is business. And as we get to look at Pulverex, the sneaky little ones themselves.
So I really liked their game plan, and I'll keep talking about it throughout the day, so I'm not going to harp on it too much, but the fact that they were playing as they were is really interesting, because I suspect that that's how they're planning to win on things like match point. The consistency of being able to play from zone, it may not get them a whole lot of fancy points all the time, but if they're able to put up consistent performances in the top 3, get a few kills here and there, just making it to the top 5 alone, and being able to do that off of positioning is going to skyrocket their chances of finding a win when we get to the finals.
It ain't the flashiest, but it's honest work. So
exactly.
You have to be able to get that match point victory in that end game, and who knows how many games we will get on Sunday, but for now we've got to survive the group stages just yet. Our final map of World's Edge is about to be underway. Hot Zone is looking like it's going to be Climatizer. Ring Console 4 Overlook, so Fnatic. But first, we have the contest with Dark Zero and Aurora.
Jen Burton already getting the better of Ranches, and with a quick back away from the Arc Star. Remember, on Caustic will have the ability in a few seconds to be able to lay down some barrels. Zainu does have access to the center, and now we'll be able to heal up with the rest of the team. It's a numbers advantage, but definitely not a shield advantage, as there's very little in the way of HP for Dark Zero, but they're going to push this anyway.
Hear me out, Cleve. Hear me out. Yes, you guys got some confidence there from that initial engagement in A versus B, but they paid it back tenfold. Zero came in with such an aggression towards Aurora. He's like, they literally copied our comp and are just landing on us. How can we not punish that?
That's where the seasoned IGL really kicks in, where you can be very angry and still play really well. And that's the Dark Zero difference that we've got at LAN showcased here. Now, it will be another victory for them, and based on the way that ended, I am really curious about tomorrow and whether we'll see this contest continue, because that looked like giving up.
I would think about looking for maybe a different POI, but Harvester is such a central area. You can typically get good loot. It's got the survey beacon, but as we see where that ring is going, I don't know, TSM plot armor, look at the lava siphon.
Here's the thing as well. I mean, we're talking about POIs. Let's not forget, MDY White have all of Fragment, all of Monument to themselves. No one else is there. We used to split that POI, and now teams are just, you know, you can have the whole thing. You can actually land there and still have a pretty central rotation. It may not be Harvester, but at least you're surviving.
Yeah, but then you think of like zones like this, right? Overlook. The first initial reaction is going to be going straight towards either Frag East or the choke towards Geyser, as we can see them making their way down towards that southern zone. But even Complexity appears to have Survey Camp and Epicenter.
Yeah, you've got a lot of space, and this is something that Complexity are super used to. It's not a POI that they're contested for, and so the benefit of playing off of it is when you are able to perform, it's very unlikely that anybody really wants to take it away from you. Epicenter Survey, not known for its fantastic loot, and yet they're going to be doing all right. Now, Glitch, they've been contesting the whole day for a POI that is a little bit better renowned. Renetricky able to get away for now, and on the horizon is going to be one of the more aggressive IGLs of the day. Has to heal up while Zillach opens things up with the damage. Our South American Verhulst does start making waves, but doesn't find a knock just yet.
If I'm gonna land on a weapon early on, let it be a Nemesis, let it be an Alternator. The moment they put that R9 back into the Crafter, the Alternator has paid out so much damage in these early game engagements. Unless you grab a P2020, then you're just kind of like, all right, whatever at this point. But it doesn't seem like this amount. They're just going to kind of poke at each other for a little bit, not going to fully send in. You can see Panic, Renetricky get a full heal up and maybe hit the road.
As soon as you get the scouting damage as well, you call out what shields or what. It's clear that on the other side of this Dreamfire have an advantage. NRG, however, get taken out by Leave No Witnesses. And it's been a tough day. It's been a tough 3 games for them. But Leave No Witnesses, South America are not dropping this without a fight.
Okay, I really love the utilization of the Bang Smoke to go on that, but Effect is 115 meters away, so Alliance in kind of the nearby distance, poking at a couple of people, trying to decide, is this something that we want to take? But coming out of Thermal Station and making their rotational path towards that next zone, 2 purples, a blue shield, plenty of bats, they've got ultimate abilities, and they are ready.
Really going to be backing off for the moment as Alliance managed to sit back and relax. The push does come through, however, from Dreamfire, and Acosta Gold opens things up after the knock. Zillach goes down and Glitch follows suit. Dreamfire claim their victims in Countdown.
That was such a nice opening by throwing the Caustic ultimate to get them inside that. They swing around the back and completely annihilate them. A little bit of box shooting, but I don't blame you, Roy. That was beautifully done. That fight was drawn out so much that I could only imagine anyone in the nearby vicinity is going to want to take a piece of that. Vex Gaming, Skyhook East, Pulverex, Skyhook West, their rotational paths to get all the way down towards Lava Siphon are going to put them through this POI.
I mean, Dreamfire should be rotating basically straight into where Pulverex will be around this time. With a Crafter over by Lava Fisher, it's a natural rotation from those landing Skyhook, and right behind them, well, yeah, we've got Vexed.
Vex, they need to just hit the ground running, get ahead of this, do not get in those early game congestions because it's not worth it. And as they make it over towards Landslide, they are just carrying on that momentum forward. And I like that they're going for the high ground over there.
Let us explore there.
At this point, Vexed Gaming, sitting up by landslide, have made their rotation. It's a clean one, got them a little bit ahead of Pulverex, and you're leaving Dreamfire in the dust. So this team going to be forced to shadow, perhaps play edge, and interestingly enough, Vexed will be able to put Pulverex in a similar position. Now, Fnatic may not be having the greatest time, but out by Lava Siphon, Meltstera does in fact meld, and does so again, almost finding a knock as Zero does go down to Umi-chan.
See, the thing is, Umi-chan is supposed to be the anchor, kind of the refragger, the one who cleans it up and allows the players to reset on the team, but he's able to grab one knock. They're not going to worry about getting Meltstera back up. They have to focus on the task at hand, and they do it! Dark Zero was eliminated. Now they have to focus on the reset because there are so many teams making their way through Lava Siphon that they don't have time to prioritize that.
But now, with Meltstera down, if Fnatic can escape, again, it's still a win. We saw them do this in their almost 0-point game. I mean, good lord, the drag. Now that they actually have points, KP to work with, you can leave your Rampart behind, go craft elsewhere, pick up the res, and again, loot up.
And Ascend making their way. A lot of teams wanting to fight for that ring console at Lava Siphon. Umi-chan not going to be able to get out. Fully killed by Shady. And you look down, Optic, you know, they reverse rotated out into the dome that had both a survey beacon and a ring console, but a nearby EMP.
I have never seen, not never, I've rarely seen gondolas used. I have never seen a gondola used to escape an EMP. What an ingenious move from Ascend to make sure the slow didn't affect them. Just a quick disengage.
Hear me out. I think that was Kashera's EMP while they were escaping.
That's still pretty good.
I mean, doubling down, right? Kashera, the mastermind crypto. We see a lot of resets from him, and he's been kind of toggling back and forth between crypto, between Newcastle, and a lot of these teams playing Watson, Newcastle, Valk. The only thing I think of is Champs back in Rally with 100 Thieves. That was their legend composition, and I wouldn't have thought, being here in Split 2 playoffs, that it would come back.
Yeah, and this is one of the most versatile metas that we've ever had in Apex Legends. It's giving these teams the option to express their individuality, something that, as you allude to, Ascend is certainly doing by using the Crypto Watson composition, and that we've seen teams even earlier today. What did we have? We had Crypto Gibraltar Rampart given to us by Start a Fight earlier. We've seen so much Loba today, and the variety makes it more difficult to anticipate what other squads' game plans are as you run up against them, because you've got to very quickly identify what legends you're going up against and what that means for you.
And it talks about all these teams wanting the variability. They want to feel confident on all of the different compositions, but right now, Thang Horizon Seer with a 17.5% pick rate, and Obli from Realize right now trying to push into this building. They're just on the outskirts of zone, looking for an angle. Songjun now has to heal up. They've already lost out on Karampa, and this is tough, right? You're in 19th place on map number 3, 0 points on the board. You have to play it a little more safe.
And Songjun gonna continue the fight while Obli comes up, actually defending his teammate, but getting fried in the meantime. It is now a very scattered fight. Realize, lose control just as quickly. Yuki and Effect, importantly, open that up as Effect's movement out of the door just puts Realize in a no-win situation. They can no longer gatekeep effectively, and you have to split your attention, opening up lines of sight to you.
What do you think they're feeding Effect at this point? Because this is just something else. Like, we talk about people eating their Wheaties. We saw the whole London versus earlier. They're feeling the beans, maybe? I don't know. What were they saying?
That's true. You know what? I don't remember. I actually deleted that phrase from my brain. Whatever that eating the bean, feeding, I want no part of it. I actually did try beans this morning.
The English breakfast?
I tried beans on toast. I did. It was acceptable. Will I be integrating into my everyday life? No, but you know, it's a little welcome to London celebration.
I think you should integrate it. Don't hate on it, man.
I'm all right. I'm all right. Alliance, you know what? Maybe I'll be integrating a little bit of what they're showing us today. I may not be able to play as well as Effect, but macro like this, anybody can do. Alliance just have the confidence to do it. A quick Valkult up over to Dome gives them the opportunity to approach this zone from the north, so they now not only have a team that they know can team fight, but they've got a position where any fight that you take, you now have the inherent advantage in.
Quite interesting. Alliance as they continue to move forward. Optic Gaming in the distance just ahead of them. Now, mind you, Optic Gaming had recently dropped down to Dome to get that beacon information and have now chosen to set themselves up nearby the vault. This is very similar to a zone that we had witnessed earlier, and it turned into an absolute bloodbath. But Yuka on the Loba, the support character herself, going to come in so clutch, crafting banners. We saw it happen, and the regain blender is real.
So I'm still alive after all of this as well. I'm checking the crafting mats, and I'm not sure the Fnatic were able to make it over to Geyser, where, as I would assume, they wanted to make the game plan run one more time.
Vex Gaming getting peppered from afar. They're taking towards that high ground, utilizing that grab lift for a little bit of verticality, but they will have that cooldown in effect. But let's take a look. 15 squads remaining. That next zone pull is going to be underway, and I would love to check in and see exactly where our teams will need to be. And did Optic Gaming kind of predict that zone well? You know, they have like a zone picker game out there that anyone can kind of play. I don't remember where it's at on the website, but I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, you can find it on Apex Legends status, who also, interestingly enough, have stats from the ALGS, including the Split 2 playoffs. Now, we do get a look at the next zone, and this is a more unusual zone. Where MDY White are on the map tends to be where this ring will pull, including a little bit of the low ground, just as we move down towards the Geyser landmark. But start a fight, have the first move onto Bridge, and go next to mark the very southern tip of this ring that has a sharp disparity between high and low ground. The crucial difference here being that you cannot take high ground too quickly, or the lines of sight will just obliterate you.
That zone obliterates me. It's half of it you cannot even play. So look at where Vex Gaming has positioned themselves. They're trying to wrap around the back. So long as they can clear their back, they should know that someone shouldn't necessarily be able to rotate, but there's just a tidbit in, right?
Yeah.
It leaves for question. Someone could pop down, maybe a grab lift, and just try to get in with as much minimal damage and do kind of like a little surprise attack on Vex.
And you've got Bridge as well as the little cubby hole between the middle of the bridge as well that you can play. So multiple squads can coexist, one on the high ground, or the highest high ground on Bridge, one in the center, and one on the very low ground, perhaps even two if you're lucky, but that still leaves a lot of teams wanting, and that's where we look to the rocks and a little bit of high ground that does extend over towards Lava Fissure. You've got some cover, you've got some head peaks, and that little bit is going to have to do.
Well, we've got a Luca going wild. Kashera as well. Dreamfire eliminated. It seems like that fight had just begun, but when you are able to just throw down such damage so quickly, find those angles, and continuously reset, this is tough, right? Because we just saw Dreamfire come out of the skies, land here, try to reset and continue. What is my next plan? Well, you probably didn't plan that.
No. In fact, I want to take a look back at the stats later. That may very well be our quickest 3v3 of the tournament.
Even the one with Effect?
Oh, yeah, that's right. If Effect did go crazy, we'll check the stats. We'll see exactly how long this one was going, but it's certainly in the top 5, and it's a good look for Ascend, who haven't really had the oomph factor today that you'd be expecting out of a team of this caliber, especially with Kashera, who is as seasoned in international play as he is.
That's true, and honestly, I'm really expecting them to just throw down, because after what had happened in Split 1 playoffs, it would make sense. Fnatic now eliminated, and Complexity getting sucked into a black hole, but just before that, they're able to destroy it. But the nade spam, you cannot escape it. Look who is at the hands of Effect. They are hungry for more.
And of course, it is two perfectly placed grenades annihilate Complexity. Alliance's high ground plan has paid off, and even now, after suffering a knock on Yuki, they still have height to play with, area to back off to. The big difference here is the separation between Effect and the rest of the squad. A quick shield swap is not going to fix it. Hal looks for an angle from up high, and Effect does go down. Alliance crippled, still have height, but not much else.
Hal is going to get cracked. This Catalyst wall won't last for much longer. It's a mere 20-plus-ish seconds, but still able to get the bat off and retreat from that engagement, and now after grabbing that engagement onto Yuki. They've done enough damage from Alliance, and they're going to have to focus on the task at hand, which is rotating into that yet disgusting zone, and Look at Verhul, so confident. He's gonna craft a couple bats, right? Just out in the open, no big deal.
Not a whole lot of teams left in the South. You know there's one member of Alliance. And that is not enough to stop most people, unless that person is Effect. And
True.
they know that it isn't. All right, they don't know. We know.
We know, but they can kind of deduce it down based upon the legend compositions and what their style is when they're fighting, and Yuki on the caustic. You think about, there's only 3 caustics in the lobby, and you just start checking boxes. But TSM now on the high ground, they are going to have to rotate forward, and there's going to be 4 teams in that next ring. Vex, though, they had already cleared their back. They're still waiting on that high ground, in that northernmost area of the ring, and this is where Vac Towers will come in so clutch.
TSM are starting to make their move, and they watch their backs as the last member of Alliance is going to have a tough time. Tanking this much zone damage, though, could very well be the death of TSM. They're reduced to just over half HP as the squad, and they're landing, or they were almost landing right on top of Start a Fight. Instead, they're landing on top of Go Next. Neither one do I envy.
Oh, they're going straight in, but you hear the fuse ult being expended. Arc starts to block the door, and now we need to see. We think about all the times where we had seen bad TSM Valk ults, and anytime I see an evac tower, my heart starts to flutter just a little bit more. So yeah, they did take a little bit of redamage, but they're still able to survive. Leave no witness. Onyx Esports, MDY White, unfortunately not going to survive themselves.
And TSM have managed to recuperate off of the risky Valk ult that they took. Still hold on to a section of this ring, and one that is difficult to access. Pulverex are shooting at them from the high ground, but inside, Go Next are simply trapped. You can't walk out. I'm not opening the door into Verhulst willingly. And over on the opposite side of this ring, Jinx from Start a Fight has been farming the low ground.
Pulverex has now been eliminated, 8 squads remaining, and Verhulst just looking for an opening opportunity to go knock, knock, and just let me in. It's like the big bad wolves at your door in Hackis. Okay,
nice.
Look, hear me out, guys. Hide and seek. There was a hide and seek tournament that Alliance did prior months back, so I know he knows where all the cheeky spots are, and I was telling Yuki that he's not very trustworthy after watching that specific tournament because he would hide next to someone and immediately betray them as the seeker.
This is, honestly, that might be the best way to prep for LAN. You run a hide and seek tournament. You let all the hiders let you know where the best spots are. We watch a couple of VODs, and you've got it dialed in. Those may be the secret strats, and making use of them for now. Akis will be pretty happy. However, the next zone may make him a little bit less so, as there's going to be a lot of attention paid to this high ground. 5 seconds left. TSM and Go Next will both have to make haste out of this building.
Well, let's see what they've got in store for us. Let's jump into a TSM listen-in.
The cow wall. Yep. I don't have Serial Thief for this. They're gonna walk out. They're gonna walk out. Yep. Get ready. I'm playing close here. They can't wall. Yeah, they walled out. They're still there. You can see them. Okay, I'm gonna Horizon ult it. Okay. Okay. We played for these kills, I think. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. They ran out. One's still in there. I'm on scan. I'm on scan. Where are they? Fuse one. Callus weak. Nice. Good job. Armor swap. I'm trying to get you. I'm dead. Go right away, Evan. Right away. Run. Full run. They're chasing. Full run. You're good. They're stop chasing. No, they're going. I think they ran out. I'm so confused. No, I don't think they ever ran out. They didn't run out, bro. I ran into a nade, like a random nade. I mean, only the cat might have.
And I run so far, well, not far away.
Yeah, about 10 meters actually, and unfortunately right into sleep, what many have called the best roller in South America. Start a Fight have managed to make it to an end game, playing out of the low ground. They have been dancing around it for so long, and we've got a little bit of a dance happening ourselves on the high ground at Bridge, where, Vexter, is this what getting vexed looks like?
I'm feeling vexed. I guess I just need to bounce around in a mere 1 meter area of zone. But hey, they're gonna have to move eventually, and we had just witnessed kind of a little bit of a tantalizing dance between Optic, Vexed, and Naked, who are all 3 still alive in this final zone. But look at where Naked has positioned themselves, kind of more towards the dead center of where this is going to be, and everyone's gonna have to push towards them. So I'm looking to the likes of Ascend, Optic, Vexed. What do you think is gonna encompass those 3 teams over there on the north side?
I mean, the big thing obviously has to be that Vex are going to die. There's no two ways about it. With Optic right below you, the death boxes simply fall to the floor. Happy birthday to Optic as shield swaps rain in from the sky. But now the real challenge begins as they get pushed and things do not look good for them. Naked do go down. Optic are able to stabilize, but on the other side of this, with only 3 squads left, Optic has just a solo in the game.
You said stabilize. I'm seeing 2 members down, and Nox is about to be a GG go next. This is an Ascend game to win. With all the chaos on the low ground, Lufka is stepping in. 2 squads remaining, turning their tides to start a fight esports.
Turning around now, it's time for the Rollers to earn their paychecks, but they cannot stand up against Ascend. We've seen it so many times today, but perfect timing from one of the longest standing IGLs in Apex Legends history.
It was just impressively done, holding the high ground, post-kill on the Watson, fencing everything off to perfection. Stand up, London! Show some respect for Ascend!
They're back. They're ready to take the title. That was the anger that they're feeling after, well, a day that perhaps has not treated them so kindly. However, this last game on World's Edge should be giving them a lot of hope moving into, of course, the next round on Stormpoint, but more importantly, when they look at the finals, which is really where their narrative challenge lies.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I feel like the vengeance is going to need to be enacted in that finals lobby. You're not right, or you are right, my bad. You're not right. You're never right.
You can say that to me sometimes.
Casters
like, I don't
are
have to
wrong.
be right all the time.
Casters are wrong, Dia.
Yes, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm gonna say things, and well, most of the time they're right. That's true.
Yeah, you're about 99.9% right, and you called it right there. We knew Ascend was gonna win that game from the position. It was their game to lose, but overall, World's Edge has been such fun to cast over.
It really has, and I loved getting a zone like that one that forces teams to change the way that they would typically play things out. You're used to going over to Lava Siphon. This time, you've got to play the bridge. Vexed clearly were like, I think this is the best play. Didn't work out for him, but you have to respect the attempt, and rings like that are going to show up as we get into the elimination bracket, as we get into the finals, so better that they show up now.
Vexed are dead. Here come their death boxes raining from above.
Crazy.
Free shield swaps for everyone, but that's it for World's Edge. I'm gonna send it back to Rain Day. Take it away, Desk.
Speaking of raining from above, I mean, I feel like that was really right on cue. Tiff, Dia, great job, and congratulations on a great day number 1. They're gonna be resting it up. We might see one of her 2 of them on the desk. I'm not sure. We're switching it up a lot. Again, Rain Day here, joined by Vicky, Kitty, Genome, and introducing a friend we've been hanging out with in the back. Quite a lot of banter from this one. A lot to talk about in terms of Apex as well. Welcome, TSM Savs, to the desk here. How have you been in watching these games, especially this last set?
I was actually so excited. That's my first time here today. Hopefully it's going to be more and more.
It's been great to have you to hear and pick a little bit about your mind as well. And I know Vicky, Genome, we're going to get to some of the stuff that just happened, but you'd kind of been taking a note at one of the teams we anticipated performing well. It has not necessarily gone their way. What's your take on Aurora?
Okay, so I think they started pretty well. They didn't lose any contest. Literally 0. One time, Dark Zero ran away, but they still got these 2 kills, so it's great.
Right.
They got overall 27 points, 17 only from contest. So 10 for placement or over other kills. So I think it's great. In the other group, it a little changed. So we literally had the opposite situation. So I think they just needed to figure out what is happening a little. Dark Zero took it a little advantage in the second group and fix some stuff. So I think for the next days, gonna see what is gonna happen more. Overall, Aurora is doing great. They just need to fix the stuff on his own, but I think it's gonna be better and better.
I mean, it's a difficult situation, right? Great point out there. Aurora and Dark Zero have been going back and forth, and they're in the same group. It's gonna keep happening.
That's the real problem, right? This contest is gonna happen every single time. Neither of those teams are going to give up Harvester, so we're gonna see them going at each other, right? I had a quick chat to Zero after some of those contests happened. He said it was 7-0 in favor of Dark Zero in scrims, and then coming into today, Aurora brought out something completely different, right? Wow. They essentially just copied DZ's strats, and that's why we saw them, both teams, flying into that bottom part of Harvester together and just saying, like, we're kind of the lesser team, it felt like they were saying, so we're just going to copy your strat and make it more of an RNG fest. finally, Dark Zero in that last series we saw have adapted again and seem to be one step ahead.
Interesting. Wonder if those scrim results included Sunset or Maliwan. It may be the difference that's being made here by their super sub old teammate. Let's take a look at what has gone on after match 3 as well as we catch things up. Vicky, it was a fast end, but it ended with Ascend on top pretty clearly here. A 26-point bomb for them.
14 kills, holding Godspot with the high ground. I mean, serve it on a silver platter for them to eat early for Thanksgiving feast because they really ate for that game, let me tell you. And something that I also love is seeing the social media interactions when it comes to these 50-50s that play out, because that's why we're going to see Aurora on the second page. But looking down this list first, Optic Gaming on that 3rd place spot, started a fight. We saw them get 2nd place there too. Those 2 squads were fighting on that low ground as we take a look at that 2nd page to see how that played out. And yes, on the bottom end, this is what we were mentioning before. Dark Zero, yeah, they came out on top after that 50-50 contest that we had seen in the other previous 3 games too, in general in that World's Edge spot. But Aurora coming out of World's Edge with 0 points, that's gonna hurt. Now you're gonna have to try to approach Storm Point a lot differently. But Energy too, right there, triple bagel. Not something I want to also feast on.
Here it is, Aurora, 0, of course, NRG. Looking at that, I believe they climbed a little bit in some of the earlier games. But Saps, taking a look at this, what stands out to you? Obviously, Aurora, we mentioned earlier. Anyone on the top side in terms of a performance? I know we had some MDY White fans very excited at how they've done putting themselves in 4th at the end of 3.
I think they're going up. I think on the speed they might even go higher. We'll see what will be the luck with the zones, of course.
Okay, so is this the APAC North moment? Is this the time? Certainly the day.
Yes, you know, the beacon is very important.
Yes.
If they're not going to get a beacon, it's going to be pretty tough because it's really hard to predict the zone from the first ring.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie. I did that. We tried that from Landslide the last season. It's not always working, I'm going to be honest. It's really hard. So hopefully they're going to get some luck.
Saps, you know what else is very, very hard to do? To not talk about somebody who has been stealing the show all day long. We could keep talking about this person and this team. It is Alliance, of course, from EMEA, who have been absolutely dominant. The effect, Genome, you could call it that. It's not so simple, though. This team has just gotten better.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how good this guy is and how far ahead he is, right? We were having a look at some of the stats before. One of the charts showing, you know, average damage per game and that kind of thing. You almost have to like press zoom out 3 times just to see effect in the top right corner because he has separated himself so far from every single other player at this tournament. He is that good. I don't think I've ever actually seen a player in Apex before where I'm like, he might be good enough to just carry this team for like the rest of the tournament. Not that the other guys are slouches, right? But he's that good.
And this is Vicky. You could add on that as well. Alliance have had some amazing performances throughout today. Maybe one of the stars of EMEA in this day 1 in London.
My 18-year-old top fragger out here really went on Twitter and was like, Atlanta's a lot easier than I thought. Like, what?
Oh, that tweet was something else.
But you have to also imagine the momentum that confidence helps him with his mental in these games. He's just going to continue frying. And like Genome said, it's not like Hawkins and Yuki need that extra carry. It's just, imagine having these 2 insanely talented players having an insanely IGL like Hawkins, and then you just add effect into the equation. Like what? How do you do that?
How impressive is this? I mean, you coming to LAN twice now to London, but in terms of playing, you're not playing, you're on the desk. It's still different to perform live than it is behind a computer screen, isn't it?
Yes, it's pretty much different. I feel like you're getting a lot more stressed. When you're playing, you don't know what to expect. We're coming here, we know what we're doing, and they don't know what is gonna happen. Which ring they're gonna get? Nothing, literally nothing. Everything is clueless. Like they don't know anything.
You know, I absolutely love it. And sometimes you don't know what you're gonna get. That's the beauty of a battle royale, the beauty of our game in Apex Legends. We also like to highlight the things in our game that make it special, which is why we love WD Black. What's in your pack? Today, for our WD Black, we've got a weapon that has been in everybody's hands, it feels like, Vicky and Genome, the Prowler. Vicky, What's so good about this weapon?
Not only does it hit you with a 5-round burst coming through every shot, but my goodness, put that in your controller fragger's hand, and you already know, close quarters, that you are going to be crying with the tears of the Prowler, because that weapon just does so much damage, especially close range. And then on top of that, with the R9 being in the crafter, let's say you don't have the RNG gods, bless you, hey, you got the Prowler right there to do the deed.
Yeah, it does feel like as soon as the R9 went into the crafter, there was a switch over to the Prowler. And I feel like its greatest weakness is kind of also its greatest strength, right? Without a mag, 20 rounds in there, it can be hard to win a fight. But if you've got a purple or a gold mag on that baby, you hit a couple of headshots, you can take out the entire team in one clip.
Yeah, it's scary. You hear that brah, 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 brah. And you go, oh, he's got a purple mag somewhere near me, and there's a Prowler that I don't want to get involved in. That's been WD Black's What's in Your Pack for today. All right, we're getting close. Obviously, we want to make sure that if you are keeping up with Apex in this entire tournament, it's 4 days. So there's a lot of action, there's a lot of highlights. People do have to eat, they have to use the restroom, so you may not catch all of it, but make sure to keep in touch with us on socials, at Play Apex Esports, at Play Apex on Twitch, and of course, Play Apex on YouTube. That's where you can find us. And on Twitter as well. We have a great Twitter community, and they've been sharing some fun stuff that we've done along the day in case you need to make sure you do not miss any of those highlights. But before we head into our final set of games, I want to set the stage one more time. Heading into now Storm Point, we've reversed the order. Sabs, we have you on the desk here. I want you to shine. Who do you have taking the narrative in these back 3 games, or final 3 of day 1?
You know, Effect went pretty crazy. SP is changing a lot. Every single team can shine. You never know. Every single POI is different. Someone is getting beacons, someone is not. I know that Vex is playing from High Point. No, actually, they changed for Launchpad. It's going to be a little different than the last group. So I think they're going to shine more than in the past.
Quickly, because we have a little bit of time. Not too much, but talk to me about Vex. I mean, you have maybe an inside opinion, inside information on that. I don't want to expose it if it's not meant to be out there, but you certainly can. So talk to us about Vex's journey, what's going well, what's not going well, what they need to do here in these next 3.
I think they didn't have luck, really.
It's luck.
Yeah, it's a lot of luck. You know, when the zone is pulling so far and you're like, let's the zone pull. Like,
yeah.
You don't know what to do. If you're on the edge, it's pretty easy. You can get it, you can loot, you can farm the armors and stuff. You're getting to the ring with no loot, basically, from High Point. And, you know, you're going to fight the teams that have bigger advantage with the loot.
Yeah.
And it's hard to pull something out.
These players are also good. Even a little bit of an advantage with a player of, let's say, Effect's quality, it's going to be a very insurmountable hill to try to climb very quickly. Thank you so much for that insight, Sabs, as well. Vicky, Genome, I wish we had a little bit more time to get to you, but we've got to go to our casters. We'll see you at the end, and thank you, Sabs, for joining us. We're excited to have you back a little bit more. Let's get up to our casters for the final games of the day. And you know them, you love them. It's Mark and Dan.
Thank you very much, and it is time for us to get into the final 3 games of the day. It's been a long day, but it certainly has been one full of story, and certainly one that kind of sets us up beautifully with some expectations for these final 3 games. We've kind of been looking at who's been playing well, who's been kind of topping the leaderboards, as you would, Dan, but we now have to start maybe looking at the other end of the table, because these games are starting to run out pretty quickly.
Yeah, just to touch on those few teams that have kind of been silently or quietly going about their business, the likes of TSM, the likes of Ascend, who have just been consistent all throughout today and have not really dropped the ball at any point. On the other side of the table, there are a few teams who we need to see performing if we're going to see them get out of groups into the winners bracket. The likes of Vex, for example, need to put some points on the board. NRG haven't been finding that consistent form that maybe we would have expected. So those are 2 of the heaviest hitters, I would say, between these 2 groups that have to perform here on Storm Point.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how these 3 games are going to change what the narrative is when we talk about the end of these games between groups A and C. This is where we are right now. Of course, we're moving over to Storm Point. We have seen World's Edge complete, so Alliance with that first game win of this group, and then MDY White, they took game number 2, and of course Ascend, we just saw close out game number 3. But those teams that you're talking about, Dan, we look at drop spots a lot. We know where we're expecting teams to drop. There will be some contests. Once again, Onyx versus Aurora, you would expect to maybe continue, but I'm looking at NRG with an uncontested drop over at Checkpoint. They need to find some form. They need to find it quick.
Yeah, we've heard it in a couple of the listenings. You know, NRG haven't necessarily been feeling too confident about what's been going on. Just a few mistakes here or there, but I'm sure that things will turn around. I mean, that's something that NRG have always done, is found their form when they need to, when their back's against the wall, and it very easily could happen in these next 3 games. There's that contest you were talking about, Shipfall again, Onyx versus Aurora. Aurora did get the better of Onyx for the most part when we saw this happen last time. They didn't have as much fun against Dark Zero just recently on World's End.
That's very, very true indeed. It's funny how things can change so quickly with just 3 games and a little bit of an adjustment of strategies. Also see here a couple of teams might be having a little bit of contest over towards the northern side of our map, but that might just be split up a little bit more conclusively than what we saw down at Shipfall. But here we go, last 3 games of the day here in London. Storm Point is going to be our venue. It's time to get this one underway.
Time to get rocking, time to get rolling, and we need to see these teams show what they're made of on Storm Point. We do have a couple of squads who are better when it comes to Storm Point, and some who just struggle a little bit as well. So maybe we're going to see a big transition here. I'm going to be looking at Ascend. Can they stay on this high ground? Can they manage to stay on top? 51 points at the moment. If they can carry on with fine form, they should be able to consistently find themselves in those points so they can get towards that winner's bracket.
Yeah, basically just not bottling it for Ascend at the moment, just keeping the points consistent, not having any throwaway games, and Ascend masters of finding their way towards zone and holding things down. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of approach these final 3 games. But I think the rest of the teams in this lobby, the fact that Ascend have got that little gap at the top, and then, you know, there's Alliance, there's TSM, who are kind of standing out below that though, Dan. Still very much all to play for here with the teams so tight in spots.
Yeah, and I am glad that, you know, it is going to be about how many points you achieve. It's not the same as during the online season where you had to just try and finish 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, blah, blah, blah. That's how many points you got. Instead, you can just consistently get around 30 and you will be in a solid spot for winner's bracket. Then you need to be looking at the teams around you when we get into tomorrow's matches, when it starts to get to dice time.
Well, here we go. First contest on Shipfall. This was all Aurora last time, but Runches, well, he's got to squeeze here and he's got to slide away because he's taking a lot of damage. You can see that the shotgun is causing problems. The Mastiff is going to get that first knock. And Fussy's saying, let me talk to you.
Yeah, and I want to see Onyx actually have a real stab at being able to play Storm Point, because they weren't able to earlier on when we saw them on the main stage. But it looks like with a 3 versus 2, they are in a spot to be able to do it. And a nice little crack there with a triple take, and that will 100% be, let's send this and let's finish this fight nice and early.
Purple Bolt as well. I mean, it's a great start. It's what you want to find on a contest. And you can run, but I'm pretty sure you can't hide. Even though the smoke goes down, Shady, he's got the head start on Fussy here, but I'll tell you what, Fussy's probably saying, I've got 2. Let me get this one as well.
This is a case of just being annoying now, though, for Aurora's. Ranches will just scuttle away and should probably be able to survive. It's now down to how fast and far you want to try and chase this, as he's just trying to ring around the roses at the moment, but they are, you know full well, they want some revenge.
Shady's trying to charge that PK up. Can he hit the shot, though?
Get it!
No, it's not quite getting in the way he would have wanted, and Ranches does get a couple of shield cells off. Now, are we going to see something wonderful? Are we going to see something mystical? Are we going to see something crazy? Well, I'm sorry to say it, Aurora fans, but I'm pretty sure we already know the answer. It's going to be Ranches eliminated, Aurora eliminated, and the first point in this contest on the board here for Onyx. And I tell you what, Ranches, you might not know it, but you are dead.
And that's just a taste of their own medicine a little bit. I think we've seen a few Deathbox teabags throughout the weekend, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more, as we get to the weekend. I forget it's only Thursday, which is kind of wild. That we've already, we're not even at the weekend, we're already in the weekdays, and that's why I'm even more happy that we've seen lots of fans turn up on the weekday to support their favorite sites.
All right, let's talk about the zone then. Let's talk about circles. Let's talk about where we expect to see our teams going. Here's our map overhead, and you can already see a lot of teams moving towards the mill side of the map. For Dark Zero, that's good news, of course. They're going to be smiling. You can also see the Optic Gaming in a very good position over at mill as well. Dreamfire right bang in the center. But one team I want to keep my eyes on during this game is Complexity. They've been kind of, I would say, quiet, but not silent in these lobbies so far. A big game here will go a long way towards them, really kind of putting the points on the board you would expect from a team like Complexity.
Yeah, I think that Complexity could do with a few more big games. You could say the same for Optic Gaming. We haven't really seen them stand out and perform in a way that maybe we would have seen in the online season or even in previous series, but we have a real opportunity for some of these teams now with a quick rotation. Get over towards mill, position yourselves in a spot where you can set up for that late game. You mentioned Dreamfire. They are going to have to push themselves through a difficult situation because there's a lot of teams around them with eyes on them. And you speak about Complexity. They hold down this building at the moment, but they very easily could be pushed.
Yeah, Complexity sat up inside a bean at the moment, and GHC just north of the Armory. A little, I would say, exchange of friendly fire going on the other side of this zone between TSM and NRG as well. NRG a little bit sandwiched between Optic and TSM for now, but Complexity will be set up for quite some time. They will be comfortable, and you wouldn't expect them to have to do something too crazy at this point, Dan.
No, not too crazy. I think they'll be more than happy with where they reside. It will only be if someone is feeling brave or if they hit a Seer queue and then you start to get aggressive. It has been the major change that we've seen because the Seer ability will now silence and it will stun, and it is very unfortunate if all three of you get hit by it because you are going to be pushed. Pro players will take advantage of that because it is almost a guaranteed win at times if you can hit it in the right scenario and push in the right way.
Yeah, we all know that in Apex Legends, having abilities in fights is everything, right? And if the other team has none, quite simply, you're going to have that advantage. You would expect at this level to be able to close things out. A little bit more of a difficult zone as far as distance to travel here for Alliance as they leave the Armory over at Lightning Rod and move towards Thunderwatch. They're right out of the picture at the moment, but one team who's in picture is going to be TSM. Imperial House going to take a bit of damage on the cross, but should be safe enough to heal, unless we see a little bit of something, we say a little bit of an overextension coming from the team in the building.
It looked like TSM are fancying this one. Black Hole will go down as well as the nades, and they very much want this building, and they want this KP!
Well, the stick coming in from Howe as well. Huge damage, he gets the knock, and it's NRG versus TSM, and it is one-sided to say the least. NRG get wiped by TSM.
This is easy as that. And it's another disappointing performance for NRG as they just have to sit now in their booth and wait for the next game, wait for game 5 and hope they can do a little bit better. Kashira down to just a slither of health. It's Leave No Witness who are going to just pull towards over that Newcastle ultimate and try and get the damage done as Ascend do get eliminated. Leave No Witness though, they are also being pushed and pressed on at the moment. They're not going to be able to get their third player back up. It's Fnatic who are sending themselves towards them.
Fnatic been quieter in this group than they have earlier, but they're only 3 games gone, remember, still 3, including this one to go, so a lot of time for things to change, and Ascend going out early, Dan, I mean, that's a great indication to the rest of the lobby as well. They're top of the leaderboard, they're not going to be adding points to their tally. That means after this game on Storm Point, everything is going to compress with those points. Everyone is going to be closer than they were before.
And more importantly, they can't get points in this game. They have been sponging those points a little bit in the previous game, so it's a chance now for you to start to catch up in the overall leaderboards. Fnatic still on the hunt here. They are more than happy to expose themselves a little bit. They are confident that they can push this without being thirded. And just looking at the map, yeah, there's not going to be anyone in the vicinity to take this fight afterwards, so Fnatic can just free flow towards this other team.
Should be free KP unless the cannon gets hit. Can they hit the shots? Of course they can. As Umichan will hit the beautiful shots through the skies to get another KP on the board here for Fnatic.
And that one just hurts a little bit extra as you get drilled out of the sky. But Fnatic have been excellent so far today. And the entirety of APAC North has been incredible so far today. But hold on a second. Out of the frying pan into the fire, there's more. It's Leave No Witness. They were there waiting, but it is not going to be a solid ambush.
Leave No Witness taken down, and with this looting going down, I'm sure that Fnatic are looking to leave no evidence of these death boxes. They will take everything they can to get back into zone. Plenty of meds to work with as well, but a good push coming in from Fnatic, making sure that they didn't let those KP slip away. And I have to say, a little bit more of an aggressive start in this lobby than we've seen previously. Maybe some tough rotates for some teams who are working their way through chokes, but you can see the game plan from Fnatic. They saw an opportunity for points, and with games starting to slip away today, they see the points as a premium.
A few teams that didn't get ring console as well, so started to prioritize maybe going for some fights, going for a little bit of KP, but when you do look at that circle, it's not exactly the easiest one to try and find space. There is a lot of buildings that are just going to be null and void as their circle pulls further towards the likes of Mill and maybe the southwest a bit. So instead, you want to try and prioritize playing edge a little bit, picking up some of those kills, and then moving on later when you have that ring information.
Yeah, interesting to see Optic Gaming landing over at Mill do have a ring console to play with as well. So they're going to have a really, really good indication of where this end zone is going to be played from. And I'll tell you what, they're not moving too far from the Mill for now. One team who needs to start moving as far as the leaderboards is concerned, though, is on your screen. Vex, quiet so far, to say the least, Dan. But this is a team who can catch fire out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, Sab said on the desk that she feels that Vex have been a little bit unlucky in their play. And we'll have to see whether they can have luck on their side. They have found themselves in one of the better positions. They can certainly look out and maybe pick up some KP on teams that approach a little bit later. But patience is the name of the game at the moment. It is not going to be a case of them trying to find that KP. They need to get themselves to late game so that they can demonstrate that they have the ability to take on these fights. They've already won one today, of course, but then just weren't able to get the points and show the consistency that some of the other squads have done. We know full well that Vex are good enough and certainly should be in the winners bracket considering how good they've been this season.
Interesting to see Alliance's move right now. They are going out of the zone towards checkpoint to hit the ring console to get a little bit more information on where they expect to have to play from as this game progresses. They might run into Fnatic though, who we did see pick up those KP a few moments ago and are now making their descent towards checkpoint as well. Dark Zero on our screens at the moment. We've seen them being involved in, well, I would say some very, very fun, depending on what way you're looking at things. Contests over at Harvester previously, where they certainly got the better of Aurora for once, and Dark Zero looking to add to the points tally here as they have the high ground.
Yeah, Dark Zero are going to be more than happy to hold this for as long as they can, as long as they don't get sent on. They should be able to stay here for quite some time and expose some of the teams that are going to be running in a little bit later. The high ground should provide it, but it's just the weapons. Are they going to be able to do the damage from a distance? They're set up for a lot of close game with the Prowler, but also the Nemesis. We know that can also do the damage. As for the northern side of the map, still a few teams that are going to be making their way through. Fnatic are approaching an Alliance who are just waiting in the wings here.
Well, you wondered if they were going to know Alliance, but the drone going out is going to give that information away, and all of a sudden you can see how that game plan completely and utterly changed. Fnatic do not catch Alliance off guard. They maybe look to get the EMP going, but that sound and audio cue gave away their position. Alliance snapped onto them, and I tell you what, with the way that Effect's been playing today, are you surprised to see him holding forward here?
I mean, also with the amount of points that Alliance already have, they are all but guaranteed winners bracket already, so they can play a little bit fearless. They can just confidently push whatever they want, and they can play without risk at times because they have just accrued so many points over these last few games, and they can play in any way that they want. Also, the winner of this fight could be rewarded with a ring console as well if they wanted to stay here and get that ring 4 information. Alliance is still going, Effect still holding that forward.
Effect C player, kill player at the moment, and it's looking like this is a difficult yet very simple strategy to stop. The black hole goes down as well. He's going to capture a few players off guard and now send in Effect. He does the damage, he gets out without his shields being broken, but where are Yuki and Hackis? Are they able to capitalize?
I mean, imagine Effect in the meta when Wraith was really at its prime. I feel like he would have been amazing, but Effect does go down, and there is still damage done by Fnatic, and they say this is not going to be an easy push for you whatsoever.
As good as Effect is, Yuka says, I'm better. He comes out on top in that one, gets the damage, and Alliance now find themselves on the back foot. And here comes Malzera. He wants to finish this one off. Alliance been brilliant so far today, but not in this game. Fnatic step up, and that first knock was everything.
Alliance were fearless, but Fnatic showed great grit and determination. 15 squads now remaining, so a guaranteed placement points for Fnatic. Kill leader as well. As Fnatic are really putting some KP on the board. And I love how they played it. They just kept going. They tried to avoid as much abilities as possible before they re-engaged and took the fight to them. But as I said, it doesn't really matter too much for Alliance. They're still in a fantastic position.
It's Pulverex there making their little rotate as well. And this is a little bit of a difficult spot to hold, I was about to say, unless the comp allows it. There's Rampart, there's the walls going down. So they'll have a little bit of, we'll call it artificial cover to work with here, Pulverex, which makes this high ground a little bit more sustainable for a little bit longer of a period of time. But it is an uncomfortable place to play from, Dan. And you can see already the pressure's coming in from that low ground.
Yeah, Pulverex are going to be okay for now, but there could be a situation where they start to get pinched from both angles. So they just want to try and create as much fake cover as possible. I would say they don't want to bring too much attention to themselves, but they've already done that with all the bullets have been going down. Avoid this Arc Star and you should be okay. So you've got about 6 or 7 teams who are outside this current circle. Pulverex should be okay for now. I will say, they've been fantastic at staying alive as a 3 and almost just quietly maneuvering their way into circle and then getting involved into fights when they physically have to, but maybe it's going to have to be a little bit sooner than later here in this game.
Yeah, they find uncomfortable positions to play, but they won't make them work, and they make them work in a way that not many teams have been able to so far today. And you can see again, it looks like teams have decided, you know what, he can have this Pulverex. We've done enough damage for now. A little bit more cover is going to be coming up pretty soon as well. You can see another wall available for Shunmi. He gets that down, and that will now protect them from the teams in and around the armored buildings. But with the charge rifle in his hands, he's also going to be able to do some damage. So that's just going to force a lot of teams to stop poking them. But here comes Fnatic through the spider cave. Fnatic versus TSM, but Fnatic all matching in those red armors.
Yeah, Fnatic with the amount of kills that they have, they're going to be very confident to engage with any team at the moment, but it might just be a case of poke a little bit and then try and find a position at least in the circle. So that's good for Fnatic. They've got a rock to play with at the very least. Just a little bit of scouting and communicating to the team that you are safe in this position. He's just a little bit wary of where other teams might be residing, because it's all well and good focusing on the team in the building. You have to be aware of what other angles you could be shot from here.
Yeah, you can see that Meltera's got into a position here which is going to be safe for that next zone. It's up to Yuka, F and Umachan to try and cross to their teammate. and try and play in and around this rock. For TSM, it's about denying them. It's about doing damage, causing problems for them, chipping away at shields and hoping another team decides to get involved. Another team who is about to get involved, as we'll see in about 3, 2, 1, is Onyx Esports, who have just come out of the skies right behind Fnatic, and that is a problem.
And MDY are there as well. There's going to be 4 teams involved in this one. Fnatic will do what they can to try and stay alive, but they're between far too much. They will go down, but not without a fight.
Sarah's trying to do what he can, but Fnatic are eliminated, but Onyx are eliminated as well. So what was a little bit of a wild swing through the skies from Onyx ruins their game, ruins Fnatic's game, and TSM say, hey, this is pretty comedy for us, we're just going to watch this and laugh.
Everything is about timing. Onyx maybe thought they were going to be able to pick up some pieces in third party, but it was MDY White who were the perfectly timed squad to arrive late, and with them and TSM shooting from both sides, it was easy picking. Circle has moved now down south. This is not good for the likes of TSM and MDY and Optic Gaming, who are all going to have to move at the same time from the northern side, and probably will all collapse together. But there is going to be a lot of focus from those teams that have already found themselves on the southern side. Go Next, Complexity, Realize, and SAF are all 4 squads who are in a very healthy position.
Well, one thing that TSM don't have to worry about is a risky Valkyrie with this comp. However, you can see in the inventory, you've got Reps, he's got an evac tower. We're going to have to see how that one plays out. But it does give them an option to maybe get over that